Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Chapter 1034, The Inheritance as the predecessor himself. Su Lang uses the treasure identification system function. He immediately recognized that this wuxia tree was an emperor-level spiritual plant. And it is also an emperor-level spiritual plant specially cultivated by xianxia, the only one in the world. The cylindrical box is also very extraordinary. It is a space-like fairy tool close to the quasi-imperial soldier, named the Different Sky Box. At this time, this Different Sky Box was transformed into a treasure specially for cultivating wuxia trees, and the treasures inside are most suitable for the growth of wuxia trees. Thank you seniors for the kind gift. Su Lang's eyes were slightly bright, and he calmly accepted the tea seedlings. Seeing Su Lang happily harvesting the tea seedlings, Zan was even happier, smiling like a sunflower. Correct. Let's talk about business. I'll introduce my heritage to you, and then you can decide whether to inherit or not. Zan said with a smile on his face, and before that, I still need to ask you a few questions. Senior, please do not hesitate to ask. Su Lang smiled and nodded, calmly. Okay, Zan asked musingly, as Taoist Su Lang from another continent. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Su Lang knew that it should be a means of detecting lies, perhaps involving mysterious energy such as fate and cause and effect. Anyway, aspiration is a panacea, and any energy can be transformed. It is not too simple to come up with a polygraph method. No, I come from a world called Blue Star, not far from the Kanglan continent. Su Lang said sincerely, I came to Kanglan continent through the cracks in time and space. Su Lang was telling the truth, only hiding the fact that Blue Star was the core fragment of the infinite realm. That's it. Zan smiled slightly and continued to ask, then, may I ask Taoist Su Lang's true cultivation level at this time? As a tycoon from thousands of years ago, he certainly discovered that Su Lang's true cultivation base was not Emperor Wu. I am now a martial immortal. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. It's just that there are more methods, so the combat power is comparable to Emperor Wu. Taoist Su Lang is really a genius. I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a wuxia-level combat power in a junior wuxian. Zan had such a look on his face, and smiled. From my point of view, in the entire Star Sea area, hundreds of continents, no one can compare to Taoist Su Lang. The boundless universe is so big, who knows if there is a genius more outrageous than me? Su Lang hurriedly said modestly, but he was muttering the words of the Star Sea region, hundreds of continents in his heart. This gave Su Lang a preliminary understanding of the world outside the mainland. In my opinion, there is no one more genius than Taoist Su Lang. Zan's eyes were fiery, and Su Lang's scorching gaze made Su Lang feel uncomfortable. If Taoist Su Lang is willing to accept my inheritance, it will be my blessing. Su Lang laughed and said, it is a blessing for me to get your inheritance from seniors. Don't worry, listen to me about my heritage. Zan Huo's fiery gaze narrowed, and then said, the inheritance I laid down, in fact, is me. Okay, the inheritance is the senior himself. Could it be that those who get the inheritance will get an emperor soldier, such as a ring, a bracelet, a mirror, a bead, etc.? Su Lang looked surprised. Then the predecessors hid inside as the master of the inheritance, and guide the inheritors to grow. Speaking of which, Su Lang secretly said in his heart, unexpectedly, Emperor Wudi of rank 9 knew those routines too. But Zan Hu's words made Su Lang unexpected. What Taoist Su Lang said is a good method. Zan paused and said, however, my inheritance is not like this, but rather, I and the inheritor are united as one and integrated. All my memory, knowledge, and even the fighting skills I have practiced for countless years, will be mastered by the inheritors in a very short time. What? It turned out to be such an extreme method. Su Lang was surprised. Moreover, how do two different individuals and different souls merge? The two souls are completely independent. Because of the qualitative difference in their soul origins, they can never be merged together. Friend Su Lang is right. It is impossible for two souls to merge. To be precise, it is impossible for two souls to merge. Zan Hu took a sip of tea from his teacup and continued, so there are 3 development directions in this process of integration. Chapter 1035. Zan Yu is really super kind, could it be? Su Lang pondered, coexistence, the destruction of the soul of the inheritor, and the destruction of your soul of the predecessors. Not bad. Zan nodded and said, the first type is coexistence, That is, two souls are originally independent but enjoy the same soul. This is the most inferior choice, and it cannot even be said to be fusion. The coexistence of soul origin will cause many problems. The most serious is that two soul origin conflict and destroy at the same time. The second one, the destruction of the soul of the inheritor, is only equivalent to killing the inheritor. Su Lang said with a weird look, I'm afraid no inheritor will accept this, right? Everyone competes for the inheritance of the emperor. Isn't it just to become strong, to be able to shock the world, overwhelm all directions, and put pressure everywhere? Who really wants to die? Yes, as far as I know, none of the first four inheritors chose to sacrifice themselves. Zan Zan said with a smile, but he didn't mean to blame at all, not even a bit of resentment. Then there is only the third kind. Sacrifice the soul of the predecessors and completely fulfill the inheritors. Senior is a great power thousands of years ago, the number one strong in Kanglan continent. Su Lang's eyes flickered. After finally getting through to the present, why are you willing to give up yourself and make wedding dresses for others? I don't have these three words in my dictionary. Zan Zan said with a smile on his face. Dao fellow Su Lang should have found out, I don't have any negative emotions. Indeed. Su Lang nodded, his eyes lit up suddenly. Could it be? Senior has the means to get rid of the negative incense. Senior only absorbs the positive incense aspiration power, causing his own personality to change constantly, completely disappearing the negative personality. The more he thought about it, the more determined Su Lang became. Take a look at the trial levels set by Zan Yu. The first level is to help the Chongtong tribe resist the deep-sea natural disasters and save countless members of the Chongtong tribe. The appearance of the deep-sea natural disasters is estimated to be guided by Zan Zan, but only the time when the deep-sea natural disasters erupted. The deep-sea natural disaster itself is a curse, and Zan Zan used it to set the first trial. Destroying giant spirit monsters also belongs to the category of the first level, which is to help the weak and small people of the heavy pupil tribe. The second trial is to eliminate the vision of the rules of heaven and earth. The appearance of the rule of heaven and earth should be controlled by Zan Zan. Su Lang had discovered before that those visions of the rules of heaven and earth seemed terrifying, but in fact they did not kill anyone at all. Those who were actually killed were probably the most guilty people. The third trial, the chaos in the ring. Zan Yu actually spent great efforts to create a ring space so that everyone would not die or even get hurt while fighting. How kind it was. In the fourth trial, the auspicious Cloud Avenue imposes punishment on the candidate emperors who made chaos, but it only makes them think about themselves and reflect on themselves. If you change to Su Lang, you will definitely cut them all at once. In the final link of the fourth trial, the Purple Door trial, as the final trial is generally very, very cruel. But what Xuanguo set up is just to do the exam. Combining all of this, you can see that Zan Huo is really super kind. As the strongest person ever on the Kanglan continent, he shouldn't be such a kind person who walked out of the 9th rank martial emperor from the Sea of Zombies. The only explanation is that Zan Zan has changed. It is the long tens of thousands of years that has changed him, and the most important thing, the endless incense power. Not bad. You are right. I do have the means to get rid of the negative incense. All the negative incenses are isolated and driven away by me, and the incenses I absorb are all positive incenses. For thousands of years, under the erosion of endless positive incense, I have lost all negative emotions. I will not be sad, doubtful, jealous, fearless, nor despair. I am always full of optimism, kindness and compassion, and full of courage, hope, positiveness, and the courage to face everything. Zan Huo smiled at Su Lang, a bright smile on his face. Chapter 1036, Wu Yu Ti Tree Linden. However, Su Lang felt a hint of chill. Absorbing all the positive incense power and creating a completely positive personality, it looks very beautiful, but in fact it is a huge incompleteness. In other words, it's not easy to say, this is two extremes with negative incense ghosts. Even if the negative incense ghosts have no intelligence, they have the instinct of insidious cunning and no bottom line. Zan Zan is the kind of baby who is very easy to trust others, has no defense against anyone, and completely exposes his weaknesses to everyone. No, babies know to be afraid and cry. Zan Zan didn't know at all, he only had a pure heart, and he almost didn't know what evil was. Therefore, there is no reluctance or regret in his dictionary. He is willing to sacrifice his soul origin, give everything he has, and completely fulfill the inheritors later. Su Lang took a breath, and could not help but develop a sincere admiration for Emperor Wudi. You know, the 9th rank Wudi was able to set up such a situation, it must have been made before the death of the war. At that time, he shouldn't have experienced the erosion of incense willingness. Even if it has been corroded by incense, the degree must be very light. Under such circumstances, it is too difficult to make the choice of sacrificing everything to fulfill others. With great courage to plant such a heritage. Today, thousands of years later, it is enough to create 6 Wudi. And it's the kind of Emperor Wu who has accepted all the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9 and has the potential for terror. This kind of virtue, this kind of foresight. No wonder those martial emperors of the Kanglan continent respect the 9th rank martial emperor so much. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately got up and bowed to Zan Zan. Senior is the real great man in Kanglan continent. What, all I should do? Zan Zan smiled and waved his hand. By the way, you are not curious what method I used to get rid of the negative incense? Of course curious. Su Lang sat down and looked expectant. Ha ha. Zan Zan laughed. My method of getting rid of the negative incense aspirations is actually the Wuyu tea tree I gave you before. Wuyu tea tree. Su Lang took out the sapling from the storage space, this kind of emperor-level spiritual plant cultivated with incense and willingness. Yes, that's it. With that, Zan Zan stood up and waved his hand gently towards the distance. Tearing. A spatial crack unfolded, revealing a strange sight inside. The tea trees are close together, forming an endless sea of tea trees in the vast space. And above the sea of tea trees, there was a trace of incense and aspiration, almost condensed into dense fog. Senior even cultivated so many innocent tea trees. Su Lang's expression moved, and he couldn't help but exclaim, this is an emperor-level Lingzi. If you give fellow Su Lang 15 million years. Zan Zan laughed and said, if you use the incense aspirations of a whole world to cultivate, I think Taoist Su Lang can cultivate more innocent tea trees. The implication, these Wuyu tea trees are the fruit of 15 million years. Compared with the long years, this number is really not that much. It's also amazing. After all, it's an emperor-level Lingzi. Su Lang kept nodding his head, but for some reason, he thought of the legendary Bodhi tree. In the Chinese mythology system, when the Buddha Shakyamuni was immortal, he once sat under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights. He defeated all kinds of evil temptations and desires, and when the sky was about to dawn and the sacred artifacts of the stars were dawning, he fully enlightened and became a Buddha. Don't most Buddhas represent the purest and the best? At this time, Zan Zan is like a pure and innocent child, isn't it the same as the Buddha, true and good? The Bodhi tree allowed Sakyamuni to get rid of all evil thoughts, and Wuyu tea tree also turned Xuanxuan into a pure and innocent person. The two are really similar. Is this Wuyu tea tree really the Bodhi tree in Chinese mythology? Even if it is not, it has a similar effect. With Wuyu tea tree in my radiation avenue, Mingguang 10,000 realms Emperor Jing, I can't say that I can really cultivate a Buddha. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but think of the various legends in the Chinese mythology, wondering whether the unknown boundless world could be the source of the myth. Chapter 1037. I just want something outside at this time. Zan Hu's words continued to be heard. These Wuyu tea trees can absorb positive incense and are willing to force themselves to grow, and further refine them. Moreover, its roots can absorb the negative incense aspiration power and store it, but it is not as fast as absorbing the positive incense aspiration power. But even so, Wuyu tea tree has absorbed a lot of negative incense power and sealed it so that there is no more terrifying negative incense ghost in the world. Otherwise, in the past 15 million years, an emperor-level incense monster has long been produced. Zan Zan smiled. Of course, the roots of these innocent tea trees are actually hidden dangers. Su Lang nodded in agreement. A Wuyu tea tree has absorbed the negative incense power of thousands of years, and it is all stored in the root, and I don't know how much it has. Once something happens, a terrifying negative incense monster can be born directly. In the sea of tea trees planted by Xuanwo, so many, how many monsters must be bred? But, Su Lang suddenly changed his voice, if there is a way to use these negative incense aspirations, it is also a terrifying force. That said, but it is very difficult to do that. These negative incense aspirations are too difficult to use. If you are not careful, it will cause disaster. Zan Zan smiled and shook his head. Even, it is not impossible to destroy all the creatures in my world and make everything back to the beginning. If negative incense and ghosts raged, they could not be contained. After this world is killed, all the incense creatures will gradually die out. In the end, won't this world become a dead place? By then, at least half of the hard work of more than 10 million years has been lost, and it will take him to recover, without knowing how much time and energy it will take. But Su Lang had a different opinion, and asked, Senior Xuanyu can know Emperor Wu of the Luoyu clan, Wangyu. Zhou Yu, I don't know. Zan Zan shook his head. Are you a good friend of Taoist Su Lang? Su Lang recalled the servant of Hong Yu and couldn't help but smile. It's my servant. Damn, how can you treat your fellows as slaves? Zan Zan said with a look of surprise. We should live in peace and explore the road together. This statement came out. Su Lang's face was weird. He actually felt a tinge of Tang Monk. Ahem, he provoked me first. Su Lang rolled his eyes and said, then he promised to be my slave to redeem his sins. Oh, I got it. Zan Huo did not maintain the previous polygraph method, so he believed it directly. Su Lang nodded earnestly, and then said, Zhou Yu has 2 exercises, one is called, the Immortal Jew of the Dead Soul, and the other is, the Immortal Code of Heaven and Earth. It sounds like a fairy-level technique. Zan Zan said, yes. Su Lang laughed and said, but Zhou Yu used these 2 techniques and used the incense aspiration power to create a dead soul warrior who can obey the command. This kind of dead soul warrior is the body of incense. After death, it can condense again, which can be called eternal. Wow, Zan Zan exclaimed, then this Zhou Yu is really a genius, indeed. Su Lang nodded with a smile on his face. Before he was a little surprised by the dead soul martial artist, only then discovered that Zhou Yu can create a dead soul martial artist that obeys control, which is really awesome. It's right to not kill him. Such a talent must stay and make good use of the residual heat. Okay, close to the subject, Zan Zan said sternly, Taoist Su Lang understands my inheritance. I don't know which method of inheritance my friend chooses. Senior Xuanyu. Su Lang hesitated and asked, can you only inherit your wealth and exercises, these things outside of your body? Inherit the power of incense. What a joke. Su Lang didn't want to become the most thorough good man. That would have eternal life to be bullied, used, stabbed from the back, and then still not knowing to be angry. How can such a life be a miserable word? Chapter 1038, Transfer the Right of Inheritance. Su Lang suddenly remembered the 6 Emperor Wu who did not participate in the inheritance of the emperor. I thought to myself that there were 4 of them who were descendants of Emperor Wudi of rank 9, who had become super old people, afraid of going out and being bullied, so they didn't appear. Of course it's okay to inherit only things outside the body. Zan Zan said with a look of understanding, Father Su Lang has great potential. I don't need my life experience to successfully become an emperor. Even the great emperor can be expected. At this time, it is not a good choice to get incense. Thank you senior for understanding. Su Lang smiled and nodded. He actually knew that Yi Zan Zan's character would probably not refuse. This person is so good, bullied. So much so that Su Lang was ashamed. Waiting for people, ashamed, when it is less than foolproof, the incense flames wish that Su Lang will not be touched. Friend Su Lang only inherits the words of things outside of his body. Zan Zan said, speaking of which, except for my body and soul, everything else is outside the body. Including my incomplete life universe, the Wuyu tea trees that I cultivated, and the heavy pupil tribe, all should be inherited by fellow Taoist Su Lang. On one side, there is a crippled universe of life, countless emperor-level spiritual plant Wuyu tea trees, and the Changtong clan with a complete incense cultivation system. These are incalculable wealth, but I still don't want these. Leave it to the real heir. Su Lang shook his head, I will inherit the money from the predecessors. The exercises, the source of immortality, and the materials will do. You don't need to give me anything too important. For those Wuyu tea trees, Su Lang is greedy and drooling. But these Wuyu tea trees are not only the foundation of this world, but also the foundation of the true successor of Zanhu. Without these unforgettable tea trees, the new successor will be unable to move. Su Lang gave up his true inheritance qualifications and chose to make a sum of money to retire without having to bear any responsibilities. If this took away the roots of the Wuyu tea tree, it would have been done absolutely. In that case, then just as Taoist Su Lang said. Zan Zan smiled and nodded, however, Taoist Su Lang is looking for a new heir to replace you. Does the new heir want me to find it? Su Lang looked surprised, and immediately touched his chin. are there any requirements? There are still requirements. Zan Zan nodded and said, you can only choose from the other 4 who came to the last step. Okay. Su Lang felt a little regretful. He actually wanted to let one of his own descendants inherit. After all, no matter how poisonous incense is, it is also a chance for Emperor Cheng. In the future, there will be a good old emperor under his command, and the benefits will be greatly reduced. But now that the range of choices is stipulated, it can only be higher among the shorter ones. Liu is the first to be eliminated. This fellow Shang Ji, no way, no way. It's still only the favor of the Baiyu Emperor. Su Lang curled his lips. Yuan Yu and the 9 Tribulations Fairy appeared in his mind. His good impression of the White Moon Emperor clan was the brilliant performance of the White Moon Emperor clan team in the first ring trial. Besides, maybe, probably, there is also the influence of the Twin Empress. At last, Su Lang still chose Yuan Yu. As a result, Yuan Yu's daughter suffered a huge blow, and at this time she gave her the qualification to inherit, and she would surely be more grateful. This is stronger than giving the 9 Tribulations Fairy, who has little hope, a heart of gratitude. Secondly, the 9 Tribulations Fairy was able to surpass the other 20-odd quasi-emperors and arrive at the last level. It is estimated that such a talent can successfully become an emperor, so let her not be poisoned by incense. Just Yuan Yu. Su Lang made a choice. That woman, then she is fine. Zan Zan smiled and said, she happens to be the second place in the inheritance trial, second only to you. Then it's settled. Su Lang nodded heavily, and immediately bowed to Zan Zan. Please give me something to pass on, senior. It is good. Zan Zan handed Su Lang a bracelet-like space fairy with a smile on his face. Everything you want is in it. Su Lang's eyes lit up, stretched out his hands, and solemnly accepted the bracelet. Chapter 1039. Some are sad and some are happy for an instant. Su Lang's mental power swept through the space bracelet. I saw that the space inside the bracelet was super large, and it was filled with countless treasures of heaven and earth. The most conspicuous is the book of exercises placed at the center, from the god-level exercises to the emperor-level exercises. It not only contains what the Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions has learned throughout his life, but also contains some rare exercises in his collection. Besides, a large number of immortal artifacts were suspended in the air, each with extraordinary charm, including 3 quasi-imperial soldiers. Pieces of celestial jade were paved into the earth, and the shanyuan of the Shancheng was everywhere like broken stones. After a rough calculation, I am afraid that there are nearly tens of millions of the Hinayana. These Hinayana sources alone are much more than those who have been hidden for a lifetime. The rest of the materials are not comparable to the treasures collected by Zhou Yu, and their value is at least dozens of times higher. And this is just one of the 6 inheritances. Multiply these things by 6, and it will be the lifelong collection of Emperor Wu of the 9th Revolution. Su Lang couldn't help but sigh. 9-ranked Emperor Wudi, the first person in the Kanglan continent, is really rich. But Su Lang didn't intend to take the benefits of Xuanyu for nothing. He planned to give Xuanyu something. And before that, let's thank Zan Zan first, and then transfer the inheritance right to Yuan Yu. Junior, thank you for your kind gift. Su Lang smiled like a flower. These treasures are a great help to the younger generation. I can help you. Zan Mo smiled and nodded. I look forward to you becoming one of the pillars of Kanglan continent. Definitely live up to the expectations of seniors. Su Lang solemnly salutes, but his ambition doesn't stop there. The Kanglan continent is also just one of the hundreds of continents in the Qinghai Great Territory. Compared to the Great Territory, it is only a small place, and it is even more of a marginal edge than the Boundless Realm. Su Lang's gaze had already looked into the distance. Of course, no matter how far you look, you have to be down to earth and do well in front of you. The inheritance and will of the predecessors needs to be inherited as soon as possible. Su Lang said sternly, I'll call Yuan Yu up now. It is good. Zan Hu smiled from the kindness. I have opened the limits of the Ziyu ladder for her. Then Su Lang retired temporarily, left the pavilion, passed through the peach forest, and came to the outside of this square building. Once again became the appearance of the empty Zhundi. Su Lang stood at the end of the purple jade stairs and looked down. Yuan Yu and the other 4 were still in front of the Ziyu gate, each of them pale and grim. Especially Yuan Yu. Although she is a woman, she is the best and strongest among the people present. Because Yuan Yu itself was hailed as the 3rd martial emperor of the Baiyu clan to be born. She came to participate in the competition of the emperor's inheritance with strong self-confidence, holding very high expectations of herself. Especially when it comes to the last step of the Purple Door trial. Almost all in Yuan Yu's heart was certain that the inheritance belonged to her. However, God didn't let her wish, and let her miss the inheritance of the great 9th rank Wudi with a slight gap. At this moment, Yuan Yu was still immersed in the pain of failure. When she saw Su Lang reappearing at the end of the purple jade stairs, she gave a sharp stab in her heart, and her mood became even lower. But she couldn't hold a grudge against Su Lang. After all, it was her Yuan Yu's inferior skill, so she could only blame herself. Except Yuan Yu, Li Yu, Shangji, the 9 Tribulations Fairy, and the quasi-emperor Wushan who couldn't move forward. On Shangyan Avenue were also in a mixed mood. Empty Zun Emperor is out. As the ultimate victor, he must have inherited the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9. Hey, I waited so hard. In the end, I was almost empty, and I could only watch others win the inheritance. The empty quasi-emperor will soon become an emperor, but we still can only move around below the quasi-emperor's realm, and we can't go further. It's really tragic. It's not Emperor Wu, it's all ants. From now on, we are all ants at the feet of Emperor Wu Wu. Quote. Of course, some are sad and some are happy. It's great, great. The Lord has won the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9, and he can definitely go further. Yes, I am waiting for the Lord to be a genius who has been rare for thousands of years. At this time, when he has the inheritance of the 9th rank martial emperor, he will surely rise faster. Chapter 1040, the audience thundered. Quote. Red-sleeved Zhu Xian and other Wu Xian under Su Lang's command, all smiled, shaking with excitement. Because the Ling Ju Emperor clan team disappeared inexplicably, and the empty Zhundi's performance was extraordinary, it was not difficult for Hongshu and others to guess that the empty Zhundi at this time was Su Lang himself. They exchanged secretly with excitement, venting their agitated mood, and the whole audience thought, Emperor Zunshu inherited the 9th rank Wudi inheritance. When this inheritance trial was completely over, an unimaginable scene happened. I give up the inheritance of the emperor. Standing at the end of the purple jade stairs, Su Lang said indifferently, the right of inheritance, I'll give it to the Baiyu Emperor Taoist Yuan Yu. His voice was not loud, but it fell into the ears of everyone, and it was like a thunderbolt, which instantly shook people's souls. The scene was silent. The hundreds of people on Shangyan Avenue, the 4 in front of the Zimin, and the 2 rows of immortal heroes beside the Ziyu stairs, all looked dull. Immediately after, like a scoop of water poured into a hot oil pan, the scene was boiling. What? Emperor Wushu actually gave up the inheritance of the emperor. My God, my ears must be broken, how could I hear such a thing? Is the Emperor Zunshuan crazy? He wants to transfer the inheritance right to Yuan Yu. Fake, it must be fake. Who can be willing to abandon the inheritance of the emperor that is left by Emperor Wudi of rank 9? However, the Emperor Zunshu has already announced it under the eyes of everyone. It doesn't seem to be a fake. Could it be because of the unspeakable relationship between Emperor Zunshu and Emperor Zun Yu? No, no matter how good the relationship is, it is better than God's first inheritance. I think there is another reason why the empty Zun Emperor gave up the inheritance. What is the reason? Can you talk about it? This. Everyone couldn't help but talk. Hundreds of people actually shouted out thousands of people. The buzzing sound was like a swarm of bees. Hongshu Zushan and others were also stunned. When they thought about it, they knew that the Lord would not aimlessly, and there must be a reason for this. However, it was still too regrettable for them to give up the inheritance of the emperor. Yuan Yu is a party. He was dumbfounded, staring at Su Lang dumbfounded, as if he had completely lost his soul. Sister Yuan Yu, the 9 Tribulations Fairy tremblingly said, Void fellow Taoist, I want to give you the right to inheritance. Why would he do this? Yuan Yu didn't want to think about why Su Lang did this. What she cares about is all about the inheritance right to her. Realize that he has become the heir of the emperor's inheritance. Yuan Yu's whole body trembled. Suddenly, her sluggish face, a touch of joy became more intense, and her breathing became more rapid. However, she still couldn't speak, and the whole person's smirk was like a bear who had eaten honey for the first time. Yuan Yu, not coming up yet. Su Lang was almost amused by Yuan Yu's bare look, and said lightly, if I don't come up again, I will give the inheritance rights to others. This statement came out. Li Yu and Shangji beside them couldn't help but their eyes brightened, and swallowed a big mouthful of water with a gulping sound, but Yuan Yu obviously would not give him the opportunity. Yes, Void Dao, sir. Yuan Yu was shocked as if being electrocuted, and shouted, I will come up here. Talking. Yuan Yu almost rushed up the purple jade stairs. The girl's reservedness has long been thrown out of the sky. After a few breaths, she ran to Su Lang amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the 2 rows of immortal heroes. Don't worry, take your breath away. Su Lang looked at Yuan Yu with a playful look. He didn't expect Yuan Yu to be so excited, which was completely different from the previous image. Master Su Lang. Yuan Yu was looked down upon by Su Lang, knowing that she was gaff, and her face was hot, and she lowered her head. Come with me. Su Lang smiled. Senior Xuanwo is still waiting for you. With that, Su Lang turned around and walked into the square building. Senior Xuanyu. Yuan Yu hurriedly followed behind Su Lang, with a daze on her face. Chapter 1041. Yuan Yu's Choice. Zan Mo is the taboo of Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution. Su Lang said faintly, in addition, the inheritance of the Emperor's head is not perfect. This is why I gave up. I hope you will be mentally prepared. Yuan Yu was already in pain because of her hope being shattered. She had new hope at this time. If she was shattered again, she would be broken. Therefore, whether Yuan Yu accepts the inheritance or not, Su Lang will give her a shot to prevent it. My lord, don't worry. I'm ready. Yuan Yu nodded solemnly, regaining a shrewd and capable image. Soon, under the leadership of Su Lang, Yuan Yu walked into the square building, flew through the grass, the pink peach forest, and came to the middle of the pavilion. Coming. All come in and sit. With a smile on Zan's face, he even poured the 3rd cup of Wuyu Ling tea. Yuan Yu was flattered at once, became helpless and panicked again. The one in front of him is the 9th rank martial emperor. 9 revolutionary Wudi, what a great existence that was, but at this time he was so kind, and he poured tea for her, which is simply unimaginable. Come in. Su Lang walked into the pavilion calmly, Senior Xuanwo is a kind temperament, you'll know later. Oh, well, good. Yuan Yu saw Su Lang walk into the pavilion generously, patted her hard with her hand, calmed down her emotions, and then walked into the pavilion cautiously. Su Lang bowed to Zan and sat at a corner of the small table. Yuan Yu has Su Lang taking the lead, and seeing Zan smile like a sunflower, the tension in her heart has disappeared a lot, and she sits on the other side of the small table. Come on, Wuyu Ling tea. Zan Mo pushed the cup of haucha to Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu respectfully thanked her, took a sip from her teacup, and suddenly felt that her whole person had become sacred and bright. Those negative emotions such as nervousness and panic were also eliminated. Soon, the conversation took place while drinking tea. Zan Yu told Yuan Yu about the advantages of inheritance, and Su Lang added 2 sentences from time to time, quickly. Yuan Yu then figured out the reason why Su Lang gave up the inheritance of the emperor, the side effect of incense. Willingness. At the same time, she also truly understood the greatness of Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions, just like Su Lang. This indomitable man actually planned to sacrifice himself completely to create 6 martial emperors with great potential for the Kanglan continent. Then she saw the magic Wuyu tea trees and the vast Wuyu tea forests. To the end, Yuan Yu figured out everything thoroughly. Then, it was her turn to make a choice. Yuan Yu inevitably fell into hesitation. As a veteran quasi-emperor, there are 2 emperors by you to mention. She also knows the horror of incense. The thought that she would slowly become that kind of super old person, she couldn't help but feel excited. Moreover, she herself also has the chance of becoming an emperor, so she was hailed as the 3rd quasi-emperor of the White Moon Emperor clan to be born soon. However, having a chance to become an emperor does not mean that you can become an emperor. That chance is small and pitiful. But at this time, what was placed in front of Yuan Yu was the first chance to become an emperor in Kanglan continent, and there was no better chance. Yuan Yu hesitated there. Su Lang and Zan did not speak either. The right to choose is entirely in Yuan Yu's hands, and how she chooses is entirely up to her. Time passed slowly. After about a stick of incense, Yuan Yu still did not make a choice. Su Lang naturally picked up the teapot and poured Yuan Yu a cup of Wuyu Ling tea. The 2 villains in Yuan Yu's mind were constantly arguing and fighting. At this time, they were short of breath and dry mouth, so they instinctively picked up and drank, and then continued to consider. Su Lang smiled lightly, just like the second person in a restaurant, and immediately refilled Yuan Yu with a glass. Yuan Yu was drinking tea cup by cup, her eyes seemed to be getting brighter. Finally, at a certain moment, she drew her tea abruptly, got up, backed up, and kneeled in one go. Junior Yuan Yu, I am willing to accept the inheritance of Senior Xuan Yu. Yuan Yu respectfully knelt in front of Zan Zan, with a loud and clear voice, obviously no longer worried. Chapter 1042, Kung Fu Method, good, good. Zan Mo was also very happy, and immediately stepped forward to help Yuan Yu up. Congratulations. Su Lang also stood up with a smile on his face, saying congratulations. Soon, Su Lang smiled lightly. The inheritance of the emperor rank is not trivial, so I won't leave to disturb Senior Xuanxuan and Taoist Yuan Yu. Aha, good, good. Zan Zan nodded his head apologetically, obviously he meant it, but he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Oh my god, look at him, his kindness is heartbreaking. However, before leaving, the juniors still have something to give to seniors and Yuan Yu. Su Lang did not leave directly, but took out 3 exercises from the storage space and handed them to Zan Zan. It is precisely the 3 exercises on the road of incense, the immortal Jew of the dead soul, the heaven and earth comes to the immortal code, and feeding all living beings. This is what Su Lang intends to give to Zan Zan. Among them, feeding all living beings, is still the original emperor level exercise method. Mainly because Su Lang didn't have the time and energy to burn the copy, so he could only send the original copy. It was the original, and then just ask Yuan Yu to come back. Anyway, she will become a good person who doesn't know how to refuse. Senior Xuan Yu, this is the dead soul eternal life immortal Jew, and heaven and earth comes to the immortal code, mentioned earlier, involving the dead soul martial artist. This, feeding all living beings, is the original of the Incense Avenue Emperor level exercises. It is also related to the predecessors, Beishindi, and Shanshindi. They are all 3 character names. If you don't know it, I think it is a set. Su Lang said sincerely, these 3 exercises have been given to Senior Xuanwo and Taoist Yuan Yu. I hope they can be useful to both of you. Su Lang had long thought of giving these 3 exercises to Zan Zan and Yuan Yu to make a good bond. Thank you so much. With these 3 exercises, plus my inheritance, Yuan Yu will definitely be able to go further. Zan Zan took over the exercises presented by Su Lang with a surprised look, and was extremely happy. Yuan Yu on the side was dumbfounded. What the hell? That emptiness lord unexpectedly presented an emperor-level exercise technique, and it was the original one. That's an emperor-level technique, wow. It is incredible that an empty Zun emperor used the emperor-level technique to give it away. Haha, friend Yuan Yu, don't be surprised. Su Lang showed his true body, look at who I am. You are Lord Langdi. Yuan Yu was dumbfounded, her face stunned. When did Langdi get in? Also won the first place in the trial. And from the beginning to the end, the rest of the Wudi in the Kanglan continent was kept in the dark. This is also terrible. Moreover, it seems that it is not compliant to intervene in the affairs of the juniors with the respect of Emperor Wu. Does fellow Yuan Yu feel that what I did is not in compliance with the rules? Su Lang laughed, seeming to see through what Yuan Yu thought, and said lightly, actually, I'm just a martial **** of calamity. I just have the power of Emperor Wu, puff. A tribulation Wushan, have the fighting power of Emperor Wu. Nonsense is more real than this. If Yuan Yu was still drinking Wu Yu Lingxia, she would have sprayed it all at once. And at this moment, friend Su Lang did not lie. Zan Zan nodded earnestly, he is really the Emperor Wu in the realm of Wushan, so I acquiesced to him to participate in the whole trial. Quote. Yuan Yu's brain is still blank, her thinking is stagnant, and she can't speak. She has been hit to the point of ruining the 3 views. I thought I was a genius before, and compared with Su Lang at this time, it was simply too weak, a long time. Yuan Yu was relieved. She understood her previous ridiculous behavior of sitting in a well and watching the sky, and strengthened her will to accept the inheritance. After all, since I am so good, what right do I have to think so much? I won't stay more. The day I hope goodbye is when Taoist Yuan Yu becomes emperor. Seeing Yuan Yu's expression change, Su Lang smiled lightly, and said goodbye to Zan Zan and Yuan Yu. Finished talking, Su Lang turned and left. The pavilion behind him is getting farther and blurry. The 2 people inside, whether it is Zan Zan or Yuan Yu, will sacrifice themselves and eventually become the guardians of the Kanglan continent. Just No matter how kind Zan Zan is, he is also a male, while Yuan Yu is a female. Su Lang touched his chin with a strange expression. After the souls of the two merge, what kind of person will he become? Chapter 1043, The inheritance of the Emperor has been settled between thinking. Su Lang turned into the emptiness of Emperor Zun and walked out of the square building. He appeared again at the end of the purple jade steps and also appeared in the eyes of all the trialists. Everyone stared at Su Lang closely, and his eyes were full of knowledge, gossip. Li Yu and Shangji still have a glimmer of hope. What if Yuan Yu also refuses? Wouldn't it be his turn? But Su Lang's words directly shattered their hopes. Friend Yuan Yu has accepted the inheritance, everyone is gone. Su Lang waved his hand, waved his big sleeves, disappeared from the place and returned to Kanglan continent. A group of immortal heroes seemed to have received Zan Zan's order, and they flew up together, using some means to move the spatial channel on the cloud layer closer. And before the space channel, there is a thin light curtain. I don't know what it does. At the same time, the purple jade stairs disintegrated every inch, and Shangyan Avenue was also wiped out. Those quasi-emperor martial immortals who were completely immersed in negative emotions also recovered. Some were afraid, some were ashamed, and some were enlightened. Immediately after, no matter what kind of thoughts people have in their hearts, either feeling, doubt, or sadness, they all walked into the light curtain, passed through the space channel, and returned to the entrance of the Emperor's death realm. What? Why don't I remember anything? What am I doing here? Where am I going? Strange, I seem to have experienced very painful things, I seem to have become less cold-blooded. Quote. One by one Zun Emperor and Wushan stood at the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden area, and all the monks in Zhong couldn't figure it out. Su Lang's avatar sitting here opened his eyes and was already possessed by Su Lang's deity. Hongshu Zhu Xian and others came to Su Lang. All of them were full of question marks, not knowing how to tell Su Lang. Have you forgotten what happened in the inheritance space? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, half assured, half doubtfully asked. Amount. Return to the Lord, I really forgot all of them. Hongshu Wushan and others huddled and knelt, with a look of shame that disappointed Su Lang's expectations. Don't blame yourself. Zan, 9 turned Emperor Wu's method is something you can resist. Get up all, you all have done great things, and you will all be rewarded after you go back. Su Lang waved his hand with a smile, and the left light swept over the avatars of Zhao Qin and others. It turned out that except for the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor, the Quasi-Emperor had died and was a little furious. The other Wudi clones all have a plain face, which is obviously not surprising. 2. Before the inheritance of the Emperor's head, there were 4 9-rank Wudi inheritances. After this inheritance trial is over, the memory of the trialer has been cleansed. It has happened 4 times, and it has become a routine. Therefore, all Wudi had been mentally prepared, and Su Lang also understood some things. It's no wonder that the realm has opened the 4 9th-rank Wudi inheritance, but the major Wudi still don't know much about the 9th-rank Wudi inheritance. In the trial of inheritance, the various imperial teams are on the same starting line. No one has an information advantage. The competitive environment is absolutely fair. In addition, to clean the memory of all the testers, I am afraid it is also to prevent the weakness of the successors of the 9th-rank martial emperor from leaking. After all, there are so many people, if even a little bit of information is leaked and it falls into the ears of the enemy of the Mirror Sky continent, it will cause disaster. Think about it. In addition to clearing the memory, I am afraid that everything that every tester obtained from the inheritance space has been destroyed. For example, Baishandi, and other exercises, as well as some things that everyone recorded privately. While thinking about it, Su Lang asked Zhu Xian and others to open the inner boundary of Wushan. After some searching, I didn't find anything about the inheritance space. The Emperor Wudi of rank 9 is really careful. Su Lang nodded silently, and immediately let Hongshu Zhu Xian and others return to the south. Su Lang also planned to say goodbye to other Wudi clones, and then went back to take stock of the harvest. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Lang got up, all the other Wu Emperor clones surrounded him. What is this going to do? Su Lang's eyes rolled, and he suddenly realized, oh, there is still an Emperor inheritance that hasn't been opened. Chapter 1044, Emperor Ling Juwu takes trouble really. When Emperor Zhao Qin Wu's clone opened his mouth, the inheritance of the Emperor's head has been settled. Please let the Taoists of Langdi contribute more to open the inheritance of the Emperor's body. I take it my part. Su Lang nodded with a serious face. Senior Zhao Qin, please take me to where the Emperor body inheritance is, and many more. Suddenly a voice that suppressed anger came in. Who? What happened? Emperor Su Lang and Emperor Zhao Qinwu followed the sound of their avatars, only to see Emperor Ling Juwu with an iron face. This time, the manpower who entered the lineage of the emperor lost a bit. Both the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor lost a quasi-emperor, and they were frightened. As for Emperor Ling Juwu, he didn't see his subordinates at first, and thought they were all behind and would come out later. As a result, he did not see his subordinates coming out for a long time, which immediately made Emperor Ling Juwu's heart burst. Asking the teams of the other emperors is 1 question and 3 questions, after all, everyone has been erased. Hold on with a glimmer of hope. Emperor Ling Juwu discovered that the entrance to the Emperor's forbidden area had gradually disappeared. At this time, Emperor Ling Juwu finally understood that his team was very likely to be wiped out. This immediately made him want to vomit blood. You must know that the 9 Revolutions Wudi inheritance has been opened 4 times so far, and each time the loss is small. Only this time, only the Emperor Ling Juwu's clan was annihilated. This simply caused Emperor Ling Juwu to lose face. Originally, participating in the competition of inheritance must be conceded. But Emperor Ling Juwu felt too humiliated and couldn't swallow this breath at all. He thought about it, and Su Lang had a deep hatred with him and would instruct his subordinates to kill his subordinates. Because he Ling Juwu Emperor did just that. To save others by oneself, Emperor Ling Juwu felt that Su Lang must be instigated. Southern Langdi, you are so cruel. I have 9 tribulations martial immortals, and a quasi-emperor. You actually ordered your subordinates to kill them all. That's an indispensable combat power of our Kanglan continent. It just died in vain. Su Lang, you are really sinful. You must give an explanation to all of us about this matter, otherwise I will never let you go. Emperor Ling Juwu pointed to Su Lang's nose, his face flushed, his eyes protruding violently, and he shouted angrily. This statement came out. Su Lang smiled without saying a word. The other Wudi clones looked at each other. To be honest, everyone understood Ling Ju's reaction, words and deeds. Who made the group of more than 20 people, but only one of the subordinates of Emperor Ling Juwu disappeared. But, if you die in the forbidden heritage, you can only blame yourself for inferior skills. Emperor Ling Juwu did something like this as the Emperor of Wu, and it was really a bit gaffe. Emperor Ling Juwu, don't talk nonsense. Everyone knows that participating in the competition of inheritance will be conceded. Dear fellow Taoists have suffered more or less losses. The quasi-emperors of the Yaojin, Tianyan, and Baiyu clan have not reappeared. It can be seen that they are all bad luck and bad luck. Furthermore, the emptiness Zhundi under the command of fellow Langdi seems to have disappeared. Emperor Qingxiao Wu stood up and said, Emperor Ling Juwu, although you have lost more of your subordinates, I still advise you to calm down. The words came out. Ling Ju's red face was suddenly turned into a purple face, like a big eggplant. He never expected that old man Qingxiao dared to run out to bash him. However, he didn't wait for him to open his mouth and curse. Friend Ling Ju, don't be so angry. At this time, anyone who hasn't come out at this time are candidates who may inherit the inheritance. Taoist Ling Ju's 10 people are all in it, so the probability of inheriting the inheritance is almost endless. Honglian Wudi Ni Chenzhou also walked out and said with a smile, Honglian first congratulates Taoist Ling Ju. The voice fell off. A hint of cyan was added to Emperor Ling Juwu's purple face. None of his 10 people came out, but 9 of them were 9 tribulations martial immortals, which can be completely ignored in the competition of several quasi-emperors. However, Emperor Ling Juwu was very clear about his quasi-emperor's weight. He knew that his subordinates were definitely not comparable to Yuan Yu and Yaojin of the Baiyu Emperor clan, and the quasi-emperor of the Tianyan Emperor clan, and so. Ni Chenzhou's words seemed to be a good old man and muddy, even comforting. But in Ling Juwu's ears, there was a hint of sneer. Moreover, 2 Emperor Wu stood up to attack him, and the other Emperor Wu did not speak for him. This immediately made Emperor Ling Juwu cold all over, shocked and angry. Chapter 1045. The rift in the continent falls into the heaven, you guys. Emperor Ling Juwu gritted his teeth and glanced at Qingxiao and Ni Chenzhou, then stared at Su Lang who was smiling and silent, his anger almost gushing out. Friend Ling Ju, Emperor Zhao Qinwu said faintly, you are alive or dead under your command, and you will understand it after the Emperor's successor appears. Don't say more at this time. Even the boss of Wudi Palace spoke. Emperor Ling Juwu had no choice but to close his mouth and swallowed his breath. Ziqing's face was already a bit dark. See this scene. Su Lang couldn't help but grin. It's good to have friends. You don't have to speak up when you scold others. Friend Langdi Taoist. Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled slightly at Su Lang. All of us, let's open the Emperor's forbidden area. It is good. I will go to the Emperor's forbidden area with you fellow Taoists. Su Lang casually said, when the time comes, my deity will come and open the entrance to the forbidden area. In the eyes of all Wudi, Su Lang is a character close to Wudi. Therefore, Su Lang intends to use the devouring clone first, get ready, and then appear in front of everyone. In this way, you can continue to play the role of Wu Zhuan Wudi, so as not to grow out of branches. Although Su Lang is not afraid of anyone, he hates trouble. As it should be. In fact, we are also the clone first, and then the deity will come. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said with a smile, because that place is far away, it will take at least a whole day to get there. Hear this. Su Lang was suddenly shocked. Where is the inheritance of the Emperor's body? It takes a whole day to hurry. The Emperor's forbidden place is within the territory of the Ziming Emperor. The Ziming Emperor is located in the east of the East China Sea. It is an independent small continent, isolated from the outside world due to the harsh border environment. To reach the Ziming Emperor clan, we must first cross the East China Sea, and then through the heavenly depth of the immortal moat before we reach the Ziming Emperor clan. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said, and the reason why we need to spend so much time is because of the heavenly moat. Xianxia Tianmo. Su Lang looked blank. Where is that? Humph. Emperor Ling Juwu sneered, intending to laugh at Su Lang's ignorance, but Ni Chenzhou, who was on the side, had already taken the lead and explained with a smile, the Emperor Lang rules the southern continent. You should know the southern rift valley of death. No. Su Lang nodded. It is said that it was formed by the war of the mainland in the ancient times, and it is still a dead place. In fact, the Great Rift Valley of Death is actually a scar on the Kanglan continent, which has existed since ancient times. Old man Qing Xiao stood up and said with a smile, it's just that it has become broader because of the Battle of the Mainland. Mainland scars. Su Lang's expression condensed, existing since ancient times. Not bad. The Great Rift Valley of Death is the mainland scar. Our Kanglan continent is actually an incomplete continent. Friend Langdi also knows that our universe of life is in the shape of a planet. The Kanglan continent should have been like this, but it happened to be only half of it. A part is completely missing, and it will never heal itself. That part is what we call the back of the Kanglan continent. If you stand on the edge, you can even see the boundless magma abyss, as well as the various distortions of the rules inside. In the depths of that place, even our Emperor Wu dared not set foot easily, otherwise there would be more and less good luck. The old man Qingxiao continued, this part of the missing area, there are still a series of terrifying rifts expanding around, from the extreme south to the north, among them is the Great Rift Valley. That's it. Su Lang nodded thoughtfully. Through the description of Emperor Wudi Qingxiao, the model of the Kanglan continent appeared in Su Lang's mind. This is a huge planet, but a small part is missing. A huge pothole appears in the complete spherical shape, almost reaching the center of the earth. Immediately after, friends of the Taoists put together the Great Rift Valley of Death and the Heavenly Fallen Moat. Su Lang asked softly, if you want to come, the Heavenly Fallen Heavenly Moat is probably also a mainland rift, and it's bigger than the Great Rift Valley of Death. Chapter 1046. Causes of the Continental War. Not bad. Xianxia Tianmo is the same as the Great Rift Valley, both of which are scars from the Kanglan continent, but the Tianxianmoan is bigger and more terrifying. Xianxia Tianmo envelops the entire small continent where the Ziming Emperor clan is located. It is endless and bottomless. In the sky moat, there is a powerful force dominated by the avenue of gravity. When ordinary martial arts enter the sky moat, they will be drawn directly into the ground, with death but no life. Emperor Zhao Qinwu continued, only when you have mastered the power of Emperor Wu, can you pass through the heavenly depth of fallen immortals alone. This statement came out. Su Lang immediately understood why the Ziming Emperor clan had to be a fat house. They were surrounded by the heavenly moat of falling immortals and forced to be isolated, so they couldn't get out of waves. It was only during the continent war that it would cost a huge price to send troops out to resist the invasion of the Mirror Heaven continent. It's miserable. At this time, Zhao Qin said lightly, speaking of the incompleteness of the mainland, one has to talk about the war on the mainland that has lasted for countless years. Senior Zhao Qin, please elaborate. What is the relationship between the mainland war and the incompleteness of the mainland? Su Lang came to be interested. He bowed his hands and asked for advice. Why did the Jingtian continent clash with our Kanglan continent? Why did they continue to initiate continental wars for tens of millions of years? That's because both the Kanglan continent and the Jingtian continent are incomplete. Not only the incompleteness of the land, but also the incompleteness of the avenue rules. The avenue composed of 3,600 imaginary rules is not perfect. This has led to extremely difficult obstacles on the road to the realm of the Emperor. At the beginning, Emperor Wudi of the Ninth Revolution was expected to be the realm of the Emperor, but he was stuck until he died in battle. When Emperor Zhao Qinwu said this, he stopped speaking. And Su Lang already understood. The root cause of the battle of the continent is to supplement the world rule avenue and open the way to climb the realm of the great. Kanglan continent and Jingtian continent attacked each other, and as long as they swallowed each other, they would be able to complement themselves and become a broader and more complete world. Only such a perfect world can give birth to a powerful emperor. Su Lang also realized that the cause of the outbreak of the Continental War was probably driven by the will of the two continents themselves. The Kanglan continent carries billions of trillions of life, and there are endless rules to condense the world's avenue to keep the world moving. This kind of world avenue is the spirit of the absolutely fair world, and the will of the world can also be called Gaia consciousness. Its existence can be confirmed by the rules of cause and effect and fate. It is precisely because of the dual reasons of the will of the world and the way of the emperor that the war on the mainland will continue. Even if both continents suffer both losses, they will never stop. One must be completely defeated and swallowed by the other to be finished. Well, is it possible for the two continents to merge peacefully? The answer is impossible. Even individuals like Zhan Yu and Yuan Yu must give up their soul origin and make greater sacrifices. The fusion of the two worlds will inevitably destroy the Gaia consciousness of one of them. The indigenous warriors who have lost the protection of Gaia consciousness will most likely be rejected by the New World will, and the end will be absolutely terrible. Therefore, the creatures of the two worlds have no room for relaxation, only deadly battle. The weak and the strong, even at the world-class level, it is the truth. Su Lang couldn't help but said with emotion, no matter how high you stand, strength is always more important than anything. Close to the subject, the sooner the emperor body inheritance is developed, the better. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said, after the 6 major inheritances of Emperor 9 revolutions are gathered, there should be new changes. I believe Emperor Wu of 9 revolutions will definitely have such an arrangement. Well, I think so too. Su Lang smiled. Let's set off, please seniors to lead the way. It is good. Zhao Qin nodded. The other Wudi clones also nodded one after another. Then, adding Su Lang, a group of 23 people rushed to the Ziming Emperor clan. Damn it, unexpectedly, the bamboo basket will be exhausted. Xiao Lushan sighed and squatted on the ground, his expression in pain. It was the same with Li Feilu, standing in place with a gray face, without saying a word. The two of them didn't get anything in the inheritance of the emperor's head, and they did not have the qualifications to participate in the inheritance of the emperor, and they completely missed the inheritance of the 9th rank Wudi. Fortunately, Emperor Zhao Qinwu had promised to give them some emperor-level resources as compensation, which made them feel better. Chapter 1047, Inventory Harvest. I hope Senior Zhao Qin can compensate a little bit more. Xiao Lushan took a deep breath. As long as the resources are sufficient, I will definitely be able to break through to the emperor rank. I don't have that much confidence. Because Senior Zhao Qin is unlikely to give me an emperor-level exercise. Li Feilu looked dimly and shook his head. I really regret it, that Langdes, the reincarnation of the emperor's heart. The holy city of Yaoqi. Inside the White Jade Fairy Palace. Su Lang's will has already returned to his deity. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Su Lang hurriedly took out the treasures obtained from this exploration of the emperor's forbidden land. The first is the quasi-imperial soldier different sky box. There is a seedling of wuyu tea tree growing inside. Su Lang explored the inner space of the Yishan box with his spiritual thoughts, and found that it was very vast, not smaller than the inner boundary of a wushan. The space is full of strong incense and aspiration power, which was obviously poured in by Zhan Huo in advance. Su Lang didn't want to touch the incense aspiration power, so he quickly withdrew his mental power. I don't know how long this wuyu tea tree will grow up. Su Lang touched his chin and shook his head. Forget it, anyway, I won't be in contact with the incense willingness for the time being, let's put this thing aside. Throw the different sky box into the storage space. Su Lang picked up another fairy tool, the spatial bracelet. There are so many good things in it. 1007 white and 32 three-color Emperor crystals. 1,300 copies of the soul of the senior martial immortal. 99 caddies of yin and yang, the first death of snow. 82 bottles of heavy kundi sha lu. 100 tons of 1,000 qi and 5 light soil. Quote. As Su Lang put the contents of the bracelet into the storage space, he wrote down the names and grades of various materials. The worst of Xuanyu's collection is the middle and high-end goods of the fairy class, and the most is the imperial class materials. And the number is very large, all have to be calculated in large units, no way. Zan Zan is the Emperor Wu of rank 9, and he has almost touched the threshold of the Great Emperor. Even if he wants to be poor, his strength is not allowed. Not long. Su Lang counted all the materials. Then he took out the weapons one by one. There were 3 quasi-imperial soldiers and 78 high-level fairy weapons. Fei Xing Yan immortal sword pays homage to the master. Desperate fairy scissors pay respect to the master. One by one, the spirits emerged from the body of the fairy, looking strange and curious. They saluted Su Lang, very well behaved. This immediately made Su Lang embarrassed to break them down. Moreover, these fairy artifacts were all given by the good old man Zan Huo, so don't disassemble them. Anyway, the materials are completely sufficient now. Very good. After you have done your merits, I will promote all of you to imperial soldiers. Su Lang smiled. I am a master craftsman in the realm of the early days. Really? That's great. The new master is too junior to refiner, it is incredible. Become an imperial soldier. Wow, that is my dream. One by one, the strangely shaped spirits were chattering, and suddenly they became even more curious. Okay, go back to the main body. Su Lang waved his hand, and a group of weapon spirits immediately entered the body obediently, and then they were taken into the storage space by Su Lang. These fairy artifacts, Su Lang intends to reward those who have made merits. As for the weapon of the clone, with a thought, Su Lang took out many quasi-celestial level Yudian swords from the storage space. These quasi-celestial level Yudian swords were originally weapons that Su Lang had built for his clones, but they were no longer applicable. Now every clone has an emperor level cultivation base. It doesn't apply if these weapons are upgraded to fairy weapons. But if they are all upgraded to imperial soldiers, I'm afraid this consumption is too much. Su Lang thought about it, but shook his head and gave up. Although he has obtained a part of the inheritance from Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution, the materials are numerous. But to upgrade Xiaoyu, Su Lang had to send a large number of clones to play the mysterious merchants, trading materials from all the Wudi on the Kanglan continent. To build a total of 66 Emperor-level Yudian swords, it is overwhelming. Not to mention, the clones can't use such a good weapon. The fierce opponent, Su Lang, was hacked to death with his own hands, and it was not necessary for the clone to assist him. Chapter 1048. It's time to practice Emperor-level exercises. Those fairy weapons and quasi-imperial soldiers before, let the clone use them first. Su Lang touched his chin. When there are suitable candidates, I will reward them. Immediately after, Su Lang took out another jade slip of the exercise technique and placed it in front of him. Sweeping away at a glance, it is the exercises used by Zan Zan, such as Cry Yu Heart Sutra, 9 Revolutions Zan Di Ju, Shen Tian Di, Liang Yi Tian Yin Di Lu, and so on. In addition to these exercises, there are other rare exercises in the Xuanyu collection, available at various levels. It just so happens that my Wushu villain is empty. The number of rule comprehensions has also exceeded the pass line, so don't be too rushed for now. It's time to practice the Emperor-level exercises. Su Lang licked his lips with some excitement. He had long wanted to practice the Emperor-level exercises. Looking at the dozens of Emperor-level exercises in the storage space, my saliva would flow out. But Su Lang did not immediately select the exercises for practice. Because this time he got a lot of natural immortal-level exercises. Obtain 4 immortal-level techniques from the 2 quasi-emperors of the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianian Emperor. Received 5 Emperor-level exercises, 32 immortal-level exercises, hundreds of holy-level exercises and several god-level exercises from Xuanxuan. The number of immortal level and saint level exercises is very small, completely inferior to those obtained from Qianyu. But these exercises are all carefully collected by Zanzan, and the ordinary immortal level exercises that are just enough to fill the number are not in Zanzan's eyes. Therefore, these exercises have their own characteristics, and many exercises correspond to the unfamiliar rules that Su Lang has not yet understood. Except for the exercises below the immortal level, of the 5 emperor level exercises, 3 have been practiced by Zan Huo, and only 2 have not been practiced. These 2 exercises are called Earth Burst in the Sky and Yantian Sky Yin 2, both of which are emperor level exercises on the avenue of gravity. There is also a small book in the 2 exercises. Su Lang opened it and found that it was a note about these 2 emperor level exercises, and the reason why Zanzan studied these 2 exercises. When Xuanyu became the emperor, the road of strength was condensed. The 9 turns profound Emperor Zhu is to continuously temper the body. After 9 turns, the body becomes Tao and step into the realm of Emperor Wu. This method is similar to the burning soul and solitary lamp Zhu. After the avenue of cohesion, Xuanyu minored in the avenue of incense, and planned to concurrently study the avenue of gravity. The reason for choosing the avenue of gravity was actually trying to fill the incomplete part of Kanglan continent with one's own power. The coordinates of many continental debris are recorded in the notebook. Zan Yu intends to drag these mainland fragments to the Kanglan continent to fill in the missing parts. Hiss. With one's own power, complement one party's true boundless universe. The original Xuanyu actually had such great ambition and spirit. Su Lang couldn't help but think of a terrifying existence that spanned a large period of time and overwhelmed the entire continent with billions of creatures. The image of that class of heroes and the Zanzan that I saw before are completely 2 people. The incense is terrible. Su Lang sighed again, and immediately used the newly obtained 40 natural immortal level exercises to synthesize 4 emperor level exercises. 2 of them belong to the relatively ordinary Tao of Power emperor level exercises. The other 2 books made Su Lang's eyes shine. One exercise belongs to the spiritual avenue, named Soul Gathering and Splitting Ju. The other one belongs to the avenue of space and is called Eternal Realm Classic. Su Lang first picked up Soul Gathering and Splitting Ju and read it. The special feature of this method is that there is actually a means inside to condense the origin of the pseudo-soul. Putting the forged soul origin into the cut soul fragments can make it a soul that can be cultivated and grown. This method of forging the origin of the soul is the most important foundation of soul gathering and splitting technique. The cultivation method of this exercise is to cut one's own soul into countless small souls and practice independently. After the souls have become strong in cultivation, they can be gathered together with the exercises to achieve the goal of greatly improving the soul in a short time. Lying down. This can be called a plug-in technique for cultivating soul and spiritual power. If I have practiced this exercise, coupled with the automatic spiritual cultivation function, and burning soul solitary lamp Ju. Su Lang's eyes flashed with excitement. My soul, I'm afraid it will be as powerful as no one has ever been before, and there will be no one in the future. Chapter 1049. Soul Gathering Technique. Think about it. If it is divided by soul gathering and splitting technique, a large number of souls with a weaker realm will form. In the case of a lower realm, the difficulty of upgrading will also decrease, and the growth rate will become faster. Coupled with Su Lang's own spiritual practice, system ability, the ultimate speed of improvement will be unimaginable. This provided the best conditions for Su Lang to train his soul and improve quality. When the soul fragments of lower realm grow up, and then use the method of burning soul to forge, it will finally form the most essence of soul power. Until then, Su Lang will surely condense the soul and spirit avenue, and cast a solid foundation that will formally enter the Emperor realm. The soul is even more important than the physical body. This Emperor level abutment will surely enter the key to the Great Emperor level. Soul Gathering and Splitting Technique, a good technique. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, placed this exercise on a martial arts villain, and officially began to practice. In the mysterious black space, a little man sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by smaller illusory figures, very strange. Su Lang looked at it for a while, then picked up the Eternal Realm Classic, and read it carefully. He was already proficient in the rules of space, and soon understood some of the Emperor level exercises of this space avenue mainly. Practice the space rule line. A person who has mastered the rules of space can control the space rules and form various space magical powers. If it is to condense the space avenue, not only can it use the space rhythm of the big world, but also create the space rhythm itself out of thin air. As we all know, space metric lines are the foundation of space. Atoms, neutrons, and even smaller particles are the basis of matter. The metrical line of space is equivalent to the atomic neutron of space, which belongs to the most microscopic and original knowledge of the space system. Once you have a thorough grasp of the origin of this space, in terms of space, there will be no more obscurity. The importance of this exercise is beyond doubt. Su Lang smiled. I want to open up the 10-square inner realm, and in the future, I will also be promoted to the life universe. If I don't master the avenue of space, I'm afraid I will have fun in the end. Licking his lips, Su Lang put the Eternal Realm Classic on an idle martial artist. Suddenly, countless strange threads appeared on the wushu villain, floating in the air, looking a little strange. I chose these 2 exercises. Su Lang took out more than 50 Emperor-level exercises from the storage space. These Emperor-level exercises were synthesized by Su Lang twice before. In addition to the 4 Emperor-level exercises synthesized at this time, Su Lang has reached a full 60 Emperor-level exercises. Of course, most of them are ordinary 5 elements, wind and thunder, power, tenacity, darkness, yin and yang, etc. There are not many special avenues. Of course, Su Lang didn't really value those ordinary Emperor-level exercises. If this is thrown out at random, those Wudi who seem to be more harmonious may have their heads broken. After some selection, Su Lang selected 9 Revolutions Xuandi Ju, Zhenyu Emperor Jing, Mingguang Wanji Emperor Jing, Emperor Heart Reincarnation Record, and Liangyi Tianian Emperor Record. Among them, Liangyi Tianian Delu is a method of the Shuji Dadao, and it is also the 3rd road for Xuanxuan besides the Tao of Power and the Tao of Incense. Su Lang felt that he lacked powerful means of hiding, so he chose this technique. And the reincarnation of the Emperor's Heart is another spiritual avenue exercise. This exercise is also aimed at training the soul, but it is at the other extreme of the burning soul and solitary lamp. The soul burning method of the soul burning Jiu Lan Ju is very cruel, and it is extremely painful. Once used, it will fall into a spiritual realm, which is absolutely difficult for ordinary people to bear. But the record of Emperor Heart Reincarnation is different. This technique emphasizes gradual progress, slowly pondering, using water-milling skills, and in silence, it improves the quality of the soul. However, the original record of the reincarnation of the Emperor Heart is still in the empty hand, so I have to take it back and read it first. Su Lang touched his chin and said to himself, by the way, I should also reward them for being empty. Chapter 1050. This is embarrassing soon. Su Lang dispatched a clone to call the empty Zun Emperor, Hongshu Zhu Xian and others. Servants wait to see the Lord. Emperor Zunshu and others knelt in front of Su Lang with great excitement, knowing that they were here to receive the reward. Okay, you have performed well in the Emperor's forbidden land, and you should be rewarded. Su Lang was too lazy to call them to get up, and said lightly, let's talk, what do you all want? As long as it is a reward from the Lord, we like it. The emptiness quasi-emperor smiled shyly, looking like a flatterer. Let you just say it. Su Lang rolled his eyes gently. However, this move dissipated a lot of people's tension, so everyone mustered up the courage to offer the reward they hoped for. Some hoped to get the exercise technique, some hoped to get the pill, and some hoped to get the weapon. And the empty quasi-emperor remembered what Su Lang had said to him before looking back and rewarding him for a few rules. Although he controls the rules of space and the rules of virtuality, his mastery is not high, so he is eager to improve. Master. The servant asks the master to show me the maze of space rules. Emperor Wushu didn't know that Su Lang could directly indoctrinate the rules to others, and thought that teaching methods were needed to convey the profound meaning of the rules. Can you come forward and stretch your forehead? Su Lang nodded. Of course he would not break his promise. Thank you, Lord. Emperor Zunshu immediately moved forward, came to Su Lang, and exposed his forehead. He had experienced cultivation base initiation, and he made this action again at this time, and he couldn't help but think of the experience at that time. Could the Lord directly transmit the profound meaning of the rules to me? Empress Wushan was surprised and couldn't help but look forward to it even more. Immediately after, under the gaze of the other 9 Wushans, Su Lang stretched out his hand to press the empty forehead of Emperor Zun. But at this moment, he remembered that the number of his rule empowerments had not yet been refreshed, because he had used all the time before Chu Xiaobei. This is embarrassing for me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly. However, he is not out of options. Maintaining his hand against the empty forehead of Emperor Zunwang, Su Lang silently gave instructions. System, upgrade 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consumption of 1 million lower multiplication sources. The 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 12 levels, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 100%, and the number of daily empowerments has been increased to 12. Hey, isn't this one more time? Su Lang smiled, and then instilled the space rules into the empty Zhundi. Kneeling on the ground, the empty Zun Emperor only felt that countless space secrets appeared in his mind out of thin air. These profound meanings can be directly and thoroughly mastered without having to think about it. It's as if I have been studying for countless years. This is incredible. Emperor Zunzu's eyes widened and he looked dumbfounded. Hongshu Zhu Xian and the 9 martial immortals stared at the empty Zhundi with a serious face, seeming to guess what he had gone through. Okay, go aside, Su Lang faintly spoke, and the emptiness Zhundi suddenly knelt and bowed 3 times, retreating to the side with gratitude. Immediately after, it was the turn of the remaining 9 people to receive the reward. The 9 people saw that Emperor Zun Shu had made a great enlightenment under Su Lang's guidance, and they couldn't help but want to get rewards in terms of rules. But they had already proposed the reward they wanted, so how dare they change their minds now? Moreover, those pill medicine exercises and weapons are also what they urgently need. So after receiving the reward, everyone was equally grateful and excited. Then Su Lang dispatched the other 9 people, leaving the empty Zun Emperor. Empty? What about the reincarnation of the Emperor Heart? Su Lang was not polite at all and asked directly, it's here. The emptiness Zhundi didn't even think about it, and hurriedly took out the body of the Emperor's Heart reincarnation record, which is the golden black plate. Okay, Su Lang waved his hand, and the Emperor Heart reincarnation record flew to his hand. He quickly read it through. In the past, Su Lang was dizzy when he read this technique, but he could read this matter smoothly and gain a superficial understanding. After reading the exercises, Su Lang took out the jade slip of the exercise technique, and recorded these superficial understandings into it, and then gave it to the empty quasi-emperor along with the recorded body of the Emperor's Heart reincarnation. Chapter 1051. All functions are improved by 1 level. Master, I personally make notes and comments for me. Emperor Wushu caught the jade slip and the black plate with golden patterns, and was flattered and overwhelmed. Don't live up to my expectations. Su Lang glanced at Emperor Zun Shu, go down and practice. Yes, subordinates will work hard to cultivate and live up to the Lord's expectations. The emptiness Zhundi knocked his head like garlic, his forehead banged to the ground, causing the spirit of the white jade immortal palace to almost run out to scold him. Fortunately, Emperor Zunshuan didn't dare to stay longer, so he went down after kowtow. Su Lang did not immediately practice the record of the reincarnation of the Emperor's Heart, instead he took out the record of the Liangyi Tianian Emperor. After selecting one of the passages and using repair of fragments, I immediately got the original of this exercise. This time, Su Langkai placed the 5 exercises together: 9 revolutions Xuandi Ju, Zhenyu Emperor Jing, Mingguang Wanji Emperor Jing, Emperor Heart Reincarnation Record, and Liangyi Tianian Emperor Record. Start practicing. So far, the 7 martial arts villains are all busy. It's time to improve other system functions. Su Lang glanced at the Hinayana Shanyuan balance and immediately issued an order, except for 1 key empowerment, all functions are upgraded to 1 level. Ding. Consumes 1 million lower Shanyuan, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 34, and the training speed is increased to 2291.2 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 1 million lower Shanyuan sources, the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to level 34, and the training speed is 22.912 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of aptitude. Ding. Consumption of 1 million Shanyuan, the 1-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 33, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 22.912 billion. Ding. Consume 1 million lower multipliers, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 33, the number of clones is +1, the current number of clones is 33, and the number of clones is 33. The speed of one key training has reached more than 2 trillion times that of terrifying. At this time, it only takes 3 hours to save the cultivation base from Yiji Wushan to the quasi-emperor level. In a little while, I will be able to open up the inner world again. The corners of Su Lang's mouth couldn't help but evoke a smooth smile. In addition, the speed of exercises has also become twice as fast. System, how long will it take for my 7 emperor level exercises to be completed? Su Lang looked at the 7 busy martial arts villains and couldn't help asking. Ding. Host, the 7 emperor level exercises can be practiced to the founding level in just 48 hours. 48 hours. Su Lang raised his brows, calculated at a magnification of 22.912 billion, which is equivalent to more than 100 million years of practice, which is a bit exaggerated. But Su Lang quickly understood the reason. Ordinary Wudi, such as Zhou Yu, has been 6 to 7 million years from becoming emperor to today, plus the years of cultivation before, it should be about 9 million. However, the Shenyu Delu he had practiced was able to reach the level of Shaocheng. However, Emperor Xuanyu of the 9th Revolution, as the strongest martial artist in the history of the Kanglan continent, has unique talents and comprehension, and he can practice the emperor level exercises to the consummation level. But how long did it take Xuanyu? 10 million years ago, he was the 9th rank martial emperor. How many years did he practice before? 20 million years? 30 million years? Maybe more. It took such a long time for Zan Zan to practice the emperor level exercises to the perfect level and become the ruler of a great era. And between the consummation level and the founding level, there is another horrible gap that needs more time to fill. In addition, whether it is Wang Yu or Xuanhao, they are both unparalleled qualifications, and their understanding is better than the basic understanding of one-click martial arts. Therefore, Su Lang knew very well that it was completely normal that it would take 2 days for him to practice the emperor level exercises. The higher the martial arts road, the more difficult it becomes. It takes countless years to practice the exercises alone. Even the outstanding martial artist will probably die on the road. Fortunately, I have a system. Su Lang muttered, then his body moved and appeared in the southeast corner of Yaoqi Holy City. There are crowds of people here and it is very lively. Because today is the day when the Space Dojo is officially established. Information about the Space Dojo has long been circulated. It is said that it was refined by the Emperor Lang to help the warriors to achieve the special space of the ***** of war. Chapter 1052, Recast the 5 Elements Heaven. With the Space Dojo, we can become the ***** of war more easily. Yes, I have been stuck in the quasi-god realm for 3,000 years, and now I finally have hope of becoming a god. I am so lucky to be ruled by the great Langdi. Thank you to the great Langdi. The warriors were excited, grateful, or praying in the direction of Baiyushan Palace with a pious expression. Su Lang was hiding in the dark, and he actually felt a trace of incense and willing force converging toward him. Obviously, Su Lang has entered the hearts of all warriors in the southern continent and has become their belief. However, Su Lang does not intend to absorb these incense aspirations for the time being. He took out the different sky box and collected these incense willingness as fertilizer for cultivating wuyu tea trees. At this time, Li Shenyang's figure appeared in front of everyone. Behind him are Wang Fukan, Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju and other Su Lang's old men. Everyone be quiet, Li Shenyang spoke, and his voice spread throughout the city. His Majesty Lang is so virtuous, pitying sentient beings, specially refined the Space Dojo, ordered me to arrange it in the southeast corner, fuse all the warriors. This statement came out, the crowd suddenly couldn't help but boil, and more people bowed their heads in the direction of the White Jade Fairy Palace, and they were extremely religious. Li Shenyang didn't interrupt the worship of everyone, and when everyone was almost quiet, he began to introduce the rules of using the Space Dojo. For this, Su Lang has no interest in listening. He believed that Li Shenyang would do a good job, so that the rate of becoming a ***** in the southern continent increased exponentially. If there are more martial gods, there will be more martial sages, and if there are more martial sages, there will be more martial arts. Su Lang smiled faintly, turned and left here, and came to the 5 Elements Heaven. The 5 Elements Heaven is based on 5 quasi-emperor soldiers, and the 5 elements combined imperial formations are arranged to form a defense barrier at the rank of 4-turn Wudi. Its scope covers the entire southern part of the Kanglan continent. The 5 Elements Heaven should also be upgraded. Su Lang looked down at the vast barrier beneath him. During the battle with Zhou Yu, he went to Qingyu City to learn a lot of formations. Later, he sent a clone to act as a mysterious businessman to contact with various emperors, and learned some secretly. Compared with before the arrangement of the 5 elements heaven, Su Lang mastered a lot more emperor rank formations, and he could naturally improve it. However, Su Lang did not intend to just improve on the basis of the 5 elements heaven. He decided to decompose the 5 elements heaven and rearrange it from scratch. There are 2 reasons. One is that when the 5 elements sky was arranged before, the connection of all formations was so perfect that it was impossible to insert new formations. Once forcibly inserted, it is likely to cause some hidden dangers. The second is that Su Lang already has better materials for refining the formation, and the rearranged formation will be stronger. One-click decomposition. Su Lang was suspended high in the sky, and in a single thought, he broke down the 5 elements heaven he created by himself. Because the 5 elements heaven is transparent, it did not cause panic among the creatures on the earth. Wow! Countless array refining materials returned to the storage space. Immediately after, Su Lang began the arrangement of the new 5 elements sky. With the experience of deploying the formation for the first time, and Su Lang's cultivation base has also become higher, so this time the formation is faster. The time spent has been reduced from tens of minutes to 10 minutes. Silently, the new 5 elements heaven unfolded, forming a powerful barrier of rank 5 Wudi level. Moreover, wuxia not only possesses defensive capabilities, but also possesses powerful counterattacks. Because Su Lang added the 3-kill prison emperor array to it, and there is more than one. Of course, Su Lang has not forgotten to arrange the Sky Shooting Spirit formation, and the Sun Moon Fairy Spirit formation. These 2 formations are very important, not only the key to improving the cultivation environment in the southern continent, but also one of the energy sources of the 5 elements heaven. With the Sun and Moon Fairy Spirit Emperor formation as the main base, Su Lang integrated the Heaven Shooting Spirit formation into it, forming an Emperor-level formation with more functions and stronger effects. This kind of combined Imperial formation was called Shedianming Emperor formation by Su Lang. It can take in various extra space energies such as the Sun, Moon, stars, cosmic rays, etc., with extremely high efficiency, and transform them into high-concentration auras to feed back the mainland. Chapter 1053, Return to Blue Star. The effect of the Shishan Ming Emperor Array is more than 1,000 times better than the immortal-level Shishan Spirit Array. As soon as the formation was opened, it lavishly absorbed the energy from outside the sky, transformed into a rich spiritual energy, and fell from high above the sky. Some warriors who were flying in the air suddenly felt abnormal. What? Why is the aura of high altitude suddenly so strong? It's dozens of times richer than before, it's incredible. It seems that the higher the altitude, the richer it becomes. Could it be that His Majesty Langdi has improved the 5 elements heaven? The 5 elements heaven contains a more terrifying aura. Once I am infected, it will definitely be wiped out on the spot, maybe there is a killing formation in it. Quote. A asterisk of war, a asterisk of martial arts, and a asterisk of martial arts rose from the ground, and came to the sky, looking excited. Su Lang's arrangement of the 5 elements heaven had already passed Xu Xiaobei's mouth and spread throughout the southern continent. Therefore, everyone knew of Su Lang's great feats and bowed down to Su Lang. Everyone also knows that there is an extra strong barrier to guard everyone on his head, which brings a strong sense of security to all warriors. At this time, this barrier is strengthened again. How can this make people unhappy? Su Lang looked at the warriors who looked excited below, and was very happy, but Su Lang did not stay in the 5 elements for a long time. Because of one thing, he couldn't wait long ago. This thing is to return to the Blue Star and then go to the solar system to investigate whether planets like Mars are also fragments of the infinite universe. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Lang licked his lips, his body moved, and he appeared in the time and space passage of the Wind Spirit race. Master, Yan Xingxing flew up to greet him with a very respectful look. In the heart of Yangxingxing, Su Lang's image is no longer the rising star of the year. Instead, His Majesty Wudi, who established the 5 elements heaven, completely separated and ruled half of the Kenglan continent. It's been a long time, stars. It looks like your progress in cultivation is pretty good. Su Lang smiled and looked at the human genius in front of him. They are all helped by the rules and pill given by the Lord. Yan Hingxing didn't dare to claim credit, otherwise, in a short time, how can I make any progress? Su Lang smiled, chatted with Yang Xingxing again, and then descended on Blue Star through the space-time channel. The aqua-blue planet appeared under Su Lang, and the graceful curved horizon exuded a faint white enveloping, quiet and peaceful, so comfortable. Su Lang was relaxed physically and mentally, and couldn't help stretching. Although the concentration of Reiki is not high here, but Su Lang felt that staying here was more comfortable than staying in Kanglan continent. Suppress the repair. Su Lang landed on the ground and went to take a look at the island where the prospective saints were practicing. In this short time, of the original more than 100,000 people, 40,000 have been sanctified, and they have been taken to Kanglan continent by Yang Xingxing. The remaining more than 60,000 people have all reached the realm of quasi-sage. And some people continue to make breakthroughs, so I must wait for a certain number of people. Yang Xingxing will come again. It didn't disappoint me. Su Lang smiled faintly, grabbed a handful of pill and threw it down, accurately falling on every quasi-sage. He didn't bother to look at the excited expressions of these quasi-sages, turning around and coming to the human cities. The departure of the war brought peace and prosperity. Su Lang strolled around, but he looked a little strange. Because somehow, all the cities blew a retro wave. Many antiques excavated from the ground are regarded as treasures, especially books containing ancient information, which are very expensive. For example, the value of those ancient books that Chu Xiaobei read before has risen greatly, and only very wealthy warriors can collect 1 or 2 copies. Unfortunately, apart from these physical books, people simply cannot get more ancient information. Even if they dug out the computer hard disk storage card, they can't see the exciting, various research materials inside. As soon as it's safe to do something strange, it's really. Su Lang touched his chin silently, then shook his head and flew out of the Blue Star atmosphere. Chapter 1054. The truth of the universe coexist. When the warrior reaches the realm of King Wu, he can fly in the air. But to get into the sky, you have to have a stronger cultivation base. To break through the outermost dissipative layer of the atmosphere and enter the real vacuum area, at least the martial arts level cultivation base is required. The strongest Blue Star was Yang Xingxing, but Wang Fuqin held him back. The remaining Wu Zun was also forced by the fierce beast and wind spirit race, and had no chance to explore the extraterrestrial area. Therefore, the aura recovered to this day 2,000 years ago, and Su Lang flew out of the Blue Star's atmosphere into a vacuum. Although the vacuum environment is harsh, it is not a problem at all for warriors of Su Lang's level. Su Lang looked around. In front of him was a dark lacquer universe with a little starlight, and behind him was an azure planet, slowly rotating, quite magnificent. Let's take a look on the moon first. Su Lang unfolded the terrifying spiritual power of the Kongani realm, and instantly enveloped the entire Blue Star, and the nearby extraterrestrial area was also unobstructed. The figure of the moon also appeared in Su Lang's mental power. Because the distance between the moon and the Blue Star is at most 800,000 miles. This was very short for Su Lang's huge spiritual detection range, and it was naturally detected at once. As a satellite of the Blue Star, coexisting with the Blue Star forever, and playing an extremely important role in the Chinese mythological system, this moon is definitely not simple. Su Lang's figure moved, tearing through the void, and appearing on the surface of the moon in an instant. The surface of the moon was barren, and the earth was covered with gray-white gravel soil. Not far away, there was a black crater, like a mouth that swallowed everything. Su Lang walked forward, walking very steadily step by step. His current body is not an ordinary weight of more than 100 kilograms, but is similar to Emperor Wu, and he also carries 3 inner bounds with him, not knowing how heavy it is. Even if the gravity on the moon is weak, Su Lang cannot float. Of course, in order to avoid causing huge damage to the moon, Su Lang controlled his strength very carefully to avoid accidentally stepping on the moon. On this moon, there are very obvious and clear yin system rules around, even ordinary junior war gods can understand. Su Lang felt the power of the rules on the moon, and found that the yin system rules were very majestic, even condensed into a single yin system avenue. But the rest of the rules are very weak. But just from the majestic yin system rules, it can be inferred that the moon is also one of the fragments of the boundless world. The existence of the moon is no accident. Su Lang turned and looked at the ancient existent sun, only to see this huge lava flame star radiating endless brilliance. Because there are no clouds and no atmospheric occlusion, the appearance of the sun is extremely clear, and even the flares above can be seen. But Su Lang felt more things. The power of the sun is far more terrifying than imagined. The light and heat it emits, as well as the violent radiation, contains an extreme rule of light, sun, and fire. This extreme avenue of rules bake the blue star day after day, bringing a lot of energy to the blue star, but also bringing huge damage. Blue star has existed in this kind of extreme rule avenue for 4 billion years. It is logically impossible to keep alive. Su Lang's eyes shone with a hint of light. It is the yin system of the moon, and it plays a balancing role in it. Thought of this, Su Lang thought of the sun and the moon on the Kanglan continent. Kanglan continent and blue star are two worlds, but both possess the sun and the moon. The coexistence of the sun and the moon seems to be a cosmic truth, which exists in the world of life. The moon plays a very important role for the blue star. But you can't bring the moon into the inner boundary of wuxian, otherwise the blue star will lose the balance of yin and yang. I am afraid that there will be catastrophe. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled. However, the moon is meant to be taken along. The main things that need to be explored are the 8 planets such as Mars. Next, Su Lang's gaze fell on Mars. The ancient name of Mars is Yingwo, and the farthest distance from the blue star is 800 million miles. For Su Lang, it is still not far away. Chapter 1055, Devour Mars. Use methods such as clone dispatch and space rules. Su Lang soon came to the surface of Mars. Mars is a much smaller planet than a blue star, with only half the diameter and 1/10 the mass. Therefore, Su Lang's mental power can easily wrap it all up. After some exploration, Su Lang found that Mars was also filled with terrifying regular avenues, mainly fire-based regular avenues. In addition to this, there are other manifestations of the rules. Although they are weaker than those on the blue star, they are also more clearly manifested than the rules on the Kanglan continent. This is also a rare paradise for cultivation. Although there is no water and no air, you have to accept the terrifying radiation of the sun. But for wuxia, this harsh environment is easy to overcome. Su Lang thought silently. In addition, the impact of Mars on blue star is almost negligible, but it can be included in the inner boundary of wuxian. Thought of this, Su Lang couldn't help showing an excited smile. There are creatures on the blue star. If it is stuffed into the inner boundary of wuxian, it will almost be destroyed. Only when the inner boundary of wuxian develops into a perfect universe of life can the blue star be accepted and kept alive. But Mars is not the same as blue star. Although there used to be creatures on it, no bacteria can be found now. Such a dead place can naturally be stuffed into wuxian's inner world without any scruples. That's it. Let Mars into wuxian's inner boundary first. Su Lang licked his lips. But, which inner world should I put in first? After some thinking, Su Lang decided to stuff Mars into the inner boundary of his heart. After opening a third-party inner boundary, Su Lang roughly speculated that the inner boundary that was later opened should also correspond to the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs correspond to the 5 elements, and the heart just corresponds to the fire. It is the best choice to put the magic sparks in. After making up his mind, Su Lang did what he said and started acting immediately. Wuxian inner world. Su Lang came to the vacuum of the universe near Mars and instantly unfolded the inner boundary of his heart. The volume of Su Lang's inner boundary is comparable to 10 blue stars. It is natural to install a Mars smaller than a blue star. Wow, a majestic world emerged, directly covering the entire Mars. The majestic inner boundary blocked the sunlight and plunged the entire Mars into darkness. First, we have to get Mars out of the sun's gravity. With a wave of Su Lang, a large array of formations appeared in a vacuum, stretching for thousands of miles. The array barrier is facing the sun, completely canceling the gravitational force from the sun. Without the restraint of the sun's gravity, the huge glowing Mars began to escape its orbit. Of course, Su Lang would not let Mars run wild, and once again arranged a series of formations to trap him. Suddenly, the huge Mars was trapped in place, spinning at a constant speed, like a floating ball in a gravity-free environment. Next, we will take it into the inner world. Su Lang held his breath, the majestic energy in his body running wildly. A wave of terrifying spatial fluctuations spread, and layer after layer of spatial grids emerged from the void, wrapping Mars tightly. Together with them, there are 2 small satellites of Mars. Next moment, Su Lang stretched out his right hand and grabbed it hard, and a powerful force was transmitted to Mars. The whole planet began to tremble constantly. Pieces of space cracks appeared in the extraterrestrial void of Mars. Numerous spatial metric lines are actually torn apart, just like twisted steel bars sticking out of a broken concrete floor. The huge Mars was abruptly caught from this space by Su Lang, making it completely separated from this world. The last step, come on, lovely child, come into my arms. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the inner boundary of Wuxian, which covered the vacuum of the universe, thundered towards Mars. It is like the big mouth of a star beast, directly swallowing the whole Mars alive. Come, Su Lang's eyes condensed, and Wuxian's inner boundary instantly returned to his heart. Where Mars originally existed, a huge cave appeared, and even light could not penetrate it. But this cave is not a black hole. A black hole is a kind of celestial body, and this cave is a space hole. The healing power of the boundless universe is amazing. The 7 million meter diameter space holes left after the ingestion of Mars are constantly emerging a large number of spatial rhythms. These spatial rhythm lines are intertwined to become the foundation of the space, and filled with the power of space to restore its caves. Chapter 1056, Enchant the Inner World. Although Su Lang, who took Mars away, didn't plan to just eat and pat his ***** and leave. But even if he uses the rules of space to speed up the repair process of the space cave, he doesn't know how long it will take to completely repair the space cave. Time is precious, let it fix it yourself. Su Lang broke down the formation, turned and left the cosmic void, and hurried towards Venus. Along the way, Su Lang was watching the inner boundary of the heart that swallowed Mars. After this Fang Wuxian swallowed Mars, earth-shaking changes occurred. First of all, some spatial cracks appeared in Wuxian's inner boundary, which seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure brought by the huge Mars. But soon, the rules of space permeated, and the crack disappeared immediately. Immediately after, Mars stabilized, and its terrifying weight caused the gravitational rules of the entire world to converge. Those regular condensed soil, sand, and gravel water flows such as rock, soil, water, and fire are absorbed on the surface by sparks. The countless air currents and energy between the sky and the earth are all captured by Mars. The inner boundary of Wuxian in the heavens and the earth became somewhat similar to the incomplete life planet in Xuanxuan's Forbidden Land. That is, the planet is right in the middle of Wuxian's inner world, and there is nothingness in all directions. 2 small moons are still orbiting Mars. A small sun condensed regularly with sun, light, fire, radiation, rock, etc., suspended above the inner boundary of Wuxian, illuminating the entire Mars. Because the small sun is directly above the planet, only the northern hemisphere of Mars can shine with sunlight, while the southern hemisphere is completely dark. That won't work. Follow the rules of the solar system. With a thought in Su Lang, the majestic force pushed Mars, pushing it from the middle of Wuxian's inner boundary to the edge. Little Sun was moved by Su Lang to the middle of Wuxian's inner boundary. Immediately after, Su Lang drives the little Sun and Mars to rotate. But when it was the turn of Mars to revolve, there was a problem. Because Su Lang's little Sun is too small to form a strong gravitational force to dominate Mars' revolution. On the contrary, the little Sun was attracted by Mars, spinning and flying there. Moreover, Yingzhou Mars constantly wanted to go to the center of the inner boundary, and couldn't stop it. Can't let the little Sun stop in the middle. Su Lang touched his chin awkwardly, and let the sparkling Mars return to the center and let the little Sun revolve around it to form the 4 seasons of day and night. So be it. Unexpectedly, the absurd geocentric said it became real in my inner world. In addition, the inner boundary of this side can't be called the inner boundary of the heart, it's ugly, it's better to call the inner boundary of Yingluo. Su Lang ended his adjustment to the inner boundary of Wuxian. The key is that it has to be over. After all, he can't really build a fake sun bigger than Mars. At this moment, in the inner boundary of Wuxian after adjustment, fluttering Mars continues to rotate, absorbing the soil, water and air that previously existed in the inner boundary, and the sun is shining in the distance. Suddenly it has the conditions to breed life. Moreover, a force of rules also diffused from the magic sparks. Those rules that Su Lang hadn't understood, especially some very rare and unexpected fire-based derivative rules, began to supplement and perfect this simple world. This process is not slow, perhaps because Mars is also a fragment of the boundless world. It won't be long before you think that the inner boundary of Yingluo will be more perfect, and it will be one step closer to the life universe. The back-feeding brought by Yingluo Mars made Su Lang's body warm, and his whole body seemed to become stronger subtly. The most important thing is that Su Lang enchanted the inner world and swallowed Mars, and its weight expanded to 640 million megatons. As long as you unfold the inner circle of Yingzuo and release this weight, that is, the power of the world belonging to the inner circle of Yingzuo, Su Lang's every move can destroy the world without any magical powers. Su Lang's eyes were bright, obviously very excited. Enchant the inner world, open. With a thought in his mind, Su Lang released a 100,000th of the weight of the enchanted inner boundary to carry on him, a full 6.4 trillion tons. Suddenly, his body reached its limit, and his whole body made a crackling sound, which was very shocking. And behind Su Lang unexpectedly appeared a miniature of the inner realm, which was hazy, ups and downs, very strange. Chapter 1057, decided to exercise more immediately after. Su Lang gently shook his arm, and the surrounding space was rippled like water. Tisk tisk, although I am not yet on the road of cohesion, but this kind of power is probably comparable to the great Tao of power, reaching the realm of one force breaking the 10,000 laws. However, I can fully collect Yingua Mars, but I can only release 100 millionth of the weight of Yingua inner realm. From this point of view, my body is still too weak. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, but he also knew that being able to use the Wuxian inner realm to take in the Yingluo Mars is completely different from directly carrying the weight of the Yingluo inner realm. Ingesting Yingluo Mars is like using the inner boundary of Wuxian as a snakeskin pocket and settling on the big rock of Mars. Immediately, this big guy entered another space, and there was no need for Su Lang to move this rock in the process. And to carry the weight of Yingluo Mars, it is really necessary to use that force with one's own body. You must bear it first, and then you can use it. Next, Su Lang completely closed the weight of Yingzu inner boundary, and immediately became relaxed. He felt that he should exercise more, and couldn't dislike those emperor-level exercise techniques that were too common. Otherwise, just the weight of the inner circle of the glory will not be completely released. There will be 9 inner circles in the future. What should be done? Let it go. And next, Su Lang is going to collect gold stars. Su Lang became excited again when he thought of bringing Venus into the inner boundary of Wuxian again. And the reason for choosing Venus. One is because Venus is relatively close to Blue Star. Second, because the Tai Sui Jupiter after Mars is too big, it is 1321 times the size of the Blue Star, and the inner boundary simply cannot fit. The third is because the inner boundary of the lung opened up by Su Lang corresponds exactly to the metallicity among the 5 elements. If Venus is really the avenue of gold rules, it would be perfect. Quickly, Su Lang crossed the orbit of Blue Star again and flew towards Venus. Venus, also known as Venus, is the star that, the east is white, Venus rises, and has a strong color in Chinese mythology. For example, Buddha Shakyamuni enlightened Tao under the Bodhi tree at the moment of Qimingxing's ascension. Venus is the second planet in the order of the Sun from nearer to farther, and the one closest to the Blue Star, which is closer than Mars. Quickly, Su Lang arrived at Qiming Venus. Compared with Yingluo Mars, Qiming Venus seems to be more similar to the Blue Star. Its size and mass are very close to that of the Blue Star, and it has an atmosphere, air clouds, and rainfall. However, Qiming Venus does not have a planetary magnetic field to protect itself. Its surface temperature is nearly 500 degrees Celsius. The surface is full of molten metals such as lead and tin, and all the rain it falls is acid rain. Its surface environment is 10 times worse than Mars. Of course, this harsh environment still has no effect on Su Lang. Even because there are yellow clouds here, a few golden red lightning flashes from time to time, and the pattering raindrops make Su Lang more comfortable. Taking out an oil paper umbrella from the storage space and opening it, Su Lang strolled on this purgatory enlightened Venus to enjoy the rain. Ta ta ta, footsteps sounded on Venus, which had never been human. Just walking on the surface, without mental detection, Su Lang can feel the horrible Golden Rule Avenue pervading the space. That kind of strong power of the Golden Rules broke almost all the secrets of the Golden Rules and released them all. Su Lang estimated that even Wu Zun could quickly understand the rules of the gold system when he came to Venus with safety measures. It's another infinite fragmented planet, and as expected, it is a planet dominated by the Golden Rule Avenue. It's really beautiful. Su Lang smiled, no longer admiring the strange scenery here, and went directly outside the atmosphere of Venus. Standing in the void, in the dark universe behind Su Lang, a terrifying sun is suspended, and in front of him is a brown-yellow-gold star surrounded by a thick atmosphere. This enlightened Venus is 8 or 9 times larger than Yingluo Mars. I am afraid it will take more effort. Su Lang was engrossed, 2 brilliant lights shot in his eyes. Chapter 1058, Enlightened Venus. Next moment, countless formations filled the void, began to isolate the sun's gravity, besieged and captured the huge Venus, but Venus is much closer to the sun than Yingluo, and the formations needed to isolate gravity are more and more powerful. Su Lang had to lay out a layer of Emperor-level united formations and almost came up with the second 5 elements heaven, which isolated the gravity of the sun and besieged Venus. Immediately after, Su Lang did not hesitate to use Theoswallowing Clone. In an instant, 30 clones died. Rumbling, a frightening aura erupted from Su Lang, almost approaching Wudi rank 5. On the blue star more than 80,000 miles away, the situation changed because of Su Lang's aura. Countless creatures were crawling on the ground, panicking, thinking that another natural disaster was about to come. One by one, the martial sages rose into the sky with the will to see death as home, and the quasi-Xianxia star also returned to the blue star, like a big enemy. Some people hurried to the White Jade Palace in the holy city of Yaoqi to report to Su Lang. Detecting all this, Su Lang laughed blankly and immediately calmed everyone, and the whole world of Blue Star breathed a sigh of relief. A small episode did not delay Su Lang's plan to capture Venus. After using the devouring doppelganger, Su Lang immediately unfolded the rules of space, to tear the surrounding space and grab Venus from this world. Under the action of the space rules, the space cracks filled the void like spider webs. Su Lang is like a big spider, spinning continuously, wrapping Kimming Venus as prey, quickly. Kimming Venus completely separated from this space. Lung inner boundary, Su Lang thought, and the inner boundary opened up and his lungs burst out. The inner boundary of this side turned into a horrible mouth, swallowing it towards Kimming Venus. Wow, the huge planet is gradually being swallowed. It's a pity that no one else can see this spectacular scene, otherwise the jaw and eyeballs will be shocked. Not long, the entire Kimming Venus was swallowed by Wushan Inner Realm. After Su Lang put away the inner boundary of Wushan, a more terrifying space hole was left in place, 10 times larger than that left by Yingluo Mars. If you look at this place from the blue star at this time, you will find that the place where the Venus is located has turned into a black hole-like existence. Like before, Su Lang left the huge space hole for the repair of the boundless universe. And he himself. Then he sat down in the void nearby and began to sort out the inner boundary of his lungs. Oh no, it should be called the enlightened inner boundary, now. The inner vision enlightens the inner boundary. Venus star stopped firmly in the middle of Wushan's inner boundary just like after swallowing Yingluo Mars. A small sun condensed in various rules keeps spinning around it. Everything in the entire inner boundary, such as soil, sand, water, air, etc., was absorbed to the surface by Venus, and because it was separated from the solar system and without the real horror of the sun baking up close, the metal on the surface of Venus gradually cooled and became harder. This huge planet has become a big icy iron ball. Fortunately, a lot of soil rocks are adsorbed on the surface, and the sky is filled with air, and there are yellow clouds floating in the sky, which is even closer to the life planet than the magical Mars. And it's a planet rich in minerals, hehe. Su Lang smiled, but he didn't plan to mine Yingzhou and Kimming. It was too late to cultivate these 2 planets. He was still mining. What's the joke? Observed Venus for a moment. Su Lang felt again that various rules based on the rules of the gold system began to spread on this planet, and he began to perfect the inner boundary of this square, its new home. The inner boundary was nourished, and Su Lang suddenly felt that he had become a lot more fulfilled. Although it is temporarily unable to significantly improve combat power, the long-term benefits are very large. Let's go to Mercury next. With an expression of excitement and satisfaction on his face, Su Lang continued to move towards the sun. Although he did not intend to put Mercury into the inner boundary of the cubic area, but to put it into the 4th inner boundary that has not yet been opened up. But this does not prevent him from going to Mercury to investigate first. In case there is something out of the plan, he should correct it early, right? Chapter 1059, Mercury has ice. The distance between Mercury and Blue Star is between 200 million Li and 400 million Li, constantly changing as the planet rotates. At this time, Su Lang is on Venus, a little closer to Mercury, but they are about 200 million miles away. Even at the speed of light, it takes 5 or 6 minutes to reach it. Su Lang's speed is not up to the speed of light for the time being, but he has space rules and can jump in space. It didn't take him much time to reach Mercury. Mercury is the planet closest to the Sun. In ancient China, it was called Central Star and Mercury in the West. It is also a very mythological planet. However, this planet is very small, only about 1/3 larger than the Moon. Its surface features are similar to those of the Moon, with craters, rift valleys, and abysses everywhere, and it is also covered with radiation patterns. As the planet closest to the Sun, the radiation received by Mercury is the most terrifying. The ground, which has been exposed to solar radiation all year round, is always hot, and the thinner atmosphere can't give it any protection. Even a powerful warrior like Su Lang, walking on Mercury, can feel the scorching heat of radiant energy, but the temperature on the surface of Mercury is lower than that of Venus, for some reason. In this time, Su Lang was walking on the land of Mercury, suffering from the sun alone. Let me see. Does Mercury have water at all? A wave of powerful mental power spread out from Su Lang, gradually enveloping Mercury. The pervasive spiritual power covers the peaks and plains, seeping into the bottomless abyss, exploring everything that is barren. Result: Su Lang did not find a drop of water. However, he found water ice at the poles of Mercury, as well as at the bottom of certain abysses not exposed to sunlight all year round. And there is not a lot of water ice, it can be said that there are very many. Some water ice is occasionally hit by the intense sunlight, but it doesn't melt. This is interesting. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and his figure moved into an abyss. After entering the abyss, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, even reaching below zero in Baidu. Coupled with the darkness of the environment, Su Lang almost thought that he had come from the hot ***** of Abbey to the ice hell. Fall to the bottom of the abyss. Su Lang reached out and pried a piece of water ice from the ground. This is Xuanbing. Furthermore, it is the kind of extremely high-quality Xuanbing that has reached the level of God level, and even has subtle ice rules, and it will almost be promoted to saint level. Seeing the water ice in his hand, Su Lang couldn't help but gradually widened his eyes. Tianel. This is a piece of water ice that was picked up randomly, and it has reached the level of God. I don't know how much water ice there is on Mercury, especially the north and south poles. The water ice is almost as thick as the crust. With so many water ices, there must be holy ranks among them, even immortal ranks. Perhaps I can find some imperial ice materials. With a trace of anticipation, Su Lang came to the north pole of Mercury. Here is covered with a large area of water ice, forming a glacier. These glaciers would be extremely bright if viewed with a super telescope from the blue star. Hiss. The water system and ice system road here is really rich. There are also rare rules derived from various water systems, which can be easily manifested. Su Lang walked on the glacier in surprise, reaching out to the ground from time to time, and immediately took out a piece of holy and immortal ice material. Lying down, it's really a veritable Mercury. You can find so many ice-based materials easily. This Mercury must contain an extremely terrifying avenue of ice. Only if it is too close to the sun will it be suppressed. Su Lang's eyes brightened. If Mercury can be included in the inner boundary, all the derivative rules related to the water system may be completed in a very short time. Excited, Su Lang wanted to collect Mercury almost on the spot, but he finally held back. The Dantian inner boundary is the first inner boundary, the most important one, and it will be kept temporarily. It is better to wait until the inner boundary of the kidney corresponding to the water attribute is opened, and then collect Mercury. Anyway, it won't take long for me to open up the fourth inner boundary. At this point, Mercury can't run away. Su Lang muttered a few words, then set off on his way home. Chapter 1060, Vicious Thoughts about Ling Ju. Not long, Su Lang returned to the White Jade Fairy Palace in the holy city of Yaoqi. Before turning around on Blue Star, I saw some dug-out antique computers, memory cards and the like, and Su Lang's idea of establishing an internet became even stronger. However, wuxia can only be used as a network transmission medium, not a network server. To build a huge network covering the entire southern land, a powerful server is also needed. But setting up a server, it's definitely not possible to go to the technology side. It can only be replaced by other means. What should be used instead? Su Lang sat in the quiet room, taking out the cauldron to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon, while silently thinking, quickly. His inspiration flashed. It would be great if the world consciousness could be used as this server. As the consciousness of the world, that is, the road where all the rules are gathered, it can uphold the most thorough fairness and objectivity, without bias, and completely guarantee privacy. Su Lang touched his chin, his eyes gleaming. With the size of the World Avenue, it is very easy to do this server. After all, it controls the world's causal destiny. But the idea is good, the reality is skinny. Unfortunately, with my current ability, even if I can't do this in my own inner world, in the big world of Kanglan continent, it's impossible to do it. Su Lang frowned, curled his lips. I can only retreat and build a super soul without subjective consciousness to serve as a server, and this soul must at least be an emperor. For an instant, Emperor Ling Juwu's disgusting face appeared in Su Lang's mind. Hey, if you dare to frustrate me again and again, let you be the server. Well, it has to be transformed before it becomes a server. You must get rid of this guy's main consciousness and make him a tool man. Su Lang rolled his eyes and thought, it's best to use the incense willingness to turn him into a completely kind and good person like Zhan Hu. At that time, we will be able to fundamentally eliminate bad information on the internet, to create a healthy network environment, starting from poisoning Emperor Ling Juwu. Su Lang became more excited as he thought about it, and almost wanted to grab Emperor Ling Juwu as a server on the spot, but now is not a good time to do it. In addition, Yuan Yu hasn't officially become the emperor and make her debut, so she can't use her Wuyu Tea Forest to poison Emperor Ling Juwu. I can only bear it any more. Su Lang touched his chin. Since the network cannot be established for the time being, the Wuxia transmission network should be temporarily put on hold. Then, if the giant transport network is managed by human resources, and I don't know how many people are needed, it should be handed over to it after the intelligent server is established. Thought of this, both the internet and transportation network plans were temporarily shelved by Su Lang. Next, he focused his attention on his spiritual consciousness and checked the progress of his spiritual cultivation. With the passage of time, the function of spiritual cultivation increases his spiritual cultivation every moment. The whole spiritual world has become more and more brilliant, especially in the sky. The sun that the sunny sun exudes is getting brighter and brighter, as if to shine through this spiritual world. At this level, it would have been possible to burn soul again. However, I am now practicing soul gathering and splitting Ju. After the exercise is completed, I will burn my soul. The effect should be much better. Furthermore, those martial emperors often deal with them now, and cannot burn their souls at will, lowering their spiritual level. After some consideration, the matter of burning the soul was temporarily put aside by Su Lang. This time, for the time being, I can only refine the superhumanoid weapon parts while waiting for the avatar to arrive at the heavenly depth. In the successive refining, Su Lang has accumulated 12,000 celestial parts, and the task progress reached 10%. Because of the diligent cultivation, Su Lang's movements in refining immortal parts were also much faster. In the past, only 40 or 50 parts could be refined in an hour, but at this time, it can stabilize 70 parts in an hour. Of course, this speed is still too slow compared to the number of 120,000. Chapter 1061, WeChat Private Visit to See People's Livelihood. Su Lang didn't think about letting the clone help. It's a pity that only Su Lang can enjoy the synchronization function of one key refining, alchemy, and formation. Although the clones possess advanced spiritual intelligence, their characteristic is to have the same combat power as Su Lang's deity. Apart from this, they know nothing. It is also unrealistic to let them learn various technologies, because once Su Lang uses the swallowing clone, after they cool down and resurrect, their memory will be zero. You can only do it yourself. Su Lang took a deep breath. I only hope that the final product, the superhumanoid weapon, can make my eyes shine. Then, Su Lang was self-reliant for a long time, until the number of one-key empowerment functions are all refreshed. Squatting at home for so long, it's time to go out for a walk. Su Lang stood up, collected the cauldron, and hurried directly to Luoyu Emperor City, but Beckham is not here. After taking out the jade card of transmission for some inquiries, only then did she know that Chu Xiaobei actually took Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian to other Luoyu imperial clan cities, and she said she wanted to wander the streets of the entire Kanglan continent. Woman, haha. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently, then opened the space channel and found the city where the three girls were. This is a holy city of Luoyu Emperor clan. Although it was a holy city, it was only a small third-tier city in the Luoyu Emperor clan. When they found the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei, they were trying on clothes in a clothing store, which made Su Lang instantly feel a little bad. Really? Next moment. Su Lang, what do you think of this dress? Chu Xiaobei ran over wearing a long-sleeved fluttering dress, looking expectant. Good looking, good looking. Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he nodded in praise. Immediately afterwards, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian also came over in new clothes. Brother Su Lang, does this dress look good? I think it suits me quite well. However, if Brother Su Lang doesn't like it, I'll change one. Anyway, I wear Brother Su Lang to see it. Me too. Rushui and Slender looked like a happy little bee, buzzing, floating in front of Su Lang. Everything looks good. The key is that you guys are beautiful and look good in everything you wear. Su Lang didn't have the heart to disturb everyone's interest, so if he didn't want money, he would rush out. This time, the three girls were happier immediately. After they bought the clothes, they dragged Su Lang to go shopping together. Just treat it as a private visit on WeChat and take a look at the people's livelihood. Su Lang followed the three women in a kind-hearted manner and walked around the street. Zhou carried out Su Lang's orders thoroughly. What order? It was to let him take the dead soul martial artist everywhere to preach the order of Emperor Luoyu to change the master. At this moment, even in this third-tier little holy city, there are people discussing this matter everywhere. How can our invincible Emperor Wu surrender? Yes, although the dead soul fighters have come out to testify, I still can't believe it. Lord Luoyu Wu is the everlasting sun. How powerful is Lord Langdi? Who can defeat him? I heard that Lord Langdi ruled half of the southern continent, dozens of times larger than the territory of Emperor Luoyu. It is conceivable how powerful Lord Langdi is. Actually, Lord Luoyu Wu did not die, it was the best result. Yes, although our race has an extra sky above its head, it will not have a bad effect on us, but it can also shield us from the wind and rain. Yes, yeah, I have a relative who went to the south for a trip, and I heard that the aura there has grown stronger. Not only that, Langdi has also created a spatial dojo, and also has a place of sanctification, and even a place of immortality. What is more amazing is that there is a welfare for the whole world, the exchange building. How wonderful it sounds. It's much better than our bitter little holy city. I really want to settle in the southern continent. I heard that the southern continent is protected by Lord Langdi. Passes must be issued for entry and exit, recorded in the record, and acquaintances must be guaranteed. Well, and now it's only open to our Luoyu Emperor clan. Oh, yes, there is also the Xuanyu Fairy clan. This is our glory. Hey, I can apply for a pass. Whoever wants to go to the southern continent, come on, say in advance, not free. Chapter 1062, The Edge of the World Wound. The conversations of the Luoyu clan members fell into Su Lang's ears, making him smile. It seemed that the Luoyu Emperor clan, instead of being frustrated by changing the world, was full of hope for the future. The originally barren southern land has become a place many people yearn for. The transformation of the southern continent has only just begun. A faint smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. When I get the internet and the transportation network out, the whole world has to go to me. Thinking about it, I've been shopping several streets with Chu Xiaobei's three daughters. I also bought a lot of things, but fortunately everyone has an inner space, so that Su Lang doesn't need to help carry bags. The third daughter knew that Su Lang was looking for something, so she had no plans to continue shopping. The four opened a room in a luxury inn on the side of the street and went in to rest. Bei, come, it's time to instill the rules. Sitting on the chair, Su Lang beckoned to Chu Xiaobei. Come on. Chu Xiaobei dropped the gadget he had just bought and came to Su Lang. She squatted down skillfully, approached Su Lang, closed her eyes, and looked like she was waiting for a kiss. Rushui and Shenxian looked at them, and couldn't help laughing while covering their mouths. Su Lang raised his eyebrows with a smile, reached out his hand against Chu Xiaobei's forehead, and began to instill the power of rules, quickly. The power of the 12 rules has been instilled. I now master the power of 70 rules. Chu Xiaobei looked contented. Su Lang, you are great. Su Lang gave a faint hum, and said to his heart that the obedience of this Tsunere mushroom is getting higher and higher, unlike before, often frying the hair. You two come here too. I will check your body. Su Lang looked at Rushui and Slender, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, the two girls nodded, came to Su Lang together and squatted down obediently, like two pets. Su Lang unfolded his mental strength and carefully checked the physical conditions of the two women, and found that they were pretty good. Especially the mental power. With the back-feeding of the high-strength cultivation base, it has become more lean. It won't take long for them to officially break through to the Weiyu level, allowing them to control their own power more easily. At that time, Su Lang would instill the exercises to them again. You guys are great, come on. Su Lang patted the two women's foreheads, encouragingly. We will become stronger, so don't be vases. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian nodded their heads, their expressions very firm. I am looking forward. Su Lang showed a relieved smile. Although the pleasure he developed is very refreshing, he still hopes that the three women can really help him. After checking Rushui Shenxian's physical condition, Su Lang planned to stay with the third daughter for a while. Unexpectedly, the avatars sent to the Tengui Donghai Ziming Emperor clan had already arrived at the heavenly depths of Zhuexian with the Wudi avatars. Next, it's time to get through the moat. Then, Su Lang bid farewell to the third daughter and came to a deserted land. Swallow the clone. Su Lang gave an order, and 30 clones were wiped out. The horrible breath came from Su Lang, but fortunately, he deliberately concealed it, so as not to make the distant creatures frighten and piss. This power has reached the rank of rank 5 Wudi. Su Lang felt the surging power in his body, his eyes gleamed. Moreover, if you release a trace of inner power, you can strengthen it a lot. Next moment, Su Lang took a step forward, and the endless space rhythm lines emerged, forming a space channel, engulfing his figure. The Kenglin continent is very large, and the land of the saints alone is comparable to the surface area of the blue star. From this, it can be inferred that this is really a terrifying world. Zhuexian Tianmo was very far away from the territory of Luoyu Emperor clan. Su Lang used the space channel several times before reaching the vicinity of Zhuexian Tianmo, of course. If he didn't want to hide the trump card off-clone replacement in front of the Wudi, Su Lang would definitely have replaced it directly. At this moment, Su Lang was suspended high in the sky. There are strips of twisted clouds in the sky, the edges of which are reflected in the strange color of dark gold. There was a trace of unusual spatial fluctuations in the air, and occasionally the power of chaotic rules drifted by, and the following Wu Sheng would die. At the foot, there is a dry black ground, as barren as Mars, Venus and Mercury that Su Lang has visited. Nearby, the black ground was covered with cobweb-like cracks, with fiery red light shining from the cracks. Chapter 1063. Lu meets the White Moon Emperors. Just here, hasn't the environment been so bad before arriving at the Tianxian moat? Su Lang looked around, feeling the twisted rules, took a slight breath, and then looked away. I saw red light burst into the sky, forming a distorted red light barrier, just like the blue star aurora hanging over the North Pole. This red light barrier is the heavenly moat. Below it is the real-world wound, a scar that cannot heal after countless years. And this was just a relatively large scar on the Kenglin continent. Its incomplete part, called the part of the back of the world, is the real wound, just like a wound from a person's body where dozens of kilograms of meat have been dug out. Kenglin continent, why did it become like this? What happened to this huge planet? There was a chill in Su Lang's heart, and it was hard to imagine what kind of existence could this huge planet, and based on the information obtained before, it is speculated that the Jingtian continent is also incomplete, and even the hundreds of continents in the entire Star Sea area seem to be like this. Countless years ago, what kind of space war happened in this starry sky? Su Lang felt heart palpitations for the battle. It's a mere Emperor Wu, who is just showing his power on this planet, it's really nothing. With emotion, Su Lang stepped forward and walked towards the red light barrier. He stepped over the red cracks in the spiderweb version, swept through with mental power, and found that the rules were getting more twisted and weird. The water flow here becomes hard, radiates light, has burning ability, the flame becomes liquid, the light spirals, and the rock floats and dust falls. Various abnormal phenomena appear here, it is simply magical. Su Lang even felt that the rules of space were distorted, and the metric lines of space were folded and bent, causing the space to form wrinkles. Seeing that the front is close at hand, in fact, it has to travel a longer distance in space to reach it. In addition, the spatial rhythm lines are constantly distorting, even the spatial coordinates have become abnormal, and their positions often change. In such an environment, Su Lang no longer dared to use the space rules to move forward. So as not to move the set space coordinates to the ground all at once, wouldn't it be miserable? Even if you don't die, you will be embarrassed and embarrassed. Su Lang flew forward very cautiously for a while, and suddenly met two people. These two were not the avatars of Emperor Wu, but the twin female emperors of the two Emperor Wu's deities, the Baiyu Emperor clan. The protruding and back-curved Miao Man figure and the heroic and neat temperament are pleasing to the eye. Su Lang, the Emperor of Southern Wave, met two Taoist friends. Su Lang paid the meeting ceremony solemnly. Zhu Lan, I have met fellow Taoists. Zhu Xin, I have met fellow Taoists. The twin empress smiled slightly, and her voice was as clear as a phoenix. Su Lang secretly said that these two mushrooms are indeed twins, their voices and movements are exactly the same when they speak, and their expressions are almost the same. The way of the martial artist is extremely difficult, and it is extremely rare to be able to step into the way of the emperor. The twins of the emperor are really rare. At this time, Zhu Lan, who should be her sister, asked softly, "Does Taoist Su Lang walk with us?" "Then go along." Su Lang smiled slightly and flew forward with the two empresses. The three of them flew on the edge of the wound in the world, approaching the Tianxian Mo. "Friend Su Lang," Zhu Xin, who should be my sister, suddenly asked, as the exchange shop in Baiyu Emperor City opened by fellow Taoists. I heard that fellow Taoists opened exchange houses in the southern mainland. The two systems are quite similar. Hearing this, Su Lang smiled awkwardly. I just came to Kanglan continent and I lack everything, so I can only make the best move. This is nothing. Zhu Lan smiled faintly. We Baiyu Imperial City originally opened up the Imperial City and welcomes everyone from all over the world. Yes, Zhu Xin continued. In addition, Taoist Su Lang said that he lacked everything and he was too humble. I think it should be everything. To be honest, I also sent someone to the Taoist shop to exchange some rare materials. Chapter 1064. Try to fall into the heavens, oh. Two Taoists actually patronized my shop. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled. Next time you must come to me, and I will never let the two suffer. Thanks a lot, then. Zhu Lan nodded, and regardless of whether Su Lang was a polite remark, thank you first. After some greetings, the two sides are familiar with each other a lot. On the way forward, it's not so boring anymore. Quickly. Su Lang's trio were getting closer to the heavenly immortal moat, and 24 woody clones also appeared in their vision. Su Lang's clone is among them. The other avatars of Emperor Wu also saw Su Lang and Baiyu twin emperors, and greeted them one after another. Friend Langdi Dao, Taoist Su Lang came so fast. Yes, yeah, our deity is still on the way. I saw that Taoist Su Lang's method of opening the entrance to the forbidden area was obviously to master the rules of space to the perfect state of perfection. To be able to arrive so quickly, it must have used space means. Taoist Langdi came with Taoist Zulin and Zushen. It seems that the three have a very close relationship. One by one, the avatars were smiling and talking, and they met with Su Lang. Among them, Emperor Ni Chenzhou of Honglian Wu and the old man of Qingyu Emperor Qingxiao were the most enthusiastic. Su Lang also had a serious chat with each of Woody clones. The main reason is that these Woody clones are not like Su Lang's clones with independent consciousness. They can be regarded as an extension of the deity of Emperor Wu, like arms, legs and feet, and their every move can completely represent the will of the deity. Therefore, Su Lang would treat them like Emperor Wu's deity. Of course, there were some people who were bothered by Su Lang, and that was Emperor Ling Juwu. Indigenous people from the mainland fragments are really personal. Emperor Ling Juwu glanced at Su Lang disdainfully, cursing in his heart, still annoyed by Su Lang's face before. He kept saying that Su Lang could not open the Emperor's forbidden area, but in the end Su Lang just opened the forbidden area entrance without using the secret key. Not only that, the opening of the Emperor's forbidden land also fell to Su Lang's expression. Now that all the great martial emperors can explore the forbidden area of the Emperor, they must inherit Su Lang's favor, and his Ling Ju is no exception. It happened that he and Su Lang didn't deal with each other, so they felt irritable during this journey. When Emperor Ling Juwu scolded Su Lang secretly, Su Lang's sight was also aiming at Ling Ju Wudi. The look in his eyes is like the chef is looking at some kind of food, thinking about how to cook it. Hiss. Emperor Ling Juwu shivered for some reason. He once again whispered that the power of the rules here is twisted, it's really not a place for people to stay. Chat with all Woody clones for a while. Su Lang came to the real Heavenly Fallen Heavenly Mo. The ground under the feet looked like a cracked black turtle shell, and countless red cracks spread from under the feet to all sides. Look to Zhuixian Tianmo. It was a red abyss with almost invisible edges, and it was chilling without bottoming out. In the abyss, there are huge black mountains suspended, slowly rotating, ups and downs. The force of twisted rules interweaves and circulates, turning the heaven and earth inside completely different from the normal world. This kind of power to distort the rules is truly a mighty force. Even the powerful Emperor Wu can't use this method, maybe even the great Emperor can't use it, and can only use the power of normal rules, restricted by the world. Su Lang looked at those weird twisted rules, and felt something in his heart. If you want to jump out of the world and truly become an existence beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements, you may have to have this kind of power to distort the rules. Otherwise, even if you can leave the planet, it's just appearance, and in essence it is still restricted by the rules of the world. Thinking, Su Lang seemed to see a very terrifying state. However, this is just my guesswork. Shaking his head and smiling, Su Lang stepped forward, stepping on the edge of the Tianxian Mo with 1 foot. A long-lost sense of stepping in the air came. When the martial artist reaches the realm of the king of martial arts, he can fly in the air. But Su Lang just stepped on his feet and almost staggered. It's the ghost of twisting the rules. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, exerted all the power of the rules, and walked directly into the heavenly fallen moat. Chapter 1065, Horrible Twisted Rule. Wow. Numerous twisted rules linger around, like a giant net trapping Su Lang. The normal rules exuding from Su Lang's body touched the twisted rules, and there was no huge movement, but began to assimilate the other side continuously. This is a silent battle. If the power of Su Lang's rules is assimilated by the twisted rules, then he will lose the rule, an important means of resistance, and can only rely on his body to resist the erosion of the twisted rules. However, rules are the origin of the existence and operation of everything in the world, and the flesh is also based on rules. When the rules are distorted, the body will be drawn directly from the bottom of the tank. How can you resist the distorted rules? Therefore, rules can only be used against rules. If you can't control the power of the rules and can't stop the distortion of the rules, you will definitely not be able to pass through the distorted place of Tianxian Tianmo. The martial artist of the martial arts level does not actually master many rules, and the rules they master are not proficient at all. It is like Woody. Although he has mastered the rules of space and the rules of emptiness, he only mastered the fur, and Su Lang needed to instill the rules of space to him. Moreover, even Emperor Wu couldn't master all the rules, so he could only choose one or a few rules to condense the rules and specialize in a series of cultivation. Only with such an unreasonable existence like Su Lang can he master so much power of rules, and is expected to concurrently develop many rules and avenues. The strength of the rules that the martial arts masters is not at home, is the most fundamental reason for not being able to pass this world wound. Therefore, this world wound will have the terrifying name of falling into the heavens. At this moment, when Su Lang entered the Tianxian Moan, it was like a person sinking into the deep sea, and the environment was extremely harsh. But although he hasn't condensed the rules of the road, he has more than 300 rules, and every one is perfect. This is equivalent to a person who has sunk into the deep sea wearing very advanced equipment, which can completely withstand the damage caused by the environment. After resisting the erosion and assimilation of the twisted rules, Su Lang wandered around and landed on a giant black floating island. The material of this floating island has never been seen before, it is completely the product of distorted rules. This kind of stone, with the slightest twisted rules, is a natural weapon. You can just pick it up and smash people. Everyone below Wushan can smash to death, even if it is an ordinary Wushan. If one is inattentive, he will suffer. Su Lang smiled and picked up a stone from the ground, threw it in his hand, and then threw it away. Although this stone impregnated with distorted rules can indeed be used as a weapon, and it is a distorted rule weapon. But after taking out the Tianxian moat, the above distortion rules will soon be assimilated by the normal rules, and those distortion rules are too weak. In addition, these things cannot be refined. Because all refining methods are based on normal rules, and materials with distorted rules, professional skills are not compatible. Moreover, even if there are real ghosts to refine it, after taking it out, it still cannot escape the fate of being assimilated by the normal rules of the big world. So this thing seems to be awesome, but it's actually a tasteless rib. Isn't it useful for ass? Su Lang shook his head, turned around, and returned to the place where the martial emperor clones gathered on the earth. But I saw that more than 20 Wudi deities had already arrived. The deity was present, of course, there was no need for the clones, so they put the clones into their life universe one after another. Su Lang also waved his hand and closed his clone. Dear fellow Taoists, let's go. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said simply and neatly, and flew directly into the heavenly depths. Su Lang and other emperors followed closely and flew into the Tianxian Mo. It was not the first time that other Emperor Wu traversed the Tianxian Mo. Su Lang had just adapted to it, so everyone had no problem and could fly safely in the Tianxian Mo. At this time, friend Su Lang, we are together. Ni Chenzhou flew to Su Lang's side with a smile on his face. By the way, I have already burned that exercise. The copy and the original are for you. Talking, he gave Su Lang 2 very high-end jade slips. However, Ni Chenzhou agreed to help Su Langduo burn 2 copies of the exercise. Thank you. Su Lang nodded and accepted the jade slip. Where, I owe Dao's kindness. Ni Chenzhou smiled apologetically, and then took out a 3-inch tall human figure. This phantom has only the outline of a human figure, and there are no men and women. Numerous golden threads are wrapped around the body, which is very mysterious and mysterious. Chapter 1066. All Wu emperors were stunned. This is exactly the original technique of the Di Shang Wu Shi Jing. The emperors on the side stared at them instantly, revealing an incredible color. The original emperor-level technique. This is an emperor-level technique that has never been seen before, so mysterious, so mysterious. When did Red Lotus Wudi have the original emperor-level exercises? Didn't he only inherit the Honglianjiao Shidi Jing from his ancestors? Looking at the appearance of Emperor Wu Lian, that technique originally seemed to belong to Emperor Lang of the South. He was just returning things to the original owner. What Su Lang turned out to be. That is to say, Su Lang originally lent the emperor-level technique to Ni Chenzhou. God, he could do such a thing. Yeah, how rare is an emperor-level exercise method, let alone the original of the emperor-level exercise method. If I were to offer any conditions, I would not lend it out. Perhaps, Emperor Lang didn't care about that emperor-level technique at all, so he borrowed it. Gouda, you said, Ni Chenzhou can borrow the original exercises, can we also take a look? I think Taoist Qingxiao should be able to borrow it. We are not very familiar with Emperor Lang. Friend Qingxiao, come on. Quote. All the emperors screamed in exclamation, and then flew towards Su Lang, pushing Emperor Qingxiao Wu to the front. At the end of the crowd, Emperor Ling Juwu had a green face. How is this possible? How could that guy have the original emperor-level exercises? And he is willing to lend it to others to read. Emperor Ling Juwu's eyes widened, and his envy, jealousy and hatred continued to linger in his heart, directly breaking his millions of years of cultivation of the character. In addition, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianyan, who had not dealt much with Su Lang, were also full of shock, horror, and jealousy. No way, the emperor-level exercises were originally too attractive. Even the aloof Emperor Wu must covet. Cough. Friend Su Lang. Emperor Qingxiao Wu was elected by the crowd, with an embarrassed expression, and he didn't know how to say it. The martial emperors behind him were eager to death. Do you want to borrow the emperor-level exercises? Ni Chenzhou looked at the Wu emperor around him, and said with a smile, it's really a coincidence that the exercise method Langdi Taoist friend has already been sold to me. Okay. Su Lang nodded and raised the original text of the Emperor Shang Wu Shi Jing in Yang Yang's hand, so, I can't show it to you again. This statement came out, everyone was shocked suddenly. It turns out that Ni Chenzhou didn't borrow it to see it, but bought it. But, how much resources does it cost to buy an emperor-level exercise technique? Some Emperor Wu looked at Ni Chenzhou with blinking eyes, and secretly said, I didn't see it, you turned out to be a big local tyrant. Simultaneously, everyone has some regrets. Since that emperor-level exercise was sold to Ni Chenzhou, they couldn't borrow it, then. Everyone sighed with disappointment and shook their heads to disperse. But at this moment, everyone, don't worry, actually, I have other emperor-level techniques here. Su Lang suddenly ticked the corner of his mouth. As long as the price is right, it is not impossible to sell it to you. He now has more emperor-level exercises, and he can't finish his cultivation all at once. Some of them are ordinary, it's better to sell them in exchange for resources. Anyway, It's not completely sold, just let someone burn a copy. And all Woody heard this. Suddenly he froze in place like an electric shock, then slowly turned around, showing a stunned expression. What? Taoist Su Lang, you still have an emperor-level technique for sale. My god, how many emperor-level exercises do you have, fellow Taoist? Just do the math, the cultivator Langdi Taoist himself can't be sold. This is one piece, and the one sold to Ni Chenjo is one piece, and there are still others to be sold. Let's count one piece for the time being, just this. All three. There are 3 emperor-level exercises, and it's still a conservative estimate. I only have 1 emperor-level exercise, how can this make me feel bad? Quote. The emperors present were completely stunned. Ji Yu Jing Wubo's mood for hundreds of thousands of years is completely broken at this moment. Everyone stared at Su Lang, and the light in their eyes was a snap. Ling Ju, Yaojin, and Tianyan Wudi, who had originally envied and hated Su Lang, were sour and speechless. Chapter 1067. Su Lang smiled but said nothing at this time. Friend Su Lang, are you really going to sell the emperor rank technique? Qingxiao Wudi, as the representative of the crowd, stared and asked dryly. Of course, Su Langtan started helplessly and said, otherwise, why should I say it, amuse everyone? Oh my god, Emperor Qingxiao Wu's beard twitched and spoke quickly, Dao fellow Su Lang, I want it, no matter what the emperor-level exercises, I want it. Wait, a loud voice shouted, but it was Huang Shen Wudi. He squeezed the old man Qingxiao away, rubbed his hands and smiled at Su Lang. Taoist Su Lang, that emperor-level technique, please sell it to me. What nonsense are you talking about? Emperor Wudi Zunsheng squeezed out of the crowd and patted Emperor Wudi Huang on the shoulder. Everyone wants an emperor-level exercise technique, don't you make it embarrassing for Taoist Langdi. Ah, yes. Huang Shen Wudi scratched his head suddenly, then, the one with the higher price will get it. With that, the big guys looked at Su Lang, waiting for his decision. In that case, the one with the higher price will get it. When bidding, you can use a variety of items to trade in prices, including the immortal level exercises. Now we are bidding for the first book, the Emperor level weapon refining technique, Burning Heaven, the predecessor of the Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. Su Lang looked indifferently, and slowly said, attention, this is the original technique. Successful bidders can get the original and return it to me after burning the copy. Everyone was not calm for a while. Start bidding for the first book. In other words, there is a second book, a third book, and a fourth book. The most important thing is that it is still the original technique. At this time, Su Lang took out a small silver plate with layers of mysterious patterns on it. When Burning Heaven came out, everyone was in an uproar again. It turned out to be the original technique, and it's also the predecessor of Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. God, why does fellow Taoist Su Lang have this thing? The Burning Sky clan emerged from the Emperor-level artifact refining book, Burning Sky, and they only have a copy, and they didn't expect that it was originally in the hands of Emperor Lang. Quote. After everyone talked, their voices gradually became quieter. Because this is a classic of refining, there are very few Wudi who are good at refining. Ling Juyaojin and Emperor Wu Tianyan, who had been so uncomfortable, looked at each other and sneered. It turned out to be just a refining classic. Yeah, I thought it was a rare exercise. Quote. While taunting, the three of them felt much better. At this time, I will give out 100,000 Hinayana Shanyuan. A Wu emperor who reported the price turned out to be the Fuqian Wu emperor of the Qingyu emperor realm. And 100,000 Hinayana Shanyuan, in fact, is quite a lot, almost all the working capital of the Emperor Wudi. I pay 110,000. Tianliang Wudi from Wudi Palace added 10,000. I will give out 110,000 and add 10 high-quality immortal level exercises. Emperor Qingtian joined the bidding team. Wow, you really used the immortal level technique to make a price. Emperor Qingxiao Wu said with a look of disgust, this is to take advantage of the friend Langdi Taoist. However, his voice just fell off. Ni Chenjo, who was next to him, said with a grin, I have 50,000 Hinayana sources and 100 immortal level exercises. As he said, he blinked at Su Lang and said through the voice transmission, I went to collect them later, but I didn't expect it to come in handy with fellow Taoists. Su Lang just smiled and said nothing. Immediately after, everyone made offers, and the battle became more intense. Finally, Emperor Wuqian, who was the first to speak, spent 50,000 Theravada fairy sources and 200 immortal level exercises to buy Burning Heaven. All Wudi realized that Su Lang seemed to really attach great importance to the immortal level exercises. As a result, they all made up their minds to use more immortal techniques to offset the price. Soon, it was the second turn. The second book, The White Tiger. Picture of the Ziwu. This is a practice that is more suitable for women to practice. Su Lang casually took a copy of the most common emperor-level exercises from the storage space and showed it in front of everyone. The original of this exercise is like a painting scroll with an abstract picture painted on it, like a white tiger. If you observe it carefully, you will find that it contains extremely mysterious meanings. Wow, it's the original exercise again. This time it's a real emperor-level technique, not a refining classic. Old man, I happen to be missing a body-building exercise. Don't rob you of you brazens like the gods and the gods. What nonsense are we talking about? We are the great way of cohesion, focusing on body training. Of course, we must practice more emperor-level body training techniques. Stop arguing, haven't you heard from Taoist Langdi? This is a practice suitable for women to practice. I will give out 500,000 Hinayana sources plus 200 celestial skills. Suitable for women, it's not that men can't practice. I have 600,000 Hinayana sources plus 250 immortal level exercises. Chapter 1068, The Uncomfortable Emperor Ling Juwu. Everyone, you and I will start bidding. Some people were red-faced in the quarrel, and some even started to reveal each other's shortcomings, specifically leaking each other's scandals to hit each other. Su Lang continued to laugh without speaking, listening to the embarrassment and scandals of the great Wudi, while listening to the higher and higher prices, feeling happy, at the same time. Emperor Ling Juwu and the others had complexions red and purple, as if they had eaten flies. They even laughed at Su Lang for selling the refining classics. At this time, Su Lang took out the real emperor-level exercises and immediately slapped them with dozens of slaps. Moreover, looking at the original emperor-level exercises that Wagwang circulated, they seemed to step forward to bid. However, everyone knows that they are not dealing with Su Lang, so brazenly, they will be laughed at. The three of them felt even more uncomfortable. Here, after a lot of bidding, it turned out that Zhu Lan and Zhu Xin from the Baiyu Emperor clan got the Ziwu White Tiger at the highest bid. Soon, Su Lang continued to throw the third imperial level exercises, and everyone was boiling again. Emperor Yaojin Wu and Emperor Wu Tianyan were really itching, so they cheekily joined the bidding team. In fact, the two of them and Su Lang didn't have any deep hatred. It was nothing more than Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu, which caused a rift between them. As mentioned earlier, Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu actually had a very shallow relationship with the Yaojin Emperor and the Tianyan Emperor. Otherwise, the other Emperor Wu would not agree to let Xiao Lushan and Li Feilu be the candidate heirs to the Emperor's inheritance. At this time, Emperor Wudi Yaojin and Emperor Tianyan chose to join the auction, which also meant to abandon previous suspicions with Su Lang. On the contrary, Emperor Ling Juwu smashed Su Lang many times, completely torn his skin, and completely unable to reconcile with Su Lang. The bidding for the emperor-level exercises continued, and the atmosphere was very warm. The emperors even sighed with emotion, this time crossing the Tianxian mode as the most lively one. As Su Lang threw out more and more emperor-level exercises, and they were all the original ones, the impression of the emperors of Su Lang had changed drastically. In the beginning, the image of Emperor Nanlang in everyone's minds was that of a continent fragment who had managed to break through the emperor rank, and went to Kanglan continent to occupy the barren south. In short, it is poor and backward, which is quite despised. But later, Su Lang opened the entrance to the emperor's forbidden area, which made everyone more impressed with him. Coupled with the signs of development in the south, the emperors dared not underestimate Su Lang, and their attitude became more respectful. At this time, seeing Su Lang's emperor-level exercises originally thrown out one after another, and did not feel distressed at all, Su Lang suddenly became very mysterious in the hearts of everyone, unfathomable. All the emperors have a scale in their hearts, and Su Lang's weight has surpassed most of the emperors present, standing in the forefront of everyone. Time passed slowly. The auction is finally over. Including burning the sky, Su Lang threw a total of 8 emperor-level exercises. These 8 emperor-level exercises are all exercises that Su Lang has determined not to practice. Su Lang didn't decide whether to practice the remaining emperor-level exercises, so he didn't intend to disclose it temporarily. And these 8 emperor-level exercises made the emperors almost stared out of their eyes in surprise, and at the same time they were even more happy. 8 emperor-level exercises. We must know that the Kanglan continent has a long history, but after many great eras have accumulated, there are only 37 emperor-level exercises on the bright side. At this time, almost a quarter of the new technique was added at once. Many of the forces participating in the auction, such as Wudi Palace, Xuandaotai, Qingyu Emperor Realm, and Baiyu Emperor Clan, have photographed emperor-level techniques. Each of the martial emperors has their own relationship, and it is entirely possible to pay a certain price and participate in the research together. In this way, the vast majority of Wu emperors present can practice the new emperor-level exercises. Even Emperor Yaojin Wu and Emperor Tianyan called Su Lang enthusiastically by a fellow Taoist. Obviously, they also saw a new technique spread by a certain department. The worst is Ling Juwu Emperor. During the bidding process, he also gave a few related Wudi winks. However, people's impression of Su Lang has been very different. Knowing that Emperor Ling Juwu had an enemy with Su Lang, they immediately ignored him. Then, Emperor Ling Juwu could only hide in a muffled voice. If he had to hurry, he would have squatted in the corner and hugged his knees to draw circles. Fortunately, in the next moment, his embarrassing situation was mostly resolved. Because everyone finally completely passed through the heavenly immortal mode and arrived at the place where the Ziming Emperor clan was Zimingzhou. Chapter 1069, The Unlucky Ziming Clan, finally reached. Every time I pass through the Tianxian moat, it seems like a fish is migrating on the shore, and I feel uncomfortable. The feeling of stepping on the ground is the most comfortable. Quote. All the emperors looked at the black and purple continent ahead, and couldn't help but smile. Su Lang, who was counting on the harvest, also temporarily moved his gaze away from the Shanyuan and Xian level exercises, and looked at the mainland in front of him. I saw that a black-purple plain stretched far away, near the Tianxian moat, which was also covered with red cracks. But there are no traces of twisted rules on the plain, and there are even some plants growing in some of them, which just looks a little strange. However, it is indeed a serious plant. Su Lang unfolded his spiritual power, spreading towards the distance, and gradually observed more creatures. Moreover, small cities have also appeared in the spiritual power. Although these cities are small, even the smallest ones are very delicately built, just like the works of obsessive-compulsive patients. In the city, there are many Ziming people living. No matter the size or face of these Ziming people, they didn't look much different from the humans. Its ethnic characteristic is purple sharp nails, with a sharp light, chilling. In fact, this is also a natural powerful weapon of the Ziming tribe, which can become stronger as one grows. However, Su Lang saw some refining shops, and it was obvious that the Ziming people did not abandon man-made weapons because they had natural weapons. Of course, the refining tools of the Ziming people are mainly for their nails. Su Lang saw a member of the Ziming clan put his finger into the cauldron of the refining vessel, adding various treasures of heaven and earth to exercise. It was very strange. At the rank of King Wu, the nails of the Ziming warrior are directly separated and become companion weapons. 10 nails linger around him like small darts, and they are like sacred artifacts with spirituality, such as arm instructions, which can use various combat methods. Su Lang found some battle scenes of the Ziming tribe. These Ziming clan warriors are very quick and good at hiding. Each one is a powerful assassin. Spiritual power continued to spread. A holy city appeared in sight. There are more than one martial sage in this holy city, and most of the power of the rules they comprehend in their sanctification is not far from the direction of the assassin. Basically, they are common rules such as the rules of wind, and the rules of gold. A little more powerful, he can comprehend the mysterious rules such as the rules of the void, and the rules of illusion. It seems that this is really a race of all people assassins. Su Lang nodded silently, and had a general understanding of the Ziming clan. At this time, Su Lang's look became a little weird, because he discovered that the Ziming people seemed to be more unlucky. Su Lang saw with his own eyes a military commander of the Purple Ming tribe stepping on a piece of fruit peel and slammed his ass. Also, a martial artist choked himself when drinking water and kept coughing. What's more, when eating in their own living room, a bird flew up and dropped a ***** directly into the vegetable soup. The most important thing is that this kind of unlucky situation is very common, even the Ziming martial artist with a higher cultivation base is no exception. Su Lang saw a certain senior martial who broke through in retreat, with a strong aura and solid foundation. Breaking through is almost a sure thing, but she failed. There is also a holy alchemist who is skilled in his technique. There was no error in the whole process of alchemy, and he was finally scrapped. Lying down. What the is going on with this Ziming clan? Su Lang's mouth twitched. Is it an offense to God? Should be punished like this. The Red Lotus Martial Emperor Ni Chenjo next to him noticed Su Lang's strangeness and leaned over with a smile. Father Su Lang found out that the Ziming tribe members are very unlucky. Ni Chenjo smiled. Just ask me, I know everything. Cough. Su Lang rolled his eyes imperceptibly. I did find it. I dare to ask why. Because the Ziming clan is not actually a race born and bred in Kenglin continent. Ni Chenjo looked straight. They are the exiled emperor who fled to the Kenglin continent 10 million years ago. They were accepted by Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution and settled on the isolated island of Zimingzhou. Chapter 1070. Zimingwu Emperor Si Yushao. This statement came out. Su Lang was surprised again, and suddenly. Naturally, the surprise is that the Ziming tribe is a foreign race, intelligent creatures bred on other planets in the huge sky. Suddenly, it was because I understood why the warriors of the Ziming clan were so unlucky. As mentioned earlier, the 3,600 imaginary number rules are condensed into a great way to maintain the operation of the world, which can be called world consciousness. The creatures bred in each world are bound to be different. For foreign life races, world consciousness can easily identify and instinctively reject them. There are many concrete behaviors of such rejection. For example, very direct, very violent attacks, such as things like heavenly thunder and heavenly tribulation. For example, it is restricted by the rules of fate and causal. And these are just two of the means of rejection by the world. Perhaps the Ziming Emperor clan suffered relatively mild rejection because it did not harm the Kenglin continent, and even had protective behaviors. It's better now. I heard from other Taoists that the Ziming Emperor clan was the most unlucky when it was first accepted. If you want to cultivate or break through, you will have to endure the catastrophe. Breakers will die forever. After a long period of time, it is considered to be gradually stamped on the Kenglin continent, and there is no need to go through the heavens. Ni Chenjo said with some emotion, but even so, they are still a bit more unlucky than us natives on the Kenglin continent. It's miserable. The Emperor Ziming is so pitiful. Su Lang felt cold all over when he thought of the unlucky life. Ni Chenjo nodded in sympathy. At this time, Su Lang sensed that in the holy city closest to this side, there were many powerful auras of martial arts. Immediately afterwards, there was a hint of an emperor-grade aura. See you is smiling. Zhao Qin smiled slightly and said, "Can he not come?" Wangshen Wudi said loudly, "We are all 23 Wudi, he dared to make a show and not come to meet him personally. Don't be so aggressive." Emperor Zunsheng patted Emperor Wudi on the shoulder. Although Si Yushao is not a local warrior in Kenglin continent, he has made a lot of contributions to Kenglin continent for a long time. Who knows if he suddenly stabbed a knife in the back? Emperor Huang Shenwu lowered his voice and muttered to himself. Su Lang listened to everyone's discussion, and quickly understood that many Wu emperors present were still a little wary of the Ziming emperor. At this time, in the distant holy city, another imperial aura appeared, and this breath is even more majestic and powerful. There are two martial emperors in Ziming Emperor clan. Su Lang looked at Ni Chenjo beside him in surprise. Yes, although the Ziming Emperor is an exiled emperor, their ancestors are very broad. Ni Chenjo nodded and said, the Ziming Emperor's background is very powerful. Even in the case of being rejected by the world, there is still a quasi-emperor who has broken through. Having said this, Ni Chenjo's face showed sincere admiration. Su Lang also kept nodding his head. It was really awesome to be able to break through Dao Wu Emperor in such a bad situation. At this time, the two Emperor-level auras on the Holy City began to move here, and many Immortal-level auras followed. In order to avoid impolite offense, Su Lang did not use mental power to detect the incoming person, but waited silently with a calm expression. Emperor Wu was very fast. After a few breaths, a large group of people appeared in front of Su Lang and other Emperor Wu. Si Yu laughed, "I have met fellow Taoists." A seemingly young man with deep crow's feet in his eyes met Su Lang and others. Si Yushang, "I have met fellow Taoists." The Emperor Wudi, who was like a young master, also solemnly saluted. Behind him, there are 20 martial arts, dressed in formal uniforms, playing wonderful music with sacred instruments as a welcome ceremony. Zhao Qin and the other emperors returned their gifts one after another, and Su Lang also responded, and by the way opened Si Yuxiao's attribute panel. When he saw Si Yuxiao's attribute panel, he was shocked. Chapter 1071, Emperor Mingu. Properties panel. Name: Si Yuxiao race. Zi Ming Emperor clan qualification level. Absolutely Mingu Emperor Titus realm level. Wu Zhuang Wudi attack level. 6th rank Wudi defensive level. 6th rank Wudi Shenfa level. 6th rank Wudi endurance level. 6th rank Wudi spirit level. Realm of Kongani mastering techniques. Purple Ming Heart Sutra. Ming Ancient Emperor Jing Emperor level. Dacheng Bingji Sword Emperor level. Xiaocheng Qishulan Emperor level. Xiaocheng Wu Cheni Xian level. Consummation Misty Moon Xian level. Consummation. Emperor Minguo, what is this? Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, but he was a little excited. Enough of the cookie-cutter property panel, and finally saw something new today. Simultaneously, Su Lang was also surprised by Si Yuxiao's strength. Si Yuxiao is clearly only rank 5 Wudi, but he has the strength of rank 6 Wudi. Apart from Zan Zan, Su Lang had seen someone who could leapfrog the enemy in the realm of Emperor Wu. In addition, the 23 Wudi, including him, also possessed the strength of Emperor Zhaoqin Wudi and Zunsheng. There are very few Wudi with 5 turns, most Wudi are 3 turns and 4 turns, and there are several Wudi with 2 turns like Ni Chenzhou. And this Si Yuxiao has also practiced 3 Emperor level exercises. Those immortal skills are not ordinary things, they really deserve to be ancestors. Su Lang sighed in his heart, and immediately opened Si Yuxiang's property panel. However, this Si Yuxiang is very ordinary, not a fetus of the ancient Emperor Ming, and he has only practiced 1 Emperor level exercises of the ancient Ming Emperor scripture and some immortal level exercises. I thought it was just a short time after breaking through to the first rank of Wudi, and had not experienced more exercises at all. At this time, what? This fellow Taoist, I have never seen it before. Si Yu smiled curiously and looked at Su Lang. This is Taoist Su Lang. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu introduced with a smile. He has only recently migrated from the mainland fragments to the Kanglan continent. It is the first time that he has come to Zimingzhou. Of course fellow Si Yu has never seen him. This word fell in Si Yuxiao's ears, but his eyes lit up. It turned out to be fellow Su Lang. Furthermore, fellow Su Lang also migrated to the Kanglan continent. Si Yu came to Su Lang with a big smile on his face, looking like seeing each other bitterly. Si Yuxiang seemed to be somewhat surprised, and immediately followed Si Yuxiao to Su Lang. Su Lang couldn't help but his eyes twitched when he looked at the 2 enthusiastic men in front of him. Brother, we are not familiar with you, you are so passionate, it will make people think that you have a different purpose. Of course, this is just a spit in my heart. I have also heard that the Ziming Emperor clan migrated over, but we are destined. Su Lang smiled faintly. He also knew that Si Yuxiao was so enthusiastic about him, in fact, he wanted to keep warm. After all, everyone is foreign, not only excluded from the world, but also vulnerable to being excluded by other Wudi. Just now, Si Yuxiao made up many of the points where Su Lang was excluded and bullied. But he didn't know that not only did Su Lang not be rejected by the world, but he also established friendship with the great Wudi. Meeting Taoist Su Lang here really makes me feel like I met my old friend in another country. Si Yu smiled and sighed, and then said more enthusiastically, this matter has happened, and Taoist Su Lang and I will talk about it at night, and we will fall asleep. The 2 idioms Si Yu said with a smile are actually very serious and describe good brothers and friends. However, Su Lang still felt that there was a taste of philosophy, cough. If there is a chance. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and solemnly said, I must share my practice experience with fellow Taoists and discuss the Tao of martial arts. Chapter 1072, Entrance to the Emperor's Forbidden Land, Shore. Si Yuxiao quickly responded, to be honest, Su Lang is not polite. He really wanted to have a chat with Si Yuxiao, because he was really curious about the world outside the Kanglan continent. The Ziming Emperor clan was an exiled emperor. Before the Kanglan continent settled down, he didn't know how many worlds he had passed through and how many things he had encountered. Those, all Su Lang wanted to know. In addition, Si Yuxiao is the fetus of Mingu Emperor. Su Lang is also very curious about this mysterious physique. At this time, Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled and said, it's not too late, let's go to the Emperor's forbidden place. Please follow me. Siyu smiled and nodded, waved his hand to disperse the 20 wuxians, and then flew ahead with Si Yushang and led the way. Before coming, Emperor Zhao Qingwu had already contacted Si Yushao. Otherwise, if a large group of people rushed in, Si Yu couldn't smile at all. If it causes a misunderstanding, it will not be worth the loss. Su Lang and other Emperor Wu flew forward with Si Yushao, and after several teleportation formations, they arrived at a purple plain. Stopping on the huge teleportation formation, Su Lang looked into the distance, but saw patches of purple grassland covering the earth. The breadth of this land is very similar to the death domain of the Emperor. But it seems to have been transformed later, planting plants so that it is no longer a dead place. Su Lang squinted his eyes and felt it silently. However, the entrance to the Emperor's forbidden land must be right here. While thinking about it, Su Lang continued to look into the distance. At the junction of heaven and earth, there is a huge altar with a statue built on it. Take a closer look, it turned out to be the same as Zan Yu, a statue of Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution. Thanks to Emperor Xuanyu Wu, I was able to lead the tribe to settle in the Kanglan continent. Si Yushao and Si Yushang bowed solemnly to the statue. With this action, the other Wudi's favors suddenly increased. Si Yushao and Si Yushang saluted, and then continued to lead the emperors to the statue. Not long, the tall and majestic statue of Emperor Wudi of Zhouzhuan appeared in front of him. Looking at the familiar face of the statue, Su Lang couldn't help but miss the good old man in the Emperor's forbidden ground, and he didn't know if he had merged with Yuan Yu or whether he had sacrificed. Just when Su Lang was thinking wildly, a fist-sized round ball flew from a distance, and it flew twisted and twisted without regularity. Su Lang looked at the sphere from far to near, and using weapon recognition, he immediately recognized that the sphere was a strange prop that could mark entrances to different spaces. It turns out that the entrance to the Emperor's forbidden area has long been found, and it has also been marked. Su Lang nodded and thought silently, that is, the key to the entrance has not been found, so I can't open it so far, really. Si Yu smiled when he saw the ball moving from far to near, and said to Emperor Zhao Qin and other Wudi, the entrance to the Emperor's forbidden area is here. I wish you all the best. Talking, he took his younger generation Si Yushang and stood aside. Obviously, the Ziming Emperor clan was not allowed to participate in the competition for the Emperor's forbidden land. Emperor Zhao Qinwu nodded to Si Yu with a smile, and then turned to look at the emperors. This time the exploration rules are the same as the Emperor's forbidden land. Are everyone ready? Ready. One by one, Emperor Wu opened the universe of life, releasing the quasi-emperor and Wushan inside. Most of them were those who had participated in the trial of the Emperor's forbidden land before, such as Shang Jiliu and others. In an instant, more than 200 Wushans and Zun emperors appeared around. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment. He even forgot about it, and he didn't prepare any manpower at all. However, he didn't bother to let the empty Zhundi and the others come over temporarily, anyway he called soy sauce. Chapter 1073, Tulman Zhouyu debuts then. Su Lang smiled faintly. Everyone knows that my person is too weak to be bothered to join in. There seemed to be a trace of helplessness and sadness in his tone. Next to him, Si Yushao and Si Yushang glanced at each other, and they were even more sure that Su Lang was rejected by the emperors, so they simply gave up the inheritance of exploring the forbidden land of the emperor. Sighed in my heart, laughing, and the two emperors of Shang looked at Su Lang. They felt a sense of sympathy for the fallen people. At the same time, the emperors of the Kanglan continent were very embarrassed, so they persuaded Su Lang to send people to participate. Langdi Taoist friends should send people to participate in the competition. Yes, it's not all forced to seize the 9th rank Wudi inheritance. It's not bad, it must be based on resourcefulness, and even if it is all based on force, the quasi-emperor under Emperor Lang's command is not weak. Yeah, quote. These words fell into the ears of Shao and the second emperor, and suddenly turned into a fake and ugly face. Especially seeing the scene where Emperor Ling Juwu sneered at Su Lang again and again, the two immediately cursed inwardly. A group of hypocrites and true villains are indispensable. The persuasion of all Wudi. Of course, Su Lang continued to refuse. Then, the emperors had no choice but to give up persuading Su Lang, and instead said something like, "This time I have inherited the favor of the Taoist friends of Langdi." However, they didn't even know that Su Lang had decided to sneak into the forbidden area secretly to make trouble. After an episode, enter the topic. Emperor Zhao Qinwu pointed to the constantly flying ball, and looked at Su Lang apologetically. I'm going to trouble Emperor Lang again. A piece of cake. Su Lang smiled faintly, glanced at Emperor Ling Juwu without a trace, and saw that his face turned black. Su Lang was too lazy to run against Emperor Ling Juwu, and came directly in front of the constantly moving ball. One-click decomposition. When the unreasonable system functions were used, the ball props fell apart for the first time, and immediately revealed the seal formation inside. Although the seal formation is different from the Emperor's forbidden area, it can hardly escape the fate of being disintegrated. Immediately afterwards, there are strict space barriers. This barrier is about the same strength as the space barrier at the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land, but Su Lang's strength has increased by one more level, and it is of course easier to open it. Space rules. Su Lang thought. A force of rules acted on the space barrier. The spatial rhythm lines inside the barrier suddenly became messy, and the entire barrier became extremely unstable, quickly. The spatial rhythm line was completely broken, leaving only a special barrier composed of omnipotent aspirations. This time, it was the turn of the tool man Zhou to make his debut. Zhou, come out. Su Lang threw a small bead and turned it into a spatial channel. Soon, Zhou figure flew out from inside. After several days of recuperation, his complexion seemed to be much better. Of course, within a few days, he couldn't accumulate much incense willingness, and the recovery of his own strength hardly improved. After Zhou appeared, all the emperors couldn't help but express emotion again, and the Emperor Yu Wu tangled up to this end. As a good friend of Zhou, Emperor Ling Juwu was even more tense, and his unwillingness and hatred grew stronger. It's a pity that his good friend has ignored him and has completely become Su Lang's tool man. At the same time, Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang were also shocked secretly. They knew Zhou, and they were shocked when they saw Zhou look like this. Su Lang didn't care about everyone's reaction. Do you know how to do it? Su Lang pointed at the entrance to the forbidden area and asked Zhou lightly. No. Zhou nodded, and then said hesitantly, however, after opening this forbidden area, I am afraid I will immediately fall into the martial fairy realm, and maybe even the martial saint realm can't keep it. As he talked, Zhou's heart suddenly became bitter again. Su Lang frowned when he heard what Zhou said. To be honest, he didn't want Zhou to be too weak. Fortunately, Su Lang quickly thought of a way. Chapter 1074, Sudden Change. Do not worry, I won't let you fall into the martial wonderland. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and took out a box from the storage space. It was a different sky box for nurturing wuyu tea trees. This is. Zhou looked at the box in Su Lang's hand with a face full of confusion. Just go inside. Su Lang waved his hand, the different sky box opened a space channel, and a suction was heard. Zhou looked worried, but couldn't resist, and was directly sucked into the different sky box. For an instant, there was a vast space in front of Zhou. The earth appeared jet black, as if it had been polluted. In the middle of the black earth, there is a strange plant tens of meters high. It has 3 branches and 3 leaves. This plant is the wuyu tea tree. Although it is a seedling, it is so big. A trace of incense, the power of wishing to evaporate from the 3 leaves, turning into clouds, lingering. Its incense willingness, and so pure, there is no negative incense at all. Zhou, who was extremely surprised, rushed up quickly, devouring incense and wishing power. In an instant, Zhou felt that his soul had been sublimated, and many negative emotions were wiped out. He became peaceful, as if entering the sage mode. However, Zhou didn't absorb the incense aspiration for too long, so he was driven out of the space of the different sky box by Su Lang. How? Are you full? Su Lang looked amused. Work when you are full. Yes. Zhou nodded his head calmly, as if there was already a sign oftenable to be angry. Seeing this, Su Lang took a breath, and secretly said again, the incense is so poisonous and terrifying. Next, under Su Lang's command, Zhou used the almighty power to weaken the barrier at the entrance to the forbidden area. When Zhou was panting and was about to fall into the realm of Wushan, Su Lang put it into the different sky box, and then took out the Yudian sword. Wow, Master, do you miss me? What is the Master doing to Xiaoyu again this time? The spirit of Xiaoyu emerged, and with it, there were very misleading words. This has almost become her BGM, really. The emperors looked at the beautiful girl Xiaoyu for a while, and Su Lang for a while, their eyes changed. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a Langdi. Wow, Langdi really knows how to play. Cough. Su Lang coughed silently and gave Xiao Yu a vicious look. It's not enough to be quiet. Master, you are murdering me. Xiao Yu grunted and snorted, then turned and got into the body. Axie. Su Lang held his forehead with his hand and immediately took a hard breath to calm his mood, quickly. Su Lang calmed down, his eyes condensed, and a hint of danger spread. Until a certain moment, the chi machine stagnated to the extreme. Broken a sword, Su Lang drank for a lifetime, and the long sword in his hand was pierced instantly. I saw a thunderous sword light that pierced the barrier of the entrance to the forbidden area in an instant. Ding, crack, it sounded like a cracked porcelain, and countless lines were cracked at the entrance to the forbidden area. But it is different from when the Emperor's forbidden area is opened. In the next moment, endless darkness, evil, decay, and dirty energy permeate from the crack in the barrier. What? Smelly. Xiao Yu's exclamation came from Yudianjian. What's the situation? Su Lang looked surprised and quickly retracted Yudian's sword. The other Emperor Wu also looked at the entrance to the forbidden area with wide-eyed eyes, and they all looked surprised. And at this moment, the crack on the entrance barrier started to tear automatically, faster and faster. Tear it. The cracks continued to expand, and the entire entrance barrier was quickly covered. Not only that, these cracks continued to spread out, tearing open all the space near the entrance to the forbidden area. There is also a terrifying black crack starting from the entrance barrier. Point. Straight into the sky. Rumble. A stream of dark and decadent evil aura gushed out like a flood, and rushed to Su Lang and the others in an instant. Chapter 1075. My wuxia is out. For an instant, Su Lang felt all the negative auras in the black wave. There is not only the power of the dark rules, but also a lot of negative aspirations, and the decadent smell of the dead. There are even some wailing and distorted souls. Next moment, the 5 elements yin and yang seal the Emperor formation. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and the formation was completed instantly. I saw a series of array barriers emerging out of thin air, forming a circular prison, trapping all the dark and decadent forces that swarmed out of it. This is the Emperor-level seal formation created by Su Lang using the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the Imperial Seal formation at the entrance of the forbidden area. In an instant, the black wave that seemed to swallow the entire purple grassland was suppressed by Su Lang. Such a powerful formation, can it be that fellow Langdi Taoist used the formation of Senior Tongtian to arrange it? However, how do these formations give me a familiar feeling? Is it because I perceive it wrong? From the Qingyu Emperor realm, the old man Qing Shao who had a little friendship with Su Lang saw this scene, and his face was shocked. The other 3 members of the Qingyu Emperor realm, Su Wen, Kang Kong, and Fuchen Wudi, were even more stunned, their jaws falling, at the same time. Langdidao friendly approach, well, it was suppressed all at once. This is the formation of rank 7 martial emperor, Emperor Lang is too powerful. Yeah, I'm afraid Master Zhao Qin Wu will be difficult to open. When the other Emperor Wu saw Su Lang's formation, they were shocked and applauded, and there was a little awe in their hearts. Si Yushao and Si Yushang also have a new understanding of Su Lang. Unexpectedly, this sorrowful Wudi Taoist would have such a powerful formation method. Just at this point, this friend is settled. When Emperor Ling Juwu watched this scene, he almost went black and passed out. He never expected that Su Lang could arrange the 7th rank martial emperor formation. If this trapped him inside, wouldn't he be in prison for a lifetime? At this moment, Emperor Ling Juwu was really scared. Seeing pitiful heaven, he has only reached the Wudi level 4 times. In the face of Su Lang, the enemy who throws 8 emperor level techniques at will to sell, and can also arrange 7 rank emperor level formations, he is really too weak. Not to mention that Emperor Ling Juwu became afraid. After the emperors praised Su Lang, they unfolded their mental powers and explored the 5 elements yin and yang seal imperial formation. This emperor's forbidden ground is different from the previous forbidden ground, which really shocked me. We couldn't detect the inside of the former 9th rank Wu Emperor Forbidden Land, but something seems to have happened to the Emperor's Forbidden Land, and we must investigate it. I don't know what happened inside. I hope nothing too serious will happen. Su Lang also wanted to know exactly what happened to the Emperor's forbidden area, so the array layout did not limit the exploration of mental power. One by one, the spiritual power of Emperor Wu poured into the sealed Emperor formation, passing through various dark and decadent forces, and advancing toward the gap in the barrier. No, It can no longer be called a barrier gap. The crack opened by Yudian's sword has turned into a big hole, however. Before the spiritual power of the emperors passed through the barrier cave, they heard a cheering voice coming from it. Ha 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 ha, I can finally leave this ghost world, who succeed, my new life has finally arrived. There was a deep sadness in the ecstatic voice. It seemed that it was the poor man who had gone through countless sufferings and tortures before being freed. What's happening here? What happened in the forbidden ground? The emperors couldn't help but look at each other with surprise. Su Lang also raised his eyebrows, a trace of playfulness appeared on his face. I thought before that this emperor's forbidden area was the same as the emperor's forbidden area. Go in to complete a few boring trials, and then endure the shame and take away the things outside the body, from the inheritance of the emperor's body. Unexpectedly, an earth-shaking event seemed to have happened in the emperor's forbidden area. Chapter 1076, The Strange Turn of Wudi at this time. The cheering and yelling man finally broke through the entrance barrier. This is a man wearing black torn clothes, beard and hair, very embarrassed, with strange excitement, like a mentally ill tramp who has been living on the street for a long time. But Su Lang and all Wudi were shocked. Because this tramp-like man turned out to be a Wudi. Although it was only a turn of Emperor Wu, it was also Emperor Wu. Who is this man? Everyone, including Su Lang, had questions. Especially Su Lang. As one of the candidates who retained the memory of the Emperor's forbidden place, he clearly knew the arrangement of Emperor Wudi's 9 revolutions. It stands to reason, in the Emperor's forbidden area, there should be only one martial emperor, xianxia, and for the rest, the strongest is only a quasi-Xian level incense system martial artist. But now a real Wudi rushed out, and this Emperor Wu is also a little strange. His body is full of negative incense aspirations, and his mind is almost eroded, so he looks like a severely mentally ill patient. In the forbidden area of the Emperor's body, the Emperor Wudi who broke through with negative incense and willing power. There must be a Wuyuti forest in the Emperor's forbidden area, and most of the negative incense will be absorbed and sealed by the roots of the Wuyuti tree. The negative incense aspirations that flowed outside shouldn't be enough to condense a Wudi, but now it has appeared. Su Lang frowned slightly. In this way, Wuyuti forest is afraid that something went wrong, and there must be something wrong with Xuanxuan in the Emperor's forbidden area. Xuanxuan can be said to be the core of the Emperor's forbidden area, the supreme ruler of the entire world, and the object of worship and the source of power for all the warriors of the incense system. If something happened to Zan Zan, it meant that the whole world would suffer. The decadent aura of the dead and the wailing souls in the previous dark wave are definitely not produced by a few dead creatures. After all, just opened a gap in the world of the Emperor body. In a crevice, so many waves of darkness have emerged, and it can be seen that the entire world in the Emperor's forbidden area is already filled with countless dark and decadent auras. It is very possible, the whole world is gone. Just when Su Lang thought. The other Emperor Wu also roughly guessed that something happened to the Emperor's forbidden area. Although they didn't know the trial process of the 9th revolution Wudi inheritance. But there are already 4 Emperor Wu who inherited the Xuano lineage, and naturally they also know some information. Through that terrifying Kuroshio vision, one could tell at a glance that something major had happened in the forbidden world. And at this moment, Hu Sixi, who escaped from the Emperor's forbidden area through the cracks, had already discovered that he was actually trapped in a large formation. What happened? How could I be trapped? No, I managed to escape from it. I want to arrest countless intelligent creatures in captivity, torture them, and let them provide incense and aspirations to help me break through to a higher realm. I cannot be trapped here. Hu Sixi lay on the barrier of the formation, with endless anger and hatred on his face, his expression distorted to the point of astounding. He attacked the formation frantically, and used the strength of feeding. However, Su Lang's formation was a 7th turn Wudi level formation. How could it be broken by Hu Sixi's newly promoted Wudi? Hu Sixi struggled for his old life, but failed to make a ripple on the formation barrier. Instead he was vomiting blood frantically by backlash. Do not. Why? I have gone through so many hardships and tried my best to get this opportunity to escape. Why do you treat me this way? Which is he who has arranged such an indestructible formation here? Hu Sixi kept crying, his resentment grew stronger and his face was distorted like a ghost. Obviously, he was eroded by the negative incense a bit deeper. What a poor man. Su Lang shook his head, waved his hand, the formation opened a hole. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Opened. Wuxia saw the hole in the formation barrier, and suddenly looked like a dog that had been hungry for 7 days and nights seeing the fleshy bones, and rushed towards the hole like a mad, drilled out of the formation. The moment he got out of the formation cage, even if it was severely corroded by the negative incense, Wuxia was moved to tears. He worked hard for most of his life, just for this moment. Chapter 1077, The Dying World of the Emperor. However, Wuxia tried his best to calm the crazy and messy emotions, but when he looked at the new world he entered, he was not moved. Well, I dare not move. This. Seeing the more than 20 terrifying wuxia surrounding him, Wuxia's eyes were about to come out. Oh my god, where is this? Could it be that this is a world where Emperor Wu is per capita? My god, this is more terrifying than the world before. They are so strong one by one, I definitely can't survive. I'm dead. Endless fear and despair instantly drowned Wuxia's soul. He felt soft and fell to the ground with a thump, like a mud monster. Then, Wuxia saw more than 20 Emperor Wu continue to gather around, and the black shadows projected from their bodies completely enveloped themselves. Because of fear and despair, I lost my combat effectiveness directly. It's also, Zhou lost the bottom line because of the negative incense, became greedy for life and fear of death, selling himself for glory. This Wuxia has been eroded more severely than Zhou, and most of them are despair and fear. It is completely normal to become this way. Su Lang looked at Wuxia who was huddled together, thinking silently. The other Emperor Wu looked at each other, and finally Emperor Zhao Qinwu walked out. Wuxia. Emperor Zhao Qinwu asked faintly, "What's your identity? What happened in the Emperor's forbidden area?" However, Wuxia seemed to be frightened, trembling constantly. The dignified Emperor Wu turned out to be an ordinary person. He seems to be too scared to speak. Emperor Zunsheng Wu frowned. If you are forced to ask, I am afraid it will be more serious. Why don't you ask Taoist Su Lang to come out? Ni Chenzhou said with a smile. I saw that Zhou came out of the quasi-emperor soldier. His expression has become a lot more sages, and he seems to have been purified by the negative incense. When Ni Chenzhou did this, he naturally wanted to let Su Lang show off and brush his prestige. The rest of Wuxia listened to them, and they all looked at Su Lang, looking forward to it. No way. Su Lang shook his head. My quasi-imperial soldier has some positive incense aspirations stored in it, but it has been almost absorbed by Zhou. There is only one Wuyu tea tree, and the key is the seedling. The positive incense willingness it accumulated was almost dried up by the Wushan level Wuyu. If you are sucked by Wuxia's turn of Wuxia, I'm afraid something will happen. Su Lang could not bear his baby. In that case, Emperor Zhao Qinwu said lightly, leave Wuxia aside for now. The implication, it is to explore the real situation in the Emperor's forbidden area by himself. The remaining Emperor Wu had no objection to this. Then, all Wuxia once again unfolded their spiritual power, and explored the barrier cave. When opening the forbidden area of Emperor Wuxia's inheritance of the 9th revolution, it was not that the Emperor Wu did not try to explore it. But they were all denied access naturally by Zan Zan in the forbidden area. And this time, the spirit power of the Emperors easily passed through the entrance barrier and entered the forbidden area of the Emperor. Su Lang's spiritual power naturally poured into the Emperor's forbidden area. There was a world completely different from the forbidden area of the Emperor. The forbidden area of the Emperor's body is almost as important as the forbidden area of the Emperor's head. After all, the torso of the body contains important parts such as the 5 internal organs of the Dantian. And this world in the forbidden area of the Emperor's body, or the planet, is larger than the forbidden area of the Emperor's head. Although most of it is still ocean, the land area is indeed much larger. Therefore, there are more creatures bred on this planet than in the forbidden land of the Emperor. Unfortunately, that is all from the past. At this time, the interior of the Emperor's forbidden area was almost completely extinguished. The entire planet became pitch black, and even the atmosphere became endless black smoke. This is the real end. Countless creatures are almost dead. Only a handful of powerful double-pupil clan martial sage Zunxian are still lingering. Active on the earth are endless negative incense monsters, and some muscular men exuding tyrannical emotions. Chapter 1078. Invasion Wuxia Kuang-Erlu. These big men are full of muscular knots, violent beards, blood-red eyes, and hideous armor on them. These armors will be transformed into various forms according to their minds, which can be offensive and defensive, which is quite practical. The muscular men are powerful and cruel, all of which are quasi-immortal and above, and they continue to hunt down the remaining Wusheng Zushan of the Double Pupil clan, and immortal-level heroes, but these characters and scenes were swept away by Su Lang and all Wudi. Everyone's eyes are condensed over the North Pole of the Black Planet, where a grand battle is going on. Countless lights and shadows flickered, thick black clouds rolled, various regular anomalies appeared frequently, and all kinds of strange means turned by omnipotence. Zanhu, Su Lang looked at one of the parties in the battle, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As predicted, there is indeed a Xuanyu in the Emperor's forbidden area. It's just that only the body of Zan Zan is solid, and the head and limbs are illusory. The title of this world is probably the body of the Emperor of Heaven. Let's call it Emperor Xuanyu's body for the time being. Emperor Xuanyu is only in the realm of rank 5 Wudi, but has the power of rank 6 Wudi. Surrounded by positive incense and aspirations, he was full of perseverance and courage in the battle, and his moves were upright, just like the might of heaven. The other party is a muscular man. His skin was pitch black, his armor was pitch black, but he had long, smooth white hair. That distinctive feature suddenly reminded Su Lang of the African flat-headed brother who was not afraid of death. This muscular man was the 6th-rank martial emperor. He was covered in hideous armor and extended along his arms with sharp blades. As a weapon, he was as powerful as an emperor. The muscular man was very cruel and insidious, and he hit the key points of Xuanxuan with every move. Although Emperor Xuanyu's body has undergone the baptism of positive incense and has become extremely kind, he has not forgotten the fighting skills he has honed for more than 20 million years. What's more, Zan Zan also held an emperor sword, which was powerful and made up for the flaws in weapons. Therefore, the strength of the two sides is similar, and the battle is turned upside down, but the outcome is difficult to distinguish. With a thought, Su Lang opened the properties panel of the muscular man. Name: Kwang Lu race. Dark Sky Clan qualification level. No shortage realm level. 6th turn Wudi attack level. 6th rank Wudi defensive level. 6th rank Wudi Shenfa level. 6th rank Wudi endurance level. 6th rank Wudi spirit level. Realm of Kongani mastering techniques. Sacrifice to the Source Heart Sutra. Fierce God battle spectrum Emperor level. Dacheng immortal piercing skill Xian level. Dacheng. The very little information surprised Su Lang. This guy named Kwang Lu is not only not an imperial clan, but he has no lack of qualifications. With just this kind of aptitude, he can actually cultivate to the rank of 6th rank Wudi, and also practice an emperor level exercise to Dacheng level. This is incredible. Could it be that this guy is also a bad guy? Su Lang touched his chin and couldn't help but pick up his eyebrows. He observed Kwang Lu's fighting style more closely. I found that what this guy understood was also the great path of power, and it was very pure, without the rest of the rules. Strange. If there is only the rule of power, how did he break through the Wushan? With only one rule, it is impossible to break through Wushan, let alone break through to the level of Emperor Wu. But this guy did it. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing an expression of interest. Immediately after, he has made new discoveries. The armor on Kwang Lu looked like a living thing similar to muscle tissue. It contains a very powerful force, and it also contains a strong negative incense willingness. Yes, it is incense willingness. Okay, could this armor be Kwang Lu's plug-in? Su Lang looked thoughtful, but this is not right. Those Wushan level and Wusheng level big men also have armors, can they still be plugged per capita? Be puzzled. Su Lang can only temporarily set aside this question. He began to speculate about the origin of these armored men. From Kwang Lu's information, I am afraid that these guys are not the natives of the Emperor's forbidden land, but the real invaders from the outside world. Chapter 1079. Taoist Ling Ju has something to say. If it is an invader from another world, how did Kwang Lu and his subordinates enter the Emperor's forbidden area? With a hint of doubt, Su Lang used the space rules to check the space barriers of this world. But he didn't wait a few seconds for Su Lang to detect it. Who? Kwang Lu's expression moved. He had already noticed that there was a large number of gods of the same level exploring himself, and he could not help but immediately withdraw from the battle circle vigilantly. Those martial immortals and martial saints of the Dark Sky Clan also left the battle vigilantly, showing cunning looks one by one. Emperor Xuanyu had no intention of being in love or chasing after him. He watched Kwang Lu retreat calmly. Immediately after, Emperor Xuanyu also looked towards the entrance of the forbidden area with a smile on his face. Obviously, when Su Lang opened the entrance to the forbidden area, as the master of this world, Emperor Xuanyu had already felt it. Only being dragged by Kuang or Lu, Emperor Xuanyu couldn't be distracted. At this time, the fighting stopped and he had time to show a gentle and enthusiastic smile to the visitors from Kanglan continent. You came by a coincidence, friends. Emperor Xuanyu looked at the entrance of the forbidden area and smiled. With your help, we will definitely be able to drive the invaders away. Hear this. Su Lang's mouth twitched. Too kind, really too kind. Others hit the door to destroy their own world, yet they only wanted to drive others away. This is simply, Our Lady, poor guy. Su Lang thought silently, but it is also respectable. The other emperors of Wu naturally heard what Zan Zan said, so they started talking. This world is obviously invaded by another world. The invader is very strong, but fortunately, Zan Zan has not been killed, and the inheritance of the emperor has not been taken away. The ***** muscular man in armor, dare to invade the inheritance left by our great 9th rank Wudi, what a damn. You must kill all these guys. All Wu emperors were angry with the enemy, and they wanted to kill Na Kuang or Lu immediately. Don't worry, everyone, the invasion of Emperor Wu from another world is obviously ranked 6 Wu emperor. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu's voice sounded, among us, there are only a few of us who are capable of dealing with Emperor Wu of rank 6, and the rest are afraid they will not be able to help. The voice fell off. All Wudi couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although everyone was standing at the pinnacle of Kanglan continent, they basically didn't go far on the road of Emperor Wu. At present, the only ones who can fight head-on with the 6th rank Wudi are Zhaoqin Wudi and Zunsheng Wudi. Besides, the emperors looked at each other and found that only Su Lang and Si Yushao had that strength. The rest of Wudi, even those 3 or 2, Wudi of rank 5, did not dare to participate in the battle of Emperor Wudi of rank 6. After all, the gap in the realm of Emperor Wu is really too big. A small gap is enough to cause a situation of crushing. If Emperor Wudi of rank 5 joins the battlefield, I am afraid that if one is not careful, he will be obliterated. The responsibility of helping the great Emperor Wudi, Zun Sheng, Emperor Lang, and Emperor Wu Ziming shall bear the responsibility. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu decided on the candidate and specifically instructed Su Lang. It is said that Taoist Langdi has a powerful formation, so you don't need to enter the venue personally. Let me use the formation. Of course can. Su Lang nodded and looked around at everyone. Please be prepared to purify those filthy powers. I want to revoke the formation. There is naturally only one strong formation that is the best. Therefore, Su Lang did not intend to take out Theosecond formation while the 5 elements Yin and Yang sealing Emperor formation existed. Ah ha ha. Ni Chenzhou laughed and said, we can't deal with the evil ranked 6 Wudi, but it is still possible to eliminate these dark powers. Not bad. Old man Qing Xiao also said, please rest assured that fellow Langdi can undo the formation. It is good. Su Lang nodded, and immediately cancelled the formation. But at this moment, it was the voice of Emperor Ling Juwu. When he opened his mouth, his voice was as loud as thunder, and everyone immediately looked at him. Friend Ling Ju has something to say. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu looked at Emperor Ling Juwu and asked faintly. Chapter 1080. Want to vomit 3 liters of blood, not bad. Emperor Ling Juwu took a breath and said with cold eyes, why did the inheritance of the emperor body become like this? We don't have a clue yet. What if this is a trap? Speaking of this, he paused, and seemed to say something pointedly. Everyone knows how powerful the 9th rank martial emperor is. How can the inheritance he laid down can be easily invaded? I think there is something strange. Maybe there is an inner ghost. There is a ghost. The corners of everyone's lips twitched. Immediately understood the meaning of Emperor Ling Juwu. He felt that Su Lang and Si Yushao were probably the inner ghosts. Because neither of them are native warriors of Kanglan continent. Especially Su Lang, who appeared on the Kanglan continent inexplicably, his identity was too strange. It was a coincidence that Su Lang appeared shortly after the Emperor's Forbidden Land just happened, of course. This is the meaning of Emperor Ling Juwu. The other Emperor Wu, some were thoughtful, some were totally disagreeable. Ling Ju, you are too suspicious. But it was Huang Shen Wudi who said in a loud voice, do you have any doubts about fellow Langdi Taoist? If you don't say anything else, I will believe him based on the 8 Emperor level techniques. Yes, The 8 emperor-level techniques are still the original. Do you think that a small 4th-rank martial emperor can get it? Emperor Ling Juwu said gloomily. What kind of power is standing behind him? As soon as these words were made, the emperors fell silent. In fact, everyone has thought about this issue. But the auction was held on the road and time was tight. Everyone desperately wanted to obtain the emperor-level exercises, and didn't think much about it. At this time, when I mentioned it again, I suddenly frowned. Friend Lang Di Dao, Emperor Zhao Qinwu looked at Su Lang, hesitated to say something, obviously wanting an explanation for everyone. Ha ha, I can only say that all my treasures come from a gift from an old man. Su Lang said indifferently. That senior, fellow Taoist Xingxiao has heard of it. He is called Master Tongtian. Master Tongtian, Emperor Zhao Qinwu and the others looked surprised. They had never heard of this name. Among them, Zhao Qin is an old member of the Wudi Palace, and she has a lot of secrets, but she has never heard of the name of Tongtian. But the old man Qingxiao nodded busy. Yes, Master Tongtian, master the predecessors of the terrifying imperial formations such as Zudi Sword Formation, Tenju Emperor Formation, Wandi Formation, Juku Wanghe Emperor Formation. I guess that senior formation Dao is likely to be a powerful emperor. Old man Qingxiao looked yearning, with a trace of regret. Unfortunately, senior Tongtian has disappeared in the long river of time. Emperor Zhao Qinwu asked curiously, where did fellow Taoist Qingxiao heard about this senior's deeds? Friend Langdi told me. The old man Qingxiao smiled, but I think it must be true. Humph, all nonsense. Emperor Ling Juwu sneered. What do you think is of any use? Why is Emperor Ling Juwu so angry? Langdi's Taoist fellowship is aside for the time being. He is just lending the formation. Why is this doubtful? I heard that Ling Ju has a rift between you and Taoist Langdi. I'm afraid you are avenging your personal revenge at this time. Empress Zulin smiled slightly. You must know that the Emperor's forbidden land is very dangerous now. Is it really good for you to do this? Yes. Empress Zhu Xin nodded in agreement. The others nodded after listening. Yes, even if Su Lang's identity is a mystery, this time he just lent the formation. That's the 7th rank Emperor formation. Can it be done temporarily? Seeing that everyone is facing Su Lang, Emperor Ling Juwu suddenly wanted to vomit blood for 3 liters. When did that guy Su Lang become so popular? It's really unwilling. Humph. Su Lang may not be able to do tricks when lending the formation. But where is Siyu smiling? He is also suspicious. Maybe this time the Emperor's forbidden change was the secret of Siyu Shao. After all, the Emperor's forbidden area has always been in Zimingzhou, and the Ziming clan is taking care of it. If something goes wrong with the Emperor's forbidden area, Siyu Shao cannot escape the blame. Furthermore, Siyu Shao and Su Lang were so enthusiastic before, and they frowned. Maybe they knew each other a long time ago. They had a secret conspiracy. Seeing that Su Lang's dirty water couldn't be splashed, Emperor Ling Juwu immediately shifted the target with anger and vented to Siyu Shao. Chapter 1081. Dark Sky World Origin Devil Emperor. Although he knew that Siyu Shao was powerful, but for a long time, because it was an outsider, Siyu Shao lowered his posture in front of everyone, so it gave people a feeling of bullying. Emperor Ling Juwu didn't even think about it, and immediately labeled Siyu Shao and Su Lang as conspiracy. However, Siyu Shao hasn't waited for a refutation. There was a burst of crazy laughter from the side. Ha, what a joke. I attracted the Dark Sky clan, so no one should want to take away my credit. It's me. I contacted the Origin Devil Emperor in the underworld, and let the Dark Sky World anchor the Emperor Body World. You bastard, you dare to take credit for me. That's a miracle I created. I have attracted the Origin Demon Emperor. Our world will be reformed. We will no longer need to be stuck at the quasi-Xian level and die. Ha. Quote. The wild laughter and endless chatter were mixed together, which seemed incoherent. Everyone followed the sound, but it was Hu Sixi, who had been limp before, pointing at Emperor Ling Juwu and shouting. The Emperor Wu really wanted to roll his eyes. When I wanted to ask before, I was so scared that I couldn't speak. At this time, he had the courage to defend the miracle he created in front of so many Emperor Wu. However, when you think of this person as true lost, you can understand. And Hu Sixi cursed. Suddenly all the doubts of Emperor Ling Juwu became a joke. Emperor Ling Juwu never expected that he wanted to take the opportunity to beat Su Lang, but he was beaten in the face again. The hatred in his heart was utterly uttered. Fortunately, he is not a weak old man like Wang Situ, otherwise he would have to die on the spot. However, no matter how angry, he can only be speechless. After all, Hu Sixi was the person who experienced the whole process of the emperor's inheritance of the Forbidden Land. Listening to what Hu Sixi said, he was still the culprit of the abnormal changes in the emperor's forbidden place. The culprit surrendered directly. Ling Ju still said a fart. Ling Ju, you are too impetuous, too suspicious. At this moment of crisis, it shouldn't be the case to suspect the same way. Emperor Zhao Qinwu spoke at this time. I think you should go back to retreat first and calm down. The implication? Stop twittering, just stay where it's cool. When Emperor Ling Juwu heard this, his face suddenly paled. Emperor Zhao Qinwu could represent the Emperor Wu Palace, and he was basically the captain of everyone on this trip. And now, the captain kicked him out of the team. This is another big slap in the face. It's so miserable. Humph. I'm going. Emperor Ling Juwu snorted heavily, and his sleeves were about to smash with his hands, but Emperor Ling Juwu left immediately, but pointed at Hu Sixi and said, this culprit must be eliminated. With that said, he slapped Hu Sixi with a vicious palm. This is to vent resentment and anger. Hu Sixi was frightened silly. Boom. There was a loud noise. It turned out that Emperor Ling Juwu flew out directly. But seeing the aftermath of the power, Su Lang slowly retracted his palm. His face was positive. Emperor Ling Juwu, this Hu Sixi concerns the Dark Sky World and Origin Devil Emperor. You cannot kill it at will. This statement came out. The emperors nodded one after another. Hu Sixi must have more clues about the Dark World and the origin of the Devil Emperor. The opponent's world can anchor the emperor's body and inherit the Forbidden Land, and the Kanglan continent, which is the object of the Forbidden Space, will probably also be anchored in coordinates. In other words, the Dark World is another potentially hostile world. Moreover, it is very likely to be stronger than Jingtian continent. Thought of this, the expressions of the emperors became more solemn, and even a little worried. However, Emperor Ling Juwu sat on the ground in the posture of Ping Shiluyan, and plowed a long dirt ditch, which was extremely embarrassed. He stared at Su Lang violently, shaking with anger. This time, it was the third time he was beaten in the face here. As one of the veteran Wudi in the dignified Kanglan continent, this is really a shame. But, in addition to jealousy and resentment, Emperor Ling Juwu was also very shocked. Chapter 1082. This person is terrible. His strength is much stronger than Zhou Yu. However, Su Lang, who had fought with Zhou Yu for so long, was able to slap him away. During this period, only a few days have passed. OMG, be a man. After a while, the horror in Ling Juwu's heart gradually dissipated. Instead, there is a trace of fear. Of course, resentment cannot be reduced, but more. He stood up without saying a word, and flew away. His back was sad and miserable. Emperor Wudi, who had some friendship with Ling Ju, caught up to try to comfort him, but was pushed aside by Emperor Ling Juwu angrily, and yelled. Du Wudi suddenly shook his head in annoyance, no longer caring about Emperor Ling Juwu. It shouldn't be too late, Taoist Su Lang, please revoke the formation. Siyu smiled and glanced at Emperor Ling Juwu's away back, and smiled at Su Lang. Okay, Su Lang hooked his mouth and nodded, waved his hand to revoke the formation. The wave of dark energy that had lost the shackles of the formation, suddenly shrouded like a mushroom cloud of nuclear bombs. Immediately after, all the emperors showed their supernatural powers and used various positive energy methods to purify this almost endless dark negative energy. The dead souls and negative incense ghosts contained in it naturally cannot escape the palm of everyone's hands, and they are freed and killed simultaneously. What? I don't want to go back. Don't catch me back, I want to hit a higher realm above Emperor Wu. Hu Sixi seemed to be frightened by the black wave, as if mentally ill, he screamed and ran out. I don't know if he was really frightened, or pretending to be crazy and trying to escape. All Wudi naturally did not allow him to leave. Huang Shen Wudi stepped forward, reached out his hand, grabbed Hu Sixi's back collar, and lifted it up like a little chicken. Hu Sixi was suppressed by the 5th rank of Huang Shenwu Emperor, and his brain was covered with fear again, and his body was limp like mud. Here, after cancelling the formation, Su Lang immediately used the system function to refine the formation with one key, refining the formation of the 5 elements Yin and Yang Sealing Emperor formation, and handed it to Emperor Zhao Qinwu. This disc is overflowing with light, and it contains the rhyme of the 5 elements yin-yang avenue, which is very mysterious. The old man Qing Shao on the side looked dizzy and seemed to want to borrow to study, but at this critical moment, he did not speak. Friends Langdi, please rest assured, I will use it carefully. Emperor Zhao Qinwu solemnly took over the formation and placed it carefully. 7-turn Emperor formation, even in Wudi Palace, is extremely rare. Friend Zhao Qin, please don't have too many scruples. Su Lang said sincerely, even if the formation is destroyed, it can be destroyed in the battle against powerful enemies in another world. Emperor Zhao Qinwu didn't speak again, but smiled and nodded. Soon, Zhao Qin took Su Lang's formation, along with Zun Sheng and Si Yushao, through the entrance opened by Su Lang and entered the inheritance of the emperor. Usually, the 5 forbidden areas are covered by the power of special avenues, and Emperor Wu is not allowed to enter. Once Emperor Wu forcefully breaks through, the forbidden area will self-destruct, and the separated life universe and Emperor Wu inheritance will also be wiped out. But at this time, with the permission of Emperor Xuanyu, these rules were naturally lifted. After Emperor Zhao Qin Wu, Emperor Wu Zun Sheng, and Emperor Ziming Wu Si Yu Shao entered the Emperor's forbidden area. While purifying the dark negative energy that was constantly spilling out, the rest of Wudi plunged their spiritual power into the forbidden world of the Emperor's body to observe the battle. Actually, from the time when Emperor Ling Juwu provoked the incident to this moment, there was only a few minutes for everyone to say a few words. In the Emperor Forbidden Area, Emperor Xuanyu and Kuang Erlu were still facing each other. However, Kuang Erlu had obviously retired. Through the upright reaction of Emperor Xuanyu, how could Kuang Erlu fail to guess that the person who came was the helper of Emperor Xuanyu? Although those who spy on their own spiritual power, most of the visitors are relatively weak Wudi, but there are still a few strong ones. Especially one of them, its mental power seems to have reached the rank of Emperor Wudi of rank 8. This person is terrible. Of course this person is Su Lang. Time has passed so long, Su Lang's spiritual power has also climbed to a very high level in the realm of Kongani. Kuang Erlu is only the 6th rank martial emperor. How can he not be afraid of being scared by Su Lang's 8th rank martial emperor's mental power? But Kuang Erlu hasn't flinched yet, because he has a whole card. Chapter 1083, Begging for Your Strength. Actually, Kuang Erlu's whole card is not only a whole card, but also restricts his shackles and prohibitions. This is why he did not flinch. Rumble. There was a rumbling sonic boom from the sky, and the speed of the 3 Wudi was faster than the sound. I don't know how much, they had already come to Emperor Xuanyu. Master Xuanwu Emperor Wu, Emperor Zhao Qinwu, Zun Sheng and Si Yu laughed, saluting in the body of Emperor Zan Yu. Everyone is too polite, don't be like this. Emperor Xuanyu smiled and shook his head. After the foreign enemy is driven away, I will definitely treat everyone. He is such a kind to perverted person. It makes Si Yu laugh incredible. However, Emperor Wu Zhao Qin and Emperor Zun Sheng Wu had contact with the 4 previous inheritors of the Forbidden Area, so they knew something about Zan Zan. Then thank Master Xuanwo, Zhao Qin said with a smile. However, the most urgent task is to deal with the enemy. The voice fell off. Everyone's eyes fell on Kuang Erlu. Ha ha, are you here to die? Kuang Erlu looked at the 3 newly arrived Emperor Wu, and couldn't help showing a sneer. Why? Because the guy who was suspected of being Emperor Wudi of rank 8 was not among them. Humph, you are only ranked 6 Wudi level. Could it be possible to survive the siege of the 4 of us? I advise you to catch it immediately, otherwise, this will be your end. Emperor Zunsheng Wu's eyes boiled with killing intent, and a punch was blasted down. The terrifying rules of the Great Tao are as powerful as living creatures, and they have identified the armored men of the Dark Sky clan, and they have all killed them. Just this trick, all the Dark Sky tribes are dead. Kuang Erlu instantly became a polished commander. Of course, this has no effect on Kuang Erlu, but it only weakens his appearance a little bit. Ha ha ha, do you think it's possible for me to catch it? Kuang Erlu's face twisted, revealing a hideous and distorted look. Stop talking nonsense, come on, speak with strength. A thunderous voice came from Kuang Erlu's mouth, with a violent, cruel and cold-blooded breath, which made people shudder. For this result, the 3 of Zhao Qin and others had known for a long time. The reason for mentioning it is entirely by chance. In addition, by the way, those Dark Sky tribes have been solved, so as not to destroy this world when they can't be distracted by the war. Since you are going to fight to the end, then we will beat you to death. The icy voice of Emperor Zhao Qinwu came. Although she was a female, she was as fierce as Kuang Erlu broke out at this time. After all, Zhao Qin is a veteran Wudi who has participated in many subcontinent battles. During the battles, even Emperor Wu died in her hands in double digits. In the battlefield, the atmosphere became more solemn. At a certain moment, it is like a closed space with increasing pressure, reaching a critical point and exploding instantly. Dead. With a violent shout, Emperor Zhao Qinwu and Emperor Zun Shengwu sacrificed their imperial soldiers, and with one sword, they killed Kuang Erlu. Emperor Xuanyu showed warfare, bravery, and tenacity on his face, stretched out a hand, and squeezed it down. A terrifying giant hand condensed by Almighty Will suddenly fell, with a very strong sealing power, to capture Kuang Erlu. And Si Yuxiao disappeared silently from the place, and disappeared. I really thought you would win if you had more people. Kuang Erlu slowly closed his eyes, and his temperament suddenly changed from a brutal beast to a devout believer. Great Origin Demon Emperor, Kuang Erlu who fought for you, begged for your strength. This was not a prayer that was read out, but two thoughts flashed by Kuang Erlu. The next moment, the attacks of Emperor Wu, such as Zhao Qin, fell directly on Kuang Erlu. The Sword Emperor's soldiers screamed and hummed, penetrating the earth and the clouds, and the giant palm of Emperor Xuanyu's body was broken inch by inch, unable to dissipate. Even if the emperors tried their best to restrict, the aftermath of the fierce battle spread out, sweeping the whole world. The water evaporates directly, and the earth swells with huge waves like the surface of the water. The peaks collapse one after another, deep valleys turn into huge mountains, hills into plains, and huge peaks into oceans. Chapter 1084, Weird Armor. This is a real-world disaster. Fortunately, the world on this side is almost dead, and there are no creatures, otherwise it will inevitably cause huge casualties. As for the negative incense ghosts that hover between heaven and earth, they die when they die, ignore it. The three Wudi had a head-on blow, possessing the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Such powerful power can fall on Kuang Erlu. How is Kuang Erlu? Not dead. I can feel that Kuang Erlu is not only not dead, but not even injured. The strange warrior from the different world of the dark sky is so strange and difficult. Quote. After the three of Zhao Qinwu's blows, they all stepped back and showed vigilance. Si Yuxiao, who hadn't taken a shot, also dived into the void again, looking for a suitable assassination opportunity. The martial emperors outside also tightened, and Su Lang narrowed his eyes. Jia. Continuous and rampant laughter came from the ripples of energy in the sky. Following that, there was a majestic aura that had reached the rank of rank 7 martial emperor. Immediately after, a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw Kuang Erlu, a muscular man before, has become a giant with a height of 100 meters. The whole body is wrapped in tough and heavy armor, the lines are tough and smooth, and it actually has the feeling of mecha. And there are countless spikes on his body, and his body is full of weapons. Lying down, is this the legendary black armor warrior? Su Lang murmured silently, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Tukao returns to Tukao. Su Lang paid more attention to Kuang Erlu. Just now, Kuang Erlu seemed to be connected with a mysterious and terrifying existence. Immediately, an immense force flooded into Kuang Erlu's armor, causing a huge change in Kuang Erlu's form and combat power. That armor is like muscle tissue, and it looks like an independent living thing, like a parasitic on Kuang Erlu. There is a faint aura of horror far surpassing Emperor Wu's rank above. This armor is definitely not simple, you must study it if you have the opportunity. As Su Lang thought silently, the situation on the battlefield reversed. The armored giant Kuang Erlu, who has the power of Emperor Wudi of rank 7, appeared in front of Emperor Zunsheng Wudi for a flash, and blasted out with a punch. The house-sized fist was covered with countless spikes. If it were hit, it would definitely die incomparably miserable. Unbeatable, Emperor Zunsheng Wu used his strongest defensive moves in an instant. He plunged into the special rhyme of Dao, completely gave up the attack, but greatly improved his defense. And it has a certain degree of immunity to energy attacks and physical attacks. Boom! The sound like a giant drum spread all over the world. Emperor Zunsheng Wu was directly flew by a punch, his body was twisted, his eyes were dilated, blood surged in his mouth, and he was already seriously injured and exhausted. Although he used the strongest defensive moves, he still couldn't stop Kuang Erlu, who was promoted to rank 7 martial emperor. Fortunately, Zunsheng Wudi was seriously wounded, and he won the opportunity to attack the other 3 Wudi. Purification. A large amount of omnipotent aspiration power overflowed from Emperor Xuanyu's body, turned into a kind of energy with powerful purifying power, and entangled Kuang Erlu all over the world. Kuang Erlu is full of dark energy and negative incense aspirations. Zan Zan's approach is precisely aimed at this point and wants to weaken it. Ruling Emperor Guang. Emperor Zhao Qinwu throws the long sword of the Emperor in his hand and directly turns it into a golden energy lightsaber of thousands of meters, blooming with a holy and bright light, enveloping Kuang Erlu, the size of 100 meters. West Hunter. Si Yushao also shot. A cold blade of light flashed from the void, with extremely terrifying piercing power, slammed Kuang Erlu's neck. Both Zhao Qin and Si Yushao have demonstrated the fighting power of ranked 7 martial emperor. Watching this scene, Su Lang couldn't help being a little surprised, saying that the heroes of the world should not be underestimated. Especially for a freak like Si Yushao, using the 5th rank martial emperor's realm to exert the attack power of the 7th rank martial emperor, it is really powerful, unfortunately. Su Lang immediately shook his head. An attack of this level still cannot kill Kuang Erlu. Chapter 1085. Su Lang's speculation as if verified Su Lang's guess. The purification energy of Emperor Xuanyu's body fell, and Kuang Erlu's dark energy and negative incense willingness immediately melted like white snow. But it only weakened a small part. Kuang Erlu's armor seemed to be in existence beyond the level of Emperor Wu. However, Emperor Xuanyu was only an ordinary ranked 6 Wudi, and naturally he could not greatly weaken Kuang Erlu. The attacks of Emperor Zhao Qinwu and Si Yushao caused some damage to Kuang Erlu. With the violent metallic power of the Avenue and the power of the light attribute Avenue, the Judgment Emperor's Light pitted Kuang Erlu's armor into pits and cracks. A trace of blood overflowed from the crack and gathered into a stream flowing down Kuang Erlu's huge body. Si Yushao's West Hunting Ellen hit the key point of Kuang Erlu's neck, pierced through the armor, splashed with debris, and instantly pierced in. The blood of a canopy blasted out thousands of meters like a high-pressure water gun. However, Kuang Erlu just became stiff, then waved his hand fiercely, killing a void. There were countless sharp spikes shot out from the body, attacking Emperor Zhao Qinwu and others who had just used the ultimate move. Zhao Qin and others had to immediately return to defense and resort to various means to block Kuang Erlu's attack. Jia, just with you also want to kill me who has accepted the power of Origin Demon Emperor. Kuang Erlu raised his head, and in his blood-red eyes, there were 3 small pupils rotating continuously. The power of the Origin Devil Emperor. Su Lang, who saw the battle clearly, was suddenly surprised. Could it be that the armor was made by the Origin Devil Emperor? No, how can those Wushengwushens get the rewards of the Origin Demon Emperor? That kind of existence is even better than the 9th rank Wudi. Then, those armors are simply the muscle tissue of the Origin Devil Emperor. In the Dark World, all warriors have armors, and they all have the muscles of the Origin Devil Emperor. It's not right. Unless the Origin Devil Emperor is dead, how can he let his body be divided by countless ants? But Kuang Erlu contacted the Origin Demon Emperor and gained terrifying power, indicating that the Origin Demon Emperor was not dead. Su Lang frowned and thought hard. By the way, there is a negative incense aspiration on the armor. Could it be that the Origin Demon Emperor is dead, but transformed into the incense Wudi? The original body was given to countless clansmen. But this is not right. Again, no Emperor Wu will allow countless ants to carve up his body. Even if it is given actively, there must be an extremely important reason, and it must be related to the great interests of the Origin Devil Emperor himself. However, what benefits can be gained by letting the ants carve up their bodies? Can't figure it out. This dark world is really strange. But my current strength can't be explored yet, not to mention the opponent's world coordinates can't be found. Su Lang temporarily suppressed the problem in his heart and continued to watch the war in the world of the Emperor. The 2 sides fought for 1 or 2 rounds, in fact it was only an instant, at this time. On the side of Kenglin Continent, Emperor Zunsheng Wu was directly injured and exhausted, leaving only the 3 of Zhao Qin, Xuanyu Emperor and Si Yushao. Facing the powerful Kuang Erlu, he has fallen into an obvious disadvantage. Hold it down. Emperor Zhao Qinwu immediately set the next strategy war of attrition. Kuang Erlu obviously used the secret technique to reach the rank of ranked 7 martial emperor. Secret arts are generally time limited, and there are few permanent secret arts, and even if they do, they usually have more terrifying sequelae. Fighting a war of attrition with Kuang or Lu is currently the most correct decision. Si Yuxiao and Emperor Xuanyu did not hesitate to start implementing the new strategy, and immediately resorted to various means of fighting, and no longer confronted Kuang or Lu. Emperor Zhao Qinwu also swayed countless regular silk threads, filling the entire space and limiting the scope of Kuang or Lu's activities. Humph! With these little tricks, I want to haunt me. Kuang or Lu turned a blind eye to the fighting methods of the three people, sneered, and directly killed Emperor Zhensheng Wu in the distance. Although the three of Zhao Qin once again used various methods, it was difficult to restrict Kuang or Lu, who was rank 7 Wudi. Chapter 1086, Ineffective War of Attrition, No Solution Anymore. The five elements Yin and Yang seal the Emperor formation. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Zhao Qin Wu directly unfolded the Emperor-level formation provided by Su Lang. Terrifying power poured into the array, and a huge transparent ball constructed by the formation barrier instantly trapped Kuang or Lu. Boom! Kuang or Lu, who had killed Emperor Wudi Zhensheng, slammed into the formation barrier and made a huge roar. The entire spherical formation barrier has been slightly deformed. What? 7th rank Emperor rank formation. Kuang or Lu was shocked. Although there were formations in their world, the strongest was at the junior Wudi level. This is the first time he has seen the formation of rank 7 Wudi level. The most important thing is that this powerful formation was released in an instant. This is really unbelievable for Kuang or Lu. However, shock was shocked. For Zhao Qin and the others' purpose, Kuang or Lu saw through at a glance and showed a deep sneer. But Emperor Zhao Qin Wu and others were relieved and began to show their magical powers to consume Kuang or Lu. The various emperors of the outside world breathed out a long breath, and they all looked at Su Lang one after another. Thanks to Taoist Su Lang's formation. Yes, without the formation of Taoist Su Lang, the situation inside would be even worse. Master Zhao Qin Wu should use the formation from the beginning, so that Emperor Wu will not be seriously injured. Who can think that the ghost thing is so strong? One move will beat Emperor Zun Sheng Wu to exhaustion. Now that fellow is trapped by Taoist Su Lang's formation, should we go in and besiege? If we join the siege, we will definitely consume the monster and end the battle early. Lest there be too many dreams at night, let's go. Quote. The emperors of Wu Wu talked a lot, and they were quite ready to move, however. I'm afraid not. Su Lang shook his head. Look, the monster's injury has healed, and the aura on his body has not diminished. This statement came out, everyone was shocked, and gathered more mental energy to take a closer look and found that it was so hateful. This guy's resilience is so strong. That's the damage caused by Emperor Zhao Qin Wu and Si Yuxiao. How can the wound be healed so easily? Damn, what the asterisk is going on? Quote. The emperors felt a little unbelievable, and at the same time they felt a little weak. Even the injuries caused by Zhao Qin and Si Yuxiao's attacks of the 7th rank martial emperor level attack healed so easily. Even if they were exhausted to death, these junior and intermediate martial emperors would not be able to cause any loss to the monster. After all, the gap between Emperor Wu's small realms is too big. At the same time, Emperor Zhao Qin Sanwu, who was fighting Kuang or Lu, also discovered the special state of Kuang or Lu. They continue to consume Kuang or Lu, but the other party is not afraid to consume at all and has always maintained the best condition. This resilience. Too frightening. Humph, I am now being watched and blessed by the Origin Devil Emperor. If you want to consume me, it is a dream. Kuang or Lu sneered without fear, allowing Zhao Qin and others' attacks to fall on him, unmoved. Why is the resilience of this dog so terrible? What can we do? Emperor Zhao Qin Wu was a little anxious. She and Si Yuxiao could explode the attack of Emperor Wu of the 7th rank, but it only broke out in an instant. Therefore, after the consumption tactics failed, the three Wudi were helpless. The battle is temporarily deadlocked. On the face of it, Kuang or Lu was besieged and in a weak position, but in fact, the three talents Zhao Qin were really disadvantaged. And just now, Su Lang saw more things. He discovered that Kuang or Lu seemed to be able to get a steady stream of power from the unknown existence. This is the characteristic of the incense practice system. It is the same as the relationship between the Chongtong clan and Xuanwo. The martial artist of the Chongtong clan gets a reward of strength from Zan Zan, and if Zan Zan is willing, he can always instill aspiration power into a believer martial artist. Chapter 1087, Do It Yourself. But, Kwang Erlu's situation is different from the characteristics of a typical incense practice system. First of all, what Kwang Erlu gets supplemented is not the universal power of willingness, but some kind of higher energy after dilution, which perfectly fits Kwang Erlu itself after dilution. Secondly, his upper limit of power does not break through because of the continuous replenishment, but maintains the best condition, and replenishes a little when it consumes a little. In addition, Su Lang sensed an indescribable horror in Kwang Erlu's 3 pupils and eyes. It was as if there was an unimaginable strong man who was watching through Kwang Erlu's eyes. Analyze with the information currently available. The cultivation system of the dark sky world is probably a special cultivation system integrated into the incense system. Like the inheritance world left by Emperor Wudi, dark sky has a supreme ruler, and that ruler is the origin demon emperor. Kwang Erlu is getting a steady stream of supplements from the origin demon emperor. It is the origin demon emperor who really fights the war of attrition with Zhao Qin and others. It's not advisable to rely on formations and fight attrition. Su Lang took a deep breath. The only way is to use thunder to destroy it directly. Thought of this, Su Lang checked the time limit of his swallowing clone. It will be over in 5 minutes. It should be enough. While thinking about it, Su Lang stepped forward and walked into the Emperor's forbidden ground. Friend Su Lang. Friend Langdi, what are you doing? Don't go, that's not a battle we can participate in. We have already contacted Master Wudi of Qingzhou, Wudi Palace, don't worry, Taoist Su Lang. Quote. One by one, Emperor Wu persuaded Su Lang, and Emperor Wu stepped forward to stop him from letting Su Lang go death. I know everyone's kindness, however, if it is so consumed, we have lost too much. The 7th rank Wudi formation, but every second is burning money. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand. Besides, please rest assured, if I don't have full confidence, how can I make a move? While talking, Su Lang avoided the obstacles of the emperors at an extremely fast speed, and was about to enter the Emperor Forbidden area. Friends, wait, I am willing to do my best. But Du Emperor Wu quickly followed. Then, Emperor Wudi, the **** of loud voice, followed closely behind. Just be happy. Su Lang smiled, knowing that Emperor Wudi and the others were wary of him, fearing that they would have a conspiracy to go in. After all, they were affected by Emperor Ling Juwu a little bit. Next moment, Su Lang took a step forward, and the scene before him suddenly changed. A dark planet appeared underfoot, and the sky that occupied a quarter of the planet was reduced to a battlefield, separated by the 5 elements Yin and Yang Seal Imperial Array, and Kwang Erlu was besieged inside. Emperor Zhao Qin Wu, Si Yushao, and Emperor Zan Yu are still attacking Kwang Erlu before they found a new tactic. They could only maintain the strategy at this time and temporarily drag Kwang Erlu. A helper is here. Emperor Su Lang, Foolish Fish, and Desolate God Sanwu entered the Emperor Forbidden Area, and Emperor Xuanyu was the first to feel it. It's the Emperor Lang, the Foolish Fish and the Wild God. Zhao Qin and Si Yushao looked distracted and couldn't help but smile. Wangshan is the 5th rank martial emperor, Su Lang is suspected to have the 5th rank combat power, and the Crazy Fish 4th rank martial emperor. In such a battle, he can't play any role. If Kwang Erlu suddenly got out of trouble, then all 3 of them might have to die. This is a great loss to Kenglin continent. But the next moment, Ying confused the inner world. With a thought in Su Lang, he began to release the weight of Yingzu's inner bounds and carry it on himself. 1 billionth, 2 billionths, 1 millionth, 2 millionths, 1 millionth. 1 part per million is the limit that Su Lang can bear after using the devouring clone. In an instant, Su Lang carried a weight of 6,400,000 billion tons, and his whole body cracked and cracked. Fine lines faintly appeared on his skin. The surrounding space suddenly swayed, countless spatial ripples, almost being trampled by Su Lang. Chapter 1088, There is no fear. Kwang Erlu, this is. Release the power of the universe of life. At this moment, everyone's complexion changed wildly. Zhao Qin, Si Yushao, Emperor Xuanyu, Huang Shen, Crazy Fish, the emperors of the outside world. Langdi dared to release the power of the universe of life. Oh my god, doesn't he know that by doing this, the universe of life will collapse? The universe of life that has not yet been perfected, once the power of the world is released, it will first carry its own weight. The loose planet will collapse in an instant. Langdi, his life universe, I am afraid it has begun to collapse. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Lang has such a great spirit. In order to kill the powerful enemy in another world, he will not hesitate to sacrifice himself to pour countless years of painstaking life in the universe. God, I was foolishly suspicious of Langdi's conspiracy just now, I am so damned. Friend Langdi, I am convinced. Quote. Each Emperor Wu looked at Su Lang intently, his eyes flickering, with deep shock and emotion. In all Wudi's cognition, the power of the universe of life cannot be released before the planets of the universe of life are completely melted into perfection. Because each Wudi's life universe planet chooses the right land from the outside world, gradually accepts the life universe, and uses the force of rules to cast it into a planet. In the realm of Emperor Wu, everyone's life universe only looked like one planet, which was actually very loose and its structure was very unstable. Weak Wudi, their universe of life is full of loopholes, it may seem very large and vast, but in fact it is fragile. For the planet of life universe to be perfect, basically it takes a complete road of Emperor Wu, and it is possible to touch the realm of the Great Emperor. Only then will it be possible to have the qualifications to release the power of the world. Prior to this, once the power of the world is released, it is basically equivalent to giving up the life universe planet that has been cultivated for many years and allowing it to collapse, and so. When he discovered that Su Lang released the power of the world, all the emperors of Wu were moved by Su Lang's spirit of fearlessness and sacrifice. But they don't even know. At first, Su Lang had no life universe, only Wushan inner realm. Second, what exists in the inner world is the fragments of the boundless world that have been tempered in the universe for 4 to 5 billion years. Whether it is its own texture or long-term training, it is impossible for it to collapse due to the release of the power of the world. And at the same time, one person was even more shocked, and that was Kwang Erlu. No, to be precise, it should be the Origin Devil Emperor. A faraway place, a corner of the boundless universe. On the vast black planet, the mysterious existence in the mist was staring at Su Lang through Kwang Erlu's eyes. At a glance, he could see through Su Lang's true cultivation base that was only a martial arts immortal. This is the most shocking place of Origin Devil Emperor. In the realm of one tribulation Wushan, it possesses the combat power close to that of Wudi, and can also release the power of the world. This unreasonable existence, even if the Origin Devil Emperor is a universe-level old monster that has survived for nearly 100 million years, he has never seen it. At the same time, seeing all Wudi's expressions moved, Su Lang felt inexplicable. However, his expression remained unchanged, his face was serious and solemn, and carrying the terrifying power of the world, he came to the front of the 5 elements Yin and Yang sealing Emperor formation. Yu. Kwang Erlu stared at Su Lang closely with an unbelievable expression. Because his cultivation system was very special and could not condense the universe of life, he didn't know that Su Lang had released the power of the world. However, he could clearly perceive Su Lang's terrifying aura that far surpassed that of ranked 7 martial emperor. The crisis of life and death engulfed Kwang Erlu all at once. If he hadn't been covered by armor tightly, he would have exploded by now. Ended. Invaders of the Dark World. Su Lang's voice was indifferent and ruthless, containing a chilling killing intent. You can't kill me. The Origin Devil Emperor is watching you, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely die. Kwang Erlu yelled fiercely, not sternly, but truly confident. Chapter 1089, Su Lang flickers. Is it? This world is just a broken universe of life. We will leave here soon, how can Origin Devil Emperor find me? Su Lang didn't do anything for the time being. The seemingly nonsense move was actually collecting intelligence. Ha 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 ha, do you think that the great Origin Devil Emperor cannot anchor your world? Wrong, a big mistake. Why could that weak xianxia escape? Because I let him out specially. Ha 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 ha, xianxia is the anchor. Our dark sky world has already fixed on your world. Although your world seems to have many Emperor Wu, so many Emperor Wu came from a small inheritance, but our dark sky world is stronger. You are dead, haha, unless you join the world of dark sky and become the people of the great Origin Devil Emperor. Kwang Erlu laughed wildly, and his fear of Su Lang was actually suppressed. Su Lang, Zhao Qin and others could not help feeling a deep chill after hearing Kwang Erlu's words. It is clear, Kwang Erlu believes that Kanglan continent is a world where Emperor Wu walks everywhere. But even so, he is still confident. This shows how powerful the Dark Sky continent is. I am afraid that it is at least one level higher than the Kanglan continent, and at least has a great Emperor-level powerhouse. Being stared at by such a powerful world is more threatening than Jingtian continent. But, Su Lang and others are not fools either. Although I was horrified in my heart, there was no fear. Because of Kwang Erlu's misunderstanding, it was an opportunity for Kenglin continent. This misunderstanding must be widened. Su Lang thought to himself, smiling coldly on the surface. Hehe, what about the world that anchors us? We are just a group of ordinary Wudi on the continent of Zishan. People who are stronger than us are everywhere. Not only that, but we also have the great guardian of the ruthless heavenly emperor. What kind of origin is the devil emperor, whose name is loud, but I don't know how we can support the ruthless heavenly emperor. By the way, origin devil, are you looking at me now? Listen well, we welcome the dark sky world to die. I am worried that I have no resources. It would be great to be able to fight. Su Lang looked at Kwang Erlu with his nostrils aloft, and when he talked about the ruthless emperor, he immediately showed a look of worship and awe. This time the actor-level performance almost stunned Zhao Qin and others. Fortunately, they understood Su Lang's strategy in an instant, and immediately showed the same respect and awe as Su Lang. Even more exaggerated, but Kwang Erlu was stunned by Su Lang. He didn't underestimate the Kenglin continent, the world where Emperor Wu walked all over the ground. Even the dark sky world was difficult to chew. At this time, after hearing Su Lang's words, Kwang Erlu suddenly felt that the Kenglin continent was even more powerful, probably not inferior to the dark sky world at all. Looking at the origin devil emperor through Kwang Erlu's eyes, his mentality became serious and solemn. In the view of the origin of the emperor, Su Lang himself is a super genius who has been rare in a million years. In any era, he is a pervert that crushes his peers and beats the older generation. Such an existence is absolutely arrogant and will not easily worship and awe a certain person. Unless it is really a very powerful existence, Su Lang can convince such geniuses. Therefore, in the mind of origin devil emperor, a very powerful warrior has been imagined. A strong man who has walked far on the road of the emperor, even close to the supreme emperor. Only such a strong man can make Su Lang such a perverted beau. The ruthless heavenly emperor. It seems that for the time being, we can't do anything about this Zishan continent, we have to investigate it first. The origin devil emperor was determined in his heart and would never attack the opponent's world easily. Chapter 1090. Fragments of the great emperor's soul body. At the same time, at the moment Kwang Erlu's expression was stagnant, Su Lang immediately saw his expression in his eyes. It seems that Kwang Erlu believed my nonsense. I just don't know if the origin devil emperor will be bluffed by me. Su Lang thought silently, regaining his arrogant look on the surface, looking at Kwang Erlu condescendingly. Humph, our dark world is the strongest world. No one can stop our invasion, and the same goes for you to cover the continent. In Kwang Erlu's fearless expression, he finally brought a trace of sorrow. Ha ha, dogs of the dark world, I hope you can come to us to cover the sky soon. Well, I will kill this ranked 6 martial emperor first. Remember, you must hate me. Su Lang glanced at Kwang Erlu with disdain, and immediately stepped forward, violently stepping on Kwang Erlu in the 5 elements yin-yang seal imperial array. Where he passed, the barrier of formation automatically opened the channel. Su Lang's feet fell on Kwang Erlu's huge body that was 100 meters high in an instant. Don't you want to kill me? Kwang Erlu roared, and his voice trembled. He raised his hands and slapped him fiercely in the middle, as if he wanted to slap Su Lang as a fly. But the next moment, Kwang Erlu's movements suddenly froze and stopped completely. Immediately after, click, click, numerous cracks appeared in the black spiked armor on Kwang Erlu's body. In the cracks, a large amount of blood and meat overflowed. Obviously, Kwang Erlu, who was wrapped in armor, could not withstand Su Lang's terrifying attack, and was directly shocked into meat. But Kwang Erlu is a great emperor who specializes in physical training, almost the purest physical training, so this kind of injury still failed to kill him. Dead. Su Lang stepped out again. Not only contains the power of the world that confuses the inner world, but also the power of infinite rules. Do not. The great origin devil. Kwang Erlu issued a desperate call, but no one could help him, even the origin devil emperor, who was so far away, couldn't help him. Kwang Erlu will undoubtedly die. But it's okay. If the flesh and blood parasitic on Kwang Erlu can be recovered, there is no loss. The origin demon emperor whispered, and immediately his mind moved, and he began to operate his great emperor level exercises. In the forbidden land of the emperor, Kwang Erlu's huge body was completely shattered. But the black armor exploded with a force that was even higher than the power of Emperor Wu, avoiding the end of complete annihilation. Not only that, the black armor suddenly transformed from a hard object to a tough muscle-like body, and it engulfed Kwang Erlu's woody soul. The twisted muscles, like countless pythons entangled their prey, began to devour Kwang Erlu's soul, and he wanted to merge his soul with himself. In this scene, Zhao Qin and others' pupils contracted suddenly. Su Lang also looked surprised, and he was vigilant in his heart to prevent the opponent from throwing his whole cards again and then turning over. But the scene where the muscles devour Kwang Erlu's soul lasted less than a second. The next moment, the densely packed muscles twisted together like a snake, and Kwang Erlu's spirit of Emperor Wu disappeared instantly. Ding! You get the fragment of the Great Emperor's Soul Body 1, the Senior Martial Emperor's Soul 1, the Enlightenment of Space 1, the Rule Shanjing 1, the Great Tao of Power 1, the Hinayana Shanyuan 3125486, and the Best Immortal Jade 9,121,428. Emperor-level materials. Fairy-level materials. When the system prompt came, Su Lang was taken aback. What is the fragment of the Great Emperor's Soul Body? Also, isn't Kwang Erlu the 6th-rank Martial Emperor? How did he harvest the soul of the advanced Martial Emperor? Then it is considered advanced if he has a rank 7 or more. In addition, this rule of the fairy crystal is so rough, it only contains some power rules. This Tao of power is pretty good. I didn't expect to kill the Emperor Wu to directly explode the power of the Tao. The perfect plunder is really terrifying. Chapter 1091, Horrified Origin Devil at the same time. In the dark world, the mysterious origin demon Emperor in the mist is directly stunned. What's the situation? Where are the fragments of my soul body? How come it suddenly disappeared? Oh my god, I haven't recovered my soul fragments for the first time after practicing for so long. That is the fragment of the soul body that I have carefully cultivated for many years. It is a ladder that has been condensed on my road to the realm of the Supreme Emperor. Fortunately, it is just muscle tissue, not a more important part, otherwise the loss will be even greater. This genius who covers the sky is really weird. I can actually my soul fragments from my hands. My evaluation of him is still too low. Then, that ruthless heavenly emperor is probably stronger than I thought. It seems that we must be more cautious about the Zishan continent. The origin devil emperor was horrified, and even raised a deep fear of the Zishan continent. Su Lang didn't know that his perfect plunder shocked the origin devil emperor again. If he knew it, he would definitely be happy. At this moment, Su Lang glanced roughly at the spoils, and immediately sealed the inner boundary of Yingzuo. Without the 640 trillion tons of weight on his body, he felt that he was about to float with ease. Tisk tut, this is a good way to exercise. Furthermore, using the planet as a barbell to exercise your body is too high. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a slight smile appeared. Of course, he also thought about it randomly. If he really wants to exercise, it is better to practice the exercises honestly. Friend Lang Di Dao, just now, what about those muscles that changed in armor? Zhao Qin's surprised voice came from the side, followed by everyone's gaze. I don't know that. Su Lang scratched his head with an honest expression on his face. He didn't want to expose his perfect plunder. In other words, disappeared inexplicably. There was no sign, it just disappeared. It's really scary. Could it be the method of the origin devil emperor? It is very possible that the dark world is really not easy to mess with. Father Su Lang's words, I don't know if the origin demon emperor believes it. If not, our Kanglan continent will soon face attacks from the two worlds of Jingtian continent and Dark Heaven continent. We will definitely lose. In any case, Taoist Su Lang's quick wit finally gave us a glimmer of hope. Yes, Taoist Su Lang, I'm really convinced of you. Master Su Lang, please be worshipped by the crazy fish. All Wu emperors discussed, and their attitude towards Su Lang changed again. I paid more attention to it before, and I was a little in awe. In fact, there is still a little doubt. But at this time, he completely believed in Su Lang, and developed a feeling of admiration. Especially, in order to kill the Emperor Wu in another world, Su Lang did not hesitate to sacrifice his life and universe, so that everyone could not be moved. Friend Su Lang, are you okay now? Wudi, The asterisk of wildness with a loud voice became a little gentle at this moment. Yes, fellow Langdi, it doesn't matter, are you? The planet of the universe of life collapsed and collapsed. We must all help you rebuild it. Quote. Zhao Qin and others showed their concerns. Ni Chenzhou and the Emperor Wu from the outside immediately rushed into the world of the Emperor's forbidden area and surrounded Su Lang. Exactly. We must help fellow Taoists collect suitable land and rebuild the universe of life. I just collected a plane with rich wood attribute rules. Before I can use it, I will give it to fellow Langdi Taoist after I have finished here. Me too, I gave Taoist Su Lang a magnetic mountain, which contains the magnetic rules that are almost condensed into Tao. I haven't collected any land suitable for casting life universe planets. I am willing to donate 1 million Hinayana sources to Langdi Taoist friends. Me too, donate 1 million Hinayana Shanyuan to Langdi Taoist. Chapter 1092, They want to compensate me. All Emperor Wu said, I said, patted their chests and promised to help Su Lang rebuild the universe of life. And Su Lang, he sounded dumbfounded. When he released the power of the inner world before, he really reached the limit, so he didn't pay attention to the looks of the people, let alone the misunderstanding of them. At this time, seeing everyone's caring faces, Shihan and Nguyen suddenly felt confused. But fortunately, he immediately captured important information from everyone's words. They thought my life universe planet collapsed. Why do you think so? Ordinarily, releasing the power of the inner world will cause the planet of life in the universe to collapse. Well, it should be like this. I don't even know this kind of emperor-level common sense. Well, when the 7 emperor-level exercises are completed, you should be able to figure out the Wu emperor level completely. Now they want to make up for me, it's so beautiful. Quote. A lot of thoughts flashed in Su Lang's mind for a moment. He immediately spit out a mouthful of blood with a pale face, and a trace of cracks appeared on his body again. Even the strong aura directly declined to the rank of Emperor Wudi. That's right, Su Lang directly dismissed Theoswallow clone, anyway there was only more than a minute left. Immediately after, ahem, it's okay, I'm okay. Su Lang showed a tough look in his eyes, as if he wanted to resist all the pressure. Friend Langdi, don't do this. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the Kanglan continent. How can we allow you to bear such a big loss alone? Yes, the battle of the mainland still needs the help of the Langdi Taoist. You must not refuse, you must restore your combat powers soon. Quote. The emperors were full of concern, and they looked like, you must accept our compensation. Some of them, Emperor Wu, directly squeezed the space treasures, which contained various things. The super good Emperor Xuanyu directly gave away a fairy-level space treasure, not knowing how many good things were inside. Good. Then thank you fellow Taoists for the generous gift. In the battle of the mainland, I, Su Lang, will kill the enemy even more bravely. Su Lang finally nodded, accepting the space treasures given by everyone with a look of embarrassment, and he was happy. This is a treasure presented by the 22 Emperor Wu. Most of them were given to the Hinayana Shanyuan. Su Lang was not able to count immediately, but he also knew that the Hinayana Shanyuan would definitely not be less than 10 million. See Su Lang's men who gave him the compensation. All the emperors felt better in their hearts, and felt that this time they had contributed to killing the emperors of another world. So everyone was happy. But, soon, everyone calmed down and began to clean the battlefield. The accumulation of thousands of years was ruined. Emperor Xuanyu looked at the dark planet beneath him, and he rarely felt sad. Yes, this world is too miserable. Not only are the creatures almost slaughtered, but the land and ocean are also polluted. Let's quickly help purify those dark negative energies. Quote. With that said, everyone intends to clean up the dark negative energy and save this life universe. But at this moment, Su Lang stopped everyone, and many more. The most urgent thing is to first explore the breach of the Dark Sky World's invasion of the Emperor's forbidden land. We must first repair the gap, and then we can clean up the dark negative energy, and then let people inherit the inheritance of the 9th rank Wudi. If I guessed correctly, the successor should also inherit this world. As long as the gap in the Emperor's forbidden land is repaired, and then the successor can inherit this world, the coordinates of this world can be changed continuously, so as to avoid being invaded by the Dark Sky continent again. Su Lang looked around at everyone with a serious face. Chapter 1093. Langdi is really amazing, indeed. You must first get this world out of the sight of the dark world. Quote. After hearing Su Lang's words, all Wudi nodded in agreement. Soon, all Wudi looked at Emperor Xuanyu. As the master of this world, he must know the gap best. I know the exact location. Please come with me. Sure enough, Emperor Xuanyu nodded with a certain face. Immediately after, Su Lang and others followed Emperor Xuanyu to a certain place in the world barrier. Standing in front of the barriers of the world, Su Lang swept it roughly with mental power, and found a large number of cracks in a cavity that was slowly growing larger. Hollow outside, the power of space from the boundless universe is constantly eroding the barriers of space and assimilating this world. Please use the space rules to help me repair the void. Emperor Xuanyu nodded to Su Lang and the others, then used the almighty incense power to turn into a strange barrier to fill the void. Su Lang and other emperors also used space rules to help. At the level of Emperor Wu, he generally mastered the rules of space in order to build the universe of life. It's just that no one is more proficient in the rules of space than Su Lang, let alone become an emperor with a great way of space. Therefore, when Su Lang used the space rules, he suddenly formed a contrast with other Wudi. He manipulates a large number of spatial rhythm lines, filling and repairing the cavities of the barrier. But for the rest of Emperor Wu, there was too much difference. Not long, space barriers are completely restored as new. Fellow Langdi Taoist is really amazing. Yes, even if the cultivation base slips, the first-hand space rules are much more skillful than we use. Well, this space barrier is empty. Except for Master Xuanwo, fellow Langdi Taoist has repaired the most. Friend Langdi is really amazing, I admire it. Quote. All Wudi looked at Su Lang with admiration. Su Lang just smiled faintly, and quickly said humble words. The crowd said a few more words. Then it was the turn to purify the dark and filthy power of this world. This is a time-consuming task. Emperor Zhao Qin looked at Su Lang and Zun Sheng. The Taoists Langdi and the Taoists Zunsheng are hurt, so you don't need to do it. Yes, right, the two fellow Taoists should take a good rest. Quote. One by one, Emperor Wu asked Su Lang and Zun Sheng to rest. No, although my cultivation base slipped, but to clean up the dark negative energy, it is still done. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and without waiting for everyone to speak, he flew straight to the ground. The emperors couldn't help being touched by Su Lang's persistence. Emperor Zunsheng Wu also said in his heart that he should be the same as Emperor Lang, and he must have his own belief in persistence. So he also gave up rest and joined the team to clean up the dark negative energy. Except for Si Yushang who guarded Hu Sixi outside and did not enter the emperor's forbidden area, including Su Lang and Xuanyu, the 23 Wudi were each assigned to a territory and began to clear the dark negative energy. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to act. I said, there must be light. Darkness, condensed into a ball. Disperse it, decayed energy. Quote. Su Lang used various rules to clean up a large area. The other Emperor Wu found this scene and couldn't help being stunned. Because the rules that Su Lang mastered were not only numerous, but they were all very proficient. Therefore, Su Lang's efficiency is faster than everyone else. Langdi, it's really amazing. The emperors admired Su Lang even more in their hearts. In a blink of an eye, a short time passed. The dark life planet has turned brown, which is considered to restore some health. But in a short period of time, it is impossible to completely repair this planet, and it must continue to be repaired in the days to come. Chapter 1094. Emperor Wu have big heads. In addition, the ecosystem must be re-established. The most important cultivation civilization must be developed from the foundation. Even if there is a complete cultivation system, it will take a long time to wait for the strong to cultivate. Fortunately, the incense system has advantages in this regard. As long as the ruler is willing to sacrifice his own power to give believers, the speed of the upgrade of believers can be accelerated. However, this is still limited. It is impossible for ordinary people to suddenly grant Wushan level power, that is killing. The prerequisite for elevating the rank of believers is that believers can withstand that power. Closer to home, after the emperors of Wudi initially cleared the dark negative energy, they began to discuss the next issue. What to do with the inheritance of the emperor body. First of all, through the narration of Emperor Xuanyu's body, all Wudi fully understood the inheritance process. The first is to select successors through trials. Then Emperor Xuanyu merged with the successor, sacrificed himself, and pushed the successor to the realm of Emperor Wu. Immediately after, use the ready-made world directly to create the universe of life. The inheritors will get the Emperor-level cultivation base, the Emperor-level cultivation technique, countless heavenly materials and earth treasures, a long-developed life universe planet, and the wuxia forest that has been cultivated for countless years, but now, the planet of life is almost gone. The strength of Emperor Xuanyu's body has dropped drastically, almost falling to the level of Emperor Wudi of rank 6. A large number of intelligent creatures are the foundation of the incense system, and this foundation is now gone. Secondly, wuxia forest was also destroyed. The culprit was xianxia, who was originally a fanatic of Xuanxuan, who had cultivated to the realm of quasi-immortality. Then, he was stuck, and he could only wait to live and die before he could become a fairy-level hero. xianxia was not reconciled and went black and fled into the deep sea. By chance, he merged a large amount of negative incense energy, broke through to the immortal level, and went straight to the quasi-emperor level. Immediately after, in order to find a way to escape from this world, xianxia adapted, Baishandi, and by chance, in the future, he contacted the Origin Devil Emperor. Then, with the help of Origin Devil Emperor, xianxia found the spatial coordinates of wuxia forest. Soon, the Origin Demon Emperor sent Kuang Erlu to invade this world. xianxia also launched an attack at the same time, destroying the wuxia forest and releasing the negative incense aspirations accumulated for countless years. Amid the infinite negative incense aspirations, xianxia was promoted to the emperor rank, and Kuang Erlu also fought with Emperor Xuanwei. At last, it was Su Lang who opened the entrance to the emperor's forbidden area, and what happened later, all in all. The current emperor's forbidden land inheritance has been destroyed. There was only one planet that was almost dead, as well as emperor-level techniques and a large number of immortal sources and treasures of heaven and earth. Although this is still an emperor inheritance of infinite value. But don't forget that the coordinates of this world have been anchored by the Origin Demon Emperor, and inheritance will take huge risks. Although after inheritance, the coordinates of this world will be transferred with the movement of the inheritor. However, a big boss like the Origin Devil Emperor is usually unreasonable. Who knows if the Origin Devil Emperor has other means to lock this world? If you want to inherit this world, you must take risks. Not only will the inheritors have the risk of death, our entire Kanglan continent also has to bear the risk. Yes, once the dark sky world can really anchor the successor's life universe, then the successor will become a shortcut for the dark sky world to invade our Kanglan continent. However, this inheritance cannot be abandoned like this, it must be inherited. Yes, not to mention the value of inheritance, if no one inherits, what will Master Xuanyu do? Quote. Because of the inheritance of the emperor's body, the emperor's heads are big. At this time, Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. I have a way. Chapter 1095, Diversion Project. I wonder if fellow Langdi can do anything. All Wudi's eyes lit up and they looked at Su Lang one after another. Very simple. Abandon this world. Su Lang smiled and said, just let the successor inherit this planet of life, not the entire universe of life. This statement came out. All Wudi suddenly realized. The origin of the Devil Emperor anchored the space of this world, not the planet of life. Only inheriting the planet of life can indeed avoid all risks, but in the process of inheriting the inheritance, the method for the successor to break through the Wudi level is that I use special means to directly use this life universe to assist the successor to break through. According to the thoughts of fellow Langdi Taoist, the successor will have to independently break through the emperor rank before he can inherit the life planet. This is not something that can be done in a short time. It was Emperor Xuanyu himself who raised the objection. His words fell in the ears of Emperor Wu, and immediately silenced everyone. Yes, if the gecko docks its tail, abandons the universe of life and inherits only the planet of life, then the successor must break through to the Emperor Wu level by himself. It was not easy for the quasi-emperor to break through to Emperor Wu. Even with the help of Emperor Wu on the scene, it was full of uncertainty. But if the successor is originally at Emperor Wu level, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Emperor Yi Wu inherits the inheritance of Lord Xuano, and all problems can be easily solved. What? Let Emperor Wu inherit the inheritance. This is a good way. However, our original intention was to train one more Emperor Wu to come out. If we do so, it goes against our original intention. Yes, and the inherited Emperor Wu will face the horrible side effect of incense aspiration. Who wants it? Yes, and the loss is really too great to give up this life universe. In addition, this life universe is currently dependent on the Kenglin continent. Even if it is abandoned, as long as it still exists, it will still not be able to completely avoid risks. Quote. After thinking about Su Lang's point of view, the emperors quickly found some points that needed to be resolved. As for the drawbacks raised by Emperor Wu, how could Su Lang not expect it? First of all, no Emperor Wu is willing to inherit the inheritance of the emperor and bear the side effects of incense. Su Lang is willing to let an avatar of himself be the successor. Although this is equivalent to permanently losing an avatar that can be sacrificed casually, and also to bear the risk of entanglement. But the benefits are still many. But Su Lang did not speak directly, telling his plan, but first mentioned the latter question. Who wants to inherit the inheritance will not be mentioned for now. Su Lang said indifferently, the problem of risks that will be brought about by the survival of the universe of life here can actually be solved. How to solve it? Emperor Zhao Qinwu said, could it be to destroy it directly? This, too wasteful. This is a very stable world on one side. It's ruined like this, it really makes me feel so distressed. Yes, the emperors looked at each other, very reluctant to bear this world. After all, this is one of the 6 life universe fragments left by Emperor Wudi of rank 9, comparable to the complete life universe of ordinary Wudi. And the quality is much higher. Destruction is indeed a way. But I have a better way. Su Lang smiled lightly, that is to use it as a means to target the Jingtian continent, to attract disasters, and to transfer the risk to the Jingtian continent. After hearing Su Lang's words, all Wudi looked at each other again. This sounds like a good idea. But it is impossible to complete such a plan. Yes, this world is attached to the Kenglin continent, and it cannot be transferred to the Jingtian continent at all. Chapter 1096, Langdi has to sacrifice himself again. Quote. Everyone, look at me and I will look at you. After some discussion, his eyes fell on Su Lang again. They know. Su Lang would definitely think of what he could think of. But since Su Lang dared to propose such a plan, there must be a solution. Everyone can remember one of the processes of inheritance. It is the process by which Master Xuanyu used special means to integrate the existing universe of life into the successor. Heirs who integrate into this life universe will take extremely huge risks. But this person can also leave Kenglin continent and go to Jingtian continent. Su Lang smiled faintly. In this way, wouldn't the risk be transferred to Jingtian continent? After hearing this, everyone still frowned. Thus, back to the previous question. Emperor Zhao Qinwu frowned slightly. Who wants to take this risk and be the victim? Finished. Everyone bowed their heads. Those who can take this risk are at least Zhundi. Because only the quasi-emperor can integrate into this life universe. However, even though it was said that there were all ants under Emperor Wu, they had to treat Emperor Zun as human beings. That is the reserve officer of Emperor Wu, the flower of Kenglin continent, the successor. No one wants to let the quasi-emperor in his clan go to death in vain. But at this moment, I do. Su Lang's faint words came. This statement came out. All Wudi suddenly looked stagnant. Friend Langdi Taoist, don't force it. After all, even if you are willing, you have to consider the wishes of your subordinate quasi-emperor. A Wudi said, well, let's find some heinous quasi-emperors, and give them a chance to perform meritorious service, and see if anyone is willing to. The other Emperor Wu nodded. No need. It's not safe to borrow someone else's hand. Su Lang shook his head and smiled. What I plan to sacrifice is my clone. The voice just fell. All the emperors tremble all at once. What the hell? Friend Langdi intends to sacrifice himself again. This time, I have to sacrifice the clone that is closely related to me. My God, fellow Langdi, can you not be so selfless? Alas, compared to fellow Langdi, I am like a selfish villain. The morality of fellow Langdi Taoist is really nothing to say. Quote. The thoughts appeared in the hearts of the emperors, making them feel ashamed. In the eyes of everyone, creating a clone is not easy. Especially the quasi-emperor level clones, even among the Wudi present, only a small number of them possessed, and one's own clone is closely related to the deity, because the soul of the clone is usually split from the deity. Once the clone dies, the deity will suffer backlash more or less. The stronger the clone dies, the more severe it will suffer. Therefore, all Wudi thought that the sacrifice made by Su Lang was really great. But the emperors never thought of it. Su Lang's clone does not need to spend any effort to cultivate quietly. Once it dies, it will be reborn after an hour of cooling time. Moreover, the death of the clone had no effect on Su Lang. What's more, what Su Lang intends to sacrifice is the avatar. The loss is even lower. The sacrifices made by fellow Su Lang is still enough. Emperor Zhao Qinwu couldn't help but said, "Let us come." No need. Everyone knows that I am very good at the doppelganger technique. I suffered far less than everyone thought. Su Lang smiled faintly. This is the case. Use my clone to carry this universe of life and go to Jingtian continent, which will lead to disasters. Su Lang's decisive words finally dispelled the idea of persuading the Emperor Wu. The Langdi Taoist in Kanglan continent is a blessing to all beings. Yes, I can't represent others. I would like to represent the Qingxiao clan, brother Xie Langdi. Friends of Emperor Xie Lang. Chapter 1097, Si Yushang. All Wu emperors were sincere and thanked Su Lang. Su Lang was actually embarrassed, but he didn't bother to explain, so he was so grateful. Next, Su Lang continued, let's discuss it and see which Emperor Wu is willing to accept the inheritance. As soon as the voice fell, the emperors fell silent again. Although the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9 is tempting, it is tantamount to chronic suicide if contaminated with incense will power. The emperors boasted that they were in their prime of life, yet their potential was not yet fulfilled, and they had a lot to do. Therefore, they are not willing to accept this inheritance. Well, suitable candidates are the weakest Emperor Wu and the oldest Emperor Wu. Once the weakest Emperor Wu accepts the inheritance, he can greatly increase his combat power and save a lot of penance. Needless to say, the oldest Emperor Wudi naturally, his life will be exhausted, and his life will be extended. This is a relatively common choice, but the Wu emperors present, even the oldest Zhao Qin Wu emperor, had a lifespan of only 15 million years. The strongest Wudi generally has a lifespan of 50 million years. Zhao Qin, as Emperor Wudi of rank 6, belongs to the intermediate Wudi class, and has a lifespan of 30 million years, only half of his life. It can be said that Emperor Zhao Qin Wu is also a proper man. Thus, only the weakest Emperor Wu was left. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall to Honglian Wudi Ni Chenzhou and other second-rank Wudi. However, Ni Chenzhou and others were unwilling. Seeing the scene fell into silence. Su Lang planned to stand up and speak and let his clone inherit the inheritance. But at this moment, I come. The resolute tone is like a sonorous golden iron. Everyone followed the sound, but saw Si Yushang pressed Hu Sixi into the Emperor Forbidden Area. The new Nen Wudi, who was like a young master, came to the front of all Wudi with the color of determination and determination. Si Yushang, you fool around. I finally helped you break through Emperor Wu. Si Yu burst out with a smile, how can I contaminate the incense power? Do not, brother, I didn't mess around. Si Yushang's expression remained unchanged, with a determined look, I want to inherit the inheritance of Master Xuanyu. Si Yu smiled and opened his eyes wide, his face full of sullen anger. The other Emperor Wu's expressions remained unchanged, but they smiled in their hearts. Okay, finally, there is a Wudi who is willing to inherit the inheritance of Lord Xuanyu. Ziming Emperor clan Si Yushang is good. However, Si Yushao certainly does not want Si Yushang to be tainted with incense and lose himself. Listen to my brother's words. He held back his anger and said, you have a long life, there is no need to be so impatient. Do not, I am not trying to improve my strength. Si Yushang shook his head and said, I only hope that the Ziming clan can really integrate into the Kanglan continent and stop being a tramp under the fence. This statement came out, Si Yu couldn't help being filled with bitterness. It turned out that the seemingly young Si Yushang was for the entire Ziming Emperor family. As long as he inherited the inheritance of Zanhu, merged with Zanhu and became the guardian of Kanglan continent. Then, Si Yushang, and even the entire Ziming Emperor clan, would surely be recognized by everyone in Kanglan continent. The world consciousness of the Kanglan continent can also be sensed, and it further accepts the Ziming Emperor. Even, in a short time, the Ziming clan can really become the natives of the Kanglan continent, and be blessed by good luck instead of entangled by bad luck. Brother, my heart is determined. Si Yushang smiled, with a trace of determination, you are the true hope of the Ziming Emperor, and I also hope that I can make my own contribution. Si Yu smiled with a stern expression. Yes, he is the fetus of Minggu Emperor, while Si Yushang is of ordinary physique. If nothing happens, Si Yushang will live under the shadow of his wings all his life. Si Yushang is an adult, and he wants to go out of his own way. Chapter 1098, I'm so willing. But, the road you took is so extreme, so cool. Si Yushao had red eyes, but in the end he did not persuade Si Yushang again. When the other emperors saw this, they couldn't help being silent, and the smiles in their hearts faded. Seniors. Si Yushang took a breath and said, I am willing to inherit the inheritance of Lord Xuanwo, but there are also conditions. You speak up. Emperor Zhao Qinwu nodded. Yes. Si Yushang bowed to Emperor Zhao Qinwu. I hope that the Ziming clan can move to the real continent instead of living in Zimingzhou. Zimingzhou, said to be a continent, is actually a big island. Because Zimingzhou is surrounded by wounds from the world, although various rules are normal, the aura and genius treasures here are very scarce. Even Si Yushao, who has been practicing here for nearly tens of millions of years, has only broken through to the 6th rank of Wudi. With his special physique of Minggu Emperor's fetus, in fact, it should be at least the realm of 7 turns and 8 turns. If the luck is a little better, he might have already turned 9. The other members of the Ziming Emperor clan are also very strong on average. After all, the Ziming Emperor clan was once very broad. Si Yushang's conditions. Before the change, the emperors of Wu said not to say that they agreed, it would be good not to jump up and beat people. But Si Yushang was willing to inherit the lineage of Xuanwo as Emperor Wu. This is almost a sacrifice of self. In the face of this huge sacrifice, the emperors had to make some compensation, but all the Ziming emperors moved to Kanglan continent, but the Wu emperors were still reluctant. After all, the land of the Kanglan continent was already saturated, and even the barren land in the south was occupied by Su Lang. There is no more free place to live in for the Ziming emperor. Your request, I understand very well. Emperor Zhao Qinwu hesitated and said, but there is no more land on the Kanglan continent, unless any Emperor Wu is willing to give up some. Speaking of which, all the emperors were silent. Si Yushao and Si Yushang couldn't help but smile. Immediately, the two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Then, Si Yushao was ready to speak, back down and provide compensation to Emperor Wu, who was willing to give up the land. Although their Ziming Emperor clan has been in trouble for so long, they still have a bit of background. But at this moment, Su Lang smiled. There is a lot of free land there, but it is very barren, I don't know if you can't see it. Su Lang ruled the entire southern continent, almost occupied half of the Kanglan continent. The Yaoqi, Tianyan, Chiri, and even Chushui and Bian tribes only occupy 1% of this vast land. The rest of the land is either occupied by small and weak races, or is directly barren mountains and ridges, occupied by beasts. The race and population of the southern continent are far from being saturated. Su Lang knew that the Ziming Emperor clan was very extraordinary. Using some free and useless land to burn this cold stove, and forging a good relationship with them, it's all blood. And Su Lang spoke. Not only Si Yushao and Si Yushang were thrilled, but even the rest of Wudi turned their worries into joy. Yes, I'm so willing. Si Yushao and Si Yushang bowed to Su Lang gratefully. Thank you, Taoist Langdi, and Taoist Langdi. Originally, these two buddies had a feeling of pity for the same disease, pity for each other, and ought to meet each other, to Su Lang, at this time. The other Emperor Wu were silent, only Su Lang offered a helping hand. This immediately caused their favorability towards Su Lang to rise sharply. Well, it's almost a brother. I am still afraid that Su Lang is unwilling, otherwise he has already called. Since fellow Langdi is willing, that would be great. I will contact Dao brother Qingqiu immediately. Emperor Zhao Qinwu also showed a smile. Don't worry, since everyone agrees, brother Qingqiu will not refuse, just let me know. Chapter 1099. Choose with confidence. Although Zhao Qin can represent Wudi Palace to a certain extent, but for these important events, it is still necessary to inform the 4 Wudi Palace members Qingqiu, Chongshuang, Chongyun and Yiwa, especially Qingqiu Emperor Wu. He is the strongest man and palace owner of the Emperor Wu Palace. Then Trouble Senior Zhao Qin. Si Yushang also bowed slightly in gratitude to Zhao Qin, but his gratitude was much less than for Su Lang. Since I have to wait for Senior Qingqiu to reply, it's better to take advantage of this moment and let the 2 fellow Taoists choose where they want to stay. Seeing that Emperor Zhao Qinwu contacted Emperor Wu Qingqiu, Su Lang invited Si Yushao and Si Yushang to divide the territory. But Su Lang's words made Si Yushao brothers flattered. What? Friend Langdi's willingness to give us land has already made me too overjoyed. How can we make an inch? Yes, just ask Langdi Dao brother to circle an unimportant place for us. Quote. Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang felt ashamed, and quickly declined. The rest of Emperor Wu also felt that Su Lang was really a good person, not worse than Zan Zan. Haha, the two have misunderstood. Su Lang smiled. Actually, the land that the two of you choose is not important, so choose it with confidence. Talking, Su Lang waved his hand gently, and the rules of fantasy condensed a sand table world, which was the southern continent. Su Lang has a thorough grasp of the rules of illusion, and he is close to condensing the Great Road, and he also knows the southern continent well. Therefore, the southern continent that has been transformed is very exquisite, and it's almost completely visible. In this sand table, a large piece has been circled. This land is located on the northeast side of the southern continent, close to the central part of the mainland, and the west and the south have been ceded out of a quarter of the southern continent. But even a quarter is larger than the territory of many Wudi present. They are more than 20 Emperor Wu crowded in the northern continent. Of course, although the site is large, its value is far inferior to that of the north. The strongest in these areas is the Valkyrie, which shows how barren resources are. Brother Si Yuxiao couldn't help being moved when he saw that Su Lang had given up such a large site. They discussed, and then once again circled the quarter of the land closest to the southwest on the quarter of the land that Su Lang had given up. That is, 1/16 of the land in the southern continent, the most remote and barren kind. After enclosing this land, Brother Xiaoshang immediately observed the expressions of the emperors in secret. The emperors of Wudi couldn't even look down on the entire southern continent, so how could they care about the more remote and poor places in the extreme south? As a result, everyone nodded. Finding that the Emperor Wu had no objections, the two brothers suddenly felt relieved. But at this moment, a sneer came. It turned out that Emperor Ling Juwu went and returned. He hugged his arms and looked at brothers Su Lang and Si Yuxiao with a sneer, and even the other Emperor Wu also mocked them. Suddenly, all Wudi frowned. Emperor Ling Juwu, what do you think? Su Lang rolled his eyes and glanced sideways at Emperor Ling Juwu. Su Lang child. At this moment, the fox's tail is finally revealed. I've said it a long time ago, you and the Ziming Emperor must be the same raccoon, stunned. Look at you, it's obviously the first time we have met, but you are so familiar with each other. You must have known each other a long time ago and reached an accomplice to overthrow the rule of Kenglan continent. At this time, the migration of the Ziming Emperor clan from Zimingzhou to the mainland is one step in your plan. Emperor Ling Juwu's face was full of expressions of, there is only one truth, it's ridiculous, there are more than 20 emperors, and I alone have seen through your conspiracy. The map was fired. All Wudi couldn't help but their faces turned dark, and their hearts felt as sick as they had eaten flies. Chapter 1100. Is this guy really lunatic? Emperor Ling Juwu. In order to protect the Kenglan continent, Emperor Lang is willing to sacrifice even the life universe. He has already proven himself with actions. The Emperor Ziming has also worked hard for thousands of years. Although there are occasional grievances, they are also safe and have contributed a lot during the Battle of the Mainland. Now, there is even more up-and-coming star Si Yushang, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to take over the burden of inheriting the Emperor's body. Dare to ask Emperor Ling Juwu, in the Kenglan continent, you who have won the world and made the world of Emperor Wu, might you be able to do one of these things? Emperor Ling Juwu, the Kenglan continent suffered a huge loss because of your negligence in the last mainland battle. You still have the face to speak. Emperor Ling Juwu, I heard that you have a habit. It seems that you like to eat grass in the nest the most. The closer you are to your bloodline. It's really disgusting. Quote. Not knowing that Emperor Wu took the lead, the emperors fiercely attacked Emperor Ling Juwu, and even exploded his personal black material. Suddenly, Emperor Ling Juwu's expression was stiff, his veins were exposed immediately, he gritted his teeth and almost made smoke. Okay, let's talk less. Emperor Zhao Qinwu waved his hand, and the emperors stopped talking and avoided more trade. Soon, friend Ling Ju, we can't agree with you. If you really insist, then please go to my Qingqiu Dao brother. Emperor Zhao Qinwu stared at Emperor Ling Juwu with a cold look, and pointed out, please. It is good, very good. Emperor Ling Juwu's eyes were about to split, he smashed his sleeves and turned away bitterly. Looking at the back of Emperor Ling Juwu leaving, all the martial emperors uttered, cut, chi, vomit, haha, and so on. And Su Lang frowned slightly, strange. Is this guy really lunatic? At this time, Emperor Zhao Qinwu took out the flashing jade card for communication. It turned out that Emperor Qingqiu Wu's reply came. Only then did the emperors put Ling Juwu behind and looked at Zhao Qin. Brother Qingqiu said. Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled, holding the jade plate for communication. The Ziming clan can be moved, but Zimingzhou will be taken back. Yes, take it for granted. Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang had never thought of keeping Zimingzhou, so they nodded immediately. In that case, the decision regarding the inheritance of the emperor's body has been finalized. Emperor Zhao Qinwu continued. Next, Si Yushang will inherit the planet of life first, and then the clone of the Langdi Taoist will merge into this world of emperor body. Yes, all the martial emperors got up one after another, left the emperor's forbidden area from the exit, and observed the progress of the inheritance with mental power. Su Lang had to wait for Si Yushang to inherit the life planet before sending a clone to fuse the emperor body world, so he also temporarily left the emperor body forbidden area. Taking this opportunity, he just dispatched a clone avatar, pretending to be ****** the road, rushing from the southern continent to Zimingzhou. The martial emperors were seated at the entrance of the emperor body forbidden area, and their spiritual power poured into the emperor body world. In the world of the emperor, only Si Yushang and Xuanyu were left. Lady, you are very good. Emperor Xuanyu smiled and patted Si Yushang on the shoulder, and then said, come, first spread out your condensed life planet. To inherit the existing planet of life, Si Yushang had to let his newly condensed planet of life collapse, but it didn't take long for Si Yushang to break through Emperor Wu anyway. After the breakthrough, he was trapped in Zimingzhou for a long time, and there was no chance to collect the life planets condensed by suitable land. Therefore, Si Yushang's life planet is small and crude. No creatures have even been cultivated on it to destroy the life planet. Even if it self-destructs, the damage caused is not serious. I know. Si Yushang looked resolute, and immediately closed his eyes, revealing a trace of powerful aura. Chapter 1101. Master Zanhu, how are you? Not bad. He is following Su Lang and unleashing the power of the world. Si Yushang's life in the universe. The small, rudimentary, and extremely loose planet of life, instantly unable to bear its own weight, collapsed. Rumble. This is the real collapse of the world and the destruction of the world. An intact planet first collapsed continuously, then split into countless pieces, scattered in various places in the universe of life. The entire universe of life was shrouded in dust, as if returning to the time when the chaos hadn't opened. Puff. Si Yushang suffered a backlash and spit out a mouthful of blood. But he clenched his teeth and persisted. Eat it. Emperor Xuanyu took out a large amount of healing medicine and handed it to Si Yushang, who did not hesitate to swallow it immediately. After swallowing the healing elixirs, Si Yushang immediately got better. Wait a moment for him to recover again. Emperor Xuanyu said in his body. Next, I will assist you in bringing this planet of life into the universe of life. Can you do it? Can. Si Yushang nodded firmly. Well. Emperor Xuanyu smiled. Then, let's start. Soon, a large amount of omnipotent aspiration power was released from Emperor Xuanyu's body, turned into strange energy, and enveloped the entire planet. A part of the blessing was given to Si Yushang, making his breath soar. Open. Emperor Xuanyu screamed. Si Yushang did not dare to neglect, and immediately the universe of life opened up, and a muddy world unfolded, capturing the life planet below. Immediately after, with the assistance of Emperor Xuanyu, Si Yushang successfully closed the universe of life and swallowed the planet of life. I saw a huge dark brown planet sitting firmly in the center of Si Yushang's life universe. The surrounding fragments were attracted to the surface of the planet due to strong gravity. Most of the original life planet was ocean on the surface. Supplemented by those fragments, a lot of new land has been created. The original dark brown scars have also been covered a lot. This devastated planet looks completely new. Of course, this is just the appearance. Si Yushang still needs many years of management to really restore the planet. At this moment, after taking in the life planet, Si Yushang seemed a little unbearable and fainted temporarily. Si Yu saw this with a smile and immediately rushed into the Emperor's forbidden area. While bowing solemnly to Emperor Xuanyu, he hugged Si Yushang to check the situation. Seeing that Si Yushang seemed to be fine, Si Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But this time, Emperor Xuanyu turned pale, and his figure was a little unstable. Master Xuanwo, Si Yu smiled stiffly. How are you? Outside, Su Lang, Zhao Qin and other Emperor Wu also showed nervousness. It's okay. It's just that it consumes too much and has not been replenished. Emperor Xuanyu smiled and shook his head, sitting cross-legged in the void, swallowing some pills, but he is the Emperor Wu of Shangwo, based on the countless believers in Wuyuti Forest. At this time, the believers were almost completely destroyed, and Wuyuti Forest was also destroyed. Emperor Xuanyu's body is like a mansion whose foundations have been destroyed. Those pills are only equivalent to some temporarily reinforced wood. How useful can they be? Therefore, even with the pill supplement, the breath of Emperor Xuanyu's body is still weakening. Friend Langdi, how long will your clone arrive? Emperor Zhao Qinwu took a deep breath and looked at Su Lang anxiously. The gazes of the other Emperor Wu also focused on Su Lang. If Su Lang's clone came late, and Emperor Xuanyu was too weak to carry out the plan, it would be bad. Almost there. Su Lang smiled and lied, actually, I brought a clone here, but let him go to the city of the Ziming clan. Talking, an avatar flew from a distance. Of course, this avatar had gone through a little disguise, and it looked a little different from Su Lang. Otherwise, a clone is exactly the same as the deity whose cultivation level has declined, and it will definitely attract the attention of those who are interested. But the clone avatar has also undergone a little change, even his own cultivation base has not been concealed, therefore. After seeing Su Lang's clone, the emperors were stunned. Chapter 1102, Langdi has sacrificed again. Why? Because Su Lang's clone exudes the breath of Emperor Wudi. From the beginning to the end, all Wudi thought that what Su Lang would sacrifice was only a quasi-emperor level clone. And even sacrificing the quasi-emperor level clone is super bleeding for Emperor Wu. What Su Lang was going to sacrifice was the avatar of Emperor Wudi, who was more precious than the quasi-emperor, and he didn't know how much. This made the Wudi not shocked. How unbelievable. Friend Langdi Dao, you actually have a martial emperor level clone, and you plan to use this clone to take risks. You will cause trouble, and you will sacrifice it. Oh my god, this is a martial emperor level clone. I have worked hard for millions of years, and I haven't cultivated a martial emperor level clone. You actually intend to sacrifice it. Friend Langdi, this sacrifice is too great. This is a Wudi level clone. You should send a quasi-emperor level clone. Yes, yeah, sacrificing a martial emperor level clone, we all feel distressed and want to squat down. Quote. The emperors only thought this Nima was too incredible. It's too embarrassing, unbelievable, and simply incomprehensible. All Wudi were in shock, either dumbfounded, or dumbfounded. Even Emperor Wu's eyes stared out. Oh, it's really unfortunate. Although I have many clones, the other clones are too weak. There is no quasi-emperor rank. Su Lang said with a look of embarrassment, so, I can only sacrifice with this martial emperor level clone. What? That's it. Or, let us find some quasi-emperors and sacrifice a martial emperor level clone. It is really a waste. Yeah, I think so too. Quote. The Emperor Wu looked at each other, and then planned to persuade Su Lang not to be too selfless and sacrifice a cherished Wu emperor level clone. Naturally, Su Lang would not agree. Don't persuade you anymore. Emperor Xuanyu can't hold it now. Even if you go to find other quasi-emperors, it's too late. In everyone's life universe, there are quasi-emperors who were originally prepared to participate in the inheritance competition, but they are all elites of the Kanglan continent, and they must not sacrifice. Now I am the only one who can stand up. Su Lang's expression was stern and righteous, and no one was allowed to say anything. The Emperor Wu could only look at each other after hearing Su Lang's words. Yes, now it is too late to find other quasi-emperors. The quasi-emperors under his command were reluctant to sacrifice. Under this circumstance, Langdi, who was not afraid of sacrifice, could only be on top. Thought of this, the emperors couldn't help being more moved and admired Su Lang more and more. In the eyes of everyone, even if Su Lang is not the strongest Wudi on the Kanglan continent, he is taller than all Wudi on the scene. That kind of strong personality charm convinced all Wudi sincerely. In that case, I wait to replace the sentient beings on the Kanglan continent, and once again pay tribute to fellow Taoist Emperor Xie Lang. In addition, I am determined to try my best to compensate Taoist Langdi, which is also a contribution. I hope Taoist Langdi will not refuse by then. Emperor Zhao Qinwu's expression was a little excited, and he bowed deeply to Su Lang. The other Emperor Wu also looked solemnly and bowed to Su Lang. Emperor Zan Mo, who was healing in the forbidden ground, also bends down deeply. As a super good person, his affection for Su Lang is definitely the highest. In the face of everyone's second thanks, and the promised compensation, Su Lang felt embarrassed again. The loss he suffered was far less than what the emperors had imagined. However, it is still difficult to explain to the emperors. After all, the explanation is about revealing some whole cards, so let's do it. Hurry up, everyone, it should not be too late, I will send a clone into the emperor's forbidden area. With that, Su Lang commanded the avatar next to him, letting it pass through the barrier hole and enter the emperor's forbidden area. Inside the emperor's forbidden area, Emperor Xuanyu and Siyu smiled when Su Lang's emperor clone came in, and saluted again. Si Yushang was still lying in Si Yushao's arms because he was in a coma, not knowing all this. At this moment, the clone was naturally controlled by Su Lang with a perfect lean. Therefore, Su Lang smiled back to Emperor Xuanyu and Siyu. Chapter 1103. The world is turned into a picture. Immediately after, Siyu asked with a smile, Master Xuano, do I want to avoid it? No need to. Originally, there will be countless creatures on this planet, but it is not the same to integrate into the life universe of the successor. There is no need for you two to avoid it, Emperor Xuanyu said. What's more, after this world merges into Langdi Daoyu's clone, it happens to be the last step of the inheritance. The last step was to completely sacrifice himself and merge with Si Yushang. That's it. Siyu smiled and nodded, and then flew away with Si Yushang in his arms so as not to interfere with Emperor Xuanyu's body and Su Lang's clone. Senior Xuanyu. Su Lang solemnly nodded his head towards Emperor Xuanyu. I'm ready. It is good. Then let's start. Although Emperor Xuanwei was weak, he showed a bright smile. Next moment, the infinite omnipotent aspiration gushes out of the body of Emperor Xuanyu, centering on him, spreading towards the whole world. This time, Emperor Xuanyu's omnipotent aspiration was far more than helping Si Yushang to collect the planet of life. Therefore, in a short period of time, Emperor Xuanyu's body became weaker, and his entire human face was like golden paper, without blood. But he still clenched his teeth. Countless aspirations continued to gush out, and Emperor Xuanwei was about to squeeze himself completely. The torrent of terrifying aspirations spread into the empty world of the emperor body, and under the control of Emperor Xuanyu's body, it turned into a special energy that Su Lang had never seen before. This kind of energy is similar to the power of space, but completely different. In a short period of time, Su Lang was unable to study it thoroughly, and could only see ripples and ripples in the surrounding space. As time goes by, the entire space was rippling, and this world turned into a picture rippling with the wind in Su Lang's senses. Not bad. The three-dimensional space seems to have become a two-dimensional picture scroll under the means of Emperor Xuanyu. However, because there is nothing in the world, this picture scroll is also blank. On the blank scroll, there was a black vacancy, which was the entrance to the Emperor's forbidden area. Besides, there are only two figures dotted in the corner of the picture scroll, Si Yushao holding Si Yushang. Expand the universe of life. Emperor Xuanyu's voice became weak and hoarse, giving people a feeling of exhaustion. Yes, Su Lang nodded solemnly, and then unfolded the inner circle of his dantian. Although Su Lang opened up 3 Wushan inner realms, and created the Yingzhu inner realm and Qiming inner realm. However, there are still only 3 primitive Wushan inner realms in the clone. The inner boundaries of the heart and lungs are still empty. It can be seen that Lumming Mars and Enlightened Venus, as the core fragments of the Infinity Realm, are unique. Even a perverted system cannot be copied. However, without releasing the power of the inner world, the combat power of the clones is still synchronized with that of Su Lang. The clones only have less means to release the magic and enlighten the inner world than the deity of Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang controlled the clone to open the inner boundary of his dantian. An extremely crude primitive world suddenly emerged. There is only a shallow layer of soil and sand on the earth, all kinds of air currents are in the middle of the space, and things like water flow and flames are wandering around. This is the inner world of Wushan. Emperor Xuanyu's pale face showed a trace of consternation. Not only the body of Emperor Xuanyu, but the other Emperor Wu saw it, and suddenly recognized that what Su Lang had opened was not the universe of life, but the inner realm of Wushan. However, this Wushan inner boundary is much more complete than ordinary Zunwang, and it is almost the embryonic form of the universe of life. It's a very complete Wushan inner boundary. It turns out that Langdi's clone has not yet created a complete universe of life, and even the planet of life has not had time to create it. Isn't this normal? Emperor Lang's deity is only worthy of the 5th rank martial emperor. Of course, he must focus on cultivating his own life universe. Yes, if we cultivate the life universe of the clone, it will turn the cart before the horse. Yeah, this is the truth. Quote. All the emperors looked at Su Lang one after another, and then calmed down after some discussion, and continued to watch the follow-up actions of Emperor Xuanyu and Su Lang's clone carefully. The avatar of Su Lang is not the universe of life but the inner world of Wuxian, but this has no effect on the world of fusion of the emperor. Because the original method of Xuanyu Emperor's body was prepared for quasi-emperor level warriors. The Wuxian inner boundary of Su Lang clone was far more perfect than that of Emperor Zun, which made Emperor Xuanyu overjoyed. After all, if the avatar of Su Lang had already created a universe of life, maybe something went wrong. In this situation, the best. Chapter 1104. The last step of the inheritance after a little episode. Emperor Xuanyu continued to use his own means. However, the scroll turned into a two-dimensional plane began to curl, centering on the Wuxian inner boundary of Su Lang's clone. It began to shrink and gather. During this process, the whole space seems to be compressed, but in fact, people in it will not feel any pressure. This is also the difficulty that Emperor Xuanyu's body research has taken a long time to overcome. The purpose is to allow ordinary creatures to transfer intact in the process of merging the heirs of the life universe. The world picture scroll shrank quickly. After a dozen breaths, the entire world picture scroll shrank to only the size of the inner boundary of the Wuxian clone of Su Lang. At this time, the gap in the picture scroll, which is the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden ground, sent a strong suction. In other words, the world of the Emperor body had a terrifying repulsion against Su Lang, and the gap in the picture scroll was the opening for catharsis. In an instant, Su Lang's clone was pushed out of the Emperor's world from that scroll opening and onto the purple grassland outside. At the same time, the world picture scroll also merged into the Dantian inner circle of Su Lang clone in an instant. Emperor Xuanyu, Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang are also included. In other words, the entire Emperor body forbidden area has disappeared from the boundless universe and entered the inner boundary of Su Lang clone. How about it? Friend Langdi, has the Emperor body world integrated? Where is the Emperor Xuanyu? Where are Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang? Quote. The Emperor Wu asked very concerned. It's just that the Emperor body world has just been collected into the inner world, and now the process of integration has begun. Su Lang said, the Emperor Xuanyu and brother Si Yuxiao are also in my inner world. Talking, Su Lang uses magical rules to condense a picture. It is exactly what is happening in the inner world of Su Lang clone. I saw that the scroll began to restore the three-dimensional world, and slowly unfolded, and soon filled the entire Dantian inner boundary, and continued to expand. Not long, the range of the inner world of the Dantian has become as large as the world of the Emperor body. In this process, the space barriers of Wuxian's inner boundary and the space barriers of the Emperor's world are perfectly integrated, forming a more solid and strict world barrier. Finished. Su Lang showed a smile, and he could clearly feel that the aura of this clone incarnation had become much stronger, reaching the rank of second-rank martial emperor. Great. The first step of the plan to attract disasters to the east is successful. Ha ha ha, I have almost seen the scene of the dark sky world invading the Jingtian continent. Quote. All the emperors breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Immediately after, everyone's attention fell on the body of Emperor Xuanyu and Si Yushang. The last step in the inheritance of the emperor is about to begin. With Si Yuxiao's help, Si Yushang woke up slowly. Although Si Yushang still looked very unwell, he was able to move freely. Si Yushang. The pale-faced Emperor Xuanyu smiled and called, Senior. Si Yushang left Si Yuxiao's side and came to Emperor Xuanyu's body, bowing his head to his ears, and obediently. This is Si Yushang's sincere feelings. Si Yushang. Before inheriting my heritage, Emperor Xuanyu smiled and said, I still have to ask you some questions. This statement came out. Si Yushang was a little nervous, and said, Senior, please ask questions. Outside, Su Lang and a group of emperors also raised their ears, wanting to hear what Emperor Xuanyu's body would ask. However, Emperor Xuanyu said indifferently, after inheriting the inheritance, there is no turning back, you really want to. Junior is willing. Si Yushang nodded resolutely. At the moment of fusion, you will accept a lot of my memories. Maybe at this moment, you can't tell who you are. After the integration, in addition to practicing orthodox martial arts, you will develop the incense aspiration training system according to the established path. Under the action of the incense aspiration, you will further lose yourself. Even if your soul is still there, you will no longer be yourself, but like me, lose all negative emotions and become a disabled person. Finally, your life will be dedicated to the Kanglan continent from this moment, until you die in battle or fall. Accept the inheritance, everything you do will no longer be for yourself. Chapter 1105, Blooming Bright Fireworks, Will You? Emperor Xuanyu said in a calm tone that everyone knew about the side effects after accepting the inheritance. However, Su Lang and Emperor Wu were not impatient, but watched this scene full of ritual sense seriously and solemnly. Junior is willing. Si Yushang nodded solemnly, his voice was crisp, his eyes were clear, without a trace of impurities. It is good. Emperor Zan Mo smiled brightly. Immediately after, he took a step back with a smile on his face. Then his whole body was shocked and turned into countless bright spots of light in an instant, like the grandest fireworks, blooming in front of Si Yushang. In the endless bright spots, the illusory soul of Emperor Xuanyu emerged. His soul glowed with a white light, and there was a little red on the center of his eyebrows. Take good care of my soul origin. After fusion, destroy it immediately. The soul of Emperor Xuanyu spoke faintly, and then it also bloomed, turning into countless rains. And that little red suddenly flew towards Si Yushang and accurately fell into his hands. Immediately after, spots of light in the sky gathered towards Si Yushang. These points of light containing a lot of incense aspiration power, soul power, and inheritance memory are completely integrated into Si Yushang's body. Si Yushang pinched the soul origin of Emperor Xuanyu's body, closed his eyes and trembled all over, as if he was suffering an extremely strong impact. Obviously, the memory of Xuanyu tens of millions of years is really too big for the young Si Yushang. At the same time, the energy remaining in Emperor Xuanyu's body was too terrifying for Si Yushang. Even if Emperor Xuanyu was extremely weak, the remaining energy was more than 10,000 times that of Si Yushang himself. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanyu had already arranged everything, and all the inheritance procedures were safe. Si Yushang is also stronger than the previous successors such as Yuan Yu, and can naturally bear it. Of course, to completely inherit the inheritance, Si Yushang also takes a certain amount of time. Then, Su Lang simply released Si Yushang and Si Yushao from the inner circle. Si Yushao immediately supported Si Yushang, who was trembling constantly. But he didn't dare to use even a trace of energy, only with physical power, so as not to affect Si Yushang. When Emperor Zhao Qin and other Wudi saw Si Yushang, they also showed concern. The emperors surrounded Si Yushang, guarding him carefully. Senior Zhao Qin, your Wudi palace must have the coordinates of Jingtian continent, right? Su Lang said to Zhao Qin, in case there are many dreams in the night, I'd better send the clone out first. I will give you the coordinates of Jingtian continent. Emperor Zhao Qinwu nodded. In addition, please let fellow Langdi Taoist let your clone take Hu Sixi by the way. Although the coordinates of the Kanglan continent had been exposed to the eyes of the demon emperor of the origin of Dark Sky continent. But whether Hu Sixi has other hidden dangers is still unknown. Just in case, Hu Sixi must also be dealt with. But it is better to kill them directly to the Mirror Heaven continent together, so that possible hidden dangers in him will erupt on the Mirror Heaven continent. Okay, Hu Sixi just broke through Emperor Wu, my clone can easily suppress him. Su Lang smiled, and commanded the clone to grab Hu Sixi directly and threw it into the newly formed universe of life. Immediately after, there are some coordinates recorded on it. However, our Kanglan continent has never invaded the mainland of Jingtian. Emperor Zhao Qinwu handed Su Lang a jade slip, so there are only some coordinates of the void outside the Jingtian continent, mostly fragments of the continent. With these, it's almost the same. Su Lang took the jade slip with a smile and opened it. It recorded dozens of spatial coordinates and information about these coordinates, but these space coordinates are too far away. Even with Su Lang's ability, it is impossible to open the space channel to reach the goal directly. What's more, these places close to Jingtian continent must be under the supervision of Emperor Wu of Jingtian continent. Once Su Lang's avatar rushed past with great fanfare, it would be destroyed immediately. So, the best way is to sneak in. As long as Su Lang's clone can get close to Jingtian continent, he can see the scene on Jingtian continent. You can use Clone Dispatch, to directly surpass numerous tight defenses and reach the mainland of Jingtian continent. Chapter 1106. I will make persistent efforts, except for these coordinates. Su Lang put away the jade slip and said, I still need some coordinates to the frontline confrontation area. It must be an area controlled by his own. Of course can. Emperor Zhao Qinwu quickly took out the second jade slip, burned it and gave it to Su Lang. Su Lang took it over and looked at it. A series of spatial coordinates were marked inside. Each space coordinate is not far apart and belongs to the range that can be directly reached by opening the space channel. Obviously Emperor Zhao Qinwu also knew that Su Lang planned to use the space rules to go to the frontline area, and then find a way to sneak into the Jingtian continent. The last of this series of coordinates is marked with the 4 characters Kai Kyun Floating Island, which is a continental fragment completely in the hands of Kanglan continent. This continent fragment is in the hands of the Kanglan continent, the area closest to the Jingtian continent. After getting these coordinates, Su Lang did not immediately let the clone set off. Who made this place be Zimingzhou, surrounded by wounds from the world? Here, the space rules are used to let the avatar on the way. If you are not careful, it will be directly broken, thanks to it. Collect the jade slips. Su Lang sat down cross-legged, looking like healed. When Emperor Zhao Qinwu saw this, he immediately looked ashamed. Su Lang persisted in carrying out the plan of diverting water from the east, despite the collapse of the universe of life, which is really admirable. Friend Langdi Dao, this happened, thanks to you. There are some natural treasures I have collected, as well as an ice field with water and ice properties. Emperor Zhao Qinwu took out a space ring and handed it to Su Lang. I hope it will help you condense the planet of life. Exactly. The sacrifice made by fellow Langdi was too great, and we should compensate Langdi again. It's not bad, it must be compensated, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Quote. The other Emperor Wu also talked in a rush, all taking out various space treasures and stuffing them to Su Lang. After a while, Su Lang had a handful of space rings, bracelets, necklaces, and hats in belt shapes. What's more is that there is a pair of space socks, and I don't know which wicked one gave them. But Su Lang was really happy. This is the second time that all emperors have compensated Su Lang. Su Lang hadn't had time to count the treasures that were compensated for the first time. Su Lang almost laughed out of joy when he thought that there must be countless treasures of heaven and earth in those spatial treasures. Everyone is so kind to me. I will make persistent efforts and sacrifice myself for the Kanglan continent. Su Lang was holding a pile of space treasures, and bowing to the emperors with a touch of emotion. The Emperor Wu quickly avoided, afraid to be worshipped by Su Lang, and persuaded Su Lang not to fight like this again. Finally Su Lang nodded reluctantly, saying that he would definitely consider himself more. As a result, all the emperors showed their smiles. Su Lang also laughed out loud. Immediately after, the attention of the emperors fell on Si Yushang again. Su Lang also paid attention to Si Yushang, but he paid more attention to the harvest this time. First of all, 8 emperor-level exercises, a total of 5 million Hinayana Shanyuan and 2,330 immortal-level exercises were auctioned. These 2,000 immortal-level exercises are basically the inventory of these 24 emperors. This also means that this wave of Su Lang directly searched 90% of Kanglan continent's immortal-level exercises. In the future, I want to obtain so many immortal-level exercises at once, which is impossible on the Kanglan continent. I don't know whether more than 2,000 immortal-level exercises can be synthesized into the emperor-level exercises on the rules of time. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement. After synthesis, there are a total of 233 emperor-level exercises, maybe there are. He did not immediately succeed in the law. Anyway, it is still too early for the 7 emperor-level exercises to reach the founding level. It's not too late to synthesize after the exercise is completed. Throwing aside the immortal-level exercises, Su Lang began to count the treasures compensated by the emperors. Chapter 1107. Research the fragments of the great emperor's soul body because it's not easy to check the compensation in front of the emperors. So Su Lang condensed a private space with magic rules and formations. The other Emperor Wu just glanced, and then apologized again. They thought Su Lang was going to heal. After isolation from other people's observation and interruption, Su Lang immediately took out a lot of treasures from the storage space with joy, and piled them into a hill in front of them. Don't look at it for the time being in the space treasure. The first thing that catches your eye is a pile of fairy sources and genius treasures. There is also a strange muscle the size of a room, 2 strange crystals, and a powerful unconscious soul. These things are the spoils obtained after killing Kuang Lu. The Xianyuan has 3.12 million, plus the remaining 15 million. There are relatively few geniuses and treasures, and it's not like the entire wealth of a ranked 6 Wudi. However, Kuang Lu is not a normal ranked 6 Wudi, and his cultivation method is very different from that of the orthodox Wudi. There are not many treasures of heaven and earth, which is understandable. Well, this piece of rule immortal crystal is really strange. There are only some power rules, but it is pure and can be rewarded to a certain subordinate. This colorless spark contains a strong Taoist rhyme. It is the crystallization of the Tao of power. Just the crystallization of this great avenue of strength is a chance to become an emperor that can be met but not sought. If the Emperor Zun gets it, it can greatly increase the chance of becoming an emperor. Maybe it will be useful when I become an emperor. I just don't know if there will be side effects. You have to ask the old drivers. While whispering, Su Lang put the checked items into the storage space. As a result, there was only that large group of strange muscles and the soul of the high-level Emperor Wudi left in front of him. Shards of the great Emperor's soul body. Su Lang stood up and came to the huge group of muscles. The fragments of the great Emperor's soul body are composed of a large number of tough black muscle fibers. Before Kuang Lu's death, it constantly twisted and tried to swallow Kuang Lu's spirit of Emperor Wu. But at this time, the whole group of fragments of the soul body were silent and motionless. Soul body fragments, what the is it? Su Lang squinted his eyes, tentatively exploring and observing with mental power. When Su Lang's mental power touched the fragments of the great Emperor's soul body, he suddenly discovered the strangeness. This group of fragments of the great Emperor's soul body looked like flesh and blood, but in fact they were half flesh and half energy. That kind of energy is very high-end, far beyond the level of Emperor Wu. This energy is not simply a sublimation version of Wudi's power. In addition to the energy that belongs to the category of spirituality, it also contains powerful physical energy, soul energy, and universal aspiration. These 4 forces are completely integrated, forming the purest high-level energy, containing extremely terrifying power. Half flesh and half energy is not its fixed state. Flesh and flesh are constantly being transformed into energy, and energy is constantly being transformed into flesh and blood, forming a special balance between the two. Named the fragment of the great Emperor's soul body, a half flesh and half energy body higher than Emperor Wu level. The result of the fusion of a great Emperor level warrior with his soul, flesh and blood, and omnipotent aspiration. Whether it is the soul or the body, it is the foundation of the warrior that must not be moved, and the incense aspiration power is also a very advanced omnipotent energy. A great Emperor level doing this is tantamount to taking everything out. Why does an Emperor level do this? Is this the Emperor level cultivation method? But if that's the case, why did the Origin Devil Emperor divide his body and let the Dark Sky tribe like Kuang Lu inherit it? As I thought before, the Origin Devil Emperor is dead, but after transforming into the Shangwo Emperor Wu, his original body has been given to countless clansmen. That's not right. According to Kuang Lu, you can guess that the dark world is extremely invasive. The Origin Devil Emperor is by no means a good person like Zhan Huo. It must have no purpose to distribute his body to Kuang Lu and others. Flesh, soul. By the way, the fragments of the great Emperor's soul are trying to swallow Kuang Lu's soul. And the soul is one of the most important parts of the fragments of the great Emperor's soul body. Quote. Chapter 1108. You are such a genius. Thinking of this, Su Lang finally flashed his inspiration and thought of a possibility. The 4 energies of spiritual power, soul, flesh and blood, and aspiration are completely integrated, which is the cultivation method of the great emperor. However, this integration is very, very difficult. Because to be completely integrated, the cell level must be involved, and it must be extremely subtle and flawless. We must know that in an ordinary person with no cultivation base, the number of cells has reached 60 trillion, which is about 60 trillion. There are even more warriors with cultivation base. All warriors can forge their bodies, the stronger the warrior, the stronger the flesh. In the process of martial arts cultivation, the cells will continue to sublimate, becoming stronger and more compact. Although the size of the warrior remains unchanged, the number is increasing. In particular, the promotion from martial commander to king of martial arts, the breakthrough of martial lord by martial lord, and the breakthrough of the Great Realm afterwards, each time is accompanied by the transition of the essence of life. When a warrior cultivates to the realm of Emperor Wu, he can destroy the world with just the strength of his body. When Su Lang stepped on the moon, he was afraid of stepping on the moon accidentally. At this level, the cells contained in the body have already grown more than a mere 60 trillion, but increased by 1 million times. In other words, the number of cells that make up the body of the ordinary Emperor Wu reached 60 million trillion. Changed to a larger counting unit, which is 6,000 Beijing. With so many cells, each one has to undergo a triple fusion of soul, spiritual power, and willing power. This is a terrifying project. I am afraid that the fusion of soul and flesh and blood will be difficult. Of course, incorporating 3 types of energy into each cell is the most speculated case by Su Lang. The omnipotent aspiration is likely to play a supporting role, accelerating the integration process of the rest of the energy. In short, in any case, it is extremely difficult for the soul, spiritual power and body to completely merge and condense into the purest one. Su Langguang felt his scalp numb just thinking about it. If the emperor-level cultivation method is really like this, then the origin of the Devil Emperor's body divided and bestowed on the Dark Sky people can be explained. This approach is equivalent to parasitizing the Dark Sky clan warriors with their own flesh and blood. The Dark Sky warriors will get many unbelievable benefits. For example, Kuang or Lu, with only the indispensable level of aptitude, actually cultivated to the 6th rank of Wudi, and even Su Lang was stunned. The Dark Sky clan warriors who have received a lot of benefits will have a smooth path to practice. They will grow stronger, and fatter all the way. The flesh and blood of the origin Devil Emperor parasitic on them will also get many benefits. Su Lang speculated that it should absorb the spiritual power of the parasitic warrior, erase the consciousness, and merge into the flesh and blood. The more powerful the Dark Sky clan warrior, the flesh and blood of the origin Devil Emperor they support, go further on the road of soul-body fusion. For example, Kuang or Lu, the flesh and blood of the origin Demon Emperor parasitic on his body, has formed a state of half energy and half flesh and blood, and is valued by the origin Demon Emperor. As for the ordinary Dark Sky clan martial saints and martial immortals, the parasitic flesh and blood on their bodies seems to have not yet been elevated to the passing line, so they are not considered by the origin Devil Emperor. When the warriors of the Dark Sky tribe who are valued by the origin Devil Emperor die, their souls will also be dedicated and become the Devil Emperor's last meal. It was the last scene in which Kuang or Lu was dying. The fragments of the soul directly swallowed the soul of Emperor Wu. It is conceivable that if you did not encounter Su Lang's perfect plunder, after the soul fragments swallowed Kuang or Lu's soul, it would definitely go further, and then be taken back by the origin Demon Emperor. The warriors of the Dark Sky clan have always been the fat sheep raised by the origin Devil Emperor, and the tool people who assisted their own cultivation. The Dark Sky clan warrior must know this. But they are happy because they can also get so many benefits. Just look at Kuang or Lu to see how great the benefits are. Therefore, the Dark Sky clan and the origin Demon Emperor actually formed a win-win situation. If the fusion of spirit, soul, and flesh is really the path of great emperor-level cultivation. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled, then, origin Devil, you are such a genius. Soon, Su Lang smiled and collected the fragments of the great emperor's soul body into the storage space. Through this thing, he not only saw the path of the suspected emperor's cultivation, but also obtained a win-win cultivation system. In addition to this, we can also speculate on the possible weaknesses of the origin Devil Emperor. For example, if the origin Devil Emperor separates his body, his combat power is likely to decrease. Chapter 1109. Let you live longer. Of course, Su Lang just guessed casually. If you really have to meet the origin Demon Emperor, a property panel function will let Su Lang know himself and his enemy. Temporarily set aside the fragments of the great emperor's soul body. Su Lang's gaze fell on Kuang or Lu's Wudi soul. Originally, Kuang or Lu was only ranked 6 Wudi, but this Wudi's soul was the soul of a high-level Wudi. Su Lang speculated that the secret technique used by Kuang or Lu should be a permanent increase in strength. Based on the fact that there is no secret technique on Kuang or Lu's attribute panel, it can be inferred that the way Kuang or Lu enhances his strength should be to obtain power from the origin Devil Emperor. Put aside this question, Su Lang grabbed the soul of the senior martial emperor and showed a faint smile. I originally planned to kill Emperor Ling Juwu, use his Wudi soul to serve as a spiritual internet server. But now, There is a better choice. Emperor Ling Juwu, I will let you live for a while. Silently thinking, Su Lang took out the different sky box, and then threw the soul of the senior martial emperor into it. Such things as the soul of the asterisk of war and the soul of the asterisk of war usually condense voluntarily before death, and the success rate is very small. After the agglomeration is completed, most of the consciousness will also be lost. The weaker, the less consciousness remains. The soul of Emperor Wu obtained by Su Lang through perfect plunder is the same, with some consciousness of Kuang or Lu remaining. This cruel guy is exuding a lot of resentment and hatred. With a soul in this state, Su Lang would not dare to directly use it as a spiritual internet server. It must be purified. According to the established plan, it is to use positive incense and willingness to transform him into a super good person like Xuanwo. It will have all positive characters. As an internet server, it will spontaneously resist all bad information and create the most healthy network environment from the root. Su Lang explored the spiritual power into the space of the different sky box. Then I saw Kuang or Lu's soul attached to the Wuyu tea tree, instinctively absorbing the incense power. The power of incense wish is super attractive. As soon as Wuyu tea tree released the positive incense willingness, Kuang or Lu's soul immediately swallowed. But this incense will power is too little. Kuang or Lu, who is innocent, is still very irritable and roars from time to time. This effect doesn't look good. When will the cruel Kuang or Lu be transformed into Ting Kuang or Lu? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his expression moved, and from the side he took a necklace-like space fairy. This space fairy was gifted to Su Lang by Emperor Xuanyu, and it was regarded as compensation for his sacrificing life universe planet. It must be there. Licking his lips, Su Lang opened the space fairy, and his mental power instantly penetrated. Suddenly, Shanyuan and Tiansai Dabao appeared in front of the eyes. The Hinayana Shanyuan has about 5 million, not many treasures of heaven, material and earth, but they are all high-quality goods, all of which are emperor class. Su Lang glanced over these things, rummaging around. After searching for a long time, I did not find Wuyu tea tree. Yes, the Wuyu tea forest in Emperor Xuanyu's body is over. He still has to leave the remaining Wuyu tea trees to see Yushang. How can there be any extra for me? Su Lang thought silently, but there was no disappointment. Isn't it the Wuyu tea tree? When Yuan Yu comes out of the Emperor's forbidden area, just ask her. It seems that the spiritual internet project has to be put on hold again. By the way, the transportation network will also be put on hold. However, it must have not been long since Yuan Yu came out. These two plans will definitely not be shelved for the third time. Su Lang nodded heavily, then put away the different sky box, and poured out all the contents of the space necklace and put them in the storage space. This is not over yet. There are a bunch of space treasures beside it. Pick up a space ring and open it. I saw 50,000 Theravada sources in a piece of land of 100 square kilometers were stored inside. 100 square kilometers of land is actually very small, just the size of a small town with a length of 10 kilometers. The earth contains very rich aura and earth attribute rules, which is a good material for casting a living planet. Chapter 11:10. Can't wait. But Su Lang does not intend to use this land to transform Yingwo Mars and Kiming Venus. These two planets are unique and possess distinct powers of great avenues. To transform them with the land containing the rules of soil properties is tantamount to superfluous. Su Lang not only misses Mercury, but also Saturn and Jupiter. With Mars, Venus and Mercury in front, Su Lang speculates that Saturn and Jupiter should also be infinite fragments, each with the Earth system regular avenue and the Wood system regular avenue. Leave this land with rich soil properties to Saturn. Su Lang smiled, deposited the Hinayana Shanyuan into the balance, and then put the land in the storage space. Next, Su Lang continued to count the treasures presented by the emperors. A large number of Hinayana Shanyuan was deposited into the system balance, which eventually reached 31.23 million, a fraction of which was directly ignored by Su Lang, who was rich and powerful. There are countless natural treasures, worth at least 20 million Hinayana. Using these materials, Su Lang can create even more terrifying wealth. Except besides, it was a gift from the emperors to help Su Lang condense the land of the planet of life. What Thorny Plain, Flame Mountain, Buhua Glacier, all have the power of strong rules. These things are rare on the Kanglan continent. The emperors of Wuwu will not harm the Kanglan continent. So Su Lang estimated that they should have collected it from mainland debris. In these lands, there are quite a few rules that contain the rules of the gold system and the rules of the fire system. Blessed are Mars and Venus. Su Lang happily selected the land containing the rules of the gold and fire systems and put them in the corner of the storage space separately. Let's start with Yingluo Mars. Su Lang murmured, then opened the entrance of Yingzhou inner boundary. Immediately after, a huge volcano with a vast land was stuffed into the inner boundary of Yingluo by Su Lang. I saw a shadow covering the earth in the inner circle of Yingluo, and it grew bigger and bigger. If someone is here to look up at the sky, they will definitely see a terrifying maroon land falling from the sky. Rumble. A violent impact sounded. The maroon volcanic land fell on the surface of Mars, directly smashing the surface of the soil, deeply embedded into the earth. Countless flames erupted from the volcano, rushing into the sky like a meteor shower, and spilled on the earth. The dust and smoke clouds raised by the impact directly filled the entire sky, and tended to spread towards the entire planet. This scene was somewhat similar to the small meteorite that Su Lang had seen on TV hitting the earth, but the force of the impact was precisely controlled by Su Lang, and when the Hoyan mountain land was embedded in the earth, it would not cause any harm to Mars. Perfect. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then continued to confuse the inner boundary with land containing the rules of fire. Quickly. There are volcanoes, lava plains, and lava lakes on the surface of Mars. These things are already present on Mars, and there are many, so they are not conspicuous. After putting all the land of the fire system rules, Su Lang explored his spiritual power and carefully checked the Mars. It turns out that the extra land of fire rules does not seem to significantly improve Mars. Yes, Mars is a fragment of the boundless world, containing the rules of the fire system. How can some land containing fire rules be significantly improved? Su Lang touched his chin and nodded. However, it is better than nothing. When the number becomes larger in the future, it may be significantly improved. Next, Su Lang also invested the land containing the rules of the gold system into Kiming Venus. Ore mountains, metal veins, molten gold plains and other lands appeared on the Kiming Venus. Because the surface of Kiming Venus is basically solidified lead-tin metal, there is very little land. So on the surface, some areas of Venus have changed a lot. However, like the fire system, the gold system of Venus has not been significantly improved. Su Lang didn't care much about it. What he looks forward to is the next thing to improve system functions. Now I have more than 30 million Theravada Shanyuan, really rich. Su Lang looked at the system balance and couldn't help but smile. In addition, 1 key training and 1 key martial arts are now at level 35, and I don't know what bonus functions they will get. According to past experience, as long as the bonus functions are not bad. Su Lang can't wait. Chapter 11:11, New Bonus Features. Immediately after, Su Lang eagerly issued an order. System, upgrade me the 1 key training function, the 1 key martial arts function, and the clone dispatch function. Ding. Consumes 10 million Shanyuan sources. The 1 key training function is upgraded to level 35. And the training speed is increased to 4,582.4 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 10 million Shanyuan. The 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to level 35, and the training speed is increased to 45.824 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower multipliers. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 34. The number of clones is +1. The current number of clones is 34, and the number of clones is 34. Ding. Congratulations on raising the 1 key training function to level 35. You have obtained the new bonus function, Heart of Condensation. Ding. Congratulations on raising the 1 key martial arts function to level 35. You have obtained the new bonus functions, 8 hearts, and spit the old and accept the new. After a series of system prompts, a lot of information poured into Su Lang's mind. It was the information about the 3 bonus functions. Needless to say, the function of the 8 hearts increases the number of exercises that can be practiced simultaneously from 7 to 8. And the Heart of Condensing Tao made Su Lang's eyes widened and excited. Condensed Tao Heart. Consume a certain cultivation base. You can condense the comprehend rules into a great road, and the premise is that your realm reaches the quasi-emperor level. To become an emperor is a very, very difficult challenge. How difficult is it? In the entire Kanglan continent, I don't know how many billions of creatures, but there are only less than 30 Wudi. Moreover, the vast majority of Wudi were blessed by their seniors before they could become emperors. This shows that the chance of becoming an emperor is as small as 1 in a billion. The most difficult level for becoming an emperor is to condense the power of the Great Tao. To condense the avenues by rules requires a thorough understanding of a certain rule, and even the derivative rules must be mastered thoroughly to condense the avenues. For thousands of years, I don't know how many quasi-emperors tried from their prime of life, but they were unable to become emperors until they died. But now, this most difficult level has automatically disappeared in front of Su Lang. With Su Lang's current cultivation speed, he can accumulate cultivation skills from Yiji Wushan to Zun Emperor in 1.5 hours. Can accumulate 16 quasi-emperor cultivation bases in one day. The quasi-emperor of the second echelon of Kanglan continent has become a common unit of measurement here in Su Lang. This shows that Su Lang really does not lack cultivation base. The only thing that prevented Su Lang from using the function of condensed Tao mind was the restriction of quasi-emperor realm. However, this is not a problem at all. After Su Lang opens up the 10-square inner boundary, he will be able to arrive at the quasi-emperor in the blink of an eye, and then condense the road and become the Emperor Wu. This feature is awesome. Look at the function of the one-click martial arts practice offspitting the old and accepting the new. Taking a deep breath, Su Lang began to check the new information. Dispelling the old and accepting the new, completely eliminate the dross in the 10,000 Fas into one unnamed exercise, cancel all the sequelae of the exercises and secret techniques, and have the same effect on the later merged exercises. Oh, so it is. Su Lang nodded suddenly and smiled with satisfaction. In short, the function of spit out the old and accept the new is to remove the dross of the exercises and cancel the negative buffs. This can also be regarded as a supplement to the function of all laws into one. The ability to integrate all methods into one is to integrate all the exercises that Su Lang has practiced into one super exercise that encompasses all aspects. All the sub-gong methods integrated into the super gong method can exert their greatest effect, but the unity of all laws is a general integration. Not only the advantages of various exercises are combined, but the disadvantages are also preserved. So far Su Lang has practiced hundreds of exercises, and each exercise has its shortcomings. Especially the low-level exercises practiced at first, almost every one has defects. It's just that these shortcomings are not very conspicuous compared to the massive 10,000 Fas into one unnamed exercise, so there are no shortcomings for the time being. However, waiting for Su Lang to practice more and more exercises, each exercise has a little flaw, and if it gradually accumulates, it will eventually form a huge hidden danger. This has to be prevented. The function off-voicing the old and adding new can completely eliminate this hidden danger. Not only that, it can also eliminate the sequelae of using exercises and secret techniques. This is also a super unreasonable abnormal ability. In other words, there will be no side effects when Su Lang uses any secret technique in the future. Even the secret technique that kills 1,000 enemies and hurts 800, can become 1,000 enemies with zero self-harm. Noisy, this function is really abnormal. Su Langshuang thought. Crookedly, it seems that I have to practice some terrifying secret techniques. Chapter 11-12. 233 Emperor-level exercises. The explosive secret technique currently mastered by Su Lang. It is also the ones that are integrated with Wanfa into one Emperor-level cultivation method. Including Ju Xian disintegration method, Red Heart sloughing body reproductive secret technique, Celestial immortal body, Blood flame extinguishing sky secret technique, etc. Only the first 3 of these secret techniques are immortal-level secret techniques, which were obtained by killing the 4 great martial arts in the Slaughter Heaven building, but now Su Lang has synthesized a large number of exercises, including more and more powerful secret techniques. Of course, Su Lang, the fairy-level secret technique, was no longer very attractive. Even after practicing, it is of little use at the Emperor Wu level. The best choice is to practice the secret technique of Emperor Wu. It just so happens that I got 2,330 immortal-level exercises, so I can have a great synthesis. An excited smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. There must be a lot of Emperor-level secret techniques. Immediately after, Su Lang took out a lot of immortal-level exercises, ready to start synthesis. Originally, he planned to use the newly acquired function of spit the old and add the new. But when I thought of doubling the rate of one key martial arts practice, the 7 emperor level exercises previously practiced would soon be completed. The function of vomiting the old and accepting the new can be used after the completion of these 7 exercises, otherwise you will have to use it once. The matter of the successful law is mentioned here. Sweep away at a glance. The ground is densely piled with immortal level exercises. These are the treasures of the emperors of Wu, each has its own uniqueness, and ordinary Wuxians will yell with joy when they get a copy. But for Su Lang, most of these exercises are just materials for synthesizing emperor level exercises. Follow the old rules and classify first. Su Lang picked up a copy of immortal level exercises and swept them through, roughly distinguishing the types and characteristics of the exercises, and then put it aside. Immediately after that, I picked up the second book, scanned it slightly, and put it down again. Each immortal level exercise can be divided into categories in just 1 second, quickly. Su Lang then divided all the immortal level exercises into 233 copies, each with 10 copies. This process alone made Su Lang excited, because in the process, he found 372 rare fairy level exercises, corresponding to the remote rules he had never touched. Just practice these exercises. The number of rules that Su Lang mastered could immediately rise to 761. With such a terrifying number, and each of them can be mastered at the perfect level of perfection, ordinary Wudi can hardly even think about it. It still takes a while to practice these 300 immortal level exercises. With Su Lang's 35 level 1 key martial arts function, a fairy level exercise requires 1.5 hours to complete. One-click martial arts can practice 8 fairy level exercises in 1 round, and it takes 65 hours in total, which is nearly 3 days. It takes a lot of time. But there is no other way. These remote rules rely on the planets in the inner world to feed back. I don't know when they will be mastered. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, after waiting for the successful method, first choose the most important exercise method and practice first, and then practice these immortal level exercise methods. Made up my mind, Su Lang immediately began to synthesize the emperor level exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the emperor level exercise, Kongtong Emperor Jing. Ding. Synthesis is complete. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you have obtained the emperor level exercise, Kunlun Invisible Step. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the emperor level technique, One Nian Function Tong. Quote. Wow. Books of the emperor level cultivation techniques that were extremely cherished generally appeared in Su Lang's hands. These are the original emperor level exercises. They are all weird, bizarre, and dazzling, exuding their own unique Taoist rhyme. Fortunately, Su Lang arranged a barrier to isolate the outside from investigation. Otherwise, the emperors outside will see them, and they will have to go crazy. Not long. The 233 emperor level exercises have finally been synthesized. Sure enough, as expected. In addition to most of the ordinary emperor level exercises, it also contains some emperor level secret techniques. But one thing made Su Lang pounding his chest with anger. Because among so many emperor level exercises, none of them involve the rules of time. Chapter 11:13. Shantian Yiki Emperor Jing, what the hell? God thief, am I a non-chief? 233 bursts. There is no time rule for this, The corners of Su Lang's mouth and eyes twitched at the same time, his forehead was covered with black lines. Soon, Su Lang glanced at Si Yuxiao outside the barrier, and said to his heart that it was the doom of the Ziming Emperor that infected me, right? But, although I really want to throw the pot to Si Yuxiao, but Su Lang still had to admit that his face was too dark. In addition, it can be seen from this encounter that the time rule is probably more advanced than imagined. Perhaps, this is not something that Emperor Wu can touch at all. It should be like this. Otherwise, I can't miss my 233 rounds. Well, it seems to be the time to prepare for the synthesis of the Great Emperor rank technique. Su Lang felt that he had found the reason that was bigger than his face, and he was not so angry. Immediately after, he divided the 233 Emperor level exercises into categories and placed them neatly in front of him. Although most of them were ordinary body-building exercises with no bright spots, Su Lang did not look down upon it. After all, I have made a big ambition before, to exercise. Of course, excellent and unique emperor-level exercises are always the first to enter Su Lang's vision. Among the more than 200 emperor-level techniques, there are many techniques and secret techniques that interest Su Lang. For example, Shantian Yiki Emperor Jing, Zhou Jiwei Mysterious Method, Kunlun Invisible Steps, One Thought Seals the Sky Secret Eye, and so on. Of course, what Su Lang values most are the exercises and secret techniques mentioned above. The first, Shantian Yiki Dijing, has powerful effects of transforming and tempering spiritual energy, yin energy, light energy, heat energy, radiation and other heaven and earth energy. Any energy from heaven and earth, whether positive or negative, can be transformed into innate chi, and then continuously tempered to make it more pure and pure. And innate one spirit, with some characteristics of omnipotence. Using it can stimulate various methods that require different energy to be used, which can be called a panacea. Of course, the congenital spirit is completely inferior to the universal aspiration. Because the latter is a completely unreasonable external energy, it can ignore the rules, move at will, and become anything. Innate chi is within the limits of rules and follows the laws of the world. But even so, innate chi is a very high-end energy, even higher than the energy of ordinary. Wudi, the most important symbol of Emperor Wu, is the power of the universe of life and the power of rules. But to mobilize the power of the great Tao and nurture the universe of life, it also requires energy. This energy is the spiritual energy that further sublimates and qualitatively changes, which can be called the Emperor Yuan. The energy of Emperor Yuan is the fifth sublimation version of spiritual energy. The first qualitative change was at the Wuwang level, followed by the Wuxian, Wusheng, Wushan, and Wudi levels. Reiki is absorbed and digested by the martial artist, and will have different attributes because of the different reasons the martial artist practices. The spiritual power of different attributes can only urge the spells of the corresponding attributes to use limited means. For example, a martial artist who has practiced water attributes for many years, even if he can cast fire spells, his power is very, very weak. Reiki contains special attributes, which is also one of the fundamental reasons why warriors cannot practice multiple exercises at will. Even starting from the martial saint level, you can comprehend different rules and use the power of rules to confront the enemy. But to play the strongest attack, you still have to choose a method that is closer to your spiritual power. In short, Emperor Yuan has attributes and is restricted. Congenital Qi does not have this defect. In addition, the level of Shantian Qi is higher than that of Emperor Yuan. The power exerted by the same unit of energy is 10 times that of Emperor Yuan. Anyway, Su Lang has practiced hundreds of exercises, which contain multiple attributes. Even if all the exercises are integrated under the function of the 10,000 Dharma into one function, this fact still cannot be changed. His energy, or Xian Yuan, also possesses many attributes. This is not a defect, but an advantage. But compared to the innate anger, it's far worse. After all, Shantian Qi can be called full attribute, energy, and its level is higher than that of Emperor Yuan. Chapter 11:14. One thought to seal the sky secret pupil. Therefore, Su Lang valued Shantian Yiki Dijing very much. What I have at present is Xian Yuan. It's one level worse than Di Yuan. If I have practiced the Shantian Yiki Dijing, the energy level will instantly jump to the top of the Emperor Yuan. Hey, I'm afraid my combat power will go up again by then. Su Lang thought about the bright future with joy, and then began to check the rest of the exercises. The second book is The Mysterious Method of Choosing a Little Trick. This is a spiritual emperor level secret technique with a simple and rude effect. After practicing this exercise, the penetrating ability of mental power will be greatly improved, and extremely subtle things can be observed. How subtle is it? Can directly observe the microscopic world of molecular structure. This kind of horrible observation is very useful whether it is fighting or researching anything. For Su Lang, the greatest use of this exercise is to create creatures. Not bad. After seeing Zan Zan's creatures, Su Lang has always been obsessed with creating creatures. Emperor Wu has the universe of life, which can be called the first step in the realm of the creator. Creating a creature that belongs to his own universe is an inevitable process. However, creating creatures is really too difficult. Even Emperor Zan Zan of the 9th Revolutionary Wudi completely failed. He could only use the double pupil clan as the native of the life universe, and spent countless years to let the H-pupil clan adapt to his life cosmos. Those failing creatures have turned into giant spirit monsters that endanger the world. Su Lang knew why Xuanyu failed. Because Zanhu only used some Secret techniques to cast the limbs and souls of different creatures in an attempt to create a new spirit, without realizing the existence of genes. But if you have practiced the Jodi mysterious method, when the mental power can see the molecular structure, it can see the biological genes. Not only that, but also the corresponding micro-tools can be refined to change genes. In this way, the plan to create extraordinary creatures at the genetic level has great feasibility. Of course, it is only feasible, and I don't know how many difficulties will be encountered in specific operations. It seems that I have to supplement biology. Applying science and technology to the extraordinary fantasy, this experience must be very wonderful. Su Lang touched his chin, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Put aside the Zhou mystery method, and pick up the remaining 2 exercises. Kunlun Invisible Step is a secret technique of body type and a magical skill of running. The use cost is very terrible, and it directly drops into a big realm. But for Su Lang, who has the function of spit out the old and accept the new, there is no sequelae. The secret eye of conferring heaven with one thought, at a glance, you know that this is pupil technique, one of the most pretending secret methods. This has the dual characteristics of spiritual illusion in space, and the specific effect is very peculiar. It can use mental power to instantly pull an enemy into the created Nianfeng space. It seems that in the trial of the Emperor's inheritance, the space of the chaos are somewhat similar. But the space of the big chaos is just pulling into consciousness, and then simulating everything else with illusions, and it is a group secret technique, which takes a long time to perform. The Nianfeng space can only be activated against one enemy, which is a single instant skill. When the Nianfeng space successfully pulls into the enemy, the caster and the caster will be completely free from outside interference. In other words, the person drawn into the Nianfeng space must live in a 2-person world with the caster. Oh no, it's a one-on-one battle. Unless someone can break through the Nianfeng space, they can interfere with the caster or help the caster. In actual combat, this skill is very abnormal, especially in the case of a group. As long as the secret technique is used, a large number of enemies can be easily pulled into the Nianfeng space one by one. If there are too many enemies too fierce, it is really impossible to fight. You can also choose a weak enemy to pull into the Nianfeng space, and then escape calmly. In short, after learning this secret technique, you can gain the supreme initiative in battle. I will fight with whomever I want to fight, and those of you who are selected can only be forced to fight with me. Even if I can't fight, if you want to chase me, you can only chase me alone, and it's the weakest one. Anyway, no matter how many of you, you can only live with me in the 2-person world. Unless you have a way to break the Nianfeng space. Chapter 11:15. Si Yushang woke up and how easy it is to break through the Nianfeng space. The secret technique is many times more powerful than ordinary methods. This can be called secret technique. If it is broken easily, and it's a secret, ghosts are not rare. But the secret eye of one thought conferred heaven is the emperor-level secret technique of spirit, illusion, and space. Su Lang's spirit and soul power, after experiencing the burning of souls, far surpassed the same level, and more possibilities for unlimited progress. It is up to him to perform a secret technique of confinement of the sky, and the confinement space of mind will become more abnormal. Tisk tut, forced to live a 2-person world with me. This secret technique is simply the strongest rogue secret technique. Su Lang's eyes rolled, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Next, Su Lang began to check other emperor-level exercises again. For example, the evil technique, Soul Eater, that can devour other people's souls and obtain all memories. For example, you can make your own cells grow wildly, causing your body to become irreversibly giant, and finally the Warrior Emperor Jing, standing upright. For example, after practicing, you can grow a 3-headed 6-armed, Dalitian Wulu. There is also the Wuxian Cloud and Rain map, which specializes in the double cultivation method. And just when Su Lang picked up Wuxian Cloud and Rain map, and watched it with gusto, suddenly there was a noise outside the formation barrier. Su Lang followed the sound. I saw all the emperors surrounding Si Yushang with excited expressions, and Si Yushao was the most excited. Okay, it turns out that Si Yushang woke up. It seems that Emperor Wu's endurance is strong. Yuan Yu hasn't made any movement yet, but Si Yushang has caught up from behind. Su Lang touched his chin and nodded, then put everything in front of him into the storage space. Immediately after, Su Lang revoked the formation and illusion, a few steps walked to the side of the emperors. Friend Langdi, you are out. Friend Langdi, how are your injuries? Are they better? It seems that fellow Langdi's complexion has improved a lot. Congratulations. Quote. Seeing that Su Lang was here, all Wudi expressed their concern and condolences. However, Su Lang heard someone say that his complexion has improved a lot, and the corner of his eyes twitched, then his face paled a little. Acting with dedication, the injury can't heal so quickly, otherwise people will find that they have been deceived, and they will be very angry. Ahem, the injury has been temporarily suppressed. I will treat it carefully after I return. The planet of life must regroup. Su Lang smiled and returned the gift to the emperors, and looked at Si Yushang again. Don't worry about me, Si Yushang's Taoist friend is more important. I don't know what is the situation with fellow Si Yushang now. This statement came out. Everyone's attention also shifted to Si Yushang. Wake up to wake up. Si Yu laughed a few steps to come to Su Lang, smiled bitterly, but people became a bit dull. I talked to him, and ignored me. How is this going? Su Lang frowned. Could it be that something went wrong in the process of soul fusion? Don't worry, everyone. This situation has been experienced by the first 4 inheritors. The reason Si Yushang is like this is because the soul origin of Emperor Xuanyu's body has not been destroyed. The voice of Emperor Zhao Qinwu came from the side. As long as the soul origin of Emperor Xuanyu is destroyed, Si Yushang will gradually become sober. That's it. As soon as the previous 4 heirs appeared, they were taken away by Emperor Wudi. I don't know about it. I didn't expect this to be the reason. All Wudi suddenly realized. Su Lang also showed his face clearly. When the soul of Emperor Xuanyu's body merged into Si Yushang before, he said that he must destroy his soul origin in the end. Later, Si Yushang focused on fusing with Emperor Xuanyu, and the emperors did not dare to bother, so they could only protect the law by the side. Therefore, the soul origin of Emperor Xuanyu's body has been left to the present. Now, it's also time to destroy the soul origin of Emperor Xuanyu. Emperor Zhao Qinwu sighed, walked to Si Yushang and took out the red dot from his hand. Immediately after, under the witness of all Wu emperors, Emperor Zhao Qinwu squeezed fiercely, and the powerful force instantly shattered the red dot. Suddenly, the red dots turned into countless unsearchable light dots, which were annihilated in the void. Chapter 11:16. All come to the southern continent. Su Lang watched this scene, and suddenly some questions flashed in his mind. The soul is the most mysterious thing, more mysterious and mysterious than the body. Not to mention the origin of the soul. At the beginning, what method did Emperor Wudi use to divide his soul origin into 6 parts? The key is that after being divided into 6 parts, it will be able to inherit all the memories and successfully transform into the Emperor Wu of incense fire. The difficulty of this, just a superficial thought, makes the scalp numb. I have a soul gathering and splitting technique, which can forge the origin of the soul. However, this technique was synthesized by me, and it is impossible for Emperor Wudi to have it. Could it be that it uses the souls of other Emperor Wu to purify it first, and then instill the memory in? That's not right. When I looked at the attribute panel of the head of the Emperor, I clearly mastered the consummation level, Shen Tian Di, and other techniques. If memory is instilled, it is absolutely impossible for him to directly master the exercises. Zan Zan, unlike me, has the systemic function Offagong Fa empowerment. Su Lang frowned and pondered silently, but he was puzzled. He could only act as Xuanxuan using other incredible methods to create a shocking miracle. At this time, Si Yushang, who was dull as a tree stump, finally blinked. The divine light in his eyes gradually condensed, blooming with the light of wisdom. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for protecting me. With a happy smile on Si Yushang's face, he arched his hands towards the emperors. However, the emperors of Wu were suddenly silent. Because Si Yushang has changed, he has become too much like Zan Zan, he is no longer himself. Seeing a young genius Wudi suddenly lose himself, which is equivalent to a direct fall, of course all the Wudi are emotional. Thank you, Si Yushang, for the inheritance of the emperor. Su Lang shook his head and solemnly saluted Si Yushang. Exactly. Thank you, Si Yushang, fellow. The emperors came back to their senses and thanked Si Yushang one after another. What? Don't thank me, everyone. This is what I should do. Si Yushang looked at the emperors in a dumbfounded manner. Oh, I said don't do this, I'm going to be angry, I'll hit someone. This statement came out. Siyu laughed and immediately laughed. So you can still be angry and beat others, so it seems that you still maintain yourself. Not bad. Siyu Shang also smiled and said, I can still do some damaging things, just like bullying men and women when I was young. Whispering sound. Then you should quickly become Master Xuanwei. Without your scourge, Emperor Ziming will be a lot easier. Siyu smiled jokingly, but his eyes were slightly red. I understand, hehe. Siyu Shang smiled relaxedly, however, I still want to witness the migration of the Ziming clan. Speaking of which, Siyu Shang's eyes fell on Emperor Zhao Qinwu and Su Lang. He knew that he was about to follow Emperor Zhao Qinwu to the Emperor Wu Palace and stay there for a while. The previous 4 successors are all arranged in this way, because the successors are sober. But in fact, the soul must be completely integrated and the memory combed and perfected, which cannot be completed in half a day or 2 days. It will take a long time. Of course it can. But, I'll go with you too, it's a guardian for you. Emperor Zhao Qinwu nodded and looked at Su Lang with a smile. I wonder if the Taoists of Emperor Lang are. Welcome, of course welcome. Su Lang smiled slightly. I welcome all Taoist friends present to come to the south as guests. Really? Then I have to go. Ni Chenzhou said with a busy smile. As a neighbor, I haven't visited my door for so long. It's really rude. I have to go too. Friend Langdi must have set up many big formations on his territory. The old man Qing Xiao's eyes glistened. I have to go and see, maybe I can learn some secretly. Su Lang glanced at him, and laughed inwardly. Are you here to learn from me? As everyone knows, I have learned from you. At this time, Huang Shen Wudi's loud voice rang again. I heard that Taoist Langdi has developed the south very well, or let's visit it today. This guy has a loud voice and speaks directly. People who don't know think he is going to hit the scene. Snapped. Keep it down. Emperor Wudi Zunsheng slapped him on the shoulder of Emperor Wudi, and smiled at Su Lang. The 3 of us at Xuandaotai are going to disturb the Taoists. Aha, I'm here to bother Langdi too. Today we have finally gotten so many people together, so it happens that we are all going to disturb the Emperor Lang. Yes, go and go together. Quote. Chapter 11:17. The entire migration of the Ziming Emperor Al Wudi, say something to me. They all expressed their desire to visit the southern continent of Ceylon. Everyone is very serious, just want to visit, not conceited. Some Wudi even thought, if there is something in the southern continent that needs help, they can help. Naturally, Su Lang would not refuse everyone. Welcome. Dear fellow Taoists, come to the south as guests. Su Lang smiled faintly. To me, it's totally brilliant. Chaman is happy. All Wu emperors were immediately humble, and Emperor Daolong was too polite. Then, the next itinerary of the Wudi emperors was so determined. Next, let's migrate to the Purple Ming Emperor clan. Emperor Zhao Qinwu looked at Siyu and smiled. I wonder if I can help you wait. This is a small matter. I have passed down the Emperor's metaphor in advance. Siyu smiled slightly. So, I don't have to work anymore, fellow Taoists. This statement came out. The Emperors nodded one after another. Su Lang unfolded his mental power and looked at the Purple Ming clan city in the distance, and found that countless Ziming clan members had packed their things. A large number of Ziming people left the city and stood in the wilderness. But they didn't plan to just abandon the city like this, but started some formations. Under the action of these formations, the cities and the earth were separated and floated slightly, obviously. At the beginning of the construction of these cities, they had already anticipated the day they would migrate. So when it was built, it was not only separated from the earth, but even a raising formation was placed at the bottom. It seems that the Ziming Emperor wants to leave Zimingzhou not a day or two. Yes, this ghost place is even poorer than the southern continent. Whoever changes it will think of migrating when the ethnic development trend is good. Now, the Ziming Emperor has finally waited for this opportunity. Su Lang's mental power swept over the Ziming tribesmen, and found that the sadness on their faces was not strong, but more of expectations for the future. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, all the cities were separated from the earth. At this time, Siyu rose into the air with a smile. He first came to Ziming Emperor City and collected it into the universe of life. Immediately he went to other cities, and all of them were collected in the universe of life. Those from the Ziming tribe who were waiting in the wilderness were also taken into Si Yushao's universe of life, quickly. The entire Zimingzhou once again restored the appearance of a wilderness without a city. Dear friends, let's go. See, you shall pack the entire Ziming Emperor clan and return to Su Lang and the others. It is good. Go to the southern continent. Quote. All Wudi embarked on their way home. Even Emperor Ling Juwu returned to the team with a black face when everyone was leaving. But no one cares about him, just as a transparent person. Seeing this, Su Lang couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth, saying that it feels good to be isolated. There was nothing wrong on the way back. Soon, the emperors once again passed through the terrifying heavenly fallen mode and arrived at a long and narrow island in the East China Sea. The land on the island is pitch black, with red lines everywhere, which is where Su Lang and other Emperor Wu left when they went to Zimingzhou. Stop on this island. Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang turned their heads to look at the heavenly fallen gully, and they couldn't help but feel emotion. The prison that had imprisoned them for thousands of years was finally free. We never come back again. Yes, we must take root in the southern continent. The two brothers smiled and said a few words, then turned around to Su Lang's side. Chi saluted Su Lang. The Ziming Emperor clan will also ask Lord Langdi for your care in the future. Of course. Su Lang nodded solemnly, then smiled. Let's go, the deserted land has been waiting for the two for a long time. Yes. The two nodded gratefully. The other Emperor Wu, except for Emperor Ling Ju Wu, who left quietly, were all very interested in arriving in the southern continent. Because they have heard more or less changes in the southern continent. At this time, I can't wait to see. Leaving from the long and narrow island. Because he was going to the realm of Su Lang was naturally the leader. Then, Su Langfei was in the front, opening the space channel from time to time, and taking all Wudi through the space. During the period, I occasionally stopped to admire the scenery of the sea. When I encountered a powerful beast, I also killed it and collected materials. Chapter 11:18. Emperor Wu were shocked stop and go. A few hours later, finally arrived at the eastern coastline of the southern continent. At this point, it has been shrouded by the barriers of the five elements heaven. The front is my land boundary. Once again, I sincerely welcome all fellow Taoists. Su Lang smiled and invited all Wudi to enter the five elements heaven. But at this moment, an exclamation came. Oh my god, this is a super united formation of ranked 6 Wudi level. Emperor Qingxiao Wu was lying on the barrier of the five elements heaven, his wide-eyed eyes turned constantly, full of horror and shock. The Empress Suan, Emperor Wuchen Kangkong, Emperor Wuchen Wu, who were also from the Qingyu Emperor realm next to them, also stood in front of the formation barrier with shocked faces, shaking their hands to touch the barrier. This is a super giant united imperial formation. Has ranked 6 Wudi level defense and powerful counterattacks. Not only that, it also has a powerful ability to gather spirits and absorb spirits, which seems to be able to absorb free energy from outside the sky, and after purification, it can be charged into the formation to improve the practice environment. And at the most critical moment, this formation is too big. Almost the entire southern continent is covered by this formation. Quote. The 4 Wudi who were good at formations quickly saw through some of the functions of the five elements heaven, and were extremely surprised by them. They said that they were good at setting up the Emperor rank formation. But the strongest formation they can deploy is only the 5th round of the combined imperial formation. In addition to this, one can only use the powerful formations handed down from the ancestors to arrange the 6th and 7th revolutions. However, even the rank 7 imperial formation they arranged through the formation is far less difficult than the super formation that covers half of the continent in front of them. To be precise, it's a far cry. Therefore, the 4 talents of Qingxiao would be so shocked. This formation is really that big. No way, covering half of the southern continent. Is it too exaggerated? Quote. The other Emperor Wu also showed horror on their faces, and quickly began a spiritual observation. The spiritual power of the Kongani realm can cover a range of 1 trillion li. The area of the southern continent is of course larger than this. However, the places shrouded by Su Lang's 5 elements heaven are areas where there are intelligent creatures. The wilderness on the edge, such as the extreme south and extreme west, is naturally not included. Therefore, the coverage area of Wuxingtian is just within the limit of Wudi's spiritual exploration. Then, after the emperors unfolded their spiritual power, they immediately saw the whole picture of Wuxingtian. My goodness, it's really that big. How this formation is arranged is incredible. Yes, the formation of my imperial city has been deployed for 500,000 years before it can cover the entire imperial city. In this formation, I don't know how many times it is my large formation of the city. Friend Langdi, Taoist Langdi, how did this formation work out? Quote. Each Emperor Wu was so shocked by the 5 elements heaven that his jaw dropped. After the shock, everyone's eyes fell on Su Lang, hoping that his question could be answered. Aha, this formation is called the 5 elements heaven. Su Lang beat haha and said, actually, it was also set up with the formation gifted to me by the Master Tongtian. Master Tongtian is terrifying. It's impossible for the great emperor to be able to refine such a formation. Yes, such a big formation is too powerful. Quote. All Wu emperors immediately developed a strong awe of the Tongtian hierarch that Su Lang talked casually, and made up an extremely terrifying array power in their minds. At this time, Si Yushao on the side suddenly asked with a look of concern, Taoist Langdi, I heard Taoist Xianxia said that this super formation can improve the practice environment, is it true? It is true. Among these 5 elements, there is an emperor-level formation called Shishan Ming Emperor Formation. Its function is to absorb the aura of the sun, moon, and stars, etc., to make up for the earth and improve the practice environment. The effect of this formation is very good. The time for the formation of the formation is not long, but the southern continent has been slightly improved. It must be a long time, and the south will definitely get rid of the name of barrenness. Chapter 11:19. The temptation of Shishan Ming Emperor Formation. Su Lang smiled faintly, as if what he said was not a great thing. However, Si Yushao's eyes widened in shock, showing strong desire. Struggling for thousands of years in Zimingzhou, his Ziming Emperor really had enough of the harsh practice environment. But at this time, there is a formation that can improve the practice environment, and is placed in front of him. How does this make Si Yushao not excited? In fact, not only Si Yushao, but the other Wudi were also dumbfounded. Absorbing the aura from the heavens to make up for the earth, these anti-sky methods, over time, can definitely turn a place into a rare hole in the sky. This is also very tempting to them. Friend Langdi Dao, I wonder if this formation can let us learn it. Brother Langdi, I don't learn your formation, just ask you to help me arrange one. Brother Langdi Dao, I don't know if this formation can be transformed into a portable formation, which can absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world and practice directly. Brother Langdi Dao, quote. The emperors of Wudi were more polite to Su Lang. The crowd was so enthusiastic that Si Yu laughed aside and couldn't intervene, stomping his feet in a hurry. At this time, Su Lang said, I am studying this formation, and I will be able to master it soon, and I can arrange it for fellow Taoists for a fee. The implication is that there is no way to want to learn. If you want me to help with the arrangement, you have to wait. After all, Su Lang is not a bad guy like Zhan Huo. It is very interesting to be able to promise the promise of helping other Wudi to arrange this sky-defying formation. The emperors also knew that this Shen Tianming Emperor formation was the treasure of the Emperor Lang. Where could it be easily obtained? Therefore, everyone was satisfied with Su Lang's promise. Great, when Brother Langdi Dao finishes the research, I must be the first to help me arrange it. I will not let Brother Langdi Dao suffer a loss. Yes, I'm willing to use all my belongings in exchange for fellow Langdi Daoists to help me set up the Emperor Tianming formation. Quote. The emperors patted their chests one after another, asking Su Lang to arrange the formation for a big price. Even Emperor Zhao Qinwu solemnly requested Su Lang to arrange the Tianming Emperor formation. Good talk. When I learn the formation, I will definitely arrange the formation for everyone. Su Lang smiled and nodded to everyone. But he was laughing inwardly. When I learn to capture the Tianming Emperor formation, I am afraid that it will be when I dominate the Kanglan continent. By then, I will not arrange the formation from my own territory. Of course, this ambitious idea cannot reveal any clues for the time being, otherwise everyone will have to turn their faces instantly. Anyway, all Wu emperors got the promise from Su Lang, and they were all happy. I just felt that just because of this promise, I didn't have to come to the southern mainland in vain. Simultaneously, Si Yushao, unable to speak, finally squeezed to the front, and said with concern, Friend Langdi, the piece of land you gave me is also in this super formation, please don't move us out of the formation range at that time. Laughing knows that this is a bit of an inch, but this formation is really important, Laughing begged fellow Taoists. Talking, Si Yu laughed in front of everyone and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Si Yushang on the side also bowed quickly, with a strong begging expression on his face. Two people please get up soon. Su Lang smiled faintly. Actually, I never thought about moving that area out of the five-element sky formation. With the qualifications of the Ziming Emperor, so many strong people can appear in Ziming Zhou. At this time, the cultivation environment is improved, and more strong people will surely emerge. And Ziming Emperor clan is also the power he plans to earn in his pocket, so he can give some benefits first. Friend Langdi Dao, kindness without saying thanks. As long as there is anything useful to our brothers, please speak up. The brothers Si Yushao and Si Yushang bowed again and thanked them in sonorous and sincere emotions. There will be trouble for the two. Su Lang laughed, and personally helped Si Yushao brother. When the other Emperor Wu saw this scene, they said to their hearts that Emperor Ziming and Emperor Lang were tied together, and they must be treated with care in the future. At this time, Su Lang made an invitation to everyone. Come, please follow me into the southern continent. The emperors were polite and followed Su Lang into the five elements heaven. Chapter 11:20. All Wu emperors gather in Yaoqi. Standing on the southern mainland land inside the formation, a burst of spiritual energy rushed toward his face. Although it is not as rich as the central and northern parts of the mainland, it can even be said to be far behind. But it is also much better than the southern continent in the impression of the emperors. Tisk tut, we guys are cultivating ourselves. The old man Qingxiao continued to tusk, while the fellow Langdi Taoist is taking the good fortune of the universe and improving the earth, and the good fortune of all beings. The two are compared. I am really ashamed. Not bad. Emperor Zhao Qinwu kept nodding. The contributions that Langdi Taoists have made to the southern continent will be passed down for countless years and become the object of admiration by countless people. The other Emperor Wu felt the effect of the Tianming Emperor formation against the sky, and they all admired them, and they were quite assaulting Su Lang's rainbow chain. Everyone is absurd. Please come and sit with me in the holy city of Yaoqi. Su Lang smiled slightly. My place is poor, and there is only a Colosseum city and a Yaoqi holy city. The latter I am used to living in, so I didn't move. This statement came out. All the emperors were astonished. What? Friend Langdi still lives in the holy city? Even if the scale is small, it can't be called a holy city. It's time to change its name. Yes, this is our old rule. The residence of Emperor Wu must be called the Emperor City. Emperor Wu, one after another, persuaded Su Lang to change the name of Yaoqi Holy City. Su Lang actually had this idea for a long time, but he planned to completely relocate the human race to the Kenglin continent before changing the name of Yaoqi Holy City. Even Su Lang thought about his name, so he called Southern Emperor City. In the future, a Northern Imperial City will be built to echo each other. It is perfect. Haha, thanks for reminding everyone. After some time, I will find a good day to change my name. Su Lang nodded with a smile. Come on, please follow me. Talking, Su Lang took all Wudi to fly to the holy city of Yaoqi. Along the way, because of the aura of the heavens and the earth appears to be alive and prosperous, but the strength of the warriors everywhere is generally low, and the scale of the city is also small. It seems that it is indeed still relatively backward. The emperors breathed a sigh of relief. If the southern continent had caught up with the north in a short time, it would be too heart-stalling. Let's see. From time to time, Su Lang introduced the famous sights on the way to everyone. After going all the way, he finally arrived at the holy city of Yaoqi. Because the holy city of Yaoqi gradually became the center of the southern continent, it was expanded under the leadership of Li Shenyang, Wang Fukan and others. Su Lang is too lazy to take care of these chores. After the expansion, the Jade Lake Holy City is already larger than the Colosseum. Almost all of the 30 or 40 Wuxians under Su Lang lived here. As early as when we set off from Zimingzhou, Su Lang told his subordinates that the Emperor Wu was coming as a guest. Then, all the strong are gathered in the holy city of Yaoqi. Not only those martial saints who guarded all parties came back, even Yuang Zhundi, who went to Wukexian to build a northern bridgehead, returned. Immediately afterwards, everyone got busy, dressing up the holy city of Yaoqi more solemnly. At this time, the well-arranged Yaoqi holy city became more and more magnificent, and even faintly smelled of an imperial city. Needless to say, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian must have exerted a lot of effort here. The three women like to go shopping everywhere, and the imperial city is all around, and the experience is quite extraordinary. so it seems handy to arrange some things. At this time, Su Lang led the Wudi to the Yaoqi holy city. Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, Li Shenyang, Emptiness, Yuang Zhundi, Wangfukan, Yaoqi Yanfa. Nearly 40 martial immortals, 4,000 quasi-immortals, and more than 50,000 martial sages put on ceremonies to welcome the distinguished guests from afar. In addition, Zhou Yu also brought many powerful dead soul martial artists and a large number of Luoyu Emperor clan powerhouses to support the scene. If he were not worried about being too popular, he could bring more people. Luo Yujing Xiaoluo was originally meant to guard Luoyu Emperor City, but was also called by Chu Xiaobei, floating in the sky of Yaoqi Holy City, exuding a powerful aura. With so many powerhouses and imperial soldiers, such strength is no less inferior to most of the emperor in the north. Chapter 11:21, Langdi is the rich man. Therefore, after watching the Wudi, they were all shocked. How long did Su Lang dominate the south? Is there a month? There are so many strong people under his command. This is really shocking. The most important thing is that there is even a second-rank emperor soldier guarding. Those Wudi who did not have emperor soldiers, such as Honglian Wudi Ni Chenzhou, Guantian Wudi Zhao Yan and others, immediately envied them. Even the Emperor Wu who had emperor soldiers were mostly first-rank emperor soldiers, and he was very envious of Su Lang's second-rank emperor soldiers. Then, Su Lang's weight in the hearts of the emperors has increased a lot. Brother Langdi Dao has so many talents, it's really enviable. God, that's a second-rank emperor soldier, I want to have one in my dream. I've seen Yuang before, but I didn't expect to get the help of Taoist Langdi, he is already a quasi-emperor. That empty quasi-emperor is very good, in my opinion. I am afraid that he will condense the space avenue and be promoted to Emperor Wu. And that fellow Taoist Zhou Yu, if you sincerely regret it, you will definitely be valued by Brother Langdi Taoist and quickly return to the realm of Emperor Wu. In my opinion, those 50,000 newly promoted martial arts cannot be ignored. As far as I know, there were less than 20 holy races and 1 fairy race in the southern continent. At this time, 50,000 new martial sages emerged in a short period of time, and the methods of the Langdi Taoists were too powerful. Hi, it is true. After the emperors were shocked, they complimented Su Lang with a lot of respect. There's no way. According to other people, there are 2 potential Wudi, and Si Yuxiao brothers will soon be available as helpers. Add up to 5 Emperor Wu. Who dares not respect a strong man who can rule such a big power? Aha, it's all useless waste material. It's not as good as the beautiful jade under your command. Su Lang smiled modestly. Come on, please take a seat. Soon, Su Lang led the crowd into the white jade immortal palace of the Zun Emperor soldier, and entertained the crowd in the hall that had been prepared a long time ago. There are more than 20 cases in the hall, each of which is a fairy. Not only that, the Lingchu Linguo on the table is at least immortal, and there are also some emperor-level fruits and cakes. It's just a bit crude tea and bad fruit, please don't dislike it. Su Lang couldn't help but smile when everyone found their seats and sat down. These fairy-level emperor-level spirit fruits and cakes were naturally synthesized by him and did not cost much. But this is too exaggerated and extravagant in the eyes of the emperors. The treasures of the emperor class are to be cherished in the eyes of everyone, and then used where they are most needed. The emperor-level spirit fruit is best not to be enjoyed directly, but to find ways to refine the pill with better effect. Making emperor-level cakes is never within the scope of everyone's consideration, at most they will taste immortal-level cakes. However, in front of them, there were several imperial-level spirit fruits, several imperial-level pastries, and a pot full of imperial-level spirit tea. There are more than 200 copies of the emperor-level spirit fruit cakes and teas on more than 20 tables. Such treasures of the emperor class are used so casually to entertain guests. For Emperor Wu, this was incredibly luxurious. Especially the weaker Wudi such as Honglian Wudi, watching this scene, has been dumbfounded. Some Wudi's faces turned red. Because they thought of the things that they had compensated Su Lang, it was really too stingy compared to this. Simultaneously, the emperors also had a lot of thoughts in their hearts. Let me go. I didn't expect Emperor Lang to be so rich. This emperor-level spirit fruit is equivalent to an emperor-level pill. Oh my god, I thought that Emperor Lang was really a Chengwu emperor. At this time, it seems that I am poor. Compared with Langdi, I am a poor person who can't even eat fruit. I compensate Taoist Langdi for too little. Will Taoist Langdi despise me? Next time I come, I will prepare a generous gift. Hey, this emperor-level spirit fruit is so fragrant, I really want to take a bite, but I have to take my image into consideration. If only it could be packed. Quote. Various thoughts flashed in the minds of Emperor Wu. Of course, as Emperor Wu, the expressions on everyone's faces returned to normal in an instant. Immediately after, everyone expressed their gratitude and politely, and then picked up the spirit fruit, cakes, or spirit tea to enjoy. The wonderful taste pervades the taste buds. The rich aura blends into the body with a special effect, increasing the cultivation base. Fortunately, such extravagance has also made all Woody happy physically and mentally. Chapter 11:22. Do the best of the landlord after enjoying the spirit fruit. Everyone chatted about various topics, but the most talked about was how to develop subordinate forces. And everyone is not empty talk, such as Si Yuxiao, Ni Chenzhou, Qingxiao Wudi, etc. who have a good relationship with Su Lang. They all took out dry goods. Some practical secret techniques can help the subordinates to improve quickly, or make the ethnic population soar. Ni Chenzhou even directly took out his holy image and other treasures and shared them with Su Lang. Although Su Lang has the one key empowerment function, but the number of uses per day is limited and can only be used on the most important people around. Those ordinary warriors, although they also have the benefits given by Su Lang. With the exchange building, the space dojo, and the blue star cultivation holy ground, the chances of becoming a ***** and being holy are greatly increased. However, the methods given by the emperors still made Su Lang very rewarding. In order to reciprocate the truth, Su Lang took the Wudi to visit the exchange building and the space dojo. As for the blue star side, these Wudi cannot yet know about it. After all, blue star is so precious, you can guarantee that these Wudi will not have thoughts that they shouldn't have. The first thing I visited was the space dojo. That is, the space cube, formed by the quasi-imperial soldiers can help the quasi-sage warriors to smoothly condense the space. Guide and open up the space of the warrior. Hey, directly help the quasi-god condense the lead of the space. This method is simple and crude but extremely effective. A good method. Yes, I can only set up a Chungshan pavilion, and let the Valkyrie to teach the quasi-gods. Essentially, it still depends on the quasi-gods. The effect is not very good. Well, my method is far worse than that of Langdi Dao Brothers' spatial dojo. Unfortunately, I can't comprehend the rules of space to get home. I only know a little bit of fur, otherwise I will also build a space dojo. The rules of space are too difficult to comprehend, and I don't know if Brother Langdi Dao Brothers' space dojo is redundant. Can it be sold? This is a quasi-imperial soldier. It's only a bit worse than the imperial soldier. How can I sell you so much? That's it. Even if you want to sell it, you have to afford it. This kind of treasure that is related to the foundation of the race is more cherished than any quasi-imperial weapon. Yes, I'm afraid I can't afford all of my net worth. Quote. The emperors admired Su Lang's refining space dojo, and even felt envy. Regarding this, Su Lang smiled faintly and didn't say much. The emperors want to have a space dojo, there will be something in the future, and everyone will have it. The space dojo will cover the entire Kanglan continent. Next, Su Lang took the Emperor Wu to visit the exchange building. The exchange building in the holy city of Yaoqi is the headquarters, so it has expanded a lot with the expansion of the city. The tower-shaped huge building soaring into the sky, the foundation alone is comparable to a small city. Except for the white jade immortal palace suspended high in the sky, the exchange building is the tallest among the holy city of Yaoqi. At this time, Su Lang and all the emperors of Wushu hid their cultivation base in appearance, and stood by the exchange building, watching the hot exchange scene. I saw countless warriors lined up in thousands of teams, and each team was endless, and I didn't know which street it extended to. The warrior in front quickly entered the exchange building, then registered, exchanged what he needed, and then left from another exit. However, the number of teams entering the exchange building has not decreased at all. These warriors came from all parts of the southern continent. Anyway, only the warriors who have the ability to travel far will basically migrate to the place with the exchange building. The holy city of Yaoqi is the dream place of all the warriors of the southern mainland. It has long been a gathering place for hundreds of ethnic groups. People live on an equal footing here and enjoy the benefits given by Su Lang. Appreciated this hot scene, Su Lang led all Wudi into the exchange building again. Then, All the martial emperors saw with their own eyes. Every warrior took out low-level materials, and their incredible proportions, exchanged for high-level materials. Chapter 11:23. Emperor Wu are very embarrassed. What? The ratio of god-level materials to saint-level materials is only 30:1. The fairy-level materials can also be exchanged at will. Although the exchange ratio is a bit higher, it is only 40:1. Hey, look at the notice. As long as you pass the qualification review, the emperor-level materials can be exchanged. Not only can you exchange materials, but you can also exchange pills, weapons, and exercises. Oh my god, Brother Langdi, for the development of the southern continent, really has spent his money. Yes, how much do you have to lose if you exchange high-level materials for low-level warriors at this ratio? I think if I build a similar exchange house on my own land, I am afraid that I will go bankrupt the next day. You are going bankrupt, and as far as I know, there is more than one exchange house on the land of Langdi. Such a terrifying welfare, fellow Langdi Taoist, has been maintained for so long, it is really amazing. Ahem, fellow Langdi, I don't know if I am honored to be able to exchange something here. Go away, you cheeky, I am ashamed to be with you. Quote. The shocked Emperor Wu talked and talked a lot, and the look at Su Lang changed again. Turning into the eyes of the pauper watching the local tyrants squandering money is a shock and envy. Su Lang's label of Qingwu Emperor was also completely erased by the Wu Emperors, and then replaced by the label of Rich Man. Fortunately, everyone is not narrow-minded, although there is a faint sense of inferiority, but it is not jealous. Anyway, Su Lang's image in the minds of the emperors was much stronger. At this time, everyone is finally here. How can I neglect everyone? Su Lang smiled slightly. Well, all Taoists present can exchange for the same material or medicine. The ratio is 500:1, regardless of level. This statement came out. All Wudi suddenly showed surprise. That bit of unhappiness in my heart completely disappeared. Brother Langdi is serious. The ratio of exchanging fairy-level materials for emperor-level materials is still so low. Under normal circumstances, the value of 1,000 fairy-level materials is not as valuable as an emperor-level material. Yeah, in this way, the things we compensated for Taoist Langdi before, I am afraid that it will not be worth the advantage we have taken at this time. Why don't you forget it? Quote. After the emperors were surprised, they turned down one after another because they were taking advantage of Su Lang too much. But how could Su Lang let them run away? With a ratio of 500:1, he would make 50 times the net profit. So he tried his best to persuade that all emperors must exchange for a wave. The Emperor Wu finally agreed, but they took the initiative to increase the ratio to 1,000:1. Su Lang directly netted 100 times. Immediately after, the emperors blushed, and were very embarrassed to exchange the top quasi-emperor level materials for an emperor level treasure, or medicine, or material from the exchange building. See this scene. Su Lang laughed happily. In this wave alone, he earned more than 2,000 emperor-grade materials. However, the emperors of Wu still felt that they had taken the advantage of Su Langtian, and they must pay it back after they made up their minds. Next, Su Lang didn't have anything to show for the Emperor Wu to visit, so he mentioned the migration of the Ziming Emperor. Brother Si Yushao has been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's just that Su Lang has not yet fulfilled the friendship of the landlord, and they are not ashamed to say it in a hurry. When Su Lang mentioned it, the two were grateful again. Friends, please. Su Lang used the space rules to open a passage and led the Wu emperors to the place allocated to the Ziming Emperor. This is the southern part of the southern continent, occupying 1/16 of the land within 5 elements, and it is very remote and barren. If it were not to be used as a metaphor, the holy city of Yaoqi is Beishangwang, and here is the most backward primitive tribe. The level of barrenness here, the martial emperors couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this is not a place for the warriors to stay. But the brothers Si Yushao were very happy. Because this place is better than Zimingzhou, and it's still within the 5-element sky, it can be improved continuously. In addition, they can also transform this place themselves, and it will probably not take long before they can develop. The intelligent races in this area have been sent by me to move. Su Lang pointed to the vast land below and smiled. Si Yu laughs at Taoist friend, please. It is good. Si Yu smiled deeply at Su Lang, and then stepped forward to the ground. Chapter 11:24. What does he picture soon? A large number of powerful emperor-level methods were displayed from Si Yuxiao's hands, and the mountains and rivers shifted suddenly, and the plains were everywhere. The foundations of the solid cities are condensed by the rules of rock and soil, like blocks of broad obsidian mirrors. Immediately after, Si Yuxiao released all the cities in the universe of life, and placed them on the foundation one by one. In the end, countless people from the Ziming tribe were migrated from the universe of life. This is Xintiandi. There are blue sky and white clouds in this world. Oh my god, the color of the sun is different from that of our Zimingzhou. Although the concentration of aura is also very low, it is more comfortable here than Zimingzhou. It's great, great, this is our new home. Quote. The members of the Ziming tribe cheered and leapt with excitement and gestures, and even more people burst into tears and cried with emotion. This is an important turning point in history for the Ziming Emperor, and the beginning of their re-emergence. The two of me once again represent all the Ziming Emperor clan. Thank you for your great kindness and great virtue from Taoist Langdi. Si Yuxiao and Si Yushang were also very excited and saluted Su Lang one after another. Haha, the two Dao friends have seen you outside. Su Lang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and raised his brother Si Yuxiao. The Ziming Emperor has just settled down and is waiting to be reborn. There must be many things to deal with. If you need help, don't forget me. Sure. The two brothers nodded quickly. At this time, since Emperor Ziming has just settled down, Taoist Langdi is in urgent need of healing. Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled and said, I won't be able to stay longer later, and I will visit again another day. Seeing this, the other Emperor Wu also bid farewell to Su Lang. One of them was embarrassed to continue to disturb Su Lang, but they had just exchanged it from Su Lang to the urgently needed Emperor-grade treasure, and they were anxious to go back and use it. Then I will give you one for you. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and then opened a space channel leading to the five elements heaven, quickly. Zhao Qin and other Emperor Wu left the southern mainland, and Si Yushang also followed Zhao Qin. Only Su Lang and Si Yuxiao remained in place. I won't bother fellow Taoists either. Whenever you need help, you must tell me. Su Lang smiled and said goodbye to Si Yu. Zan even returned to the holy city of Yaoqi. The other side, Emperor Wu, such as Zhao Qin, appeared in the territory of Emperor Wu in Honglian. Immediately everyone dispersed and returned to their own territory. But in fact, the Emperor Wu kept a group chat in private. Langdi Taoist friend is too rich. Yeah, incredibly rich, incredible. Friend Langdi is the Emperor Wu from the mainland fragments. Which mainland fragment can be so fat and richer than the Kenglin continent? In other words, have you noticed that the pseudo-emperors I traded with before seem to have everything? Are those pseudo-emperors related to Langdi? Is Langdi a member of that Trans-World Trade Organization? Don't think too much about it. Didn't Langdi Dao brother say that he got the inheritance off a Tungtian sect master? That was at least an emperor-level figure, and a little scum leaking through the fingers was enough to shock us. That is, let alone Langdi Dao brother also took out so many emperor-level exercises to auction. In order to kill Emperor Wu in the dark sky world, even his own life planet was sacrificed, and later he sacrificed a Wu Emperor-class clone to execute the plan to attract disaster. In order to develop the southern continent, he has laid such a large capital. What is he doing? In case of Emperor Lang, what he is looking at is the Kenglin continent. The Emperor Lang is not Master Xuanyu. He has given so much, there must be hope in return. What's wrong with this? You can also see that the world consciousness does not exclude Brother Langdi, and everyone does not understand the meaning. Even if Brother Langdi wants to unify the Kenglin continent, there is nothing wrong with it. Who of us has never thought of this before? If the Taoist Langdi can reach the realm of Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions by virtue of the inheritance of the Tongtian sect master, then why not let the Taoist Langdi rule Kenglin? Speaking of this, the Wudi faintly quarreled. Emperor Zhao Qinwu let out a light cough, and everyone's voice gradually became smaller. However, there was silence for a few seconds, probably because I felt that a charter must be discussed, so someone spoke again. Chapter 1125. Obviously such a serious thing, cough. Yu Wudi said, the old man feels that while doing his best to accept fellow Langdi, he still has to beware. Cut. Emperor Wu retorted, it's as if we are just a piece of iron, and we don't watch out for each other. Who is not on guard? Well, this is the truth. There was Emperor Wu echoed, we must treat Langdi Taoist friends equally and treat him as one of us. Even if they are wary of each other, They are just brothers watching the wall instead of treating Langdi Taoist friends as outsiders. Not bad. There was also Emperor Wu agreed, not to mention that Emperor Wu Palace suppressed the Kanglan continent. Even if the Taoist Langdi really had a purpose, it would not be possible to achieve it. Yes, there was Emperor Wu continued to agree, such things have not happened frequently in the battles of the mainland. More or less Emperor Wu has tried to use the battle of the mainland to subvert the world. Quote. The group chat of all Wudi continued. In the end, Su Lang, the unclear Emperor Wu, was officially included in the category of own person. Moreover, there are still many Emperor Wu who surround Su Lang. It only took Su Lang a day or two from meeting the Wudi officially to gaining the trust of everyone and obtaining such a social status. I have to say, Su Lang's sacrifice is really too tragic. At this moment, Su Lang, who returned to the White Jade Fairy Palace, was talking to Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Mirong Xianxian. Today's affairs, well done. Su Lang praised the performance of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters. Brother Su Lang likes it. We will definitely do better. By the way, this time Sister Mirong was coordinating it. I'm just slaying hands, and Rushui and Xiaobei's sister have contributed a lot. HMPH, what's the point of just boasting, is there no reward? Quote. The 3 women laughed and laughed, yin yin yan yan, so lively. There is a reward for doing well. Su Lang smiled. Come here, Xiaobei, I will instill the power of rules for you. It's almost the same. Chu Xiaobei snorted proudly, and then brought her head to Su Lang's face, a pair of beautiful eyes circling in the microwave. The water was full and beautiful. Su Lang smiled and put his hand against her smooth forehead, and gave instructions to the system to instill rules. Immediately, the 12 rules selected by Su Lang were instilled into Chu Xiaobei's body. Come in, do you feel it? Su Lang smiled and asked softly. Feel it, Su Lang, you are so amazing. Feeling the power of more than 10 rules. Suddenly controlled, Chu Xiaobei blushed with excitement. Of course it's amazing. Su Lang chuckled. Let's send it every day, and you will soon be able to gather 360 rules and create a perfect foundation for martial arts. I'm really looking forward to it. Chu Xiaobei's eyes were blurred, full of longing for the future. Okay, hurry up and digest the power of the rules you just got. Su Lang smiled and pressed Chu Xiaobei on a low couch. Chu Xiaobei sat down cross-legged and began to get familiar with the power of the newly acquired rules. But Su Lang's gaze fell on Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian. Come on, I'll check you too. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and there was a trace of charm in his smile. Ji Rushui's face turned red when she saw this. Mirong Xianxian chuckled and laughed. Obviously such a serious thing, why do you say it as if you want to make color? Haha, Su Lang grinned. Aren't you afraid that I'm not being serious this time? What's to be afraid of then? Mirong Xianxian also had a blushing face and bright eyes, but he dared to look at Su Lang. It seems really not afraid. Su Lang smiled brilliantly. However, you still have to control the power first, otherwise the scene can't be ruined. Listening to what Su Lang said, the faces of the 2 women were all red, and they didn't dare to engage in **** with Su Lang anymore. Chapter 11:26. I can't hold the inner world next. Su Lang seriously checked the bodies of the 2 women. The 2 women are obviously very serious. Although they go shopping occasionally, they spend a lot of time controlling their power. It has only been more than a day since the last inspection, and he has another point of power. This speed is not unpleasant. Remember that in addition to practicing power control, you should also practice mental power. I'll give you some suitable quasi-elixir and elixir, you knock hard, you know. While talking, Su Lang took out some pills of medicine bottles and stuffed them into the arms of the 2 women. The 2 of us are going to be medicine jars. I have to take a lot of perfect pills every day. It's really a trouble for happiness. Quote. The 2 women spoke with a smile and Yan Yan was talking, and their little faces were full of happy expressions. Next, Su Lang talked to the 2 women for a while, then bid farewell and left. Not long. In a quiet room, Su Lang sat down. From Zimingzhou back to the southern continent, and taking all the martial emperors to visit this and that, a lot of time has passed. In addition, the speed of one key training has doubled. Therefore, Su Lang has once again accumulated more than a dozen cultivation bases from Yiji Wushan to Zun Emperor. It's time to open up the inner world of the kidney. I don't know if I will become the man with the strongest kidney in the world after opening up this inner world. While smiling secretly, Su Lang gave the order to open up the fourth inner realm. Ding! The 10-party inner boundary function is activated, and the fourth inner boundary is being developed. As the system prompts appear, a burst of intense soreness immediately filled the whole body. However, the place where the soreness comes is not the kidneys, but the liver. It's not a kidney. It seems that for a while I won't be able to become the strongest man in the world. Su Lang tugged at the corner of his mouth, and then kept his mind so as not to make trouble in the inner world. It is the same as the process of opening up the first 5 internal organs. First, the lead of a perfect space appeared out of thin air. Then it expands all the way, from the lead of the space to the space of the martial god, and then the space of the martial saint, finally forming a huge inner world of the martial god. There was lightning and thunder in the inner boundary of Wushan, the water was deep and hot, and the chaos was beginning to open, and Su Lang urgently needed to improve. Liver corresponds to wood properties. In other words, I will not be able to collect mercury for the time being, but will go to Jupiter to see. Well, I can't hold that huge gas giant planet in my inner world, what can I do? Su Lang touched his chin, frowning in distress. Jupiter is the giant planet with the largest mass and volume in the solar system. Its mass is 318 times that of a blue star, and its volume is more than 1,300 times that of a blue star. And Su Lang's Wushan inner boundary was only 10 times the size of blue star. This space is too small compared to Jupiter. Wrong. Jupiter is a gas giant planet. It is divided into a gaseous outer layer, a liquid middle layer, and a solid inner core. The gaseous outer layer occupies most of the volume. Then, I can discard the gaseous outer layer, and even the liquid middle layer can abandon part of it, and directly take part of the liquid middle layer and the solid inner layer. Su Lang's eyes were faintly bright. As far as he knew, Jupiter's solid core was twice the size of a blue star. Even with a part of the liquid middle layer, the inner boundary of Wushan could fit. Just do it. Su Lang immediately came to the Fengaling clan new city and came to Blue Star through the cracks in time and space. With a swipe of mental energy, the scene on the Blue Star came into view, and it seemed to be more prosperous than yesterday. Su Lang smiled faintly, then turned and flew into space. Jupiter is the 5th planet in the solar system from the inside to the outside, behind Mars, 630 million kilometers from the Blue Star, or 1.26 billion miles. But this distance is nothing to Su Lang. Even on the Kanglan continent, which is much larger than the solar system, Su Lang can come and go. It won't take much time, let alone a billion miles. Through space rules, Su Lang keeps jumping in space. Not long, a huge space hole appeared in front of him. It was the space hole left over after Mars was taken away by Su Lang. In a short period of time, this giant hole could not be completely healed at all, and by this time it was about 1% healed. Chapter 1127, The Mammoth Jupiter. Please, great universe. Su Lang smiled wryly, then bypassed the space hole and continued to fly forward. In the distance, within the range of spiritual power, the huge gray-yellow giant planet is getting closer, but Su Lang stopped in the middle of the road, because an asteroid belt composed of a large number of small stars appeared in front of him. This is precisely because of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. More than 12,000 small celestial bodies have been named. According to calculations, there should be as many as 500,000 small celestial bodies in this planetary belt. In the eyes of Su Lang, that is countless large and small gray-black meteorites, rotating around the sun in the pitch-black space, just like the river of xianxia in myth. 500,000, so many. Su Lang unfolded his mental power and carefully scanned the surrounding small celestial bodies. He soon discovered to his surprise that these small meteorite-like celestial bodies were indeed the core fragments of the infinite realm. However, the attributes of these core fragments are very mixed, including the rules of heaven and earth, such as the 5 elements, yin, sun, sky, and geography. So many small celestial bodies are all fragments of the boundless world. Although, according to speculation, all add up, its mass is only 1,000th that of a blue star, but it is also 1/10 the size of the moon. This quality doesn't seem to have much effect to me, but it can be left to Chu Xiaobei and the 3 of them, so that they can build it into the core of the universe of life. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, gradually showing a smile, as if he felt the pleasure of nurturing again. Decided to leave these asteroids to the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang directly opened the space channel, crossed the asteroid belt, and continued to Jupiter. Not long, Su Lang stood in the outer space far away from Jupiter. Jupiter, a giant planet of gray, yellow, and white, is slowly rotating. Seen from space, the power is amazing. Jupiter. It was Kaltai Sui, in ancient times. It can be seen that this Jupiter is related to lifespan, and its root is the wood attribute that represents life. However, if this is the case, you have to check with your own eyes. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, and the terrifying mental power rushed to Jupiter, enveloping it all. Suddenly, countless distorted colorful clouds appeared in the field of vision. They are constantly twisting and dancing with the convective wind. The colorful and deep colors make them look like Van Gogh's abstract paintings. Soon, a wave of terrifying storms appeared, and they were wrapped in some liquid water droplets and ice cubes, and their power was comparable to a powerful wuxian. At the same time, a strand of wood rules also appeared in Su Lang's mental power. However, these wood rules are very thin, and they are composed of a large number of wood-derived rules, which are very scattered. Fortunately, these rules are not as distorted as those in the heavenly fallen heavenly Mo. They are just a little messy, and they are still normal in nature. Sure enough, it is a wood attribute. This is really great. I just don't know that Jupiter is obviously such a color, and the composition is only hydrogen and helium. Why is it wood? This question arose in Su Lang's head. But soon, he thought of an explanation. Hydrogen is an extremely active element and contains very powerful energy. Isn't vitality the active and powerful energy? In addition, the composition of Jupiter is actually somewhat similar to that of the Sun, and hydrogen fusion occurs on the Sun all the time, emitting endless light and heat. This is very consistent with the wood making fire in the five elements theory. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched, and Su Lang has only observed the surface of Jupiter, not the interior. When we see the inner core of Jupiter, there may be a better explanation. As Su Lang's spiritual power continued to deepen, not long after, the endless ocean appeared. This is an ocean made up of countless liquid hydrogen and liquid helium, mixed with other substances on the surface, so it looks colorful. But the deeper the ocean, the more transparent and clear the color of sea water. What follows is the more and more pure rules of wood. Chapter 11:28. Extract Jupiter component. Well, this liquid ocean is too deep. If you want the inner bounds of income that the ocean as a whole does not lack, you can't fit them. Su Lang frowned slightly. It seems that we can only abandon part of it according to the original plan, and only take the inner core and part of the ocean. Soon, Su Lang's spiritual power continued to penetrate Jupiter's interior. As the depth got deeper and deeper, Su Lang became more strenuous, and his mental power was almost impossible to move. Fortunately, Su Lang persisted and spent several hours finally seeing the inner core of Jupiter. This is an emerald green super-large ore core with a dense wood avenue on it. In other words, this is a supergiant wood attribute ore from the core of the boundless world. Picking up a stone at random is also an emperor-level material. Noisy. Is this a super mineral vein of wood attribute of the boundless world? In this way, even if the previous explanation makes a little sense, it is only a little bit. Su Lang's eyes widened. The essential thing that really makes Jupiter produce the rules of wood is this huge vein. A mineral vein, which is quite larger than the blue star, is placed on the Kanglan continent, and it is also the size of a holy race. From this it can be seen what a huge place the boundless world is. Su Lang couldn't help but feel yearning again, but the boundless world is still too far away. Su Lang turned his eyes and continued to look at Jupiter's core. Its volume is only 1/3 larger than blue star. Hey, Jupiter's core is really small. It's smaller than people predicted, and only bigger than blue star. Su Lang was full of joy, so that his plan would be carried out smoothly. But it is not easy to abandon Jupiter's 999th of a thousandths volume and take only 1,000th. When Su Lang saw this boundless Jupiter, he felt his head big. Next, Su Lang began to think of a solution. I quickly thought of the first way: go to the interior of Jupiter, arrange the formation method to divide Jupiter into two parts, and remove the interior. But the feasibility of this approach is actually not high. Although Jupiter is a gas giant planet, the internal pressure is extremely terrifying. This kind of terrifying pressure is also a kind of Jupiter's world power, extremely majestic and vast. Even the intangible and pervasive mental power is difficult to penetrate. If Su Lang went to Jupiter in his body, he would be directly killed by the power of the terrifying world. No way, no way. This method is too risky. Su Lang shook his head quickly. Although he had dozens of lives, he didn't want to experience the pain of being crushed alive. Su Lang's mind was swiftly moving, and a large number of thoughts collided with each other, forming a bright light. Soon, he thought of another way. This method is much more feasible than the first method. Use space rules to open some space channels inside Jupiter, like pumping water, pumping out Jupiter's hydrogen and helium. This method does not need to go deep into Jupiter, but only needs to arrange space channels one by one from the outside to the inside. The only drawback of this method is that it takes more time. After all, Jupiter is too big. Even if multiple spatial passages are arranged and countless water pipes are installed, it will take a lot of time to extract 999 per thousand of the volume. But this is the safest way. Su Lang licked his lips, and then flew towards Jupiter. The closer he gets to Jupiter, Su Lang feels a very powerful gravitation. It's like a powerful wuxia desperately pulling you in front, trying to pull you into the abyss of Jupiter. Su Lang resisted the increasingly powerful gravitational force and came closer to Jupiter. Space rules. Su Lang's whole body's xianxia keeps running, and a strong force of space rules is mobilized, pulling out countless space rules from the surrounding void. These spatial rhythm lines form a huge channel in Jupiter's gaseous layer. Chapter 1129. Master the 7 Emperor level exercises. The coordinates leading to the passage or the asteroid belt that it passed through. As a component of Jupiter, it is also equivalent to the core fragments of the Infinity Realm, so of course Su Lang will not be wasted. At this time, first extract this part of Jupiter components and place them in various places in the asteroid belt. Soon, they will be captured by those small celestial bodies and attached to the surface. When the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei opened up the inner realm of Wuxia, they could be brought over. These asteroids were collected, with Jupiter ingredients. At this moment, the first space channel condensed by Su Lang has begun to devour the endless hydrogen and helium on Jupiter. I saw that the space channel was like a huge black hole, and the surrounding Jupiter ingredients poured in frantically, forming a huge vortex. If you look from space, you can see a swirling light spot appearing on the surface of Jupiter. Simultaneously, in the asteroid belt, a space channel also appeared somewhere, and a large amount of Jupiter components spurted out and filled everywhere. Unless the surrounding small celestial bodies also have a certain gravitational force, they can all be captured. At this terrifying speed, they will continue to advance in a vacuum without resistance, and eventually disappear completely. However, under Su Lang's arrangement, they could not escape. Small celestial bodies are like nets, capturing many Jupiter components, and then go away. But a large number of new small celestial bodies flew over again, continuing to capture Jupiter's gushing composition. Although there are still a lot of spills, it can only be so. Su Lang shook his head and continued to arrange space channels on Jupiter. 10, 100. In the end, Su Lang successively arranged 1,000 space channels. 1,000 space channels cover the surface of Jupiter. It's like piercing a large number of tiny holes in a huge balloon, and the ingredients inside are constantly released. Unfortunately, 1,000 space channels are really too few for Jupiter. It's not that I don't want to arrange more, it is really impossible to continue to arrange. He is not really invincible. He has arranged 1,000 huge space channels and maintained it in the power of the extremely abnormal world, which has reached his personal limit. But, the personal limit is reached. But Su Lang still has system functions that are useless. Clone dispatch. Su Lang's heart moved, and all the clones appeared in front of him, except for the clone incarnation who was busy with things. A total of 62 clones and clone avatars, suspended in space, exudes a powerful woody-level atmosphere. These clones have just cooled and condensed, so they are full of curiosity about the surrounding environment. At this moment, they are constantly looking around, listen. Su Lang's expression slammed. Give me a space channel and drain the planet. Yes, the avatars nodded one after another, and then went to arrange the space channel. Not long, each of the 62 avatars arranged 1,000 spatial channels. The total number of space channels has reached 63,000. The surface area of Jupiter is approximately 61.4 billion square kilometers. When divided, each space channel only needs to be responsible for an area of 1,000 kilometers vertically and horizontally, which can be said to be very small, of course. Jupiter is too big, Even if it gets more holes, it will take a lot of time to make time. Then, Su Lang simply sat down cross-legged, while maintaining the space channel, while handling his own affairs. He took out a fairy-class cauldron and began to refine the parts of a super-humanoid weapon. In an instant, another period of time passed. Suddenly, system prompts came one after another. Ding! Soul gathering and splitting technique has reached the founding level. Ding! Eternal World Classic has reached the founding level. Ding! Quote. 7 consecutive system prompts sounded one after another. It turned out that the 7 Emperor level exercises that Su Lang placed before have all been practiced. Ouch! Su Lang's eyes lit up, then he held his breath and received the ear information from the 7 exercises. Numerous information was imprinted on Su Lang's soul and body, allowing him to master the 7 Emperor level techniques in an instant. At the same time, 2 majestic warm currents appeared out of thin air, blending into Su Lang's flesh, bones and limbs. These 2 warm currents are derived from the energy of the 2 body-building exercises, 9-turn Profound Emperor Ju, and Zhenyu Emperor Jing. Chapter 1130. Mingguang Abyss of the Fallen Devil. This is the energy to practice the Emperor level exercises to the founding level. In the huge energy nourishment, Su Lang's body seemed to be tempered for countless years, countless times in an instant. His 4-dimensional attributes immediately skyrocketed. And Su Lang knew that this was still restricted by his cultivation realm, and he couldn't bring out all the effects of the exercises. Otherwise, 2 Wudi level exercises that have reached the founder level are enough to increase his combat power even more. Except for the 2 exercises. The rest of the exercises also gave Su Lang a terrifying upgrade. Both, Soul Gathering and Splitting Ju, and Emperor Heart Reincarnation, are both spiritual exercises. Although he couldn't make Su Lang's mental power soar for a while, he had mastered extremely powerful strengthening methods. In just a few moments, Su Lang can raise his mental strength to the point where there is no one before and after. The Eternal Realm Classic directly furthered Su Lang's spatial rules, only a thin film away from the condensed space avenue. In addition, the records of the emperors of the heavenly yin of Liangyi brought Su Lang's control of the Shuji Dao to the realm of condensing the Dao. Finally, Mingguang 10,000 Realms Emperor Jing allowed Su Lang to grasp the rules of light and the radiation rules to the limit. At present, Su Lang's most attention is the Mingguang Di Jing. This double Dao exercise has both positive and negative forms. The exercises are recorded as Mingguang Wanji and Devil's Abyss. Using the Mingguang 10,000 Realms form, you can add a positive state to your allies, and your courage, strength, recovery, etc. can be multiplied. And it can also act on the enemy, so that the enemy will also be refreshed. But the enemy was so cool, but he was secretly exerted the terrifying, hypnosis, and assimilation ability. Let the enemy give birth to reverence willingly, and then bow to his feet, surrender without a fight, and strike back. This is very powerful. In Su Lang's view, this is very similar to the legendary Buddha's Bright Buddha Land. As long as the Mingguang 10,000 Realms is turned on, then wherever you go, you will be the Pure Land, the Buddha Land. Any wise creature with weak faith will become a believer. And this, in the incense system, has a super terrifying effect, which can quickly obtain countless believers, without knowing how many, knock and kidnapping, processes. From this point of view, this trick makes one's own people more and fewer enemies. Dare you say that it is not powerful? In addition, the Mingguang world has the effect of inciting benign mutation, allowing species to mutate and evolve in the best direction. This is a bit similar to the legendary pointing. For Su Lang, this effect of the Mingguang 10,000 Realms is also very important. Because Su Lang's creator's plan involves creating creatures from the genetic level, then this function of inducing benign mutations is tantamount to greatly improving the speed of planning. In short, these are the 3 major means of the form of the Mingguang 10,000 Realms. Let's talk about the Devil's Abyss form. Also mentioned before, Devil Fallen Abyss is a terrifying negative form. Once cast, the caster will become cruel and distorted, both in appearance and in heart, and become a complete ugly monster. But the physique of the caster will be greatly improved. Then the caster will master the radiation fire, with Dharma penetration effect against the sky. If the enemy is burned by the radiation fire, if he cannot resist it, he will suffer both physical and mental trauma. While turning into an ugly monster and suffering endless suffering, his combat power will drop drastically. In short, it is to impose a negative state on the enemy, reduce defense, slow down, reduce offense and reduce blood, by the way, torturing him hard, let the other party know why the flower is so red. And this also reminded Su Lang of the legendary, Killing Buddha. Like the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva, the Killing Buddha controls the invisible fire, radiation fire. Pull the most sinful enemy into hell, burn it with karma, make him eternally punished, and wash his sins away. At that time, Su Lang also imagined the existence of Buddha in the boundless world. In this time, wow, a group of invisible karma fire appeared in Su Lang's hands, obviously without any temperature, but exuding a creepy breath. Does the boundless realm really have gods and Buddhas in Chinese mythology? Su Lang held the karma fire and looked at the deep universe with deep gaze, revealing a strong expectation. At this time, because the side effects of unfolding, Devil Fallen Abyss, began to show. Su Lang felt a little mad in his heart, and his body started to get hot. Chapter 1131, Attack Ranked 6th Wudi. Tell the old and get the new. With a thought, Su Lang used the system functions to immediately clear all the negative states. The heart became clear and clear again, and the body became comfortable. Immediately after, Su Lang opened the Properties panel. Properties panel. Name: Su Lang Race. Human Qualification Level. Turbidity Realm Level. 1 Tribulation Wushan Attack Level. 6th Rank Wudi Defensive Level. 4 Turn Wudi plus Shenfa Level. 4 Turn Wudi Endurance Level. 4 Turn Wudi plus Spirit Level. Realm of Kongani Mastering the Exercises. The Infinite Heart Sutra. 10,000 Fas into 1. Unnamed, Emperor Level. Founding Activated System Functions. 1 Key Training Function Level 35. 1 Key Training Function Level 35. Clone Dispatch Function Level 34. 1 Key Treasure Hunting Function Level 33. 1 Key Alchemy Function Level 15. 1 Key Refining Function 15 levels. 1 Key Refining Array Function 15 levels. 1 Key Synthesis Function 15 levels. 1 Key Initiation Function 12 levels. 1 Key Decomposition Function No level. Tisk Tut. Achieve the attack level of Ranked 6 Wudi with the Realm of 1 Tribulation Wushan. Throughout the ages, I am probably the only one who can do this. Looking at his attribute panel, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Immediately, his gaze fell on the 10,000 Fas into 1. This exercise is still at the Emperor level, and has not yet become a great Emperor level. The new integration of so many Emperor level techniques, but has not yet reached the Emperor level. It seems that the gap between the Great Emperor and the Wu Emperor is bigger than expected. I don't know what kind of cultivation methods are at the Great Emperor level, and Kanglan continent has never been out of the Great Emperor level, and there is no information on this realm. Su Lang thought silently, the way of fusion of spirit, soul, and body like the Origin Devil Emperor can't confirm whether it is the orthodox road of the Great Emperor. Since he couldn't figure it out, Su Lang didn't think about it for the time being. After all, the boat is naturally straight at the bridge head, and when you touch that realm, you can naturally learn more. Next, Su Lang found 372 immortal level exercises from the storage space. These immortal level exercises correspond to the remote and remote rules that he has never touched before, and they were traded from the emperors when the emperor level exercises were auctioned. As opposed to continuing to practice emperor level exercises, Su Lang still values his foundation more and intends to continue to improve the number of rules. After all, if a building has a weak foundation, the higher it is repaired, the more likely it is to collapse. And with the 35 level 1 key martial arts function, it only takes more than an hour to practice a fairy level exercise. At the speed of 1 round of 8 books, it only takes less than 3 days to complete the practice of nearly 400 immortal level exercises. Why not do it? Well, this. Su Lang took out the 8 immortal level exercises and threw them to the little man Shiwu for cultivation, who immediately got busy. Immediately after, Su Lang stood up. The other 62 clones also stood up. Go ahead, add space channels. Su Lang smiled faintly and gave instructions. The founding proficiency of the Eternal World Classic has brought him a higher level of control over the rules of space. In addition, Su Lang's own combat power has improved many small realms compared to before, and of course he has broken the limit and can arrange more space channels. Immediately after, with a wave of Su Lang's big hand, more powerful space rules were displayed, condensing the 1001 space channels. The other avatars also used space rules to condense more space channels and extract Jupiter components. New spatial channels condensed, and the number of 63,000 increased to 630,000 in an instant. Not only has the number increased, but the volume of the space channel has also increased, and more Jupiter components can be swallowed in the same time. Rumble. Jupiter is covered with countless vortexes, which looks terrifying. In the asteroid belt in the distance, 630,000 space channels continuously emit Jupiter components. More and more Jupiter components are mixed in the asteroid belt, shrouding its small celestial bodies. There are a lot of Jupiter components floating in the asteroid belt, forming a thick fog and mixing all kinds of ignorance. Under the sunlight, the entire asteroid belt becomes like a light-colored translucent ribbon. Chapter 1132, Just a Matter of Time over time. The size of Jupiter has shrunk in a circle visible to the naked eye. The asteroid belt, which resembles a translucent ribbon, has also become more vivid. The entire asteroid belt has become a colorful galaxy, like the planetary ring of the sun, brilliant and beautiful. Su Lang didn't expect that the plan of pulling away from Jupiter would create such a cosmic wonder. It's really beautiful. The three of them will be very happy to see this gift. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was raised with a faint smile. Immediately after, Su Lang sat down cross-legged again, concentrating on maintaining the space channel. Because he had to control a total of 10,000 huge spatial channels, Su Lang couldn't be distracted from doing other things for a long time. Fortunately, both the one-key training and the one-key martial arts exercise are running on their own. Regardless of Su Lang's posture, time flies. All day passed in a blink of an eye. Under the action of 630,000 super-large, pumping machines, Jupiter has also been drawn out of nearly half of its volume. The huge planet looked thinner. Its color also becomes monotonous off-white due to the removal of the outer material, and has a translucent feeling. However, even though it has drawn so much volume away, it still hasn't touched the ocean. During this time, from time to time, Su Lang would take the time to place an immortal level technique. Nearly 400 immortal level exercises have been practiced by 1/3. The new rules that Su Lang controls have made the already opened quartet inner boundary more stable. Especially the inner boundary of Yingluo and the inner boundary of Qiming, because of the existence of Mars and Venus respectively, they feed back a large number of remote and rare rules. Although the two planets mainly condense the Fire System Avenue and the Gold System Avenue, the rest of the rules are the same, but they are not so prominent. At the same time, Su Lang's accumulated cultivation base has far surpassed the 10 cultivation bases of, from Yiji Wushan to Zhundi, and could open up the 5th inner boundary. Open it first. I don't know if it is the inner boundary of the kidney this time. Su Lang murmured a few words, and immediately left his 10,000 spatial channels aside for a while, and gave instructions to open up the inner boundary. Suddenly, the intense soreness came from the upper left of the abdomen, which is the position of the spleen in the human body. It's the spleen. Su Lang nodded silently, and was not lost because it was still not a kidney this time. After all, it is only a matter of time to open up the inner boundary of the kidney and become the man with the strongest kidney. In fact, in the intense soreness, a space guide appeared in the spleen, and then evolved along the way, eventually becoming a stable inner martial arts. For an instant, Su Lang felt that his combat power had increased again. It's just that the difference between Emperor Wu's small realm is too big, and because of the limitations of the cultivation realm, the improvement is not large. The spleen corresponds to the soil attribute among the 5 elements. Su Lang silently made a decision. After taking Jupiter, we will take Saturn and take it into the inner boundary of the spleen. Saturn is a planet very similar to Jupiter. It is also a gas giant planet, but it is a circle smaller than Jupiter, about 4/5 the size of Jupiter. Su Lang can handle Jupiter, and naturally Saturn too. It doesn't take much time to open up the inner boundaries of the spleen. However, all the space channels arranged by Su Lang himself have disappeared. He can only start again, opening up space channels one by one. And at this moment, on the Kanglan continent, between the southern continent and the northern continent, the Emperor's death zone suddenly began to dissipate. Su Lang stayed behind in the avatar of the exchange building in the sacred city of Yaoqi and Chushuixian City, and immediately discovered the changes in the death zone of the Emperor. The Emperor's death zone has begun to dissipate. In other words, Yuan Yu has successfully accepted the inheritance and has completely integrated with Emperor Xuanyu. This is a good thing. When the Emperor's death domain is completely dissipated, that piece of land will belong to me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. In addition, I also need to find a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, Yuan Yu, for some innocent tea trees. The purpose of asking for Wu Yu tea tree was to transform the soul of Emperor Kuang Lu. As for personal contact with the incense willingness, Su Lang understood very well that, vomiting the old and accepting the new, can only eliminate the side effects caused by the exercises and the use of secret techniques, and it is not effective for the energy of incense wishing power. Therefore, Su Lang still did not dare to provoke incense at this time. Chapter 1133, The Emperor's Death Domain Dissipated. Next, Su Lang continued to pay attention to the death domain of the Emperor. Through sharing of perception, he saw the entire process of the Emperor's death domain dissipating in his eyes. The thick fog disappeared, exposing the dry and barren black earth. One by one, the giant spirit monsters roared and scattered, and then they were beheaded by the gathered martial emperors. Not bad. After the Emperor's death domain began to dissipate, Emperor Wu gathered again. Only this time only a dozen came, including the 5 from Emperor Wu's palace, the White Moon Twin Emperors, and the Yaojin Tianyan Emperor clan. Oh, and Emperor Ling Juwu, this product is also here. Also headed by Emperor Zhaoqin Wu, all Emperor Wu stayed in the dead zone of the Emperor to welcome the return of the successor. But none of them knew that the successor was Yuan Yu. Because there are really many quasi-emperor martial arts that did not come out of the Emperor Head Forbidden Area. In the eyes of Emperor Wu, anyone could be the successor. Do the math, there are 35 in total that haven't come out of the Emperor's Forbidden Land. 4 of them are Zhundi, belonging to the 4 powers of Yaojin, Tianyan, Baiyu, and Lingju. Those 9 tribulations martial immortals are unlikely to be the inheritors of the inheritance. These 4 people are most likely to inherit the inheritance. I think it should be the quasi-emperor of the Yaojin Emperor clan who inherited the inheritance. How do I feel that the quasi-emperor of the Tianyan Emperor clan is more hopeful? You are all wrong, the quasi-emperor of the Baiyu Emperor clan has the most hope. Quote. The emperors discussed it, but no one mentioned the quasi-emperor under Emperor Ling Juwu. This immediately made Emperor Ling Juwu's face black. Although Emperor Ling Juwu knew that his quasi-emperor was worthy, compared with the other 3 quasi-emperors, there was really no hope. But being ignored in this way still made Emperor Ling Juwu very, very upset. Ha ha, today you all look down on me Ling someone. From now on, when I develop, you will not be able to climb high. The cold light in the eyes of Emperor Ling Juwu flickered, full of deep hatred. But he quickly suppressed the hatred in his heart, and even his expression returned to normal in an instant. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the emperors. It was Su Lang, who had driven back from the solar system. Friend Langdi, you can come. Yeah, we thought you were busy healing your wounds and were not coming. What happened to fellow Langdi's injuries? Quote. All Wudi greeted Su Lang with all smiles. And the expression of Emperor Ling Juwu just recovered, suddenly became difficult to look. Thank you for your concern. Su Lang smiled faintly. Although my injury is serious, but thanks to the panacea given by everyone, I am recovering well. The emperors all laughed dumbly upon hearing this. Where is the panacea we gave us useful? It's that your fellow Langdi Taoist's own family background is too rich. Emperor Ling Juwu on the side looked at Su Lang in secret. He didn't want to get rid of Su Lang all the time. Su Lang was seriously injured and even the planet of life collapsed. It was the weakest moment. Emperor Ling Juwu knew that Su Lang was very strong. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would have no chance in the future. But Emperor Ling Juwu finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. Because he has more important things, he can't make extra branches. At this time, the Emperor's death domain finally dissipated completely, from a forbidden area covered by fog to a black soil plain. In a wave of spatial fluctuations, a slim figure was ejected from the entrance of the forbidden area. The entrance to the forbidden area was wiped out, and the gap in the space he formed quickly healed. Regardless of the entrance to the forbidden area, the emperors were all staring at the person who was ejected. It's Yuan Yu Zhundi, Emperor Yuan Yu Zun under the Baiyu Emperor clan. No, now Yuan Yu has broken through to Emperor Wu and is no longer a quasi-emperor. Unexpectedly, it was not the quasi-emperor of the Yaojin and Tianyan clan, but the female quasi-emperor of the Baiyu clan. Ha ha ha, I guessed it right, the Baiyu Emperor clan is really lucky. Yeah, a double emperor is a good story. At this time, there is another female emperor. Tisk tisk, it's amazing. It's a pity that the other quasi-emperors are also good seedlings. They haven't come out at this time. It's probably too bad for you. Stop talking, look at the situation of Emperor Yuan Yuwu, she can't compare to her boss Yushang. Exactly. Quote. Chapter 1134. Nu Jin Wudi Yuan Yu. The Emperor Wu flew towards Yuan Yu while talking. Emperor Ling Juwu's body froze for a while, gritted his teeth secretly, and immediately followed. Su Lang smiled faintly, and opened Yuan Yu's property panel while walking forward. I saw Yuan Yu, who was originally only a quasi-emperor, has now become the second martial emperor. And this is just the status of Yuan Yugang's inheritance. With the passage of time, the cultivation of Emperor Xuanyu's body will continue to blend into Yuan Yu, making her stronger, quickly. Yuan Yu was surrounded by Su Lang and other Emperor Wu. Yuan Yu has seen you seniors. Yuan Yu saw Zhao Qin and other Emperor Wu, and immediately saluted humbly. Originally, Yuan Yu belonged to a relatively good and strong woman, but at this time there was only a gentle light in her eyes, not the slightest aggressiveness. Even Su Lang saw the shadow of Zanhu in her every move and expression. It seems that Yuan Yu was more affected by Zanhuo than Si Yushang. Yes, after all, before accepting the inheritance, Si Yushang was originally Emperor Wu, and she was only a quasi-emperor. Friend Yuan Yu, please hurry up. Zhao Qin and other Emperor Wu quickly let Yuan Yu exempt from the ceremony. After all, Yuan Yu voluntarily merged with Emperor Xuanyu and sacrificed herself. Based on this alone, even though her cultivation base is not high, she is very respected. Yue, how do you feel? Zhu Lan and Zhu Xin came to Yuan Yu's side and asked very concerned. I'm very good, Yuan Yu smiled brightly, making the two sisters worried. That's good, that's good. Zhu Lan and Zhu Xin smiled, but they always felt a sense of loss. Their sister Yuan Yu accepts the inheritance of the emperor, and will gradually lose herself, and will no longer look like a person. Immediately after, Yuan Yu chatted with sisters Langxin for a while, but Emperor Zhao Qinwu and others couldn't bear to interrupt, so they didn't interrupt. Finally, the three sisters were talking about it. Emperor Zhao Qinwu seized the opportunity to ask, Sister Yuan Yu, how is your inheritance going on? Is it complete? Return to Senior Zhao Qin's words. Yuan Yu whispered, my inheritance is very complete. She did not elaborate on what she inherited. But all the emperors were very clear after the battle of the emperor body inheritance. Just complete. Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled and said, with the heritage left by Master Xuanwo, you must be able to advance soon and contribute to the battle of the mainland. Su Lang and others also spoke out in encouragement. Yuan Yu immediately expressed gratitude to everyone, and took a deep look at Su Lang, expressing his gratitude even more. In the Forbidden Ground, she saw Su Lang's true body, knowing that Su Lang had given her the inheritance qualifications. Although Yuan Yu knew that Su Lang did not want to provoke incense and willingness, she would give her the inheritance, but she still appreciated the opportunity Su Lang gave. Moreover, Su Lang also presented the feeding all living exercises to her. How could she not be grateful? In addition, Yuan Yu knew that Su Lang had secretly entered the forbidden area, so she didn't say anything. Although she became more kind and honest under the influence of Zanhu, she did not completely become like Zanhu. Therefore, Yuan Yu can hide her words and tell lies. At this time, according to the usual practice, I will take Sister Yuan Yu to the Wudi Palace to retreat. Emperor Zhao Qinwu looked around the crowd, and especially smiled apologetically to Sisters Langxin. It's okay, it's just a retreat, it's not that I won't come back. Zhu Lan and Zhu Xin nodded with a smile, and then instructed Yuan Yu to obey Emperor Zhao Qinwu's arrangement, and the latter naturally agreed with kindness. In that case, then I will leave with Taoist Yuan Yu. Emperor Zhao Qinwu smiled, took Yuan Yu's hand, and left. Wait a minute. Su Lang smiled and stopped Emperor Zhao Qinwu and Yuan Yu. What happened to fellow Langdi? Emperor Zhao Qinwu didn't think he was disgusted, and asked kindly. As such that, Su Lang smiled faintly, I want to buy some wuyu tea trees from Taoist Yuan Yu. Wuyu tea tree. The emperors were taken aback. They knew about this thing, but they didn't expect that Su Lang would beg for this thing. Could it be that Emperor Lang wanted to take the road of Emperor Wudi? Or do you just want to study it? Yuan Yu was also puzzled for an instant, but she ran it behind her head in an instant, and immediately agreed to it. Chapter 1135, Immortal Emperor Soul Pill. The first didn't expect it. The Emperor Ling Juwu said, Su Lang, Wuyu Tea Tree is the foundation of the inheritor of Xuano. What is your attempt to buy Wuyu Tea Tree from Yuan Yu? In addition, Wuyu Tea Trees are extremely cherished, and they are not something Shan can buy. The implication is that although Yu Su Lang has a source of immortality, you can't use this ordinary cultivation resource to trade. Yu Su Lang can't bring out treasures of the same level as Wuyu Tea Tree, and you can't afford it. The emperors looked at each other, and everyone could tell that Emperor Ling Juwu began to target Su Lang again. But the words of Emperor Ling Juwu are not unreasonable. Wuyu Tea Trees are indeed very cherished, and they are of great significance to the inheritors of Xuanyu, and they must not be easily sold. Just. No one could think of it. Yuan Yu didn't even think about it. She planned to agree to Su Lang, but was interrupted by Emperor Ling Juwu. Ha ha, naturally, I wouldn't use Shanyuan to buy tea trees from Taoist Yuan Yu. Su Lang glanced at Emperor Ling Juwu, then took out a bottle of pill from the storage space. Pills, Emperor Ling Juwu disdainfully said, a mere medicinal pill, and I want to exchange it for Wuyu Tea Tree, you are simply dreaming. However, Su Lang ignored the words of Emperor Ling Juwu. Friend Yuan Yu inherited the inheritance of the emperor, and has the resources left by Master Xuano. Ordinary cultivation resources, Taoist Yuan Yu should not lack, but spiritual resources must not be much. Taoyu Gang just merged with Master Xuanyu. The fusion between souls is extremely important. Only with the aid of pill can be foolproof. There is a rank martial emperor level spiritual emperor pill, Metamortal Emperor Soul Pill, with a total of 10, and it is of perfect quality without any side effects. As Su Lang spoke, he took out a bottle of pill. I hope to exchange these pill for some Wuyu Tea Trees. The Immortal Emperor Soul Pill is an emperor-level pill synthesized from the Immortal Soul Pill. The synthesis ratio is as high as 10,000 to 1. Because this kind of pill is more precious than ordinary pill of the same level, it takes 4 rounds of synthesis to be promoted to the emperor level. Finished talking, Su Lang smiled and passed the pill bottle to Yuan Yu. However, everyone had a dumbfounded expression. Yuan Yu also widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Su Lang in disbelief. His eyes were incredible. A Wudi level spiritual emperor pill. Perfect quality emperor Dan, and there are 10. My god, have my ears broken, have I heard hallucinations? This kind of pill is more precious than Wuyu Tea Trees. Yuan Yu can trade some Wuyu Tea Trees for it. Quote. The emperors were shocked for a moment, and immediately looked at Su Lang, and stormy waves rose in their hearts. Humph, Su Lang, what are you kidding? You can get the perfect quality spirit emperor pill of Emperor Wu. This level of pill, let alone you, even the Emperor Wu Palace can't get it out. I think you are just talking nonsense, the ghost knows what medicine is in your bottle. Emperor Ling Juwu stared at Su Lang with a look of disbelief and sarcasm. Emperor Ling Juwu didn't visit Su Lang's site, he had never eaten Su Lang's emperor-class fruit cakes, and he had never seen Su Lang's exchange building. Therefore, among all Wudi on the scene, he was the one who did not believe in Su Lang the least. Therefore, Emperor Ling Juwu insisted that Su Lang falsified and deliberately exaggerated, and because he hated Su Lang in his heart, he couldn't help but question him. At this moment, Emperor Ling Juwu angered Su Lang. The other Emperor Wu smiled noncommittal after hearing what he said. After the initial shock, the Wudi who gradually calmed down believed that what Su Lang said was true. After all, in their eyes, Su Lang was originally a super-local tyrant. Although it is shocking that people can take out 8 emperor-level exercises for auction, and take out some extremely rare pill, it is also reasonable. Besides, there is no need for Su Lang to lie. That was why Ling Ju couldn't help it, so he fainted for a while and started to start Su Lang. Ha ha, Su Lang glanced at Emperor Ling Juwu and opened the pill bottle with a smile. Suddenly, a strong pill fragrance filled with pure and strong Taoist rhyme. Chapter 1136. Make a deal with Yuan Yu. Hi, this breath is really a mental pill. Having a strong and pure Taoist rhyme, it is an emperor-level pill. I have never taken these precious things. Quote. Emperor Wu, you are surprised and excited. This, Emperor Ling Juwu's face became stiff, and he immediately snorted. It's an emperor-level pill, but if it's a perfect quality, it's too exaggerated. Even the immortal-level pill, there are few perfect quality, let alone the emperor-level pill. In Kanglan continent, there is no alchemist who can refine the emperor-grade pill of perfect quality. Su Lang, you must be lying. As soon as this remark came out, the emperors of Wu suddenly showed caring and mentally retarded eyes. Su Lang dared to open the pill bottle, and was afraid to take out the pill for everyone to see. Really? Ha ha. Su Lang continued to laugh without saying a word, and poured all 10 pills from the pill bottle. Suddenly, 10 pills full of Taoist rhyme appeared in front of all Wudi. Each one looked like the most beautiful orb in the world, giving people an unparalleled temptation. All the emperors used their spiritual power to investigate. Although they have never eaten a perfect quality emperor-level pill, they have the ability to identify. Therefore, it can be seen at once that these 10 pills are indeed of perfect quality. Oh my god, what a perfect pill! Such a precious pill. My old king has lived for 6 million years, this is the first time I have seen you. Friend Langdi, you are really rich. I am like a beggar when compared to you. Brother Langdi, I wonder if you still have this kind of medicine. I want to buy some. Yeah, Brother Langdi, let me sell some to us. Quote. After the emperors were amazed, they immediately proposed a purchase intention. Emperor Ling Juwu was speechless, his mouth twitched, his face getting darker and darker. If you want to buy, of course I am willing to sell. It's just that these 10 pills are intended to be given to Taoist Yuan Yu. Everyone, wait a moment. With that said, Su Lang refilled the pill bottle in his hand, and looked at Yuan Yu with a smile. I don't know what is going on with your friend. I am willing to trade. Yuan Yu nodded heavily. Compared with countless Wuyu tea trees, these spiritual medicinal herbs are currently more important to her. That would be great. Su Lang smiled and stuffed the pill bottle into Yuan Yu's arms. Thank you, Senior Langdi. Immediately, Yuan Yu saluted Su Lang very gratefully. In Yuan Yu's view, it is better to say that Su Lang is looking after her for a deal instead of taking care of her in another way. Thanks to fellow Langdi Taoist. Zhu Lan and Zhu Xin were also very grateful to Su Lang and quickly thanked Su Lang. The other Emperor Wu couldn't help swallowing saliva. Those were 10 perfect quality spiritual emperor-level pills. The 3 fellow Taoists are too polite. Su Lang smiled and shook his head. Father Yuan Yu, please give me a few innocent tea trees. No. Yuan Yu shook her head heavily. Senior, these pills are worth at least 1,000 Wuyu tea trees. Talking. Yuan Yu planned to dig 1,000 from Wuyu tea forest to Su Lang. Don't. Su Lang hurriedly stopped Yuan Yu. Wuyu tea tree is of great value, and it is even more extraordinary to you. It is enough to give me 100. Yuan Yu hesitated, but found that Su Lang looked resolute and could only dig out 100 Wuyu tea trees, put them in a space ring, and hand them to Su Lang. After Su Lang took the ring, Yuan Yu said gratefully, Senior Langdi, these tea trees must be cultivated in a closed space with incense and willingness. Thanks for your advice. Su Lang smiled, threw the space ring into the storage space, and transplanted it into the different sky box when he returned. Brother Langdi, it will be our turn to buy the Immortal Emperor Soul Pill. Yaojin Wudi said with a smile on his face. This guy has completely turned fighting against Su Lang's potential enemies. Seeing this, the other emperors also yelled with excitement. Even Emperor Dazhao Qinwu, the eldest sister who has always been steady, had his eyes lightened. Don't worry everyone, Su Lang smiled faintly, and then took out a bottle of pill. I don't have much of this pill, and there are the last 10, which can be exchanged for any treasure of the same value. I want 10. Fuck off, there are only 10 in total, you want them all. Ahem, 10 is not enough, let's get the one with the higher price. 1-by-1 auction is ready. Quote. The emperors roared and started bidding for Su Lang's medicine, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. The Emperor Ling Juwu next to him looked at the cherished pill, and he wanted it too. But he had completely offended Su Lang, unable to participate in the auction at all, and could only leave silently with a black face. Su Lang glanced at Emperor Ling Juwu, and smiled in his heart. It's so bleak, it would be perfect if someone blows Suona to you. Chapter 1137. Auction Emperor Level Medicine for Ling Ju. Su Lang already regarded him as a dead person. Ling Ju has been jumping around in front of him many times, and he has already recorded a lot of grudges in his notebook. Today, this boy is even talking again. Although Su Lang didn't say a word, just laughed and didn't say a word, it made Ling Ju lose face. But Su Lang still didn't plan to let him go. After all, He already had the attack level of ranked 6 Wudi at this time, and he could kill Emperor Ling Juwu with just one finger. Since Emperor Ling Juwu can be resolved easily and happily, Su Lang will certainly not continue to be disgusting again, of course. Su Lang didn't plan to do it himself. Instead, he planned to send a clone to kill him secretly. In this way, Su Lang, who was seriously wounded, had neither the strength to kill Emperor Ling Juwu, but also his alibi. He could keep everyone in the dark and get rid of all suspicions. This feeling of being the black hand behind the scenes is not enough. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was raised, and while his thoughts were moving, a treasure-hunting flying glider followed behind Ling Juwu Emperor secretly. Although Emperor Ling Juwu was faster than the treasure-hunting flying glider. However, the treasure-hunting flying glider has the ability to soul. As long as the Emperor Ling Juwu is locked, he will definitely find it. After sending out the treasure hunt flying fly, Su Lang's attention once again shifted to the ongoing auction. Although it was in the wilderness and didn't even have a seat, it was the strongest group of people in Kanglan continent who participated in this auction. The specifications of this auction are the best in the world. Don't grab this pill from me. Why, I will give out 500,000 Hinayana sources. I'm going. You guys didn't give me the face of Lao Wang, I remember. Come on the side with no money, don't stop us from bidding for the pill. What's wrong with no money? We still have materials. Quote. The emperors were talking buzzingly, with different expressions on their faces. Some were very excited, and some were full of regrets. Regrettably, Emperor Wu naturally failed the bidding. Because the last time Su Lang held the emperor-level cultivation auction, it emptied most of their resources. This time it was immediately stretched. Not long, all 10 immortal emperor soul pills have been auctioned off. Each one is worth 500,000 to 600,000 Hinayana Shanyuan, which is almost all the working capital of a second-turn Wudi, of course. Most of what Su Lang gets is materials. In addition to the materials, only 1 million Hinayana sources were obtained. Senior Langdi, we can't bid for them at all. Can we be merciful and sell us a few more? Yeah, I was just 10,000 Hinayana Shanyuan. Quote. Emperor Wu, who did not bid for the elixir, turned bitter towards Su Lang. For example, Red Lotus Emperor Ni Chenjo looked at Su Lang so eagerly, extremely pitiful. This immortal soul pill is gone. Su Lang had a faint smile on his face. However, I still have some ordinary emperor-level pills, which are also of perfect quality. I want it. Before Su Lang could finish speaking, all Wudi shouted with glowing eyes. In that case, then I will sell you some more pills. Su Lang nodded, and then took out some synthetic emperor-grade pills. For example, the sacred healing medicine used to lure Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu in the past, the Regeneration Emperor pill, and the Emperor Yuan Ninghai pill, used to assist in cultivation. Even Su Lang took out 3 emperor-level pills to treat infertility. As soon as this pill came out, it was immediately sought after by the emperors. Except for Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Yuaniu Wu, who had no interest, the other Wudi, even Zhao Qin, participated in the competition. Unexpectedly, Taoist Langdi still has this kind of pill. Great. I have always wanted to have an emperor, but unfortunately, I don't know how many women are born, but I didn't even give birth to a single hair. Now, with the elixir of Brother Langdi, I can also have an emperor. It's a child. You guy, how come you just think about having an emperor? Isn't it good to have an emperor? A patriarch. Cut. You can control it. Senior Zhao Qin, don't you already have Emperor Zhao Di? Why are you still robbing us? What's so surprising? I don't want to have a second child. Chapter 1138. What are you doing? Seeing the emperors raising prices while talking about them, Su Lang's expression suddenly became strange. Preferring sons, want to have a second child. Emperors Wu also have such a grounded side. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then continued to watch everyone keep raising prices, quickly. All the pills are sold out. Even the 3 pills for infertility treatment have been sold. What surprised Su Lang was that the 3 emperor-level pill for infertility treatment actually captured 700,000 Theravada sources, which is higher than the immortal emperor soul pill. Lying down, Su Lang felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, I have to get more of this kind of medicine, but it is very troublesome. Because this kind of pill was originally only at the martial emperor level, the amount needed to synthesize it into an emperor-level pill was too large, which would seriously take up the productivity of one-key alchemy. So Su Lang dispelled the idea of using the one-key alchemy function to produce this kind of pill. Only when one-key refining pill is occasionally idle, will it refining a little, and when enough is saved, it can be synthesized into an emperor-grade pill. At this moment, the emperors of all Wudi more or less bought the pill, so they were very satisfied. Su Lang got a lot of materials and Shanyuan, and he was very happy. This time, thank you Langdi Taoist friend. Emperor Zhao Qinwu and others expressed their gratitude to Su Lang. Where? Hope my pills can really help you all. Su Lang looked humble and said immediately, I have not healed from my injury, so I went back first. Healing is important. Friend Langdi, quickly go back to heal his injuries. Brother Langdi, I'll take you back. Quote. The emperors nodded one after another, and Ni Chenzhou even expressed his intention to ***** Su Lang. Su Lang did not refuse Ni Chenzhou either. After everyone dispersed, they went to the south together. On the way, but I didn't get the pill that I wanted today. Su Lang glanced at Ni Chenzhou, smiling faintly. Aha! Ni Chenzhou smiled and shook his head. There are many pills that I want but I have not photographed, but I have photographed a Diwan Ninghai pill and I am very satisfied. Then you must ***** me, what's the matter? Su Lang asked with a smile. After all, I can return to the nest with a few breaths. There is no need to trouble you to ***** me. It's about the death domain of the emperor. Ni Chenzhou said, I have already discussed with Emperor Guantianwu, the land of the emperor's death realm will be handed over to Brother Langdi. Then thank you for your kindness. I will make this land prosperous. Su Lang smiled brilliantly and took out 2 emperor-level pills and gave them to Ni Chenzhou. By the way, you can take 2 of these 3 pills and give one to Guantian, which is my gratitude to you. What? How can we accept such a precious pill? Ni Chenzhou said, although the emperor's death domain has disappeared, it is still a piece of worthless land. Let you keep it. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. How can there be so many words? All right. Ni Chenzhou accepted the pill with gratitude, and his posture was invisibly lowered by a point. Seeing this scene, Su Lang was also a little emotional. When Su Lang first met Ni Chenzhou, although Ni Chenzhou was very kind, he still had some arrogance. Now this product has been convinced by Su Lang, faintly looking forward to Su Lang's horse. Well, after I went back, I used the 5 elements heaven to include the emperor's death domain. Su Lang smiled at Ni Chenzhou, you go back first. Don't be reluctant to take the pill. Taking it as soon as possible and transforming it into a cultivation base is the truth. I understand. Ni Chenzhou smiled, then bid farewell to Su Lang and returned to the Red Lotus clan alone. After Su Lang entered the 5 elements heaven, he didn't change the 5 elements heaven for the first time. Instead, he stared at Emperor Ling Juwu through the treasure hunting flying. At this moment, Emperor Ling Juwu stopped halfway. He unfolded his mental power and carefully explored the radius of 1,000,000 miles. The treasure hunting flying squatted on a tree, pretending to be an ordinary creature. Emperor Ling Juwu didn't even notice the treasure hunt flying glider without spiritual power fluctuations. What is this guy doing? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Immediately after, I saw Emperor Ling Juwu release a clone from the universe of life. This clone is not only the same appearance as Emperor Ling Juwu, but also the same aura. Chapter 1139. Ling Ju on the spider web. However, Su Lang could tell at a glance that the clone only had the cultivation base of the emperor. The reason why it was able to exude the breath of rank 4 martial emperor rank was probably because of some disguise. Immediately, Emperor Ling Juwu commanded the clone to fly forward. Looking at the direction the clone flew, it was the nest of Emperor Ling Juwu. Let the clone pretend to return to the lair. Su Lang's expression changed. Then what is Emperor Ling Juwu going to do? Why is he so sneaky? Perceiving that Emperor Ling Juwu seemed to be doing something shameful, Su Lang suddenly became interested. After Emperor Ling Juwu and other clones flew away, they immediately opened a space channel and got in. Su Lang had seen the scene behind him through the space channel, so immediately dispatched a group of treasure hunting flying over. Okay, why is there such a strange thing here? After Emperor Ling Juwu passed through the space channel, he immediately spotted the treasure hunt flying first. But he didn't have much doubts, just a little surprised, so he just skipped it. Immediately after, Emperor Ling Juwu continued to fly forward, constantly scanning the surroundings in the process, appearing very alert. The group of treasure hunting flying by Su Lang scattered directly and probed around. Only one was far away, seemingly unintentionally monitoring Emperor Ling Juwu. With the treasure hunt, flying gliders continued to spread. Su Lang quickly saw the whole picture of this place. This turned out to be a small broken continent suspended in the void, about the size of the land of a Protoss. However, due to the incomplete protection of highway rules, some strange animals and plants have grown on this piece of land. However, this piece of land is really barren, poorer than the barrenest place in Blue Star, and you can't even find a spiritual grass. Also, the treasure hunt flying glider has no spiritual power. If it were to be replaced by other spirit beasts, it might directly arouse the vigilance of Emperor Ling Juwu. Simultaneously, from this fragment of the continent, one could see a planet shrouded in hazy white light in the distance. A part of the planet is mutilated and emits red light. Obviously, that planet was Kanglan. Star where Kanglan continent was located, and this fragment of the continent was not far from Kanglan continent. Emperor Ling Juwu came to this place, what on earth would he do? Su Lang frowned, and continued to monitor Ling Ju through the treasure hunting fly, quickly. Emperor Ling Juwu stopped in a valley. There is a tree in the valley with a spider web on it. Immediately, with a light wave of Emperor Ling Juwu, a curled-up black and red spider flew out and landed directly on the spider web. Okay, what is this going to do? Su Lang raised his brows, completely unable to see what Ling Ju was doing. Su Lang couldn't see that spider was famous. Suddenly, the black and red spider stretched out, and each of its 8 long legs fell on a spider web. At this moment, Starscream became full of spirituality. It's like a bug with no spiritual wisdom is suddenly enlightened. Immediately after, Su Lang saw that spider's eyes condensed, and stared at the treasure-hunting flying glider, his eyes filled with deep suspicion and vigilance. That kind of gaze is something only intelligent creatures can have. The treasure-hunting flying dagger looked at the spider with a bewildered look, twisted his asterisk and got into the ground. Ling Ju. Black Starscream turned his head to look at Ling Ju, and said, "There is a creature on this continent fragment, so you dare to contact me. It's nothing more than a flying mouse without spiritual power. Maybe it came out of the ground, what's so strange?" Emperor Ling Juwu frowned, although he felt uncomfortable, but he was unwilling to pull down and admit his mistake. Su Lang, who looked at all of this through the treasure hunt flying, directly stared. Spider web, spider, contact. Su Lang was full of consternation. Ling Ju, this guy, came here to chat online. With deep surprise, Su Lang looked at the spider web and saw that the silk thread on it seemed to have penetrated the ground. However, because the treasure-hunting flying glider can only be detected by the naked eye, and cannot be detected with mental power, Su Lang can only see here. At this time, but when the black spider said, "I don't care what you think, if it's not safe, I won't say one more word, so be it." The implication, there is an inner ghost, stop communication. Chapter 1140, Conversation of the Inner Ghost, and many more. Emperor Ling Juwu hurriedly said, "Each contact requires a bosom spider. I don't have many of these things." Starscream was silent. "You are really too suspicious." Emperor Ling Juwu looked helpless. "Hurry up, time is limited." "Okay, I hope I think too much." Black Starscream hesitated for a moment, and said, "First, tell us about the internal situation of Kanglan continent." Hear this. Su Lang's expression suddenly changed. "For information on the Kanglan continent, is it possible that behind this spider are people from the Jingtian continent, and Emperor Ling Juwu has become an inner ghost?" The next moment, Su Lang used special methods to print everything he saw and heard into the reflection stone. Not only that, he also immediately sent a message to Emperor Zhao Qinwu. Except for Emperor Ling Juwu and Emperor Wu, who have never met, Su Lang has the contact information of Emperor Wu. However, in this case, the remaining Wudi might also have inner ghosts. Although the odds are very, very small, Su Lang had to guard. Therefore, he only sent a message to Emperor Zhao Qinwu of the Emperor Wu Palace. The content of the message contained only one sentence: Ling Ju is an inner ghost. He is contacting Jingtian continent on a fragment of the continent. I am monitoring and recording his words and deeds. In an instant, Emperor Zhao Qinwu replied, "Please continue to monitor, I will report to Brother Qingqiu." Here, Emperor Ling Juwu has slowly spoken. In the Kanglan continent, the inheritance of the emperor's head and the inheritance of the emperor's body have been inherited, creating 2 emperors. I don't know if there will be any changes after the collection of the 6 major inheritances of Emperor Wudi of rank 9. In addition, the mysterious Wudi Su Lang who suddenly appeared that I told you last time, his performance was beyond imagination. I originally thought that I didn't care about this person at all, but I didn't expect that he would defeat Zhou Yu, so that he had to be transformed into the Emperor of Shanghuo Wu and became his subordinate. The newly emerged Emperor Wu defeated Zhou Yu. Black Starscream groaned. Then what did you do? Emperor Ling Juwu said. Although this person has a mysterious identity, he has not been rejected by the world consciousness of the Kanglan continent. It can be seen that he is indeed a person from the nearby mainland fragments. Moreover, he also did a lot of things to actively integrate into the Wudi circle of Kanglan continent. I have made troubles many times, constantly separating the relationship between Wudi and him. Unexpectedly, every time I ate, he and the emperors became more and more hot. The main reason was that this person was very wealthy, and he even took out 8 original and perfect quality emperor-level medicines and sold them to everyone. Moreover, this person was very tough. In the first battle of Luo Yucheng, he could only fight with Zhou Yu inextricably at first, but suddenly he defeated him. Later, the emperor's forbidden land became abnormal and was invaded by Emperor Wu of another world. The Emperor Wu of the different world was a power of rank 7, but Su Lang actually killed it at the expense of the planet of life. Fortunately, he has become a sick cat and will not get better without hundreds of thousands of years. This statement came out. Black Starscream was shocked. This Su Lang is too fierce, he actually killed the 7th rank martial emperor. Moreover, this person dared to sacrifice the life universe, his determination is absolutely unimaginable. Ling Ju, it is better for you to get rid of Su Lang earlier, and don't let him recover. In addition, you said that the Emperor's forbidden land was invaded by another world. What happened? The Dark World invaded the world of the Emperor. The location named Origin Devil Emperor exists, and the coordinates of Kanglan continent are anchored by a chess piece. The Kanglan continent faces the invasion of the Dark Sky world and the Mirror Sky continent and is doomed to perish. Emperor Ling Juwu's expression was a little gloomy. If it hadn't been for the destiny of Kanglan continent, he would not have raised the thought of changing the door and put it into action. Hiss. Kanglan continent is actually being watched by other worlds. Dark Sky world, Origin Devil Emperor, it sounds like a very advanced world, *********, how could Kanglan continent get into such an existence? Starscream's tone was full of irritability. Kanglan continent is being targeted by other worlds, which means that Jingtian continent has competitors. If the Dark Sky world was terrifying, then Jingtian continent not far from the Kanglan continent might also become a target. The intervention of a third party made the situation of the mainland war instantly convoluted. Chapter 1141, Bare Bosom Spider, Are You Bored? Emperor Ling Juwu smiled bitterly. Na Su Lang also sacrificed a martial emperor-level clone, merged with the anchored emperor world, and carried a martial emperor named Hu Sixi to the Mirror Heaven continent. What? Then Su Lang actually has a martial emperor-level clone, and he is willing to sacrifice. In addition, are they trying to cause trouble to the east? Let the Dark World turn its attention to our Jingtian continent. Black Starscream was unbelievable, and every word of Emperor Ling Juwu shocked him. Su Lang's plan is a disaster. Emperor Ling Juwu nodded and said, even if his clone cannot enter the Jingtian continent, the closer to the Jingtian continent, the higher the probability that the Dark Sky world will discover the Jingtian continent. Hateful. This person must be intercepted as soon as possible. Starscream said, do you know what he is doing? I don't know. Emperor Ling Juwu directly shook his head, only Emperor Zhao Qinwu knows his route. Humph. Black Starscream murmured, is that the stinky woman who refused our help? Ha ha. In addition to the above information, also, the Ziming Emperor's family migrated from Zimingzhou to the southern continent, which is considered to be completely accepted by the Kanglan continent. Finally, this time the Emperor's inheritance and the Emperor's inheritance were opened. Qingqiu did not appear, and Zhao Qinwu always presided over it. Emperor Ling Juwu continued, so, Emperor Wu Qingqiu may still be healing. Okay. Black Starscream nodded and said, Qingqiu was badly injured in the last battle, it's not that easy to heal. That's all for my information, it's your turn to speak. Emperor Ling Juwu said, not urgent. Black Starscream smiled, I have to see how far you have merged Jingtian Daogan, as you wish. Emperor Ling Juwu nodded, then tore off his shirt and turned around. I saw a spider web-like blue pattern on his back spine. This cyan pattern has been deeply integrated into the spine of Emperor Ling Juwu, and the patterns penetrate deep into the body, like jet black veins. From those cyan lines, there is an aura that is incompatible with the Kanglan continent. It seems that the entire Kanglan continent is repelling it. Su Lang, who was peeking in secret, understood very well that the role of Jingtian Daogan was to transform Emperor Ling Juwu into a native of Jingtian continent. The reason why Black Starscream wanted to check the progress of the integration was naturally to prevent Emperor Ling Juwu from falsely surrendering. Alright, Emperor Ling Juwu frowned. Haha, it's okay. When you completely merge with Jingtian Daogan, then you will be exactly the same as a native of Jingtian continent. Black Starscream let out a happy laugh. I congratulate you first, friend Ling Ju. I hope you keep your promise and let me get fair treatment. Emperor Ling Juwu put on his clothes and said, now, please tell me the next plan of Jingtian continent, otherwise don't blame me for not having time to cooperate. Okay. Originally, our Jingtian continent planned to start war next year. But now the situation has changed, and the Kanglan continent is being targeted by the Dark Sky world. We must act first to be strong and start the war ahead of time. The specific time, we need to negotiate before we can determine. And before that, I will give you a secret spell. You go to open the space treasure we left for you. There is a cross-world teleportation array blueprint and corresponding refining materials. Black Starscream said, you refine the cross-world teleportation array and place it in the lair. Next, I will give you coordinates to activate it. Okay. Ling Ju nodded, just tell me. Listen. Starscream's tone was very serious, and then he said a big deal. Su Lang possesses good knowledge of language and writing, and fully understands the secret spell of Black Starscream. That is a spell equivalent to a secret key. Immediately after, Black Starscream said, contact me at the same time in 3 days. Then he lost his voice. 3 days later, that's probably the day when the war on the mainland begins. Emperor Ling Juwu took a deep breath and plucked the black and red spider from the web. However, the spider's 8 legs were wiped out, leaving only a bald body. I lost my ability to communicate. The only remaining confidence ability can only be retained for 1 day. Emperor Ling Juwu tossed the bare spider in his hand and turned to leave, but his eyes met with the hidden treasure hunting flying glider inadvertently. Okay, it's still here. Is it really watching me? Emperor Ling Juwu frowned. His gaze fell on the confidant spider in his hand. This confidant spider's abilities can be used on it. I hope I am really suspicious. Chapter 1142. Really, when I was seriously injured, Emperor Ling Juwu's thoughts just fell. He smashed the confidant spider to the treasure hunt flying fly. Su Lang, who was watching Emperor Ling Juwu in the distance, changed his expression, but it was too late to take back the treasure hunt flying glider. I fork. Now I'm going to stun the snake. Su Lang rolled his eyes gently. From the name of the Juxin spider, Su Lang could also guess that it might have the ability to perceive the hearts of other creatures. Now that I know the plans of Ling Ju and Jingtian continent, it is possible to set up a trap against the Jingtian continent with all the martial emperors of Kanglan continent. Therefore, Su Lang had already withdrawn the idea of killing Emperor Ling Juwu, using it as a bait to lure Jingtian continent into a trap. Unexpectedly, Ling Ju suddenly used a bosom spider on an inconspicuous treasure hunt flying. Really? Emperor Ling Juwu, who used the confidant spider queen, thundered and his scalp numb. What? This flying squirrel is really watching me. Its owner turned out to be Su Lang's servant. Emperor Ling Juwu was dumbfounded, his figure was unstable, and he staggered back a few steps. Do not. This is not true. These flying squirrels are just ordinary creatures with no spiritual power. How can they monitor me all the way? I opened the space channel, and one who is alert to the surroundings, how can they follow here? What exactly did Su Lang's gossip use? It kept me in the dark. Damn Su Lang, I'm exposed now. If I don't leave, I will definitely die. Escape? I can only escape now, Su Lang child. When I return, it will be when you die. Emperor Ling Juwu's eyes were about to split. He gritted his teeth and cursed a few words, then waved his hand to wipe out the creatures on the fragments of the entire continent. Those treasure-hunting flying gliders were not immune to Woody-level attacks, and they were all killed immediately. However, what made the souls of Emperor Ling Juwu go wild is that a large group of treasure-hunting flying gliders appeared on the mainland debris. The dense treasure hunting flying towards the Emperor Ling Juwu surrounded, it was almost endless. The continuous, chick, sound was like an endless mockery of him. What? How is this possible? Obviously there is no fluctuation, no breath, how can these ghosts appear here? Emperor Ling Juwu stood upside down all over his hair, exactly the same as the two Xiao Lucian who were frightened by Su Lang. Damn it, I will definitely be back, Su Lang dog chopsticks, you wait for me. Emperor Ling Juwu waved his hand again and killed countless treasure hunting flying gliders, and immediately set off to fly away. But at this moment, flee, a faint voice came from behind Emperor Ling Juwu, making him shocked. The figure of Emperor Ling Juwu's escape stopped instantly, and then suddenly turned around, staring at the incoming person with his eyes. The visitor was naturally Su Lang. Emperor Ling Juwu wanted to escape, and Su Lang would not let him go. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to stop me. Emperor Ling Juwu looked at Su Lang, his panic expression gradually subsided, and then turned into a thick sneer and cruelty. Ha ha, why didn't I dare to stop you? Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha. Your planet of life collapsed, and your strength fell to the rank of Emperor Wudi. You even dared to stop me. There is really a way for heaven if you don't go, has no way to enter. Emperor Ling Juwu sneered again and again, I wanted to smash your corpse for a long time, and today I will kill you, extract your soul, and impose the most cruel punishment. Finished talking, Emperor Ling Juwu had already vented his unpleasant anger, and the next moment he raised his hand appeared to turn the imperial soldiers one by one. That emperor soldier turned out to be a long-handled hammer. It exudes terrifying power, tenacity and other rules, as if a hammer can blow down a planet. Rumbling. The terrifying air machine locked Su Lang, as if 10,000 Mount Tai were pressed on him, giving people a feeling of being unable to move. Go to hell. Emperor Ling Juwu waved his imperial soldiers and hit Su Lang with a hammer. Tisk tisk. Really, when I am seriously injured? Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and even the Yudian sword was too lazy to take it out. With a move, he slammed the hammer towards Emperor Hammer. The imperial soldier who resists me with physical strength. What a foolishness and ignorance. Emperor Ling Juwu seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was smashed into meatloaf, and could not help but sneer even more. Chapter 1143. The death of Emperor Ling Juwu. But the next moment, what made Emperor Ling Juwu dumbfounded happened. Boom. The imperial soldier's hammer hit Su Lang's fist fiercely, but it didn't cause any damage. Instead, it bounced up suddenly, and the long handle was bent so much that it almost broke. What the hell? This is not true. Emperor Ling Juwu opened his mouth wide and yelled wildly, his voice was almost hysterical and heart-piercing. He is an emperor soldier. Cooperating with his strongest strength, with one blow, he was almost invincible among the four-ranked Wudi. However, such a powerful blow was easily cracked by Su Lang, whose life planet collapsed and his cultivation base regressed, and was severely suppressed. This kind of thing not only made Emperor Ling Juwu unexpected, it also made him unbelievable and horrified. And at this moment, Su Lang's figure appeared within 3 feet of Emperor Ling Juwu. It must be a secret method. I can kill him, I can kill him. Emperor Ling Juwu couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't beat Su Lang. He kept screaming in his heart, and the hammer in his hand had fallen again. I can't cry without seeing the coffin. Su Lang smiled coldly, and slammed his fist fiercely, hitting the imperial soldier's hammer. The terrifying power of rank 6 Wudi level instantly defeated the power of the Emperor Bing hammer, and bounced it back again. This time Su Lang used more power. Emperor Ling Juwu couldn't hold the Emperor at all, and was hit in the head by the rebounding hammer. Boom. There was a sound of sore bones breaking, and looking at Emperor Ling Juwu, the entire head was squashed. However, as Emperor Wu, he would not die from such injuries. Ho! The power of the world. Emperor Ling Juwu flew back thousands of feet with his imperial soldiers, and then directly opened the universe of life, releasing part of the power of the world. Wow! With the addition of the power of the world, Emperor Ling Juwu exudes a thick and ancient aura, like a horrible creature that has survived from the ancient times to the present. And the breath on his body has reached the rank of rank 6 Wudi. Oh! Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you dare to release the power of the world. It seems that you are really fighting for it. As long as it can kill you, what about the damage to the planet of life? Emperor Ling Juwu burst into a strong hatred in his eyes, drank pheasant hulu like a gambler, and stepped on Su Lang. The reason why he was willing to use the power of the world to deal with Su Lang. One was because he hated him too much, and the other was because he was too jealous of Su Lang and didn't want Su Lang to survive and grow into a more terrifying warrior. The third is because Emperor Ling Juwu is betting. He bet that Su Lang hadn't told everyone else what he had seen. Then, as long as you kill Su Lang, you can solve all the problems. Rumble. As Emperor Ling Juwu stepped on it, even the space was torn apart, and the fragile mainland fragments tended to fall apart. Ha ha, I have always been the only one who stepped on others. A hint of contempt was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he immediately got rid of the oppressive power of Emperor Ling Juwu. With a move, he appeared on the top of Emperor Ling Juwu's head. Let you see what the real power of the world is. Su Lang stared condescendingly at Emperor Ling Juwu, and instantly released 1/2 millionths of the world's power that confuses the inner world. Suddenly, a more terrifying aura spread from Su Lang. How is this possible? Hasn't his planet of life collapsed? Emperor Ling Juwu stepped into the air, and was again suppressed by Su Lang's chi machine. When he was horrified, a strong sense of despair arose. At this moment, Emperor Ling Juwu regretted it. If he didn't stop, but continued to flee, he might have got rid of Su Lang. However, the world did not regret giving him medicine. The next moment, Su Lang stepped on the top of Emperor Ling Juwu's head. Boom! Emperor Ling Juwu was stepped on the soles of his feet by Su Lang, tearing the space all the way, smashing the mainland fragments, and then completely shattering his bones. During this process, the various hole cards prepared by Emperor Ling Juwu over the years did not have the chance to get his hands, and Su Lang was controlled to death all the way. Ding! You get Intermediate Woody Soul 1, Life Universe 1, Tao of Power 1, Jingtian Daogan 1, 1 Turn Emperor Soldier Broken Star Hammer 1, Hinayana Shanyuan 2,883,586, Supreme Immortal Jade 10,254,259. Emperor Level Materials. Fairy Level Materials. Chapter 1144. Predatory Universe of Life. The pleasant system reminder came, which made people feel very happy, but Su Lang was a little surprised while delighted. Because the spoils obtained by killing Emperor Ling Juwu and Kuang Erlu are different. When Kuang Erlu was killed, he obtained the fragments of the Great Emperor's soul body, Space Guide, and Rule Fairy Crystal. But killing Emperor Ling Juwu didn't include these in the spoils, but replaced it with a complete universe of life. Soon, Su Lang wanted to understand the key. Kuang Erlu's inner world, I am afraid that none of them has turned into a real universe of life. Yes, he only masters some power-related rules. It is incredible to open up the inner world of Wushan. How can he create a universe of life? Yeah, Kuang Erlu Neng has the Emperor rank combat power, relying entirely on the fragments of the Emperor's soul body. Although a martial emperor like Kuang Erlu is not weak in combat power, it is essentially incomplete. It is not an orthodox way at all, it is an evil way. Su Lang pondered, silently, and then put his gaze into the storage space, quickly. Su Lang found something and took it out. This thing is Jingtian Daogan. Su Lang observed carefully and found that it was a very special existence, but he couldn't see why. It can only be speculated that it may be refined from the native creatures of the Jingtian continent. Or maybe it was something that was made out of world consciousness by some high-end and mysterious means. Since he couldn't understand it, Su Lang took it away and took out another thing. It is like a transparent ball, the size of a basketball, and it contains a small planet full of cracks and almost collapsed. The sky of the planet is covered with a lot of dust. If you look closely, you can see that there are a large number of creatures on the surface of the planet wailing, struggling, and dying in the world's natural disasters. This is the universe of life from Emperor Ling Juwu. It looks like a miniature world sand table. Unexpectedly, the universe of life plundered by the system would become like this. Su Lang used his mental power to observe the universe of life in his hands inch by inch. It was discovered that its boundary, that is, the transparent barrier, was being eroded by the power of the boundless universe. After Emperor Wu dies, the universe of life will gradually return to the boundless world, and this universe of life is no exception. Su Lang nodded. To preserve it, a perfect world barrier must be created to prevent it from being swallowed by the boundless universe. Thought of this, Su Lang was a little bit troubled. Although he mastered the almost condensed space rules, he still couldn't create a perfect world barrier. The world barrier is the most perfect creation of the universe, almost impossible to man-made. Only by using the incredible power of willingness can we create the barriers closest to the natural world. But Su Lang didn't dare to provoke willingness now. The tool Manzhou opened the lock of the Emperor's forbidden area yesterday, and was unable to create a world barrier for an independent universe of life. It seems that there are only two ways. One is to put the things inside into my inner world. The second is to put it into the universe of life in Qianyu, where there are world barriers that Qianyu has built. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, and finally decided to include the most valuable part in his inner boundary. The rest of the land and the living creatures were put into the universe of life, and the laboratory was made a little more high-end, but this matter has to wait a while. Because Emperor Zhao Qinwu sent a message, "Friend Langdi Taoist, we have sent someone to secretly explore the Lingzhu Emperor clan, saying that it is Lingzhu Wu Emperor in retreat." "That's Lingzhu's clone," Su Lang replied. "Regardless, his clone is probably already dead, because I have already killed Lingzhu." "What? You, friend Langdi, killed Emperor Lingzhu Wu? You?" Emperor Zhao Qinwu was obviously incredulous. "I used the power of the world again," Su Lang replied. "What happened in detail, I'll explain it to you later. By the way, Qingqiu Emperor Wu thinks about it." Brother Qingqiu said, "If it is true, it will not tolerate it." Emperor Zhao Qinwu replied, "Where are you, fellow Langdi? Can you give me one of the coordinates?" "Of course, no problem." Su Lang immediately sent his location coordinates to Emperor Zhao Qinwu. Immediately after, he sent an avatar, and let it act like a severely wounded and dying person. Who knew that this clone was so upright? He slashed himself half to death with a palm, and suddenly there were no flaws. Soon, after making arrangements, Su Lang returned to the quiet room of the White Jade Immortal Palace and manipulated the half-dead clone with a perfect lean. Chapter 1145. Zhuan Wudi Qingqiu didn't wait long. One space channel appeared near the previous battlefield. Zhao Qin and other Wu emperors appeared one after another, and there were still some fresh faces inside. One of them was exuding a terrifying breath of the 8th-rank martial emperor, and every move made people feel suffocated inadvertently. It's just that this man Xingyi Qingguan made Su Lang couldn't help but complain. "What's wrong with this man? Why do you like green so much?" "Friend Langdi Dao, how about you brother Langdi? I heard that you used the power of the world again. My goodness, how long have you cultivated?" "Friend Langdi, you are seriously injured, take the pill to heal your injuries." Langdi Dao brother's life planet may remain intact last time. This time, I am afraid it has completely collapsed. Where is Lingzhu? It's ****** daring to betray the Kanglan continent. Where? Do you see it? Those pieces of meat should be Lingzhu's corpses. Brother Su Lang, you were so fierce that you actually broke Lingzhu's body into pieces. Brother Langdi Dao is a powerhouse who can kill the 7th-rank martial emperor in seconds. Killing a Lingzhu is nothing, but the price is a bit too high. The emperors swarmed around Su Lang, exclaiming and warming up to Su Lang. Ni Chenzhou, Si Yushao and other acquaintances were full of concerns. Seeing that Su Lang was seriously injured, they felt like they did not know what to do. Su Lang reluctantly smiled and dealt with everyone, but he was thinking, it seems that Zhao Qin has released the news. Also, since Lingzhu is dead, sooner or later this incident will be leaked out, so it's better to make it public. In addition, I have to explain this matter. These Wudi seem to completely believe me, and they must be more or less suspicious in their hearts. It is not that I am the gangster of Jingtian continent, but that I am taking revenge in private, and then fabricated it all. At this time, Emperor Zhao Qinwu and 5 unfamiliar Emperor Wu came to Su Lang. Junior Su Lang met Senior Qingqiu. Su Langqiang supported his body, saluted the young man with a green crown in Xingyi, and bowed his hands to others. "I have seen fellow Taoists. The injury of Langdi Taoist friend is important, don't force it." Qingqiu Wudi looked very young, dressed like a young Taoist priest. He is very kind and concerned about Su Lang. Obviously, I have heard of Su Lang's many sacrifices a long time ago, so I have a good impression of Su Lang before they meet. The other 4 unfamiliar Emperor Wu also approached Su Lang in return and expressed concern. In order to eliminate the invaders from another world, Brother Langdi didn't hesitate to destroy the planet of life. I really admire him. Brother Langdi Dao is a role model for my generation, unlike that Lingzhu Zaxi who actually betrayed the Kanglan continent. HMPH, the last time the mainland battle was a bit strange, it caused us to suffer a huge loss, and it really turned out to be an inner ghost. Fortunately, there are Taoists. Langdi. Senior Langdi is really amazing. He actually exposed Emperor Ling Juwu's conspiracy and eliminated a major disaster for the Kanglan continent. It really makes the younger generation admire. The four Wudi were Yiwa, Chongyan, Chongshuang, and Broken Sun. The first three are from the Emperor Wu Palace, while Emperor Wu Di is from Xuandaotai. These four people are all heirs of the Xuanzhou lineage, plus Yuan Yu and Si Yushang, exactly 6. Su Lang, Emperor Wu of the Broken Sun, had actually met him, and had traded with him when he was a clone disguised as a mysterious businessman. It's just that the Emperor's forbidden area has not been opened yet, and he has never seen Xuanxuan, so Su Lang did not notice the Broken Sun. Among the four Wudi, the Broken Sun Wudi was the strongest, with the rank of Wudi level strength. Yiwa and Chongyan are the third martial emperor, and Chongshuang is the second revolution. It should not be long before inheritance. Su Lang naturally responded modestly to the compliments of the four. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally shifted the topic to business. Friend Langdi Taoist, Qingqiu Emperor Wu asked, I wonder what happened to Emperor Ling Juwu. I have a rift with Ling Ju, everyone knows it. After auctioning the pill in the Emperor's death realm today, I found that Ling Ju left alone. His look and behavior are a little unusual. I was afraid that he would be unfavorable to me, so I observed it privately and found out his secret. So, I continued to monitor him, and immediately sent a message to Emperor Zhao Qinwu. But before everyone came, I was discovered by Ling Ju. He wanted to kill me. I could only resist desperately and finally won. The specific process, everyone will understand after reading this thing. Su Lang took out the reflection stone and showed it to everyone. The image stone was processed by Su Lang, and 9 points were true and 1 point was fake. The forgery was the process of being discovered and fighting. Soon, everyone was watching a movie and saw the dialogue between Emperor Ling Juwu and Black Starscream. Chapter 1146. Emperor Wu are very ashamed. That sentence made all the emperors tremble. If it really allows Emperor Ling Juwu to successfully set up a cross-world teleportation array. When the time comes, the strong people of Kanglan continent will be on the front line to prepare for battle, but the rear is suddenly attacked, and the Kanglan continent, which is already at a disadvantage, may really be finished. Looked at the reflection stone. The suspicion of Su Lang's murder for private, in the hearts of the emperors almost disappeared. Not bad, it almost disappeared, not completely. Because the reflection stone can be forged, it is possible to use illusion to simulate the person in the picture and then record it with the reflection stone. Therefore, the reflection stone that Su Lang took out can only be regarded as a family statement. But the Emperor Ling Juwu had no evidence of his death. Whether the content of the reflection stone was true or false was still doubtful, but Su Lang took out something again. This is what I got from Emperor Ling Juwu. Including 3 bosom spiders and a special space box. This space box is divided into many small spaces, and each small space needs a corresponding secret spell to open. Some small spaces have been opened. The bosom spider. This is something unique to Jingtian continent, very rare. Qingqiu Emperor Wu picked up the bosom spider, nodded, put it down again, and then picked up the space box. Next, Qingqiu Emperor Wu recites a series of secret spells. This is exactly the secret curse that Black Starscream taught Ling Ju. It was recorded by Su Lang and Qingqiu Emperor Wu learned it. After Qingqiu Emperor Wu chanted the secret spell, the space box suddenly opened a small space. Sure enough, it is the formation drawings and materials. Moreover, many of them are specialty products of Jingtian continent, and the formation method is also the style of the old formation mage in Jingtian continent. Qingqiu Emperor Wu took out a lot of things from the small space, including a very complicated blueprint of the formation, and piles of materials for the formation. The formation blueprint is the cross-world teleportation blueprint, and Su Lang learned it at a glance. The huge amount of refining materials is staggering, and they are all emperor-level materials, at this time. Look, what is this? A Wudi brought a huge piece of land, which happened to be the valley above. Everyone followed the sound and saw many cave passages at the bottom of the valley. It is covered with dense spider webs, forming a regular pattern, which is very mysterious. It is a formation fabricated by the Juxin spider to communicate across the world. Qingqiu Emperor Wu swept across the pattern made up by the spider webs and nodded silently. In the world, People can use the Jade card to communicate, but the principle of transmitting the Jade card is to transmit information through the ground vein. Therefore, in the area of cross-world communications, the Jade card of transmission is useless, and other methods must be found. This confidant spider is the unique means of communication across the world on the continent. This is a good thing, I didn't find it before. Su Lang smiled in his heart and learned the pattern after a glance. It's just that the material needed for the formation is the silk of the bosom spider, and I don't know if it can be synthesized. It feels very hanging. At this time, all the stolen goods of Emperor Ling Juwu were found. The image of the image stone, the existence of the bosom spider, and the complete cross-world teleportation array. All these put together, and the Emperor Ling Juwu has been nailed to the pillar of shame called a traitor. And all the emperors were very ashamed because of their previous doubts about Su Lang. Oh, I actually had doubts about fellow Langdi Taoist, what a damn. Fellow Langdi Taoist is a good Wudi who is willing to sacrifice life planet and Wudi level clone to protect Kanglan continent. Oh my god, what was I thinking before? That Ling Juwu emperor was so mean, and repeatedly targeted brother Langdi Dao brother. Even if brother Langdi Dao brother really murdered people privately, there is nothing wrong with him. Although I am not a cross-examination today, I am afraid that brother Langdi is a bit chilly. I was really wrong. Why didn't I stand up and speak for brother Dao earlier? Last time I said that I would accept Taoist Langdi thoroughly, but today I was suspicious. I really shouldn't. I will trust Taoist Langdi unconditionally in the future. Quote. The Emperor Wu thought so, and their attitude towards Su Lang got better. Chapter 1147. The huge money that just arrived is gone at this time. Emperor Ling Juwu secretly colluded with Jingtian continent, and he was more than deadly. Qingqiu Emperor Wu spoke, and he solemnly saluted Su Lang. Thanks to Taoist Su Lang, otherwise this dragon will definitely bring disaster to Kanglan continent. Not bad, fellow Langdi has done his job again this time. Pity my Langdi Dao brother, he once again released the power of the world when his injury has not healed, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. Quote. All Wudi also echoed each sentence of you and me. There was a trace of shame on Su Lang's face. Hey, if Emperor Ling Juwu had been left to live, he might be able to do it. I blamed me for being useless. I was discovered by Ling Ju. Later, when I was desperate, I didn't dare to keep my hands. In the end I could only kill Ling Ju. Ling Ju had to contact them in the Jingtian continent 3 days later, and the news of Ling Ju's death would definitely be known to them. In this way, they will surely start to stun the snake, and Jingtian continent's plan will also change, and their every move becomes confusing again. After hearing this, the emperors couldn't help admiring Su Lang even more. It was hurt to this extent, and he was still thinking about how to fight against Jingtian continent. This kind of spirit is really great, friend Langdi, don't blame yourself. Qingqiu Emperor Wu said with a smile on behalf of everyone. The plan of Emperor Jingtian and Emperor Ling Juwu is to directly cross the front line and take our homeland. This kind of strategy is not feasible for us, because we can't really let them appear in the mainland of Kanglan. After all, if the Wudi level war is fought on the Kanglan continent, no matter what, we will suffer in the end. I think so too. Yes, let them enter our homeland, we have already failed mostly, we must not let them succeed. Well, Taoist Langdi's destruction of Jingtian continent and Emperor Ling Juwu's plan is already the best result, impeccable at all. Quote. The Emperor Wu complimented again. Yes, Su Lang smiled slightly, I think too much. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Qingqiu Emperor Wu said with a smile. Ling Ju's subordinates also need to clean up as soon as possible. Let's go back to Kanglan continent. The implication is to carve up the territory of Emperor Ling Juwu. The Wudi had no objection to this. Su Lang knew that as a great hero, it was impossible for him to suffer, so he nodded and agreed. Next, the emperors dispersed. Su Lang returned to the southern continent under the **** of Emperor Honglian Wudi Ni Chenzhou. The rest of Wudi will deal with the aftermath and make up for the shortcomings of Ling Juwu's matter, and must eliminate all possible hidden dangers. At this moment, Su Lang sat in the quiet room with a smile on his lips. The perfect leaning has been relieved by him, and the seriously injured clone has also been taken back into the mysterious black space. Ling Ju, this annoying guy, finally got rid of. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and took out a pile of treasures from the storage space. Some of these things are the source of immortality and treasures obtained from the previous auction of the medicine, and some are the spoils obtained by killing Emperor Ling Juwu. Oh, this is a great harvest. Su Lang looked at a large amount of materials in front of him, most of which were Emperor grade. Some of them are either high-level martial arts level or quasi-Emperor level, and many are. Su Lang chuckled, put the materials into the storage space, and his eyes fell on the pile of fairy sources. The Hinayana immortal sources obtained through the auction of pills and beheading Ling Ju add up to more than 8 million. Counting the rest of the previous upgrade system functions, it has reached more than 10 million. Beautiful. Su Lang immediately issued an order, the system will upgrade me the 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consumes 10 million subordinate fairy sources, the 1 key empowerment function is upgraded to 13 levels, the current empowerment efficiency is increased to 100%, and the number of daily empowerments is increased to 13 times. Tisk tisk. The huge sum of money I just got is gone, it's too difficult for me. Su Lang curled his lips, but he was still very excited. In addition to 1 key training and 1 key martial arts, the levels of the other 3 upgradable functions are also close to multiples of 5. Su Lang has a hunch that by then, the 11th new feature is likely to appear. Chapter 1148, Decompose the Hammer Imperial Soldier, I really look forward to it. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he brought a few things in front of him. A space ring, a long-handled hammer, a miniature life universe, and an emperor-level soul. Wuxia tree can't be placed in the space ring for a long time, it is better to transplant it as soon as possible. Su Lang opened the space ring and transplanted all the 100 wuxia trees inside into the different sky box. There is the incense aspiration power, left by Emperor Xuanyu in the different sky box. Originally, these incense would have been strong enough to absorb the seedling of the wuxia tree for a long time. But now there are 100 more, which is not enough. One by one wuxia trees continuously absorbed the incense aspiration power, and soon absorbed most of it. It seems that this piece of incense willingness has to be open-sourced. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, now the creatures in the southern mainland have basically begun to worship me. If I wanted to, I would be able to absorb the power of incense. In a moment, I will let Chu Xiaobei and the others build my statue, let people worship me and provide incense power. Of course, the role of these incense aspirations is also limited to receiving different sky boxes to supply wuxia trees. Su Lang would use the rules of willingness to shut them all out, resolutely not to absorb even a trace. Fortunately, I have mastered the rules of willingness and I have mastered it perfectly. If you become an Emperor Wu without the rules of willingness, facing the endless incense, I am afraid you will be forced to follow the path of Emperor Wu. Thinking about this, Su Lang plunged his spiritual power into the different sky box, and suddenly saw 101 wuxia trees absorbing and transforming the incense power. However, Emperor Kuang Erlu continued to absorb the positive incense aspiration power, and the resentment and hatred on his body had dissipated a lot. It seems that it won't take long for you to become the most thorough good person. Su Lang's gaze fell on the soul of Emperor Ling Juwu again, hesitating to also throw it into the different sky box, transform it, and then use it as a server of the spiritual internet. Well, forget it, the soul of Emperor Wu is not easy to come by. It is enough to have Kuang Erlu's soul of Senior Emperor Wu. This soul of Emperor Wu is kept, and it will definitely come in handy when we evolve weapons in the future. While thinking, Su Lang brought the second thing in front of him, the long-handled hammer Imperial Soldier. Come out to me, now, immediately. Su Lang's expression became cold, and his voice was like a cold wind blowing from the extreme cold abyss. However, the long-handled hammer did not move, like a dead object. But it is not a dead thing, but any weapon that has been promoted to the Emperor rank is a living thing. Since you play dead, then don't blame me for making you really die. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was cruel, and with a thought, he locked the long-handled hammer with the 1-key decomposition function. Suddenly, Hammer Emperor soldiers immediately felt a serious life and death crisis. But it did not beg for mercy like Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath, but immediately rose into the air, trying to escape. Ha ha, want to run away from me? Su Lang didn't even move his fingers. As soon as the space rules came out, the Hammer Emperor soldier took a circle in the air and returned to him. There was a deep fear from the Hammer Emperor soldiers, and they struggled constantly, trying to break free from the shackles of Su Lang. However, it was only an imperial army, and there was no Emperor Wu to urge it. It was wishful thinking to escape. Stop talking. Do you know what secrets about Emperor Ling Juwu? Su Lang said lightly, if it is of value to me, I can spare your life. Humph. Ling Ju and I do not seek to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but to die in the same year, the same month and the same day. The voice of the spirit of the hammer finally came from the Imperial Hammer. It obviously hated Su Lang very much. Okay, as you wish. Su Lang rolled his eyes and directly used one key decomposition. Next moment, a mysterious force is acting on the hammer Emperor soldier. This Imperial soldier, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, became a large amount of material in an instant. 931 Emperor-level refining materials. 1 piece of the soul of the Junior Emperor, 10 pieces of the soul of the Quasi-Emperor, 15,000 kinds of Quasi-Emperor-level materials, and more Wuxian-level materials. Looking at the pile of materials obtained by decomposition, Su Lang showed a cheerful smile. Su Lang was extremely happy when he received another copy of the soul of Emperor Wu, and the rest of the materials were also very cherished. Chapter 1149. Lord of the World has fallen. Take these decomposed treasures back into the storage space. Su Lang's gaze fell on the miniature life universe. Although this universe of life seems to be very small, in fact its interior is very large, about the same size as the universe of life in Qianyu. The reason it looks so small is entirely because this sand table is actually the entrance to the universe of life. Next, let me kill the world. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth to open the entrance of Ling Ju's life universe, and he came directly. The scene before him suddenly changed from a quiet room to a sky filled with heavy dust. The entire universe of life has been shrouded in dust, and the regular simulation of the sun and the moon has long since disappeared. Thunder and lightning of different colors flashed in the gray sky, very terrifying. Su Lang's gaze directly passed through countless gray mists and fell onto the planet of life. This life planet was about the same size as the one on Zhou, which was 3 times the size of the southern continent, approaching the area of the Kanglan continent. It may be more intuitive to change a reference object. It is about the same size as the solar system. But this is just an empty world. Because Su Lang discovered that this life planet is actually hollow. Although it is huge, it is actually just a big hollow ball. The inside is a support column constructed by various means, and the surface is a layer of crust covered with rocky soil. I'll just say it, a rank 4 martial emperor can actually create a planet the size of the Kanglan continent. This is too exaggerated. It turns out that only the surface layer of this planet is made of soil and rocks, and the interior is empty. It's no wonder that this planet of life is so fragile. It will collapse if you release the power of the world a little bit. However, the total volume of this layer of crust is also very amazing, and I don't know how many mainland debris Emperor Ling Juwu has scraped. While thinking about it, Su Lang observed this hollow planet. At this moment, the entire hollow planet is covered with countless cracks, like a broken glass ball. Countless fissures continue to expand, causing this life planet to gradually collapse. The collapse of the planet of life has caused countless regular anomalies. This is a terrifying natural disaster. There is a tall and stout creature on the surface. They are full of muscular knots, powerful, look muscular and simple-minded. This is a wise creature brought up by Emperor Ling Juwu, named Licky Clan. But at this time they are wailing, struggling, and dying. 70% of the Licky race on the entire planet of life has died, and the rest are constantly extinct. It's miserable. The death of the creator, the world will also perish with it. This is really the cruelest dark forest law. As soon as Su Lang moved, he landed in the air near the ground, and immediately waved his hand, and the regular anomaly on one of the broken continents suddenly dissipated. This broken continent is the most prosperous area on this life planet, gathering more than half of the Licky tribe. The Lord of the World has appeared. Great, we are saved, the Lord of the World is here. Great Lord of the World, save us. Quote. The Licky clan with knotted muscles kept shouting and screaming, very excited. However, they didn't know that the person who came was not the Lord of the World, but Su Lang who killed them. The Lord of the World has fallen. I am Emperor Lang, here to save you. Su Lang looked down at the ant-like Licky clan, and his voice spread throughout the broken continent. Those excited Licky tribes suddenly thundered, their bodies stiff, and their faces were full of incredible expressions. They can hardly accept the fact that the Lord of the World has fallen. In their view, the Lord of the World is immortal and eternal. However, the destruction of the world is the best evidence. Only the fall of the Lord of the world can cause the destruction of the world. Then, the Licky clan who recovered one by one burst into tears of sadness and despair. Don't be sad. I will save you. As for the future life or death, it all depends on your own good fortune. Su Lang is like an ancient asterisk that has existed since ancient times, floating above the heads of countless Licky tribes. Chapter 1150. Try Mingguang Wanji immediately after. Mingguang Wanji. Su Lang stretched out his right hand and waved lightly. Suddenly, he seemed to turn into a sun, radiating endless gentle light and heat. All the dust has been purified, all the obscurity has disappeared, just like a clear sunny day after a storm, everything has become clear. The Licky tribes who were illuminated by the bright light of the myriad worlds stopped crying. They feel a warm force seep into their bodies, heal their injuries, drive away their pain, and soothe their souls. Everything seems to have changed back to before the destruction of the world, peaceful and happy. The sense of happiness is full of the hearts of all the Licky races. They worship Su Lang and thank the great Langdi god. Tisk Tusk, this Mingguang 10,000 realms is really terrifying. Any creatures who are irradiated will worship me as a ***** and worship. My position in the hearts of Licky clan creatures has increased countless times in an instant. After they have been irradiated by the Mingguang world for longer, I am afraid that my position in their hearts will directly surpass the Lord of the world Ling Ju. Su Lang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Licky clan who kept worshipping on the earth. He actually wanted to try the power of Devil's Abyss, but he gave up this idea considering it was too cruel. I will take you out of here to a new world, Su Lang said lightly, and immediately waved his hand. A strong but gentle wind swept all the Licky tribes and carried them to the sky. Outside, in the quiet room, under Su Lang's arrangement, a avatar took the small space ball of the Joyu life universe and opened the entrance. Then use space rules to connect the entrances of the two life universes together to form a channel. Ling Ju life in the universe. Su Lang encumbered countless Licky tribes, and brought them into the Joyu life universe. Lord Joyu appeared in front of Su Lang, behaving very humble. It seems that he has become more and more integrated into the role of servant. I killed Emperor Ling Juwu. Su Lang said lightly. These Licky clan creatures migrated from his life universe, you can arrange it. Hearing this, Joyu suddenly felt horrified. He hadn't seen the scene where Su Lang killed Kwang Erlu in seconds, and he didn't know that Su Lang's strength was already different. Therefore, Su Lang killed the very powerful Ling Ju in Joyu's eyes. How could Joyu calm down? Fortunately, Joyu also knew that Su Lang's methods were unfathomable, so he quickly accepted the matter. Yes, I will arrange it. It's just that my world is dominated by Dark Avenue, and these Licky races may not be able to adapt. Joyu hesitated and said, if they die because of inconsistent water and soil, I won't blame you. These Nicholas, I will use them for an experiment. If they succeed, the probability of their survival will become very high. You wait here for a while, there are still many Licky tribes to migrate over there. Su Lang smiled slightly. By the way, I will disperse the life planets that will be ruined, and I will put many lands in this life universe. Really? That's great. When Joyu heard the news, he was suddenly excited. Emperor Wu's life planet is a creation that has been infused with all his life's hard work. One Emperor Wu obtains another Emperor Wu's life planet, which is equivalent to directly saving tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. You can prepare first. See where you can put that huge amount of land. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and turned to Ling Ju life universe. Next, it took a while. Su Lang assimilated all the Licky tribes with the bright light of the 10,000 realms, and then migrated them into the Kyo universe. Not only the Licky family, but most of the rest of the animals and plants have migrated. At this time, there is basically no life in this fragmented planet of life. Let's see if there is any land suitable for me. Su Lang stepped forward in the sky, his mental power constantly scanning the broken earth. Soon, he discovered many different lands. These lands contain extremely rich rules, in addition to the 5 elements of wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, etc. But most of them are rock mountains with strong gravitation, which can exercise the most basic physical strength of human beings. These special lands, placed in the Chinese mythology system, are treasure lands suitable for the cultivation of different monks, and they are the best choice for the founding of the school. Chapter 1151. The inner boundary of the kidney opens up. Count it down, there are 5,326 treasure places of the 5 elements. Wind, thunder, poison, gravitation, darkness, and other special attribute treasures, 837. Hey, these things are now mine. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised vigorously, and he came to the sky above the huge mountain of fire. This huge mountain is very large, not weaker than Blue Star Zhu Feng. And this is a treasure of the fire system, containing extremely strong fire system rules, very suitable for being placed in the inner boundary of the magic. Get up. Su Lang stretched out his hand and grabbed it. With the endless force driving the rules of gravitation, he forcibly pulled this huge mountain straight into the sky from the ground. Enchant the inner world, open. Su Lang opened the inner boundary of Yingzuo and placed this huge flame mountain on Mars. This giant mountain should not be underestimated. Su Lang was unwilling to throw it on Mars. That would cause huge damage. I can only put it on gently, and even help to dig a big hole, like planting a tree to plant this mountain on Mars. After charging this giant mountain, Su Lang continued to the next destination. His movements are very fast, and he can collect a precious treasure in almost 10 seconds. Although Su Lang currently only has the inner realm of Yingzuan and the inner realm of Qiming, all the treasures with other attributes have been put away and temporarily placed in the storage space. After all the treasures were put away, almost another day passed. Su Lang's enlightened Venus and Yingluo Mars each received more than 1,000 gold rules and fire rules. The surface of the 2 planets has undergone tremendous changes. The metallic and fire-attributed plants in those treasures have survived many, and even become more lush. The planet that had been dead for billions of years gave birth to plant life, which made Su Lang excited. The emergence of life represents that the world has once again stepped onto a new level and is one step closer to the goal of prospering the world. Simultaneously, in the process of collecting various treasures, Su Lang was constantly changing the exercises he was practicing, and 1/3 of the 400 exercises had been practiced. This allowed Su Lang's combat power to improve again. In addition to the more than 100 immortal level exercises that he had practiced before, these 200 immortal level exercises increased Su Lang's attack level by half a small realm. Defense, physical fitness, and endurance have each added a small realm. Besides, Su Lang's accumulated cultivation base has been able to open up the last inner realm of the 5 internal organs, the inner realm of the kidney. There is also mental power, and it has completely reached the pinnacle of the Kongani realm, and can break through to a higher realm at any time. Unconsciously, I am stronger again. Su Lang smiled faintly, very happy. Immediately afterwards, he temporarily put aside the migration of broken life planets. Anyway, the rest is ordinary land. If it is broken, it will be broken. Even if it is broken into slag, there is no loss, bring it on. The inner boundary of my kidney, open it up. Su Lang was very excited and gave the order to open up the inner world. Like opening up other inner worlds, a soreness came from both kidneys, which was very sour. Immediately after, a space guide appeared between the kidneys. It expands and expands like an inflatable ball. Finally formed a wuxian inner boundary 10 times larger than Blue Star. Ha ha ha, I finally become the man with the strongest kidney in the world. Su Lang laughed freely, very excited. After the inner realm of the kidney was opened, Su Lang could clearly feel a force blessed on him, which made his combat power improve to a certain extent. It's just that this time it didn't break through the small realm. When I install water, wood, and Saturn into the inner world, my strength will definitely increase again. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and there was a strong expectation in his eyes. Immediately after, Su Lang glanced at Jupiter. I saw Jupiter shrinking a circle, much smaller than Saturn. However, it is still a behemoth, and it will take a long time to drain it. Well, it seems that Mercury is still in my pocket. Su Lang smiled faintly. When I have received Mercury, I will try the soul gathering split and burning soul solitary lamp tactics. I must be able to improve my soul a lot, but Su Lang did not go directly to the solar system, but went to find Chu Xiaobei and instilled 13 rules in her. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian were still taking psychiatric pills, so Su Lang did not disturb them. After completing today's training mission, Su Lang went to the space-time channel and set off from Blue Star to Mercury. Chapter 1152. Circular Gravitational Array. In just 1 or 2 days, nothing has changed at all on Mercury. The surface is still like a hot hell, but there are very cold ice in some abysses. The places where the north and south poles cannot be illuminated by the sun are full of strange glaciers. Suddenly, a space channel appeared in the empty space with long hair and long robes. If ancient nobles, it was Su Lang. Start. When Su Lang saw Mercury not far away, he clicked the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth. Immediately, the large-scale formations appeared in space with Su Lang's thoughts, exuding strange powers that counteract the powerful gravitational force from the sun. After Mercury breaks away from the sun's traction, another large formation will appear, besieging it and preventing it from running around. Immediately after, Su Lang immediately used space rules to tear through space cracks and separate Mercury from this space. Black cracks are all over the space, and even the light is swallowed. Mercury seems to have fallen into a prison of countless space cracks. Immediately, Su Lang immediately expanded the inner boundary of the kidney. Wow, a world of chaos emerged, like the big mouth of a giant starry sky, swallowing Mercury suddenly. The original position of Mercury suddenly became a huge shadow. Come, Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the inner world suddenly closed, and Mercury completely entered Su Lang's inner world. In the inner boundary of the kidney, Mercury is suspended in the middle, absorbing all the surrounding matter. A virtual sun orbits Mercury continuously, bringing light and heat. However, the virtual sun with the power of rules is not comparable to the great stars of the solar system. Therefore, the temperature on Mercury began to plummet, directly reduce from 4 to 500 degrees Celsius to minus hundreds of degrees. Those rivers that were originally in the inner boundary but were later attracted by Mercury's gravitational force have directly become glaciers, covering the surface of Mercury like a spider web. Su Lang could clearly feel that the thick water avenue continued to spread in the inner boundary. Su Lang also understood some unfamiliar rules about the water system that he had never understood. Of course, in a tight moment, you cannot comprehend any rules, only some simple rules. Finally finished, the inner boundary of the kidney. Wow, the inner boundary of the kidney is not very nice. The name of Mercury is xianxia, so let's call it the inner boundary of xianxia. Su Lang looked at his inner circle of xianxia and showed a very satisfied smile. Immediately after, he went to take a look at the asteroid belt, which was already full of Jupiter elements. Small planets are like miniature Jupiters, with their surface covered with gaseous liquid components and an asterisk in the middle. Su Lang was floating in the distance of the asteroid belt, looking at this beautiful solar system halo, but he felt a little pity in his heart. Because the Jupiter components absorbed by the asteroids in the asteroid belt are basically saturated. The remaining Jupiter elements are homeless and can only wander in space, gradually disappearing. Hey, this is really a shame. Now Jupiter only draws less than half. If this goes on, the remaining half will be wasted. Next there will be Saturn, and perhaps Uranus and Neptune. These two are also gas giants and require component extraction. If the ingredients of these 4 planets are all wasted, it would be a violent thing. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, no, I have to think of a way to solve this problem. So, Su Lang began to think hard. After a long time, finally thought of a way to arrange a huge circular formation. This kind of ring formation is all based on the rules of gravity, like a huge but very thin ring, centered on the sun, in the asteroid belt. Its role is to emit a huge gravitational force, capture surrounding asteroids and spill Jupiter components. The engineering volume of the formation seems to be huge, but I didn't spend a lot of time with the means of arranging the formation with one thought. Su Lang felt that this method was feasible, so he immediately began to arrange the gravitational array magic ring in the asteroid belt. Chapter 1153. Explore Junction. In fact, Su Lang had long experience in arranging this kind of formation with a huge span. Because the 5 elements sky is a supergiant array covering the entire southern continent, equivalent to half of the solar system. But what was arranged at this time was just a thin ring-shaped formation, without covering it. After dozens of minutes, Su Lang moved forward in the asteroid belt by space means and arranged a gravitational array around the sun. Wangxing leads the big formation. Come. Su Lang initiated the circular formation called the Wangxing traction array. Suddenly, a terrifying gravitation was emitted from the formation. The surrounding asteroids received gravitational pull, and they broke away from their original orbits one after another and flew toward the gravitational array. You can't let so many asteroids hit the formation together, otherwise there will be trouble. Su Lang thought. The gravitation from above the formation suddenly became much smaller. But those asteroids still flew toward the gravitational array due to inertia. Su Lang had to let the gravitational array activate the reverse gravitational function, forcing the asteroids to gradually stop. In this way, the asteroid belt became tighter than before under the action of the gravitational array, but did not condense together, forming a strange ring-shaped planet. Simultaneously, there are still some asteroids hitting the formation, but due to the small number, the formation has not been affected. In addition, numerous elements of Jupiter are expelled from the space channel, and then captured by the gravitational array, without a trace of overflow. When you get away from Saturn, you will also follow the law. Su Lang glanced at the much slender asteroid belt, turned and flew towards Jupiter. Not long, the pale yellow Jupiter appeared before his eyes. More than 60 avatars are doing their best to maintain the space channel. With the withdrawal of more than 600,000 space channels, it has become smaller than Saturn. In a day or two, it should be almost the same. Su Lang nodded, bypassed Jupiter and flew towards Saturn. Now that I'm here, let's take a look at Saturn by the way. Saturn is not far from Jupiter. Su Lang soon arrived near Saturn. This is a pale yellow planet with a composition similar to Jupiter and a gas giant planet. It is surrounded by a beautiful planetary ring, and there are many moons in the planetary ring. The ancient name of Saturn was called Junxing, which meant suppression and contained the principle of breaking all laws with one force. Far away, Su Lang's spiritual power discovered the Earth system rules on the surface of Saturn. Sure enough, as expected, Saturn is also one of the core fragments of the Infinity Realm, containing the Great Road of Earth. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and immediately penetrated Saturn with mental power again, passing through the gaseous outer layer and the liquid middle layer all the way to the inner core of Saturn. This process is more difficult than when exploring Jupiter. Because the composition of Saturn is more dense, this makes it more difficult for Su Lang to penetrate the spiritual power. At the same time, the inner core of Saturn surprised Su Lang very much. Because the inner core of Saturn is even bigger than that of Jupiter, equivalent to 3 blue stars. The inner core of Saturn is a huge Earth gemstone, with very high quality, very hard texture, and exudes terrifying gravity. Su Lang estimated that it is because the gravity is too large that the outer two layers become tighter, and eventually the volume is smaller than Jupiter. To put it simply, Jupiter's core has a small gravitational pull, which results in a large and loose planet. The gravity of Saturn's core is even more terrifying, causing the planet to be closer together. Although Saturn looks smaller than Jupiter, but it's not easier to extract the components of Saturn than to extract Jupiter, and it's even harder. Su Lang clutched his forehead and rolled his eyes, only to feel pain and happiness. After discovering the details of Saturn, Su Lang went home. As for Uranus and Neptune, Su Lang decided to check Jupiter and Saturn again. Not long, Su Lang returned to the quiet room of the White Jade Fairy Palace again. Spirit power has reached the peak of Kongani. It's time for soul fission and soul burning. Su Lang took a deep breath and completely eliminated the slight tension in his heart. Chapter 1154, Soul Fission. The first step is to forge the origin of the soul. Su Lang's expression was indifferent, and with a light wave of his right hand, a trace of spiritual power overflowed from the center of his eyebrows and wrapped around his fingers. This trace of spiritual power has separated from Su Lang's soul and belongs to an independent soul power. The rules of life. Su Lang moved again, and the power of the rules of life emerged. Yes, to forge the origin of the soul, you need to use the rules of life. Next, the rules of life embrace the breath of life and put it together with that trace of spiritual power, but the spiritual power and the breath of life are completely incompatible with the water of the river. But Su Lang naturally has a way. In his mind, the spiritual power and the breath of life became silky, and immediately began to weave and twist. This is a very delicate job. In Su Lang's view, it is no less than operating on a gene. When the mental power and the breath of life were woven together according to a certain law, a strange change suddenly occurred. They begin to merge with each other and transform into another energy that exudes a unique aura. That unique breath is like a higher-end mental power. It can continuously decompose itself and form ordinary spiritual power. And this is exactly a characteristic of the soul origin. In addition, it has many magical characteristics, but it can only be understood in words, and you have to experience it yourself to know it. Well, before the origin of the pseudo-soul is integrated into the soul fragments, the breath of life is constantly dissipating. After Su Lang sensed this, he immediately proceeded to split the soul fragments. This is also a fine job, and it also needs to endure great pain. Soul split, Su Lang closed his eyes tightly, and the immortal essence in his body kept outputting, urging the terrifying means. Soon, an extremely severe pain came from his brain. Su Langne looked at the sea of consciousness, and discovered that there were cracks in the vast world of consciousness of the sea. Immediately after, these cracks are connected together, completely cutting a piece of knowing sea world. In Su Lang's eyes, it was as if the entire world of knowledge of the sea had become a two-dimensional plane of white gold paper, and then a corner was gently torn off. The torn corner did not disappear, but rapidly became smaller, and then turned into a spherical shape. The edges of the criss-crossed cracks all became smooth and rounded, seeming to have been caught for countless years. This is the broken soul fragment. During the whole process, apart from severe pain, Su Lang did not experience any side effects or sequelae. There is no tendency to split consciousness and become enchanted, and there is no horrible picture of the instability and direct collapse of the world of consciousness. It seems that this exercise is very safe. Yes, can there be any difference in the techniques synthesized by the system? Su Lang smiled, and patted the origin of the pseudo-soul in his hands to the center of his brows. Soon, I saw in the world of the sea, a little gold fluttered like a firefly, falling into the spherical soul fragments. After the pseudo-soul origin entered the soul fragment, it immediately merged into it and disappeared. And the soul fragments formed a new soul, as if it had come alive, and it was constantly floating and dancing in the sea of knowledge of Su Lang. In this way, the whole process of soul fission is over. The resulting small new soul is called the child soul. The original child soul was only at the Wawang level, which was the realm of mind and soul. This is the most basic realm for stepping into soul cultivation, which is equivalent to Theobody tempering realm of a warrior. In addition, although this is a new soul, it is completely controlled by Su Lang. It was completely infused with Su Lang's will, and would not produce new consciousness at all. It can be said that the sub-soul is just the fission form of Su Lang's complete soul, from the complete body to the combined body. Tisk tisk. This soul gathering and splitting technique is not only a good way to cultivate the soul, but also a perverted level clone method. The newly formed sub-soul can completely seize a certain intelligent life and then cultivate and grow. Moreover, there is no limit to the number of soul fission, of the soul gathering secret. The stronger the caster, the higher the upper limit of the sub-soul. Ordinary Woody level powerhouses can at least split more than 10,000 sub-souls and create a large number of clones. In addition, the training concepts of the soul gathering technique and the Origin Devil Emperor are similar in different ways. They are both scattered to reduce the difficulty of cultivation. Various thoughts continued to surface in Su Lang's heart. Chapter 1155, Crazy Drug Use. However, the idea of using soul fission as a clone is not intended to be implemented. Such a clone is not comparable to a clone of system functions. Not only does it require resources and time to train, the key is that once he dies, Su Lang's deity will be miserable, and a piece of soul is directly missing. Therefore, let alone use the fissioned new soul to create a clone, it is impossible to even release the body. This independent sub-soul can only be cultivated and grown in Su Lang's sea of consciousness, and finally merged into the sea of consciousness again during the fusion. Thought for a while, Su Lang continued his soul fission. With the first experience, his speed has become much faster. After practice makes perfect, it is even 10 times a second. New souls split out one by one, floating in the sea of knowledge, like spherical fireflies, strange and lovely. With more and more sub-souls, the scope of Su Lang's understanding of the sea world is shrinking. It is like tearing off a small piece of debris from the edge of a piece of paper, and then placing it on top of the paper. More and more debris, smaller and smaller paper. Over time, Su Lang had split into 100,000 souls, and his sea of knowledge world has also become narrower and narrower. In the end, only the sun transformed by the sunny sun, and the position occupied by the souls of hundreds of thousands of servants are left. In this small world of sea of knowledge, at the top is the sun, with endless light. The space in the middle is filled with countless new souls. On the ground below, phantom figures of hundreds of thousands of servants sat cross-legged. Soul fission is complete. The spiritual strength cultivation of the Kongani realm fell directly to the early days of Kongani. Obviously, there is a huge loss of soul fission, and most people can't play at all. Su Lang felt his spiritual realm and sighed with the consumption of soul fission. You know, the cultivation of the Kongani realm from the initial stage to the peak may be more difficult than the cultivation from the mind to the sunshine. The mental energy consumed is like the sea, and these consumption is not a sequelae, it is normal consumption, unable to use the new functions. Next, it's time to cultivate these soul fragments. Su Lang took out a large amount of mental power pills from the storage space, from the low level to the emperor level, everything. Soon, Su Lang began to take drugs constantly. Not to mention the low-level pills, the emperor level, immortal emperor soul pills, are all knocked one by one. This is the pill for the emperors to fight to break their heads. If those martial emperors knew that Su Lang was taking drugs like this, it would be shocked that their eyes would pop out, of course. The immortal emperor soul pill is too cherished, and Su Lang has only a dozen, which adds up to a few dozen. 10 pills were stuffed into his mouth, and many immortal soul pill, and even lower-level holy pill and ***** pill were stuffed. With the help of one key practice, Su Lang's movement speed was incredible. Therefore, his digestive ability is also very fast. As soon as the ordinary pill enters his stomach, he is digested and added to the sub-souls. Even the emperor-grade pill is rapidly digesting, and the majestic medicinal power continues to erupt, madly flooding into the sea of consciousness. Under the power of the pill, the function of mental cultivation is added. Su Lang's spiritual cultivation speed is already unimaginable. The soul of that 100,000 suns skyrocketed to several realms almost instantly, from the mind all the way to the xianxia. In each sub-soul, beautiful golden silk ribbons appeared. It was originally like the child soul of a round firefly, becoming more and more beautiful. However, the volume of the sub-soul has not increased. It is just a constant qualitative change based on the original body shape. Continue to infuse the medicine. After the sub-soul paused for a moment, a 6-pointed star-shaped crystal appeared inside. This hexagonal crystal is like an extremely dazzling golden star. This is precisely the crystallized spiritual power and the characteristic of entering the realm of the morning star. At the realm of morning star, the sub-soul's growth rate slowed down a bit, but it was still incredibly fast. Less than a minute, the golden stars in the sub-soul became more rounded, and the volume began to grow, forming a moon. Chapter 1156. Su Langshuang. This is entering the realm of Weiyu. Immediately after, the Weiyu in the soul of each individual began to grow, the surface of the pits became smooth, and the light bloomed more and more brightly. They are constantly evolving towards the sun. Gradually, these sub-souls have entered the realm of sunshine, corresponding to the wuxian level. But this is not over yet. Su Lang's immortal soul pill and immortal emperor soul pill began to play a real role at this time. The terrifying medicinal power poured into the sea of knowledge, turned into silk ribbons, and merged into the souls of each individual. The 100,000 mini-shi grew stronger, and cracks began to appear on the surface. Among these cracks, there appeared a brighter beam than the sun itself. These beams broke through the shackles of the sun's body and fully bloomed. This is nirvana in the sun, a magical scene forming the realm of emptiness. Finally, 100,000 souls have reached the early stage of Kongani. Su Lang did not immediately recover the power because the power of the medicine had not been exhausted. Several dozen minutes passed, all the medicinal power was completely consumed, and although the souls of 100,000 souls did not reach the middle stage of Kongani, they grew a lot again. Of course, Su Lang's main soul also absorbed a lot of medicinal power and recovered a lot. 100,000 souls of the Kongani realm. From the ages to the present, and for countless years to come, I am afraid it will be difficult for anyone to achieve this achievement. Su Langne looked at the sea of knowledge world, very excited, unable to calm down. This is the soul of Kongani realm. Only the soul of Emperor Wu can reach the realm. Even if it is a miniature soul, it looks like a firefly, but the realm of nirvana out of thin air can easily crush any wuxian. It is also a miracle that only Su Lang can create. Other martial emperors, even if they obtained the soul-gathering splitting art, could not fission into so many sub-souls, let alone cultivate the sub-souls to the realm of Kongani in such a short time. They may have a lot of methods to speed up the cultivation speed of the sub-soul. But no matter what the method is, it can only shorten the training time by a small margin. Compared with Su Lang's one-key cultivation, spiritual cultivation, and one-key alchemy functions, it is completely scum. The child soul has been cultivated almost. Now you can use the soul-burning solitary lamp art. By the way, let's use vomiting the old to learn new things first, and eliminate all the side effects in my practice. While thinking about it, Su Lang used the new function of spitting out the dead. This is the first time he has used this function with his grand fusion technique. Ding! 1000 ways to one unnamed, has successfully eliminated all side effects. As the system prompts appear, Su Lang suddenly felt light all over, as if he suddenly released the feeling after carrying a heavy load for a long time. It seems that there are a lot of side effects in the great fusion technique. Wow, cool, Su Langshuang shook his head. After enjoying the refreshing aftertaste for a while, Su Lang remembered the business again. Business matters. Burning soul lone lamp art, burn my soul. Su Lang's eyes condensed, his whole body revolved, and he immediately launched Theosul burning method. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible flame rose out of thin air from the sea of consciousness, spreading along the countless golden silk ribbons toward the skies, sun. Immediately after, these invisible flames actually started to burn Theosin, making it gradually show a semi-melted state. The same situation appeared in the souls of 100,000 children. The soul-burning flame continues to burn Theosin, making it more pure. And Su Lang did not feel any pain. Ha ha ha, Su Lang laughed happily, it doesn't hurt at all, it's really beautiful. The last time he used burning soul, he broke out the first scream after coming into this world, and then he screamed in pain and was embarrassed to see people. And this time, it didn't hurt at all. Su Langshuang was observing his sea of consciousness crookedly. The soul-burning fire continued to burn Theosin, seeming to burn all the distracting thoughts that Su Lang had accumulated throughout his life. This made his state of mind become pure and peaceful, his mood gradually calmed down, and he became sad and unhappy. Su Lang entered the realm of epiphany where things are forgotten. At that instant, the remote rules of backfeeding Su Lang among the three inner realms of Yingluo Inner Realm, Qiming Inner Realm, and Chengxing Inner Realm seemed to become clearer. Su Lang's own thinking also seemed to speed up time, many times faster. He began to comprehend the power of the rules constantly with his own understanding. This state did not finally disappear until the burning of the soul was over. By this time, 2 hours had passed. Chapter 1157, The Epiphany Brought by the Burning Soul with the help of the Epiphany Effect brought by the Burning Soul. Su Lang even understood a lot of the secrets of 12 unfamiliar rules that he had never encountered before. It was the first time for Su Lang to comprehend the rules without resorting to system functions. In addition, to comprehend the 12 rules at once, this is placed among all the creatures in Kanglan continent, and absolutely no one can surpass it. Unexpectedly, after the side effects of a burning soul are eliminated, there will be such an amazing effect. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes slowly opened, both eyes shooting out like lightning. Soon, Su Lang once again saw the sea world inside and observed the changes after the soul was burned. I only saw the sun in the sky dimmed a lot in the world of the sea, but it was also a lot more introverted. At the same time, the sun, in the souls of 100,000 people has all become smaller and more pure. However, even after experiencing soul burning, Su Lang's soul became very, very weak, even worse than the spiritual strength of the sun realm. But neither Su Lang's main soul nor sub-soul fell into the realm, and still maintained the state of emptiness. Under the function of spiritual cultivation, the weak soul is constantly recovering. I didn't fall into the big realm. Su Lang nodded, very satisfied. It seems that the side effects of the burning soul, falling to the realm, have also been eliminated. Soon, Su Lang took out many spiritual pills from the storage space to speed up the recovery of his soul. It takes at least 1 day for the soul to recover. The pill is not enough, and it must be refined. When the soul recovers, the pill should be almost refined, and then I will burn the soul again. While thinking about it, Su Lang observed Jupiter through perception sharing. The clones did not receive the influence of Su Lang's burning soul, and still maintained their heyday, maintaining the space channel to pull away from Jupiter. Seeing that Jupiter still has a lot of time to pull away, Su Lang's attention shifted to other places. The first is the inner boundary of Chengxing, which is the inner boundary of the kidney where Mercury is located. Both Yingluo Mars and Qiming Venus have obtained many treasures, and strange plant creatures have even appeared on them. Only Mercury has just been collected into the inner boundary and has not been cultivated by Su Lang. Then, Su Lang immediately took out more than 1,000 pieces of treasure land containing the avenue of water from the storage space, and put it into the inner boundary of Chengxing. In the inner boundary of Chengxing, above Mercury, a large number of rivers, lakes, and even the original oceans gathered. The originally gray-black Mercury has a trace of blue lines, which is a dense river system on the surface. Some of the surviving plant creatures in the treasure land of the water system have even recovered their vitality and became the first creatures in the inner world of the stars. In addition to putting in the water system treasure, Su Lang also instilled a large amount of immortal yuan into the inner boundary of Chengxing. These immortals enter the inner world of Chengxing, are absorbed by the inner world, and strengthen themselves in Mercury. However, it also fed back a part of more pure energy to Su Lang, allowing his cultivation realm to be improved. In fact, Yingwo Inner Realm and Qiming Inner Realm were constantly vomiting Su Lang's Xian Yuan, which made Su Lang's Xian Yuan more refined and stronger. This approach of complementing each other and making progress together is exactly Wushan's basic practice method. Of course, Su Lang didn't need to use this method deliberately, he only needed to wait for the completion of the inner boundary, and then he was directly promoted to Emperor Zun. At that time, it will be able to feed back the inner world madly at a very high level, so that the inner world can grow rapidly, without the need for traditional step-by-step methods. At present, the inner boundary of the 5 internal organs has been opened up. In addition to the Dantian inner boundary, I have a total of 6 inner boundaries, which is only 4 short of 10 inner boundaries. Well, I don't know where these 4 inner boundaries will be. Su Lang thought for a while, and guessed a lot of things, but couldn't be sure, so he could only temporarily put this question behind his head. Immediately after, Su Lang took out a small space ball, which was the entrance to the universe of Zhouyu life. Chapter 1158, 5 New Temples, it's time to go and see those Nicholas. Otherwise, if they can't adapt to the environment, they will probably be dead. Muttered, Su Lang entered the universe of life of Chuyu. The huge planet of life appeared under his feet. Su Lang knew that this planet about the size of the Kenglin continent was also hollow. Looking down on the earth, on the vast land, the warriors of the Haifu tribe are different from long ago. Because they have begun to practice the supplementary chapter of feeding all living beings, they have become more efficient incense and aspiration-generating machines. However, the Haifu clan still practiced traditional martial arts, and they were too far away from the pure incense system of the Chongtong clan. Besides, the beliefs of the Haifu tribe have also been divided. Su Lang came to the earth, hid himself, and walked in the largest city of the Haifu clan. I saw that 5 new temples were built in the city. With a spiritual sweep, you can find that these temples are not enshrined in Zhouyu, but Shaohuahuo, Yi Tiandi, Shirishan, Saitama, and Li Shenyang. Zhouyu is very honest, and the 4 statues are all made according to the design plan, given by Su Lang. 5 new temples. Shaohuahuo was a handsome man, carrying a giant iron ruler on his back, and he was full of flames. Emperor Yi Tian stood in the temple with his hands on his back, stepping on the 9-color Mother Qi Ding under his feet, and floating behind him was the golden bitter sea, the chaotic lotus, the beautiful rivers and mountains, the yin-yang life and death map and other visions. Shirishan looked up at the sky, behind him were the sun and the moon, reincarnation, true dragons and phoenixes, and 4 phantoms similar to him. Saitama's style of painting is different from the first 3. This is a kind-faced bald boy, wearing a yellow tights, a white cloak, and red gloves on both hands. The whole person exudes a unique temperament. Off drawing the sword and looking at the heart at a loss, I can't find an opponent, so I am bored. Finally, it was Li Shenyang. Well, his image is exactly the same as Li Shenyang's deity, he is a handsome young man. His head is slightly lowered and his hands are standing solemnly, like a little brother standing behind a big man. These 5 new temples have also built many sub-temples in other cities, and each of them is worshipped by Haifu tribe warriors. No way. In the past, the Haifu class was solidified, and there were few ways to rise. At this time, there was a great opportunity to get ahead, and of course many people took the risk, abandoning the belief in the black Zhouyu and turning to other gods. Especially the temple of Li Shenyang, the Haifu tribe worshipped the most. Because in order to complete Su Lang's mission, Zhouyu directed and acted in the sitcom Li Shenyang vs. Black God Zhouyu. That scene, the whole thing is like a world war. The Haifu tribes all over the world were stunned and dumbfounded. Suddenly, Li Shenyang, who was able to fight against the black Zhou, attracted a large number of fans. At this moment, in Li Shenyong's temple, a trace of incense and wishing power radiated from their eyebrows and merged into the statue. Finally, they gathered directly into the main temple through special channels. The statue of Li Shenyang in the main temple already possesses a touch of spirituality, and it is not far from the birth of incense creatures. For the other 4 temples, because Zhou Yu also directed and acted out some events, they gained many fans and also possessed some spirituality. However, it was worse than Li Shenyang. Ha, it seems that Zhou Yu is still very honest, and he spares no effort in his work. It's not bad. Su Lang smiled and nodded, dispelling the thought of knocking on Qianyu by the way. Immediately after, Su Lang crossed a large area and came to another continent. This vast continent was vacated by Zhou Yu, and the Liqi clan under Ling Ju's command was settled. However, the dark nature of the life planet Zhou Yu is really unfriendly. In just one day, the Liqi tribe directly died 1/10. The rest seems to be terminally ill. Seeing that there is more air and less air intake, you will burp. Even the Liqi clan with a relatively high cultivation base is very uncomfortable. Is it so miserable? Let me save you. Su Lang looked at the miserable hell-like situation and moved to the sky. He stretched out his right hand and waved it lightly, and a beam of light burst out in all directions. In the beginning, it was just a fist-sized light ball, but after a few seconds, it had become a sun-like existence. Chapter 1159, Nicholas Evolution Experiment. Endless light and heat scatter the earth, dispelling the darkness. The Liqi clan warriors who were suffering in pain suddenly felt that the pain disappeared, and it seemed that they had never been so happy in their entire lives. It's the Savior. He is the Savior who rescued us from the collapsed world. He has appeared. Great Savior, Amerik worships you, please don't leave us again. Great Savior, please bless the Liqi clan so that we can live on this terrible land. Quote. Each of the Liqi tribe warriors continued to worship Su Lang. These muscular, simple-minded Liqi tribe warriors did not have any suspiciousness or strangeness at all. At this moment, they had thoroughly and sincerely regarded Su Lang as a great salvation god. In a short time, Su Lang noticed that a trace of incense and willingness was converging towards him, of course. Gathering the incense power in a short period of time is not only because of the sincerity of the Liqi clan, but also because the Liqi clan is stronger. The Liqi tribe is not the Haifu tribe. The strongest combat power of the Haifu tribe is Wu Zun, not even the Valkyrie. But among the Liqi clan, there are quasi-saint level powerhouses. At the time of the destruction of the world, those who can survive are at least at the level of King Wu. In addition, although the Liqi tribe only survived 1/10, the number was extremely terrifying. For various reasons, the incense aspiration power was condensed in a short time. The Liqi people are not very intelligent, and they are very easy to become fanatics. This is because Emperor Ling Juwu is also cautious, and he doesn't want to touch the incense force. Well, if he is like Zhou Yu, using incense and willingness to lay his back, I will have to solve a few more minor problems if I want to kill him. While thinking about it, Su Lang isolated the gathered incense aspiration power. Then used the rules of willingness to carefully collect the different sky boxes for Wuyu tea trees to absorb. Next, start experimenting. Su Lang thought in his heart, descending from a height, and came to a place where hundreds of thousands of Liqi tribes gathered. The Savior has come to us. Oh my God, if we can get the favor of the Savior, we will surely rise again. Great. Quote. Countless Liqi tribesmen saw Su Lang approaching, and they were all trembling with excitement, and worshipped more vigorously. Su Lang stopped in the air, looking down at the hundreds of thousands of Liqis below. These Liqi tribes were led by more than a dozen war gods, and they kept kowtow to Su Lang. Liqi people, the opportunity to change destiny has arrived. I will give you the opportunity to evolve, and you will gain the ability to adapt to this land. Of course, there is also the possibility of failure. You may become unimaginable monsters and die in endless pain. Accept it or not, it's up to you to decide. Su Lang's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every Liqi tribe. This immediately made the Liqi tribe below boil. They directly ignored the possible failure, regarded it as the favor of the Savior, and cheered. Sure enough, we really got the Savior's intimacy. Oh my God, we can evolve. What is the word evolution? Although I don't understand, I think it must be very, very powerful. I want to evolve. I want to adapt to this land, I want to survive, and then become a strong one. Ha 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 ha, the Licky family will not perish. Quote. The Licky tribe cheered and danced a distinctive dance, a kind of dance with kowtow as the main movement. In short, it is to use various postures to kowtow, which looks very emotional. Su Lang looked at this performance-like scene, his face became quite weird. Cough. Since you are all willing to accept this opportunity, then, I will give you this precious opportunity. Su Lang's voice became serious, and all the dancing Licky tribes also crawled on the ground, waiting with excitement for the gift of the great savior. Everything evolves. Su Lang suspended the sky, opened his arms, and his body radiated a unique radiation. This special radiation energy can cause benign mutations in living beings. This is how Su Lang makes the Licky tribe adapt to this world. Chapter 1160. Qingqiu Emperor Wu visited under the influence of evolution of all things. The martial artists of the Licky tribe have undergone bizarre and different changes. Some Licky people are beginning to become stronger, some are becoming smarter, some have a tendency to keratinize their skin, and some Licky people are turning black, yellow, red and green. In short, benign mutation is a general concept. In the case of ignoring the environment, every change that takes place in the Licky clan is good for you. But the right one is the best, and only the Licky clan who has become more adaptable to the dark attribute will have a greater chance of living. And mutation evolution is not something that can be completed in a moment. Su Lang just gave them a head start and let them embark on the path of evolution. Of course, if the Licky clan wants to continue to evolve, it has to rely on Su Lang to maintain the special radiation of evolution of all things. But Su Lang would not spend all of his time on the Licky clan. Clone dispatch. With a thought, Su Lang drew an avatar from Jupiter. I am a brick, and move it wherever I need it. The clone incarnation hummed a little song and appeared in front of Su Lang, looking like an optimistic guy. Next, Su Lang let the clone avatar take over his work, and use the evolution of all things method to help these Licky races evolve. At this time, hundreds of thousands of Licky tribes are evolving in different directions, and the advantages and disadvantages are not yet visible. But as time goes by, someone will definitely be eliminated. Of course, some people will come out and become the protagonist of the Licky clan. Next, to the life universe of Ling Ju. Well, no, it's too difficult for me to move those mainland debris by myself. It took me a day to move 6,000 treasures, and I must put all the broken life planets in the storage space, not a few months. Hey, there are still too few avatars. If I have 1,208 avatars, and I get all of them to work as porters, I will definitely be emptied in a few clicks. Thinking of this, Su Lang's expression became a bit distressed. If you want more clones, you have to upgrade the system functions, but to upgrade it to level 35, you need 100 million Hinayana sources. 100 million Hinayana Shanyuan, what concept is this? Su Lang estimated that the possessions of Emperor Wudi of rank 9 would be only 20 to 30 million. Hey, I'm too difficult. Su Lang shook his head and sighed. I only hope that the level 35 clone dispatch can give me an awesome bonus function. And at this moment, on the edge of the Emperor's death zone, a man with a green crown in Xingyi appeared before Wu Xingtian's obstacle avoidance. Qingqiu, come to visit fellow Langdi Taoist. Emperor Qingqiu arched his hands at the 5 elements sky barrier. Brother Green Hat, wait a minute, I'll go find me mama. A crystal bun-like spirit emerged from the 5 elements heaven barrier, and said seriously. Emperor Qingqiu Wudi looked at the tool spirit in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What kind of spirit is this? It's obviously a dumpling, but it has the face of Emperor Lang, so strange. Besides, it calls me Brother Green Hat. I always feel that this name is not right. At my age, at least it must be. In addition, it said it was going to find it hemp. What does this have to do with Langdi? Hey, why is this southern continent weird? Zhao Qin and the others never mentioned it to me. Qingqiu was thinking about it. Suddenly there was a wave of spatial fluctuations in front of him, and when he looked up, it was Su Lang. The junior has seen senior Qingqiu. Su Lang first waved away Xiao Hai, who was about to be entangled, and then gave a meeting ceremony to Qingqiu. Friend Langdi is too polite. Qingqiu Emperor Wu put aside his distracting thoughts, and returned to Su Lang, very approachable. Senior Qingqiu didn't come last time, but this time I look forward to senior's coming. Su Lang smiled and opened the 5 elements heaven barrier, Senior Qingqiu, please. Excuse me. Qingqiu smiled slightly and entered the Five Elements Heaven. Immediately, under the leadership of Su Lang, the two walked towards the holy city of Yaoqi. Qingqiu Wudi deliberately got close, so he didn't stand up and walked side by side with Su Lang. On the way, friend Langdi Taoist, I'm afraid your injury is a bit serious. Qingqiu Emperor Wu said with a look of concern, I think your mental state seems very weak, as if you are about to fall into the realm of emptiness. Chapter 1161. The end of the Ling Ju clan. Su Lang was shocked when he said this. Unexpectedly, Qingqiu Emperor Wu's eyes were so harsh that he could see his spiritual realm after burning his soul. Aha, it's nothing serious. I still have a lot of elixirs, as well as the treasures of the masters and treasures given by fellow Taoists, and they will recover soon. With a strong expression on Su Lang, he asked Qingqiu Emperor Wu to give me some good things. The battle of the mainland is about to begin, you have to get better as soon as possible. I can't do anything about mental injuries, but I can help one or two on the life planet of fellow Langdi. Qingqiu Emperor Wu spoke and handed a space ring to Su Lang. This is my personal gift to Langdi Taoist friend. Oh, really gave something. Su Lang happily caught the ring. Thank you, Senior Qingqiu, for the gift. Talking, Su Lang's mental power looked into the ring, and he suddenly saw a large number of treasures with various attributes, adding up to 100 yuan. I have to say that this 100 yuan is really a big deal. At the beginning, other Emperor Wu voluntarily compensated for Su Lang's treasure land, only 1 or 2 yuan. Well, worthy of being the Lord of Wudi Palace, grand. It's all said, don't be too polite. Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled, and then said, in fact, this time, there are 2 things, one is about the territory of Emperor Ling Juwu, and the other is about the Ziming Emperor. That's it. Su Lang nodded and waited for Qingqiu to speak. Ling Ju betrayed the Kenglin continent, he was guilty of death. Yesterday we immediately sorted out Emperor Ling Juwu's clan and found that the clone of Emperor Ling Juwu was indeed dead. Except for this, the others are alive and well, but we haven't got any useful information from them. Emperor Ling Juwu's plans have not been disclosed to anyone, so no one will take his class and continue to contact Jingtian continent. Qingqiu Emperor Wu spoke slowly. Now, all the powerhouses above the immortal level under Emperor Ling Juwu have been placed under house arrest by Emperor Wudi, and all the other tribesmen have been relocated to Zimingzhou. Zimingzhou. Su Lang raised his eyebrows, that's a bit ruthless. Zimingzhou is an extremely barren prison. Siyu laughed that they had suffered a lot there. It seems that if Emperor Ling Juwu's clan did not build much credit, they would be imprisoned in Zimingzhou forever. It can't be ruthless. For the betrayal of the Kenglin continent, we must have zero tolerance. Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled bitterly, otherwise, the Kenglin continent is captured, and it is not just a tribe that suffers. Yes, Su Lang nodded, for the sake of the overall situation, we must kill the chickens to prevent anyone from falling into the footsteps of Emperor Ling Juwu. Qingqiu Emperor Wu continued, now we have confiscated most of the wealth of the Ling Ju clan, and the land of the Ling Ju clan has also been vacated. Speaking of this, Qingqiu Emperor Wu paused, with a trace of apology on his face. It is reasonable to say that the land is to be divided, but the land of the family seems to be very large, but in fact there are not many. The implication is obvious, just want to see if Su Lang is willing to give up the part that belongs to him. Ling Ju Emperor clan's land. My southern continent will eventually develop, and I also own the land of the Luoyu Emperor. Su Lang smiled and nodded, Ling Ju Emperor clan's land, I will let it out, just give me equivalent compensation. To him, the land of Emperor Ling Ju was actually useless. What's more, that piece of land has to be divided up. Even if Su Lang occupies important credit, he can get most of it, but it is really useless to get it. A southern continent is enough for Su Lang to be busy, and he has never contacted Su Lang of Yudi clan. Being able to exchange the land of the Ling Ju clan for equivalent treasures is definitely the best choice now. Moreover, Su Lang made up his mind to unify the Kenglin continent and occupy all the land. Now it doesn't matter who allocated the land of Emperor Ling Ju's clan. Therefore, Su Lang very simply agreed to Qingqiu Emperor Wu. That's great. After I go back, I will call them to discuss compensation. Friend Langdi, please rest assured, I will definitely not let you suffer. Qingqiu Emperor Wu was surprised, obviously he did not expect Su Lang to agree so simply. Chapter 1162, Kenglin Daogan. I believe in Senior Qingqiu. Su Lang smiled faintly, By the way, I wonder if Senior is looking for the Ziming Emperor clan for anything. Could it be that Emperor Wu of Qingzhou was dissatisfied with the relocation of Emperor Ziming to the southern continent? However, he personally agreed to this matter. Emperor Wu Tang, Emperor Wu, the palace lord of Emperor Wu, can't do anything to lose his words and get fat. Next, Qingzhou Emperor Wu's words made Su Lang dispel the thoughts in his mind. We completely agree with the Ziming Emperor clan. Qingzhou Emperor Wu replied with a smile, but it is still the last step before the Ziming Emperor clan can truly become the natives of the Kanglan continent. They can break the boat and fight with us. The final step to identify with the Ziming Emperor. Let the Ziming Emperor clan become the natives of Kanglan continent. Su Lang's expression moved, and he asked, could it be that Senior Qingzhou holds a treasure similar to Mirror Heaven Daogan? Jingtian Daogan was mentioned in the conversation between Black Starscream and Emperor Ling Juwu. Su Lang also got it as a trophy through perfect plunder. Hear this. Qingzhou Emperor Wu nodded immediately and smiled. Yes. Jingtian continent has Jingtian Daogan, and Kanglan continent also has Kanglan Daogan. My plan is to let Si Yushao integrate into Kanglan Daogan and become a native of Kanglan continent. Si Yushang has become the successor of Emperor Wudi of rank 9, but in order to avoid the Ziming Emperor clan betting at both ends, I have to make Si Yushao more reassuring. Although everyone understood the intentions of the Ziming Emperor clan, it was related to the survival of the entire Kanglan continent, and we had to be more cautious. What's more, this is not only a bad thing for Si Yushao and the entire Ziming Emperor clan, but a great thing. After all, their Ziming Emperor clan had long wanted to take root in Kanglan continent. Sure enough, Su Lang nodded, and immediately asked, I don't know what this Kanglan Daogan is and how to get it. This kind of treasure must be rare. It's rare, and it's not uncommon. Qingzhou Emperor Wu smiled, because it came from the hands of the great emperor. This statement came out. Su Lang was suddenly surprised. Great emperor level, that is a figure above Emperor Wu level. He had never heard of an emperor-level figure from the Kanglan continent. Maybe it did appear before, but it has become a secret. Only the ancient organization like Wudi Palace retains relevant information. Kanglan Daogan comes from the hands of the great emperor. Su Lang pondered, Senior Qingzhou, can you tell which senior did it come from? How did you get it? The predecessor's name is Dai Ji Yu. He was the ruler of the era 60 million years ago. It is also the only emperor recorded in the secret history of Kanglan continent. He was promoted to the realm of the great emperor through the way of Hidao Kanglan continent. Kanglan Daogan is the treasure condensed with fragments of world consciousness after the great emperor Duangu joined the Dao. There are not many Kanglan Daogans, and even now, there are only a few of them. As Qingzhou Emperor Wu spoke, he took out a small transparent bottle and showed it to Su Lang. Inside the bottle is a bunch of light blue objects that look like an unconscious strange spirit. Su Lang took a look with his treasure recognition ability and found that it was Kanglan Daogan. The appearance of Kanglan Daogan is somewhat different from that of Jingtian Daogan. The latter is blue and looks like the same algae. But Su Lang had no interest in these two kinds of world Daogan at this time. What he is more interested in is Hidao world. Dare to ask Senior Qingzhou. Su Lang asked seriously, what is Hidao? Harmony is the way to merge with the world, to be one with the world. You also know that Emperor Wu's path is to master the rules, cultivate a perfect universe of life, and finally accept the power of the world fed back by the universe of life, so as to break through to the emperor level. However, the world is incomplete. Normally, after the Emperor Wu has cultivated to the realm of Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution, the number of Dao he mastered is still not many. Actually, even if the world is not incomplete, there are not many Wudi who can comprehend enough power of the great power. There are too few types of Dao power, the weaker the universe of life, and the power of the world that feeds back is not enough, and the quality is not enough, and Emperor Wu will not be able to break through the great emperor. In this case, there are 3 ways to break through to the emperor level. Chapter 1163, Hidao World. Emperor Qingzhou paused and continued. The first type is the power of death. Under normal circumstances, it will not succeed until old age. The second is to follow the road of Emperor Wu of Incense, and then continue to study the road of eternal life. But in many cases, he even died faster than Emperor Wu who took the first path, because the side effects of incense willingness were really terrifying. Speaking of which, Su Lang has already understood that the third way to break through the great emperor is to be in harmony with the world. So, what is the world of Hidao? There are 3 thresholds for Hidao world. One is to reach at least the rank of Emperor Wudi of rank 9. The second must be the intelligent creatures born and bred in the world. Third, we must make a very, very significant contribution to the current world, possess incalculable merits, and be recognized by the world consciousness. Qingqiu Emperor Wu continued. The world consciousness controls all the avenues in the world. Once Emperor Wu is in complete harmony, he can immediately grasp all the power of the Tao and become the real master of the world. That kind of realm can be called the pinnacle of the great emperor level, and above it is the supreme emperor level. What? Su Lang raised his eyebrows. After a thorough harmony, he can skip the long training process and directly become the emperor's pinnacle powerhouse. Not bad. Once you are in harmony, you will be the peak of the great emperor. Qingqiu Emperor Wu's eyes flickered. Unfortunately, the great emperor after Hidao couldn't maintain his subjective consciousness for a long time. Can't maintain subjective consciousness for a long time. Su Lang was stunned when he heard the words. Yes, the world consciousness is the consciousness of sentient beings, and it is also another special kind of incense and aspirational creatures. Emperor Wu's harmony naturally provoked the incense aspiration, but it was the most terrifying incense aspiration. Therefore, the Wudi who is in harmony will be corroded, assimilated by the world consciousness, and eventually become a part of the world consciousness completely, without a trace of subjective consciousness, which is no different from falling. Su Lang understood. The emperor level promoted by Hidao, although it can become the peak power of the emperor, is equivalent to directly crossing a great realm. However, it can only be awesome for a short time. If it had to be forced, I am afraid that no Emperor Wu would choose this path, of course. Su Lang is still happy to gain more knowledge about the world of Hidao. Senior Qingqiu. Su Lang smiled and asked, I don't know what the specific method of the world of harmony is. I don't understand too much. I just know that, first of all, we must use the worship of countless creatures to inspire the world and touch the consciousness of the world, which may involve a huge incense and aspiration energy. Followingly, blend into the world consciousness with the soul and into the world with the body. Qingqiu Emperor Wu said, the body blends into the heaven and the earth, and naturally includes the life universe. That is to say, the life planet that Emperor Wu has nurtured for countless years must also blend into the current world. This statement came out. Su Lang suddenly felt a little stunned. He suddenly understood why the Kanglin continent was so huge that it was an exaggeration of a solar system. The reason is probably that in countless years, a large number of Emperor Wu have joined the world and integrated the life planets they nurtured into the Kanglin continent. After all, Emperor Duangu was only a recorded emperor in the secret history, and it did not mean that he was the only emperor on the Kanglin continent in the long river of time. And the years of Kanglin continent should be older than Blue Star. Because the Kanglin continent is very likely to be contemporary with the infinite realm. The latter is transformed by the core fragments of the boundless world, which was formed by a huge change in the boundless universe more than 4 billion years ago. Even if the age of the Kanglin continent is calculated based on 4.5 billion years, there should be dozens of emperor ranks in history. If these great emperor ranks all choose Hidao, then, dozens of great emperor-level life universes have been integrated into the Kanglin continent. Coupled with the fact that the Kanglin continent itself is constantly capturing celestial bodies with powerful gravity, it has formed such a huge volume now. Chapter 1164. Fight to protect the world. This is how the world grows. The creatures that live in the world, while surpassing the world and strengthening themselves, are also protecting the world and finally even integrating into the world. There is a close relationship between creatures and the world. Su Lang raised his head and looked at the 5 elements heaven. He couldn't help but smile. He was also feeding back the world, at this time. Qingqiu Emperor Wu sighed. Although he said that Hidao has fatal shortcomings, if I can, I still hope that I can Hidao. Anyway, it's all death. If the world is united with the world, it will be able to sweep many surrounding continents and keep the Kanglin continent safe for many years. Besides, being one with the world, even though there is no subjective consciousness, is it not another kind of immortality? It's a pity that my merits to Kanglin continent are limited, and my own cultivation level can't reach the pass line, and it's impossible to unite. Senior Qingqiu's words are bad. Senior guarded the Kanglin continent for nearly tens of thousands of years after Master Xuanyu, and repelled an unknown number of invaders. How can it be said that the merits are not enough? Su Lang smiled and said with relief, as for the cultivation base, I believe that in the years to come, Senior Qingqiu will be promoted to Emperor Wudi of rank 9. Haha. I don't know my situation yet. Emperor Qingqiu smiled and shook his head, with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Seriously, I won't be able to live long. Su Lang couldn't help being silent when he heard this. But Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled brilliantly. It's also because I haven't been alive for long. This time the mainland battle, Jingtian continent is miserable. In that brilliant smile, implied the meaning of death and the great spirit of guarding the world. Su Lang couldn't help but his expression moved. Although Qingqiu Emperor Wu's cultivation is not as good as Emperor Xuanyu Wu, his spirit is not inferior to Emperor Xuanyu Wu. And on the Kanglan continent, there are people like Qingqiu Wudi, I don't know how many. Except for a few scum. The vast majority of Kanglan continent warriors will desperately protect their home planet and their hometown. Fight to protect the world. Su Lang took a long breath and smiled brightly. Well said. Fight to protect the world. Qingqiu Emperor Wu nodded his head heavily, and shook his fist. It takes everyone to work together to protect the world. Su Lang nodded and shook his fist. Let's go find Cu and laugh. He will definitely be happy to integrate Kanglan Daogan. Okay, let's go. Emperor Qingqiu Wudi nodded again, then speeded up and flew forward. Obviously it is a very serious matter. Why do I still smell a little bit of the breath of secondary too? Su Lang touched his chin. While thinking, he followed Qingqiu Emperor Wu to the new site of the Ziming Emperor. At the same time, seeing Emperor Wudi Qingqiu with Qingyi and Qingguan beside him, Su Lang suddenly had an idea. Would you like to give him a few times off cultivation base indoctrination, so that he can reach the realm of the 9th rank martial emperor, and then he will be in harmony? Of course, Su Lang just thought about it. In a short period of time, his cultivation base was not even enough to open up 10 inner realms. Moreover, for an 8th turn martial emperor to break through to a 9-turn martial emperor, the amount of cultivation needed to be paid is hard to estimate. However, this can also be used as a backup plan. It's too late for this plan to deal with the Mirror Sky continent, but it can prevent the Dark Sky world. I only hope that the Origin Devil Emperor will not discover too early that the Zetian continent, and the Ruthless Heavenly Emperor, are fake. Thinking about this, Su Lang and Qingqiu Wudi came to the new territory of the Ziming Emperor. Friend Langdi Dao, friend Qingqiu. Si Yushao had already been secretly notified by Su Lang, so he greeted him from a distance. Friends laughing, how are you doing? Su Lang laughed. I'm so good, thanks so much to fellow Langdi Daoist. Si Yu smiled, his eyes fell on Qingqiu Emperor Wu. Friend Si Yu, long time no see. Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled and nodded, with a trace of emotion of goodbye in his eyes. As early as when Si Yushao wandered to Kanglan continent with Ziming Emperor clan, Qingqiu Wudi knew him. At that time, the two people's cultivation bases were similar, but Si Yushao was very young, and Qingqiu Wudi was ashamed of his talent. However, Si Yushao has been trapped in the ghost place of Zimingzhou for thousands of years, and his cultivation has fallen a lot. Chapter 1165. Aoqc Siyu, yeah, long time no see. Si Yu laughed and nodded. I was able to be taken over by the Kanglan continent at the time when my Ziming Emperor clan was accepted by Taoist Qingqiu for the support. It's mainly because of Xuanwo's manpower to reject the crowd. Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled. I just stood by and shouted, and I didn't help much. You can't say that. Si Yu smiled and said, oh, no matter what, I will always remember the kindness of sending charcoal to Taoist Qingqiu in my heart. Don't mention those old things. Qingqiu Emperor Wu shook his head, and immediately smiled happily. I don't want to sell anything, I'll talk straight to the point. Today, I came here to visit Taoist Cu. This is what I sent here. Talking, Qingqiu Emperor Wu handed the bottle containing Kanglan Daogan to Si Yushao. This is Daogan, Kanglan Daogan. Si Yu laughed and caught the bottle, with surprise. Surprise and memory on his face. As early as many years ago, he sought this thing from Wudi Palace, but Wudi Palace did not respond. At the beginning, the Emperor Wu Palace followed Master Xuanu's instructions. The Ziming Emperor clan is not a thing in the pool, it will definitely grow and develop. In order to prevent Ziming Emperor Dove from occupying the magpie's nest, Kanglan Daogan must not be handed over to fellow Taoists at will. So many years have passed now, and only after years of tempering, the Ziming Emperor clan has almost completely become a native of the Kanglan continent. Emperor Si Yushang Wu of the Ziming Emperor has sacrificed himself and inherited the inheritance of the emperor. For emotion and reason, this thing is too late. Qingqiu Emperor Wu smiled deeply at Si Yu. This is Qingqiu's fault, please forgive me. No later, no later. Si Yuxiao quickly helped Qingqiu Emperor Wu. You are right, you must not do this. Qingqiu Emperor Wu seemed to feel guilty and refused to straighten up. It's all right. Su Lang smiled and grabbed the two of them. Now everyone is a member of the big family of Kanglan continent. Don't be so polite, okay? This time, Si Yuxiao and Qingqiu Wudi looked at each other and smiled like old friends. It's not too late, I will integrate Kanglan Daogan. Si Yu smiled holding Kanglan Daogan, with a solemn expression, please also to protect me. It should be so. Qingqiu Emperor Wu nodded quickly. Su Lang also smiled and said, don't worry, under the Five Elements world, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to disturb the laughing fellow. Well, I don't worry. Si Yu smiled and patted his chest, then stretched out his hand and threw out a palace. This palace is similar to Su Lang's White Jade Immortal Palace, but it is only an intermediate immortal artifact. The palace is suspended in the air, turning into a hall full of fairy spirits, and inside is a huge training room. Please. Si Yuxiao invited Su Lang and Qingqiu into the hall. Please. Qingqiu Emperor Wu nodded. He must watch Si Yuxiao merge with Kanglan Daogan. I'll go back and recover first. Si Yuxiao, fellow Taoist, whenever something happens, just call me and I will come over. Su Lang would not stay here to protect Si Yu with a smile. It was not unwilling, but really unnecessary. And taking Ling Ju as an example, it is definitely not something that can be completed in a day and a half to integrate the roots of the Kanglan Dao. With this time, it might as well do other things. Okay, Lang Dao is friendly and recuperating. Si Yuxiao and Qingqiu Wudi nodded one after another. Then, after seeing the two of them entering the hall, Su Lang turned and left. Go back to the White Jade Fairy Palace. Su Lang observed Jupiter, Zhouyu Life Universe, and Transcend Life Universe. Jupiter is still the same, more than 60 clones are constantly pulling away from Jupiter. In the universe of Ling Ju Life, the world barrier has been eroded by the boundless universe, but the degree is very slight, so ignore it for the time being. The life planet inside was broken again, and the fragments almost covered the entire universe of life. But this still has no effect on Su Lang, so you can ignore it. In the Zhouyu Life universe, the Licky tribe who had not been used by Su Lang to perform the evolution of all things experienced a lot of attrition. The Licky tribes who have accepted the evolution of all things have reduced their staff even faster. However, some of them have embarked on the right path of evolution and will eventually emerge. Chapter 1166, Red Group Floating Island. It's only been 10 minutes. If you continue to ignore it, most of the Licky family will be finished. Forget it, the rest of the Licky tribe should also use the evolution of all things. It just happens that the more experimental items, the easier it is to produce better results. While thinking about it, Su Lang once again descended into the universe of life. When he arrived on the continent where the Licky tribes were located, Su Lang sent 2 more clones, and Jupiter had just 60 clones left. Soon, under Su Lang's order, the 2 clones directly opened the Mingguang Myriad Realms, and flew around the entire continent. Like a golden meteor gliding by, bright brilliance scattered on the earth. The sorrowful continent became calm and peaceful, and then cheers broke through the clouds. The savior is here again. Oh my god, this time 2 great saviors came at the same time. Adding the savior from the Dali tribe, there are 3 saviors. With 3 saviors to help us, we will be able to overcome the difficulties. Praise the great savior. Quote. The simple-minded Licky tribe once again cheered for the arrival of the savior. Suddenly, another wave of incense and willingness converged, and Su Lang was included in a different sky box. Poor Nicholas, you will get a chance for a new life. But the evolution of all things, the natural selection of things, and the survival of the fittest, whether you can survive and live better depends on your own good fortune. With that said, Su Lang let the 3 clones sit in one place, suspended high in the sky, maintaining the light of evolution of all things. Then, the entire remaining Licky tribe was guided, and numerous benign mutation evolutions appeared. This scene, in the epic poems of the Licky tribe, it is recorded as the 3-day salvation era, which has become one of the mythological sources of the Licky tribe. Oh, the experiment has just started, and I don't know how long it will take. Su Lang sighed. It would be great if I mastered the time rules, and speed up, and the test results will definitely appear soon. Of course, Su Lang just thought about it. Time rules are too difficult to obtain quickly. Su Lang left the life universe of Zhou and returned to the White Jade Fairy Palace. Next, I have to make a wave of incense and aspirations to cultivate wuyu tea trees. Su Lang thought for a moment and called Li Shenyang over. The lower servant knocks on the Lord. Li Shenyang knelt before Su Lang, devout and fanatical. With the continuous improvement of Su Lang's strength, his combat power limit has also reached rank 6 Wudi, which is something he can't even imagine. Give you a task, Su Lang said lightly. Go to Chu Xiaobei and others, gather people to build my statue, and gather the power of faith. Needless to say, Su Lang believed that they would do it perfectly. Yes, Li Shenyang agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask too much, because he knew that Su Lang would definitely not aimlessly. After retiring, Li Shenyang immediately found the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei, Xuanzang Yuang Zhundi, Wang Fukan and others to discuss the establishment of a statue for Su Lang. After a lot of brainstorming, everyone set a plan under the leadership of Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters and began to act. Su Lang let them do things, but he was free. It's time to look over there. With a thought, Su Lang used the perfect leaning to control a clone. This clone was the one that inherited the universe of life of Emperor Xuanyu and carried Hu Cixi to the Jingtian continent. The picture in front of Su Lang changed. Behind him is a space channel that is slowly closing, and it is clear that the clone has just made a spatial transition. Wow, red islands floating in the void appeared in front of them, densely packed, countless. This is the front line of the Kanglan continent and the Jingtian continent, the Kai Kun floating island. Su Lang started a mental scan, and suddenly found that the place was full of various formations. Many warriors are busy. These warriors are at least of the great sage level, and here they are just the lowest level soldiers. Moreover, it is the kind of great sage with skill that can appear here, such as those who are particularly good at refining arrays. Ordinary saints can only stay behind. Friend Langdi Dao, a figure greeted him, but it was Emperor Zhao Qinwu. To be precise, it was her clone, only the quasi-emperor level cultivation base. Friend Zhao Qin, Su Lang smiled faintly. Jingtian continent already knows of my existence, and the conspiracy can only be turned into a positive plot. Chapter 1167, did not give up these 2 words. Zhao Qin couldn't help but look dim. If Emperor Ling Juwu had not been the 2nd or 5th son and had revealed Su Lang's plan to cause water to the east, then Su Lang would be able to get closer to Jingtian continent. But now that Jingtian continent already knew about this plan, they would definitely strengthen their defenses and prevent Su Lang from approaching Jingtian continent. Therefore, Zhao Qin believes that under the strict precautions of Jingtian continent, the diversion of water from the east plan has been half-failed. Friend Langdi Daoist, a Wudi level clone is really precious. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said, now the plan for diversion of disasters to the east is almost difficult to implement, or just give up. Give up. I didn't give up these 2 words in my dictionary. Su Lang smiled faintly. If he were an ordinary Emperor Wu, he would really be considered a failure. But who makes him systematic? Dispatch this function alone can easily solve the opponent's tight defense problem. But if it is really conspiring to turn to the sun, we should also change our plan. Dark Sky World is a third-party force, and it should be stronger than us in Jingtian continent. Emperor Zhao Qinwu said, perhaps we can take advantage of this and stop the war with Jingtian continent first. Su Lang understood what Zhao Qin meant. This clone of him carries the universe of life anchored by the Dark Sky World, and has opened a channel with the Dark Sky World. If Hu Cixi was used, coupled with other means, it would surely be able to open the channel of the Dark World again. At that time, the Dark World will kill you fiercely. In short, it is to treat Su Lang as a nuclear deterrence, and force the Jingtian continent to cease war. Although this method has the element of gambling, it is likely to work well. But Su Lang would not gamble. With his current strength, he was already confident against the Mirror Sky continent. On the contrary, the Dark Sky World is not sure to deal with it. If the Jingtian continent is different from a truce, then do you really want to take the initiative to bring the Dark Sky World into the battlefield? That can be regarded as a way to die together. Su Lang felt that there was no need to go there. No, I'm sure I can get close to the Jingtian continent, or even break into the Jingtian continent directly. Su Lang's face was filled with a confident smile. Once I enter the Mirror Sky continent, then they probably won't be able to fight. Enter Jingtian continent. This, even if the other party doesn't know the plan of fellow Taoist, it is difficult to get in. What's more, now Jingtian continent has taken strict precautions. Emperor Zhao Qinwu looked incredulous, with a trace of anxiety. She felt that Su Lang was too radical. Of course, Zhao Qin was right, because she didn't know Su Lang's true strength at all, let alone Su Lang's endless trump cards. Friend Zhao Qin, I have decided. Please also tell Taoist Qingqiu. Kanglin Continent's front line, please. With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang directly turned and flew to the outside of the crimson floating island. Friend Lang Di Dao, Emperor Zhao Qinwu shouted, but he could only look at Su Lang's back and side. At the same time, the admiration for Su Lang has become more and more profound. This mysterious Emperor Wu, in such a bad situation, is still willing to make such a big sacrifice, just to pursue a glimmer of hope. The other side, Su Lang controlled the avatar to expand the illusion and other rules, hiding in the void. Immediately afterwards, he left the formation barrier of the Kai Kyun floating island. After exiting the formation barrier, Su Lang immediately felt a large number of detection methods. These detection methods are not only from the floating islands of the Red Group, but also from the front line of the Jingtian continent. These include formation detection methods, auxiliary imperial soldiers detection methods, and mental power detection methods developed by Emperor Wu himself. As the front line of the confrontation between the two sides, Kanglin continent and Jingtian continent were staring at each other every moment, preventing the other from making any movements, but Su Lang has practiced Liangyi Tianian Delu to the founding level. His concealment method can be described as powerful to the limit, and only the Emperor Wu who enlightens with illusory rules can discover it. Chapter 1168, Steal the 8th Rank United Emperor Formation. However, there are no people in Jingtian continent who have become Taoist by illusory rules. Their best method of detection is an imperial detection array, but it was only a one-turn Emperor rank formation, and it still couldn't break Su Lang's disguise, of course. Jingtian continent will not only rely on detection methods to defend the Kanglin continent. The detection method is only an auxiliary method, and what is really used to defend the Kanglin continent is a powerful defense formation and a large number of powerful warriors. At this moment, Su Lang hides in the void, dare not use space shuttle, can only rely on flight to advance. Fortunately, there is no air in the void and almost no resistance, so Su Lang's speed is very, very fast. It didn't take long. He came to the front line of Jingtian continent. Those are 9 very large inverted cone-shaped floating islands, or 9 large continental fragments. Among the 9 floating islands, there are a large number of small floating islands. Its scale is 3 or 4 times larger than the Chichun floating island of Kanglin continent. Su Lang didn't feel surprised. The Kanglin continent was breached many times, and the frontline position was not as complete as the Mirror Heaven continent, which was completely unexpected. Flew forward for a moment. Su Lang was quickly blocked by a layer of formation barrier. Ooh, Emperor rank united formation, it's still an 8th rank Emperor rank, so beautiful. Su Lang looked at the joint formation in front of him, his eyes brightened, and he even rubbed his hands excitedly. For others, this formation is a barrier that is difficult to overcome, but for Su Lang, isn't it the equivalent of sending? Well, learning enriches me, learning makes me happy. Su Lang's gaze was scorching observing the United Emperor formations in the Mirror Heaven continent, and secretly learning these formations, have to say. There are many differences between the formation of Jingtian continent and the formation of Kanglin continent. Su Lang got a lot of inspiration from this, and he had some ideas for improving the formation method learned on the Kanglin continent. Of course, in Su Lang's eyes, these Jingtian continent's formations can also be improved by using Kanglin continent's formations. In short, by combining the strengths of both ends into one, you can create a more powerful formation. Time passed slowly. Su Lang flies along the formation barrier while learning, and the distance he flies may be able to span the Kanglin continent. The place where the formation barrier disappeared was a very dangerous void. It was full of turbulent time and space, and it was a very violent one. Even if Emperor Wu entered, he would peel off without dying. Besides, Su Lang also felt the breath of world consciousness here. Specifically, there are 2 slightly different rules of heaven, intertwined in the void. Obviously, it is not only the warriors on the planet who are fighting. The 2 planets, Kanglin and Jingtian, stared at each other, and they were fighting for an unknown amount of time. In short, the world consciousness of the 2 planets and their respective warriors formed 2 lines of defense, completely isolating the possibility of smuggling by each other. Tisk tisk. It's worthy of being the front line of the war between the two planets. It's so tight that it doesn't leak. I don't know if I will be discovered by the world consciousness after I enter the area of Jingtian continent. If I was discovered by Jingtian continent's world consciousness after I entered, would he keep me unlucky and choke me to death? While Su Lang was learning the formation, these questions appeared in his mind. Immediately after, he took out something from the storage space, Jingtian Daogan. After fusion, my clone will be able to acquire the identity of the native of Jingtian continent. But, logically speaking, I am not a native of Kanglan continent, so why haven't I been rejected by Kanglan continent? The Kanglan continent didn't reject me, so would the Jingtian continent also ignore me? Well, when you finish learning the formation, go and test it. If you reject me, let the clone merge with the mirror heaven roots. Su Lang thought while continuing to study hard. Relying on the super abnormal ability of seeing it, Su Lang quickly learned all the formations. This 8th rank United Imperial Formation. There are a total of 88 types of defensive Imperial Formations, 66 types of attack Imperial Formations, 22 types of auxiliary Imperial Formations, and 9,998 types of defense, attack, and auxiliary immortal formations, composition. Chapter 1169. Jingtian continent does not reject, and this is only the number of types of formations, not the number of formations. The Jingtian continent created this emperor-level combined formation, with a total of 1.18 million formations. This number is more than twice that of the 5 elements sky arranged by Su Lang. You know, the 5 elements sky covers 90% of the southern mainland, and the area is extremely vast. Comparing the two, you can see how powerful this United Emperor formation in Jingtian continent is, only. No matter how powerful, in front of Su Lang, it was just a film that could be torn at any time. Put the membrane thing aside. Su Lang came to a void. Rumble. In the void, the power of countless twisted rules forms a variety of colorful storms, and there are countless lightning, flames, and other visions. Here, the place where the consciousness of the two planets is at war can also be seen as the boundary of the two planets, of course. The boundary of the world is not only this one, it stretches for countless distances, only occasionally a scene of battle erupts in a certain place. The world consciousness is entangled and fought here. It is very terrifying, and ordinary Wudi can hardly pass through. Even if it crosses the past, it will be immediately noticed by the world consciousness, which will trigger a vision and notify its own warriors. To come to strangle, Su Lang's purpose was to test whether the world consciousness of Jingtian continent would repel him, so he rushed in. Wow! Rumble! The foreground of the eyes changed. Numerous regular visions emerged: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, dark, light, yin and yang, etc., occupying all of the vision. The terrifying power of the world is overwhelming everything is being destroyed, even the void is constantly torn apart, forming cracks and voids. However, Su Lang was in the battlefield of world consciousness, and he didn't even suffer a little attack. Not only did the power of the Kanglan continent bypass Su Lang, but also the world consciousness of the Mirror Sky continent bypassed Su Lang. A strange and quiet area was formed in a 10-mile radius where Su Lang was. Lying down. They didn't even attack me. Does Jingtian continent really reject me? Su Lang's eyes widened, looking left and right, with a look of astonishment on his face. Immediately after, he tried to fly forward. As a result, no matter where Su Lang flew, the world consciousness of both parties was directly bypassed. What the hell? Jingtian continent really doesn't reject me. Su Lang continued to stare, surprised in his heart. He was obviously not an aboriginal of Kanglan continent, but he was not rejected. Su Lang originally thought that it was because the blue star and the Kanglan continent were connected by the time-space channel and were affected. But now, Jingtian continent did not even reject it. This ruled out the blue star being affected by the Kanglan continent, and Su Lang had no possibility of being rejected. In addition, Su Lang also thought of the new city of Fengling and human. Those human races who settled in the new city were not rejected either. You must know that the Ziming Emperor clan has stayed in the Kanglan continent for nearly tens of millions of years, but it is still unlucky for the whole clan. But the mixed race of human race, Fengling, and human race showed no signs of bad luck. In other words, Su Lang is not a special case for not being rejected by world consciousness. The entire blue star human race, including the hybrids of other intelligent creatures and human races, is also not repelled by the world consciousness. What does this mean? This means, human races and mixed races of human races will be the best race in the star territory. Even the world consciousness does not reject it, and directly opens the door to the mixed race of human race and human race, letting it invade. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help being stunned. He originally valued human race because the proportion of geniuses in human race was very high. In just 2,000 years, it has developed from an ordinary race to a race with a Valkyrie, which is very, very scary, but now. Su Lang felt that human race was extraordinary. Not repelled by world consciousness, it is simply the darling of the endless universe, with the potential to conquer the entire endless universe. I'll take it, it's amazing. It seems that after I go back, I will help the warriors of my clan a lot. It just happens that my cultivation base empowerment, and Dagongfa empowerment, are temporarily idle. If you move the number off-rule empowerment a little bit, you can cultivate a quasi-immortal powerhouse every day. Well, it was such a happy decision. Su Lang nodded solemnly and made a decision. Chapter 1170, First Sight Soon. Su Lang set off and flew forward, directly crossing the battlefield of world consciousness and entering the realm of the world of mirror sky. Just entered, Su Lang noticed a slight difference. But he couldn't tell how it was different from Kanglan continent. Perhaps the missing rules are different, causing this strangeness. Su Lang thought silently and continued to fly forward. After crossing the front line position of Jingtian continent, the rear defense will be much empty and the intensity weakened a lot. Su Lang traveled through the long void very easily, and saw the second continent fragment of Jingtian continent in addition to the frontline position. This is an ordinary continental fragment, and there are no special rules manifested. But its size is very large, probably with the boundaries of 2 saints, equivalent to the surface area of 2 blue stars, at this time. It has become the logistics center of Jingtian continent. Su Lang was hidden nearby and spied on him, only to see a large number of buildings built on the debris of the mainland. The style of the building is very different from that of Kanglan continent. Each building is horizontal and vertical, with many straight lines and very few arcs. And all the materials used can be seen by others, just like a transparent mirror. In Su Lang's eyes, the architectural concept of Jingtian continent is probably brick and stone cutting, which has a special flavor, at this time. In the numerous buildings, one after another, the teleportation array is constantly flickering. A powerful warrior carried a huge amount of war resources and walked out of the teleportation array. These powerhouses are all great sages, and most of them are 9 stars, and there are many quasi-immortals. The total number has exceeded 500,000. The Wushan level expert Su Lang didn't see much, but it can be speculated that the Wushan combat power of Jingtian continent should still be assembled. In addition, there is a rank 5 Wudi sitting on this continent fragment. It seems that Jingtian continent is really planning to fight. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer, but he doesn't plan to do anything here for the time being, because he hasn't had the best chance yet. No matter what, you have to wait for people to bring all the war resources over before grabbing them. With teleportation array, I don't bother to fly by myself. Su Lang thought with a thought and used his clone to dispatch. The avatar who was bent over suddenly appeared in a corner of the mainland debris without knowing it. Soon, Su Lang unfolded his mental power and quietly observed those teleportation formations. Soon, all the teleportation arrays were understood by him, including the space coordinates set inside. These spatial coordinates are very close and should be in the same place. These space coordinates will not go. Change it and go somewhere else. Su Lang made some adjustments to the space coordinates, and then established a temporary teleportation array on the spot. Call. The light flashed. Su Lang's figure disappeared from the place, and the formation immediately self-destructed, leaving no trace of ashes. Immediately after, the foreground of Su Lang's eyes changed, and he appeared in a dark void. Unfolding mental power, dozens of continental debris are suspended in the detection range. In the distance, a huge moon-white planet slowly revolves in the void, and its surface emits a glowing light, very beautiful. But Su Lang discovered that this planet was just as incomplete as Kanglan star. On the moon-white star, there is a large black-red area, and you can feel the twisted breath from far away. Jingtian continent, Jingtian star. Su Lang looked down at Jingtiansheng and murmured softly. At the same time, his brows frowned slightly. Kanglan star is incomplete, and Jingtian star is also incomplete. Even in Zan Zan's mouth, the hundreds of other planets in the Xinghai area all have the nickname mainland. Why do Kanglan Star and Jingtian Star have other names for mainland? Because they are incomplete, intact planets have uncrossable boundaries. The wound of the world is like the ocean, making the intact part a continent. If a planet has a alias for a continent, it may also be incomplete. Well, the huge star sea area, hundreds of planets, if all are incomplete. Chapter 1171. Silver-tail Imperial Clan Silver Night City. Su Lang couldn't help feeling a great horror, a great catastrophe. In the face of that kind of catastrophe, I am afraid that the great emperor of the Hidao world is also unable to resist. Boundless universe, what happened on Earth? Su Lang squinted his eyes. When I get the chance, I will ask Yuan Yu, Si Yushang and Qingqiu, although they probably don't know. Keep this problem in my heart. With a move, Su Lang flew towards the Jingtian continent. The moon-white planet is getting bigger and bigger in the field of vision, gradually occupying all the sight. Wow! Su Lang flew at extreme speed, passed through the atmosphere, passed through thick white clouds, saw the vast continents, and saw the huge wounds of the world. The main color of Jingtian continent is also moon-white. Because most of the continent is covered by snow and glaciers, the temperature is below zero all year round. Many lakes are frozen on the surface, embedded in the ground, like a mirror, reflecting the sky. However, there is no shortage of green that represents vitality, and these plants grow well in cold environments. There are even large tracts of green forests with luxuriant species, inhabited and multiplied. In addition, there is no shortage of dry and hot areas, but these areas are mostly near volcanic groups, and the scenery here is different. While admiring the scenery of Jingtianxing, Su Lang gradually landed on the ground. We have reached the enemy's base camp. However, we cannot do damage for the time being. We have to wait until Emperor Wu is exhausted. When the Jingtian continent is the most empty, then we will do another wave of them. Now, let's check the intelligence first, analyze the enemy's power distribution, and mark the key attack areas. It's just that a large-scale mental power scan will definitely be discovered by Emperor Wu. You can only use mental detection in a small area, or don't use it at all. While thinking, Su Lang expanded his mental power and carefully explored the nearby area. There is a big city not far away named Yinye. The buildings inside are similar in style to what Su Lang had seen on the mainland fragments before, and they are also Diamond Wind. Su Lang performed a disguise and came to Silver Night City. There are intelligent races named Silver Tail in the city. Just like on the Kanglan continent, the Jingtian continent is also full of thousands of races, and the Silver Tail race is one of them. This race is almost identical to the human race, except that there is a silver fox tail behind it. Through some observation, Su Lang discovered that Silver Tail was a powerful emperor. Every Silvertail tribe is proud of having a silver fox tail. And this Silver Night City is a fairy city. There are 3 martial immortals sitting in the city. The strongest is the 7 Tribulations martial immortal, who can also be regarded as an ancient immortal. However, in Su Lang's eyes, this was an existence that could be wiped out with a breath. Of course, Su Lang would not kill directly. He disguised himself as a silver-tailed man, suave and handsome. It's just that the beauty of the silver-tailed women and the handsomeness of the men are not conspicuous after Su Lang is disguised. If you pretend to be ugly, you may have a high rate of return. Just when Su Lang was thinking about how to start collecting information, there was a tumult in front. Yo, isn't this Miss Su family? Miss Su, Ling Er. After 10 years of silence, she finally appeared. Quote. Everyone pointed at a place in the street in front, and they talked a lot. Okay, Su Ling Er, he has the same last name as me. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and swept away his mental strength, and found 2 silver-tailed girls walking on the street in front. One of the girls has a social disorder, facial muscles the expression of rigid cold, is called Gao Lang for short. The other girl seems to be the Shaogan class of the previous girl. At this moment, she was stepping on small steps, followed the girl in front of her anxiously, turning her head and staring at the noisy passers-by from time to time. Hey, brother, what's the matter with Su Ling Er? Su Lang approached a silvertail warrior and asked curiously. You don't even know Su Ling Er. The warrior looked at Su Lang in shock. That's a famous character. I'm from out of town. Su Lang smiled and tossed a spirit jade in his hand. Talk about it. Oh, I'm the best at telling stories. The warrior enthusiastically took the Ling jade from Su Lang's hands, then brewed it, and talked about Su Ling Er's past. Chapter 1172, Is It Too Bloody? This Su Ling but our celebrity in Silver Night City. 10 years ago, she was our first genius in Silver Night City. Su Ling's genius is not only unparalleled aptitude and top savvy, but also unparalleled fighting talent. Because her talent is so outstanding, she was valued by the grandson family of the family, and the most talented young master in the family became engaged to her. At that time, Su Ling was in the limelight. There was no difference at the moment. Everyone thought that this Tianzhao was going to enter the imperial circle and reach the pinnacle of life. However, things are unpredictable. 10 years ago, Su Ling, who had already reached the martial arts level at the age of just 8, suddenly stagnated his cultivation and could no longer make progress. For Su Ling and everyone standing behind her, this is tantamount to catastrophe. After numerous diagnoses, even immortal King Gongsun took action, and Su Ling's problem has not been found out. Therefore, everyone can only gradually give up. It can be said that the tree fell and scattered. Su Ling's aura of Tianzhao gradually dissipated, and even became people's after-dinner conversation. I dare to laugh a few words. Later, Su Ling faded out of people's vision and never appeared again. Now, the Gongsun family sends envoys from the imperial city to Silver Night Fairy City. It is said that they cannot tolerate their most talented young master marrying a trash woman, and he is about to divorce. No, I don't know where Su Ling, who has lived for 10 years, has to come out. Quote. The silver-tailed warrior who had received the jade gave a paraphrase. Look noisy. This kind of bridge is too bloody. Su Lang was dumbfounded when he heard it, almost spitting out old blood. What kind of blood is not bad? The silver-tail warrior muttered strangely, I'm finished, thank you for your superb jade, goodbye. After speaking, the guy ran away, as if he was afraid that Su Lang would regret it. What the hell, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing when I first came to Jingtian continent. With a weird smile on Su Lang's face, there was also a hint of curiosity in his heart. An incomparable genius, but his cultivation suddenly stagnated and he could no longer make progress. There must be a reason for this. Either some special bone or flesh and blood was snatched away, or he encountered Grandpa Ring, or... Well, Su Lang just couldn't help but spit out. Seeing Su Ling walking in the crowd with a cold face, she seemed to have no emotion. In Su Lang's slightly curious look, there was a hint of inquiry. Let me see, what kind of experience Su Ling's experience is, well, maybe it's some kind of fresh story. Su Lang thought, and opened Su Ling's attribute panel. Name, Su Ling race, Silver Tail qualification level, absolutely, Son of the World realm level, Junior Martial Commander attack level, Zhengwu Wang defensive level, Senior Military Commander physique level, Peak Martial Commander endurance level, Senior Martial Officer mastering techniques, Silver Tail Heart Sutra, Purple Moon Thunder Spirit Sword top level, Dacheng Tianshui Mingyu Gong top level, Dacheng Non-Shadow Flower Cloud Map advanced, perfect, what the hell. Son of the World, noisy. Su Lang looked at Su Ling's attribute panel and was dumbfounded. The last person with special aptitude was Si Yushao, who possessed the Minggu Emperor's fetus. And now, another one has appeared, and it is also called the Child of the World, which sounds more powerful than the Emperor Ming. Su Lang was really shocked. The Son of the World, as the name suggests, is the son of the age blessed by the world consciousness. The Son of the World has world consciousness to help open the hook, and everything goes smoothly no matter what he does. Even in the face of adversity, danger can be quickly turned into a blessing, misfortune into a blessing, and huge benefits can be obtained. In short, it is someone who is backed by the whole world and destined to become the strongest. Chapter 1173. Su Ling. Such people generally appear before the world as on the brink of extinction. Because world consciousness controls the entire world and can clearly observe every event in the world. Therefore, world consciousness is in control of the intelligence, cause and effect, and destiny of the entire world, so it can perform the world line deduction and know what may happen in the future. Powerful people who control the rules of cause and effect and the rules of destiny can also use methods like great prophecy to learn certain information, that is, chance. This type of strong man, to a certain extent, makes up for the lack of subjective consciousness in world consciousness. Many people, after predicting the identity of the Son of the World, will actively follow the Son of the World to help grow and mix with the merits of the dragon. In short, the sons of the world generally appear in the last days and are favored by the world. Then the doubt comes, has the consciousness of Jingtian continent predicted the end? This world is totally fine. Even in the battle with the Kanglan continent, it was almost crushed, and it would not be long before he could swallow the opponent and make himself more perfect. Did it speculate on the existence of Su Lang? Now only Su Lang can help the Kanglan continent turn the tide and break the Mirror Heaven continent. But it is speculated that Su Lang is impossible. Su Ling is currently 18 years old. In other words, if the world consciousness really predicted the end, it must have been 18 years ago. At that time, Su Lang was still 2,000 years ago. It has been less than half a year since Su Lang passed through. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to say that world consciousness predicted that Su Lang would cause the horrific defeat of Jingtian continent and thus produce the son of the world. Besides, Jingtian continent does not even reject Su Lang. So, the world consciousness of Jingtian continent predicted other dangers. Not right. If the end is really predicted, I'm afraid the Emperor Wu would have been warned long ago. In the face of doomsday, how dare to launch a war on the Kanglan continent with fanfare? In addition, the appearance of the son of the world in the world should be discovered by the Profas soon. However, no one seemed to know the identity of Su Linger's son of the world. She herself was only a flash in the Silver Knight clan, completely faded out of people's sight. And the most important point, Su Ling was obviously the son of the world, but suddenly she couldn't cultivate. Look, is this the treatment that the son of the world should have? The Ziming Emperor clan could cultivate when they first settled in the Kanglan continent. It was nothing more than going through the heavens. What the hell? I originally wanted to find the answer from Su Linger's attribute panel, but now I have more and more questions. Su Lang gave a wry smile and couldn't help sighing. Of course. The more questions there are, the more excited Su Lang is. He decided to check Su Ling carefully. Then, Su Lang urged his mental power to start a full inspection of Su Ling without disturbing anyone. The Dantian meridians, bones and flesh, internal organs, and even the brain were all carefully checked. However, Su Lang still found nothing unusual. Strange. It's fine if a Wushan can't check it. I am a Wudi level mental power, and I have burned my soul twice, which is much more powerful than ordinary Wudi. No problem can be detected. It seems that Su Ling is really related to a big secret, and it is very likely to be an emperor-level secret. Su Lang was even more interested. He planned to contact Su Ling to get more information and see if he could discover the secret behind it. At this time, Su Ling just passed through the crowd, not far from Su Lang. The maid beside her stared at Su Lang fiercely, because Su Lang had been staring at Su Ling before, as if she wanted to see through. I went and was treated as a pervert. Su Lang touched his chin and smiled faintly. Immediately after, under Su Lang's gaze, Su Linger and her maid crossed the street and came to a house. This house was not small, and the crowd's onlookers did not dare to approach it. It seemed that the Su family was not weak in Silver Knight City. The two guards guarding the gate are quasi-sage warriors. Seeing Miss Su Ling standing at the door, the two couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Su Ling was the hope of the Su family at the beginning, and it carried the expectations of the entire family. However, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. There is no lack of hope in Su's family, and seeing that Su Ling will never rise again, he feels resentful. The attitudes of the others are mostly very cold. Chapter 1174. See me drowsy, I have seen Miss Linger. The other guard was just a domestic servant, and didn't dare to be rude to Su Ling so he bowed in humility. Okay, don't worry about us. It was Su Linger's maid who was talking. Su Ling herself was still very cold, and did not speak. Soon, the two entered Su's house. Su Lang also concealed his figure, closely behind. While admiring the big mansion off Diamond cutting wind, Su Lang followed Su Linger to the main hall. The main hall is full of people. Sitting at the top was a Seven Tribulations martial immortal, Su Wuku, the patriarch of the Su family in Silver Knight City. He was expressionless. There was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes, and he couldn't see what he was thinking. At the bottom were several old men from the Su family, all of whom were at the intermediate martial level, and should be the elders of the Su family. In addition, there are some warriors surnamed Gongsun. A martial immortal of the Seven Tribulations, named Gongsun who took other Gongsun family members to sit in the guest seat. When Su Ling appeared in front of everyone, everyone's expressions moved, including Su Wuku's expressionless face. Here, Su Wuku sighed while looking at Su Ling. It can be said that he is the person who has placed the most hopes on Su Ling'er. With Su Ling'er's aptitude, becoming a quasi-emperor was almost a certainty. However, things are unpredictable. Ling'er, come to me. Su Wuku beckoned to Su Ling'er, with a kind smile on his face. The others smiled on the surface no matter what their thoughts were in their minds, showing their elder style. Yes, Patriarch, Su Ling'er finally spoke. Her voice was a bit hoarse and jerky, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Immediately, Su Ling'er brought the maid to the next song of Su Wu. Originally, the maid was not qualified to stand here, but considering that Su Ling'er was also a close person, Su Wuku and others were too lazy to drive him away. At this time, I haven't seen it in 10 years, Ling'er is really getting more and more beautiful. Gongsun who smiled and praised him. He didn't tell lies. Su Ling'er was definitely a beauty of the level of disaster to the country and the people, even in the Silvertail tribe where handsome men and beauties were everywhere. However, this is the world of warriors, a world respected by strength. Avoiding the strength and complimenting the appearance is very suspect. Senior Gongsun is absurdly praised. Su Ling'er said without a smile. Gongsun who didn't think he was disgusted, and praised Su Ling'er for being humble. Su Ling'er didn't speak, but looked at Gongsun's family indifferently. When Gongsun and the others' praises became thinner and quieter, the atmosphere in the hall became a little depressed. Next, is it your turn to divorce? Su Lang, standing grandly somewhere in the main hall, showed a playful smile, as predicted. Gongsun quickly took out a gift and gave it to the Su family, as well as a separate gift for Su Ling'er. The gifts given to the Su family were received by the Su family happily. The gift given to Su Ling'er was rejected by Su Ling'er. Then, Gongsun made a very apologetic request to divorce. He carefully considered his words and did not intend to deceive others. On the Su family's side, they also agreed to the other party's request, and did not break their skin. Therefore, this is a peaceful retreat. It makes me sleepy. Su Lang curled his lips, always feeling that there was no 30 years in Hexi and 30 years in Hedong. However, Su Lang had already expected this scene. First, the Su family is the woman, and second, the Gongsun family is a side line of the emperor. The power is so great that the Su family can't afford to provoke. In the end, probably only Su Ling'er and her maid were uncomfortable, and everyone else was happy. The Gongsun family quickly left with an agreement in Su Ling'er's handprint. Since then, the Gongsun family and the Su family have no connection. Ling'er, Su Wuku, who was sitting at the top, looked at Su Ling'er, intending to compensate her with some treasures, but then remembered that Su Ling'er could no longer practice. Patriarch, Ling'er is fine, Su Ling'er said, the Patriarch takes care of everything, Ling'er will go back first. Su Wuku knew that Su Ling'er would not stay in this home, so he didn't want to stay either. Just personally sent the two of them to a concealed residence, and left some pill Ling and the like, and left again. Chapter 1175. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, Miss Ling'er, ooh. As soon as Su Wuku left, the maid burst into tears. Don't cry, Xiaomei, it's been 10 years, I'm used to it, why don't you cry enough? Su Ling'er said lightly, then closed her mouth, sat down on a jade futon, and began to practice. Not bad, she is practicing, this mind is simply abnormal. Standing in the dark, Su Lang was a little surprised, for 10 years, he still hasn't given up. 10 years. For a whole decade of hard work, no return was received. I am afraid that I have already given up on being someone else. After the exclamation, Su Lang began to explore Su Ling'er's cultivation state with mental power, hoping to find out the reason why Su Ling'er's cultivation was stagnant. Generally speaking, a warrior can't make progress suddenly, roughly divided into 3 situations. The first is that the aptitude is gone, and the energy of the heaven and the earth cannot be absorbed. The second type is to absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth, but it cannot be preserved, and all are scattered. The third type, absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, but was stolen by other things, such as Grandpa Ring. Exploring Su Ling'er's cultivation state can at least find out the general direction of the problem. Su Lang's spiritual power unconsciously enveloped Su Ling'er's body. Then, slowly penetrate into the body to observe the situation of the pubic area and meridian, quickly. Su Lang discovered that Su Ling'er could absorb the energy of heaven and earth. And these heaven and earth energy didn't spill out, just disappeared out of thin air. He didn't even enter the dantian, but disappeared completely in the meridians, and didn't know where to go. According to the law of conservation of energy, it's impossible for these heaven and earth energy to disappear, either they will be stored or transformed into other energy. It seems that Su Ling'er encountered the third situation, the energy absorbed by the world was stolen. Su Lang's eyes lit up and finally found a little clue. But new problems followed one after another. What is it that stole Su Ling'er's energy? Something like Grandpa Ring? No, Su Lang did not find anything similar. However, Su Lang did not find anything else. In the detection of mental power, Su Ling'er's body was not a bit strange, it was completely normal. That's awesome, even I can't find the root cause. Su Lang took a deep breath. In other words, the level of that thing is really higher than that of Emperor Wu. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a little excited. This Su Ling'er is also the son of a special world, and there is a mysterious existence in his body higher than Emperor Wu's rank, and it is simply a treasure girl, correct? Doesn't that thing need energy? If I instill enough cultivation power in Su Ling'er to make the mysterious existence full, will it appear? Su Lang thought about it and decided to give it a try. Then he slowly walked out of the dark. What? Who are you? Ah, it's you, the pervert on the street. You, why are you here? Please leave immediately, otherwise I will call. The maid named Xiaomei discovered Su Lang for the first time. She suddenly showed fear and screamed. To know, this is a place specially created by Su Wuku for Su Ling'er, in order to let Su Ling'er have a quiet place. There are no more than 5 people who know here. Moreover, there are extremely tight protections here. Even the immortal king of the 9 tribulations Wushan level, it will never be able to intrude silently. But now, there are people here unknowingly. How can Xiaomei not be frightened? At the same time, Su Ling'er, who was practicing hard, was also awakened. Who are you? Although Su Ling'er was only an 18-year-old girl, her heart was very tough and she did not show any fear. Although she was really scared in her heart. Don't be afraid, I am not a bad person. The corners of Su Lang's lips moved up, revealing a smile. Ghosts believe. Xiaomei plucked up the courage to retort, you sneaked in without our consent, and you said you are not a bad person. Xiaomei, stop talking. Su Ling'er stopped Xiaomei, and looked at Su Lang pretendingly. Let's talk, what is your purpose? Also, to remind you, I can call 3 martial immortals over at any time. Chapter 1176. Xiaoyu, shut up, ha ha. Wushan. Su Lang was playful, are you going to a Wushan in front of a Wudi? Emperor Wu, how is this possible? How could you be Emperor Wu? We only have one Emperor Wu in the Silver Tail clan. Could it be that you are Emperor Wu Zuzu? Xiaomei was stunned with horror, even her eyes came out. Su Ling'er also had a rare look of shock. You are really the Emperor Wu Zuhuang. Emperor Zuhuo, Emperor Wu of Foot Control. Good name. Su Lang smiled humorously, and then said, I am not the master of Wudi, and I won't tell you my real name. You can call me a good man. Good person Wudi. Xiaomei was completely stunned, and even Su Ling'er couldn't help rolling her eyes. Not bad. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and replaced it with the clone, and the deity descended immediately. Immediately, he took Xiaoyu out of the storage space. Wow, my good master, you finally let me out. God, my good master, why are you alone in a room with 2 girls? Well, does Xiaoyu want to avoid it, so as not to disturb the good things of the master? As soon as Xiaoyu appeared, she immediately transformed into a girlish form, and said a lot of poems. Then the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Su Ling'er and Xiaomei's eyes looking at Su Lang suddenly became extremely vigilant, and they even shrank and almost squeezed together. Xiaoyu, shut up. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he flicked the body of the Yudian sword heavily with his fingers. Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed, Ah, master, don't play me there, not there. Su Lang almost vomited blood for 3 liters, and quickly put the Yudian sword into the storage space. After Xiaoyu was put away, the room became quieter. To be precise, it becomes silent. Because the 2 girls had shrunk in the corner with fear, they didn't dare to move. Ahem, you have seen it too. The one is my imperial soldier. Su Lang coughed slightly, and said with a smile, only Emperor Wu can have emperor weapon. Now you believe that I am Emperor Wu. Quote. Su Ling'er and Xiaomei nodded in fear. Ah, really, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you, Su Ling'er. Su Lang smiled faintly, Something in your body is absorbing your cultivation base, causing your cultivation base to stagnate. Maybe I can find it out. Huh, you know me. But, how do I trust you? Su Ling'er showed a surprised and wary expression. I'm going to hurt you already. Su Lang rolled his eyes. I still need to ask for your consent. Su Ling'er warned. But, what if you have other purposes? Of course I will not aimlessly. Su Lang nodded calmly. What is in your body is suspected of being an emperor. I am very interested. Great emperor. Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei were stunned together. She knew very well what realm the great emperor was. That was the realm above Emperor Wu. As far as she knew, no one in Jingtian continent had ever been promoted to the rank of great emperor. Not bad, it's the great emperor. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth. Also, tell you a secret, you are the son of the world. Son of the world. Su Ling'er was thunderous, and her whole body was numb. Xiao Mei on the side was like a piece of wood that had been scorched by lightning. Not bad, you are the son of the world, that's right. It's just that I don't know why you are not favored by the world consciousness, but your cultivation is stagnant. I am very curious about these 2 points, so I decided to help you. Su Lang did not intend to conceal anything from Su Ling'er, and revealed everything he knew. What you said is true. Although Su Ling'er was shocked, she was still doubtful. Of course it's true. Su Lang spread his hands. If you still don't believe it, I can't help it. The room suddenly fell silent. Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei both held their breath. 10 years. 10 years. Day after day of penance, but no return. Isn't Su Ling'er desperate? Only by relying on a temperament that is tougher than ordinary people and the habits that have been cultivated over the years can we persist. However, the future is dark after all. And now, there is an opportunity in front of her. If I didn't cherish it, when I lose it, I will regret it. A good man, Emperor Wu, won't give me another chance. Su Ling'er gritted her teeth, and the girl's instinct told her that she must seize this opportunity. Chapter 1177. Thank you good man Woody, but she intends to fight for something. Good man Emperor Wu. Su Ling'er plucked up the courage and said, I hope you can give some advice to Xiao Mei, she is very talented. Miss Ling'er. Xiao Mei was moved to tears. She never expected that the young lady would beg a Woody for her. That's a Woody. The level of the supreme ruler of the entire Silvertail tribe is almost invincible in the world. No problem. Su Lang smiled. Just in time, I can ask her to be a demonstration for you and let you know what I want to do to you. I want to experiment with Xiao Mei. Su Ling'er suddenly regretted. I do. Xiao Mei shouted loudly, and mustered her courage to kneel down to Su Lang's side. Don't worry, this kind of fate-changing thing, I don't even bother with other people asking me. Su Lang glanced at his mouth, 2 steps forward, and walked in front of Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei. Even though Su Lang had completely suppressed his breath, the 2 women still felt the invisible pressure and almost couldn't breathe. Immediately after, Su Lang stretched out his right hand, covering Xiao Mei's forehead, and the latter immediately closed his eyes with tension. Su Ling'er next to him also didn't dare to get out of the air, staring at Su Lang and Xiao Mei with breath, for fear of any accident. Cultivation base initiation. With a thought, Su Lang activated the 1 key empowerment function. Suddenly, a stream of cultivation bases were continuously injected into Xiao Mei's body, directly integrated into it, making her realm mad. Wow! Xiao Mei, who was originally only at the military commander level, immediately reached the military king level, undergoing a life change. Next, he broke through Wu Huang and Wu Zun all the way to reach the level of quasi-god. Su Lang's heart moved, and a space guide from Wushan directly merged into Xiao Mei Dantian, and then grew into a space for Valkyrie. Xiao Mei's realm has also directly become a ***** of war. This is not over yet. Su Lang continued to instill the cultivation base, and Xiao Mei immediately reached the quasi-sage level. At this point, because the number of rule empowerments had not been refreshed, and the rule could not be instilled to make Xiao Mei break through to Wusheng, Su Lang had to stop all of these. It happened in a few seconds. Su Ling'er only saw Xiao Mei's breath surging, and she became a quasi-sage almost in an instant, and she was immediately dumbfounded. As the person involved, Xiao Mei was shocked to the point of opening her mouth wide, her brain was blank, and she completely lost her thinking ability. Well, wake up, you are safe. Seeing that Xiao Mei was stupid, Su Lang launched the Ming Guang Wanji to shine on Xiao Mei. Su Ling'er next to her was also shrouded in light. Suddenly, Xiao Mei's expression on her mouth widened and shock gradually eased, and the gleam in her eyes gradually condensed, and she quickly resumed her thinking. Su Ling'er next to him was also comfortable. She instinctively felt that the light released by Su Lang was a bit wrong. But I can't tell why, let alone resist, I can only passively enjoy. Not long. Su Lang withdrew from the Mingguang 10,000 realms, and Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei also completely returned to normal. Oh no, much better than normal. How do you feel? Su Lang looked at Xiao Mei and smiled faintly. Xiao Mei, thank you for the gift from Emperor Wu. Xiao Mei first bowed her head piously at Su Lang, and then slowly said, Xiao Mei has never felt so comfortable in her life. I never imagined that when I was only 16, I could have a quasi-sage level cultivation base. Su Lang could tell that Xiao Mei had already respected him and became a fanatic reserve. But when he urged Mingguang 10,000 realms, 1,000th of his strength was not used. Therefore, Su Ling'er, who has a tough heart, has not been affected much, but has a lot of affection for Su Lang. At this time, Ling'er also thanked the good man Wudi for the gift of Xiao Mei. Su Ling'er also thanked Su Lang on her head, and then asked again, Xiao Mei's cultivation base has skyrocketed countless times in an instant. I wonder what side effects will it have? Su Ling'er was not blindfolded by the huge benefits, but rather worried in her heart. Worthy of being the sun of the world, and worthy of a girl with tenacity that can sustain her for 10 years. Don't worry, my cultivation base is the purest. All living beings can digest 100% without any side effects. In addition, in order to prevent Xiao Mei from being unable to control her power, I have arranged countless levels of bans, and she needs to open them herself. Su Lang smiled slightly. Next, I will use this method on you to instill cultivation bases and see where these cultivation bases go. Chapter 1178, Unknown Breath, okay. Su Ling'er nodded. She can only choose to believe in Su Lang now. Bring it on. Su Lang stretched out his right hand and pressed Su Ling'er's forehead. I'm ready, Su Ling'er whispered. Cultivation base initiation. Su Lang directly activated the empowerment function. Immediately, a huge amount of cultivation was injected into Su Ling'er. However, after these cultivation levels entered Su Ling'er's body, they disappeared without spreading out. As if something swallowed it out of thin air. I see how much you can swallow. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and immediately increased the output speed. In the next moment, a more terrifying cultivation base was poured directly into Su Ling'er. This level of cultivation is completely enough to raise an ordinary person to the level of the ***** of war in an instant. But it was such a turbulent cultivation base, but without a sound, it disappeared. Come again. Su Lang smiled coldly and speeded up the output again. Su Ling'er's body was fiercely injected into Su Ling'er's body with a cultivation base sufficient to push Su Ling'er to the level of martial immortal. This time, the cultivation base finally did not disappear instantly, but it took a few milliseconds before it was completely absorbed. And Su Lang finally saw a hint. After those cultivation bases entered Su Ling'er's body, they disappeared directly into countless cells. But these cells that absorbed the cultivation base did not grow, as if something was brewing. Su Lang sensed a trace of unknown aura. No, you can't continue to instill the repair. If the things brewing are beyond my control, it will not only harm Su Ling'er, but may also cause world disasters. The Mirror Sky continent is something in my bag, and it cannot be easily ruined. While thinking about it, Su Lang withdrew his right hand. When I practice the small mystery method, I can observe more subtle places, maybe I can see the truth. Master Wu, how is Miss Ling'er? Seeing Su Lang withdraw her hand, Xiao Mei immediately asked with great concern. Su Ling'er also opened his eyes, looking at Su Lang with some eagerness. She felt the majestic energy that Su Lang injected into her body, the unimaginable energy that gave her a glimmer of confidence and hope. However, Su Lang shook his head. For the time being, I still didn't find out what it was. However, I felt an unspecified breath. You also know that it may be an emperor-level thing, and it must not be underestimated. Once it is really harmful, it will definitely be a catastrophe. Su Lang looked serious. From now on, you will follow me. This statement came out. Su Ling'er and Xiao Mei both felt a little disappointed. At the same time, my heart was shaken fiercely. The things that even the mighty Emperor Wu could not discover, had an unknown aura, were absolutely unimaginable, terrifying existence. If it's just the two of them, it's absolutely the meat and the meat, completely slaughtered by others. Fortunately, the good man Wu Di appeared. Okay, I will follow Lord Wu Di. Su Ling'er nodded solemnly. Xiao Mei next to her bit her lip and did not speak. Su Lang is here to find Su Ling'er, her Xiao Mei is only a secondary one, and she has no qualifications to follow Lord Wu Di. But at this moment, Ling'er begged Lord Wu to also bring Xiao Mei. Su Ling'er kowtowed to Su Lang. Her cultivation base suddenly soars, she will definitely cause disaster, it is good. Su Lang smiled and nodded, there is no more than one. Thank you, Lord Wu. Su Ling'er pleaded again. I also ask Lord Wu to allow Ling'er to inform the patriarch that he treats Ling'er not badly. Can you write a letter? Su Lang smiled. By the way, my surname is Su, so I don't need to call me a good man, Emperor Wu, then. After some consternation, Su Ling'er wrote a letter. The content is very simple. It is about finding someone who is hopeful to heal yourself, and follow him and leave. Soon, Su Ling'er handed the letter to Su Lang. Su Lang waved his hand, and the letter disappeared. What disappeared together was a pill in the storage space. The other side, Su Wuku is studying classics in the study. The Su family was forced to divorce, and he was in a bad mood. Suddenly, there was a wave of spatial fluctuations. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.